I killed 2 goblins today. It was the first time I ever killed anything with a mind, and my hands wouldn't stop shaking afterward. I've only been in this world for 3 days. Back in my old life, I was just a regular guy, studied hard, graduated, couldn't find work, ended up delivering food. Then one accident later, I woke up here as an 18-year-old farmer named Ren. When I first arrived, I found I had a special ability, a status panel showing my attributes. Nothing impressive. Everything was average except my intelligence, probably because I carried over years of studying from my old life. I also noticed 4 empty skill slots at the bottom, but no matter what I tried, nothing filled them. The goblin fight wasn't even planned. I was stacking straw in the field when one snuck up behind me with a dagger. I ran, but another one was already blocking the path ahead. So I fought. Somehow, with my pitchfork in hand, I held my own and took them both down. Right after, I noticed the empty skill slots weren't empty anymore. Both goblins appeared as gray icons inside them. When I focused on the first one and pressed it, something warm rushed through my body, and my status panel changed. I had absorbed the goblin's bloodline. 2 traits came with it. The first, rapid growth, basically explains why goblins are everywhere. They breed fast, and their traits dominate offspring. Not very useful to me personally. The second one, dexterity level 1, gave me a permanent +1 to agility. Short description, real effect. I could feel it in my muscles right away. So that's how my ability works. I have to defeat monsters myself to absorb their bloodlines. Finally, things are starting to make sense. I noticed the second slot also held a goblin icon. When I focused on it, the system asked if I wanted to fuse the 2 identical bloodlines. I said yes, but it failed. Apparently, I didn't have enough to reach the next level. So I needed more goblins. For slots total, 2 already used. I just needed 2 more. I was about to climb a haystack to look around when I heard Uncle Gates screaming nearby. I grabbed my pitchfork and ran. When I got there, he was on the ground, one hand pressing a bleeding wound on his side, the other swinging a sickle at 2 goblins circling him. I burst in and drove my pitchfork straight through the back of one of them. The second one panicked and bolted into the rice field. I knew if it got too far I'd lose it, so I threw my pitchfork. Lucky shot, it hit. I finished it off and went back to Gates. He thanked me, but I told him we needed to move. Before we left, I climbed the haystack to check the area. My stomach dropped. There were green figures moving through the fields in every direction. We hurried to the village. Even before we arrived, I could hear women and children crying. In the village square, everyone was gathered together, scared and arguing. 2 girls, Ruth and Lori, both around 15 or 16, had gone missing. People were afraid to go after them because it was getting dark and goblins see better at night. I sat down quietly and opened my panel. All 4 slots were filled with goblin icons now. I focused on them, and the system asked if I wanted to fuse all 4. I said yes immediately. 3 icons disappeared. The remaining 1 transformed. The small, weak goblin image changed into something much bigger, wearing leather armor and shoulder guards. My eyes went wide. Something stronger was coming. The moment I fused the 4 bloodlines, heat rushed through my whole body. My muscles tightened, the fat around my waist disappeared, and I could actually see my abs. But the biggest change was my eyes. Even though it was nearly dark, everything around me looked sharp and clear. A mouse sneaking along the wall, a small child hiding behind his mother. I could see it all. I checked my panel. The bloodline had upgraded from common goblin to goblin warrior. I gained a new trait called low light vision, which lets me see clearly up to 30 meters in the dark. The old agility bonus was replaced by something better, sturdy, which raised both my strength and agility by 1. A real upgrade. Looking around the square with my new eyes, I could see that most villagers were scared. A few brave ones, led by the militia captain Jefferson, were willing to go after the missing girls, but their faces said everything. They had no real confidence. They were acting on emotion, not skill. Then Barry came back with 4 adventurers from Milltown. I studied them carefully. Their leader Thor carried a shield and sword with chainmail armor. Behind him were a dagger user in leather armor, a big man with a great sword on his back, and a young woman named Nia carrying a longbow and 2 quivers. The adventurers weren't eager to fight at night. The dagger user said it was too dangerous and not part of their plan. The greatsword man pointed out that Nia couldn't fight well without proper visibility. The two missing girls' families broke down crying and even offered more money, desperate for help. Nia softened first and suggested they at least hear more about the situation. Thor agreed and started asking villagers what they had seen. When Gates mentioned that I had killed 2 goblins and saved him, all 4 adventurers turned and looked at me. Thor was surprised when Gates told him I had killed 2 goblins. Then I admitted I had also killed 2 more on my own earlier. For total, the adventurers all stared at me. I felt a little uncomfortable, but I wasn't going to give them wrong information when they were heading out to save 2 girls. Thor did some quick math and figured there were probably around 15 goblins left in total. That was good news, just a small wandering group. The team agreed to go, though the dagger user Evans wasn't very happy about it. Thor asked for a few villagers to guide them through the fields. The 2 missing girls' fathers stepped up immediately, and so did Jefferson. I stood up and volunteered too, partly because Ruth and Lori were people I knew, but also because I had something I needed to test, a theory about my bloodline ability that required defeating more goblins. We set out with the villagers in front and the adventurers behind. About 10 minutes later, near the forest edge, Nia crouched down and told us to put out the torches. I already understood why. With my night vision, I had spotted goblin footprints coming from all directions, leading deeper into the trees. There were also drag marks. They had gathered here after their raids. Thor told us to wait outside while they handled it. But the 2 fathers begged to follow, and he allowed it. I had no problem with that either. Staying back meant fewer chances to collect bloodlines. We moved quietly through the forest until we spotted a cave entrance. Then suddenly a small figure bolted from the tall grass toward the cave. A scout. Nia shot it down before it could warn the others. With only about 10 goblins inside, Thor decided on a direct charge. The 3 melee fighters rushed the entrance and quickly cut down the first wave. Nia handled the one that slipped through. It was almost over. Then I saw a flash of blue-white light from deep inside the cave. A beam shot straight toward the 3 fighters at the entrance. Everything happened fast. Nia shouted a warning, but Thor and the others were too busy fighting to react in time. The beam hit Thor directly. When I looked over, his entire right arm and chest were covered in thick ice. He dropped his sword and could barely stand. Evans backed away in panic. The cave entrance was half open now. 5 more goblins poured out. 2 carried spears, and between them walked one that looked different, wearing a linen coat, moving with confidence. The adventurers recognized it immediately. A mutant goblin. Suddenly a fight that seemed easy had become very dangerous. A goblin was about to reach Nia, so I stepped in and knocked it down with my pitchfork. She thanked me, but my mind was already somewhere else. That beam of light, that was magic. Real magic. And if I could defeat the mutant goblin, maybe I could absorb its bloodline. Maybe I could get that power for myself. That thought alone pushed all the fear out of me. I wanted it badly. I did the math quickly. 8 of us against 5 goblins, even with Thor injured. We had good odds. I charged forward first. The 2 fathers followed when they saw me move. They weren't going to let a stranger outrun them when their daughters were inside. I took down another goblin fast. My upgraded body made every strike quicker and harder than before. The sudden push from all of us shook the goblins, including the mutant. It looked nervous and started raising its hand to cast another spell. Then Nia's arrow hit its arm. The mutant panicked, dropped everything, and ran into the bushes. Everyone else stayed to finish the remaining goblins or rush into the cave. Only I chased it. I kept my distance, still afraid of another spell. When it paused for a moment, I threw my pitchfork. It hit the shoulder. The goblin fell. I ran up, kicked it down, and stabbed it over and over until it stopped moving completely. When I finally stopped, I was breathing hard and my whole body ached. I looked down. The goblin was full of holes. I must have stabbed it at least 10 times. No wonder I was exhausted. Standing over the mutant goblin's body, I had one big worry. I didn't know exactly how my ability decided who got credit for a kill. If it required me to fight alone, then Nia's arrow hitting it first might have disqualified me. But if it only needed the final blow, then the bloodline was mine. Jefferson and Nia came running up behind me. Jefferson went quiet mid-sentence when he saw the body. Nia looked genuinely surprised too. I told them the goblin couldn't cast spells anymore after Nia's arrow hit it, giving her the credit she deserved. She smiled and told me I was too good to stay a farmer forever. I didn't know what to say to that. We went back to the cave. The other goblins were already defeated. Ruth and Lori were alive, holding on to their fathers and shaking with fear. Their clothes were torn, but they were okay. I was relieved, but also deeply unsettled thinking about what could have happened if we had arrived even a day later. I pushed the thought away. On the walk back, the adventurers ahead were grumbling about their bad luck running into a mutant goblin. I tuned them out and quietly checked my panel for slots, all filled with goblin icons. But no mutant goblin anywhere. My heart sank for a second. Then I spotted something new, a small inventory icon in the corner. When I focused on it, 16 slots opened up. The first 2 held an ordinary goblin and the mutant goblin in its linen coat. I had gotten it. I wanted to celebrate, but kept my face calm with people all around me. I decided not to activate the mutant bloodline yet. Strange physical changes in front of these adventurers would raise too many questions. Instead, I moved the Goblin Warrior icon out of my active slots into the inventory. Instantly, my muscles softened, my belly came back, and my night vision disappeared. I felt like a completely different person, but I had a theory to test. I placed 4 ordinary goblin icons into the 4 active slots and told the system to fuse them. The 4 goblin icons fused just like before, giving me a second Goblin Warrior bloodline. I immediately tried placing both Goblin Warrior icons into active slots at the same time. The system blocked it. 2 bloodlines of the same level couldn't stack. A little disappointing, but I had already expected it. Still, I figured out something important. I didn't need to defeat a Goblin Warrior myself to get its bloodline. I just needed 4 ordinary goblins, and the fusion would handle the rest. Keep going up that chain long enough, and maybe one day I could absorb the bloodline of a goblin chief, or even a goblin king. We arrived back at the village to cheering and celebration. Thor told the chief they had to leave immediately so he could see a healer for his frozen arm. Before the adventurers walked away, Nia turned around and told me that if I ever wanted to become an adventurer, I could find her team in Dawn City. I was surprised she thought that highly of me. The dagger user, Evans, looked a little embarrassed. He had held back during the fight while I had charged in. I could tell it bothered him. After the adventurers left, Ruth and Lori's families came to thank me. Seeing their relief and gratitude, something stirred inside me. I thought about a saying from my old life, that real strength means protecting the people who can't protect themselves. It felt true in that moment. Both Ren's life and my own past life had been shaped by kindness from others. That probably explains why this feeling hit so deeply. Back home, I shut the door, lit the lamp, and finally activated the mutant goblin bloodline. The moment I pressed the icon, a complex pattern appeared in my mind, and I instantly understood how to cast the spell, Frost Ray. My panel updated. I now had 2 active bloodlines, Goblin Warrior and Cold Enhanced Goblin. The new traits included Frost Affinity, and below the bloodline section was a separate slot showing Frost Ray as an active spell ability. So that's how it works. Passive traits like Strength and Night Vision come from the bloodline itself, but special attacks like Frost Ray appear as their own usable skills. If I keep defeating monsters with unique abilities, I'll keep collecting their powers. My future skills might all be monster abilities. Honestly, I was fine with that. I needed to test the Frost Ray spell before sleeping. I didn't want to go outside and risk being seen, so I hung an old broken iron pot on the kitchen door frame and stepped back a few paces. I raised my hand just like the mutant goblin had done, focused my thoughts, and fired. A blue-white beam shot from my hand and missed completely. It hit the door instead, spreading a wide patch of frost across the wood. Still, seeing the power of it up close made me excited. The frost was far colder than normal ice. I stepped back and tried again. This time I hit the pot directly. But the moment the spell landed, my head started spinning and my temples ached. 2 casts was apparently my limit. That made sense. The mutant goblin had only fired it twice too. Not unlimited, but still powerful enough to change a fight completely. Too tired and too excited to sleep, I lay on my bed and stared at the ceiling. I had made my decision. I was going to Milltown and becoming an adventurer. It was the only way to keep hunting monsters, collecting bloodlines, and growing stronger. With the Adventurers Guild, I could learn which monsters were best for someone at my level and plan things properly from there. By the time the sky started getting light, I finally fell asleep. In the morning, I went straight to Chief Kale and told him I was leaving to become an adventurer. He was surprised, but after a moment he nodded and told me to say goodbye to everyone first. Within 10 minutes, most of the village had gathered. Gates, still hobbling on a cane, handed me a heavy pouch of coins and told me to buy a proper sword. Jefferson gave me an old leather vest he had kept in good condition for years. The village children brought copper buttons for armor. Chief Kale came forward with coins collected from the whole village, enough for a helmet, and tied the pouch to my belt with a double knot. He also told me to visit his sister Rona at the Oak Inn in Milltown if I needed a place to stay. I walked out of the village with 3 pouches hanging from my belt. I had planned to sell my farmland for gear money, but I didn't need to anymore. The villagers had given me more than the land was worth. The morning sun stretched my shadow long down the road. I felt the weight of those coins, but even more than that, I felt the weight of everything the people of Oak Village were hoping for me. Milltown came into view after about 2 hours of walking. The town sat between mountains to the north and a famous snow-capped peak to the northwest. To the southwest were copper mines, including the largest one in the kingdom, full of tunnels and reportedly home to kobold tribes deep inside. All of this meant the town attracted plenty of adventurers, which was exactly why I was heading there. My first stop was the Oak Inn. Chief Kale's sister Rona ran it, and the moment I mentioned Oak Village, she recognized me as Old Henry's boy. She gave me a great deal, a room with 3 meals a day for 60 copper coins a month. After dropping off my things, I went to the blacksmith. I couldn't afford the fancy weapon shop, so I went to the cheaper forge instead. Half an hour later, I walked out with a spear, a one-handed sword, and an oak shield with an iron rim. I looked like a real adventurer for the first time. It cost most of my money, though, only 7 silver and 12 copper left. I knew I had to be careful about how I used my abilities. Frost Ray was powerful, but I could only cast it twice before my head started hurting badly. And since I needed to land the killing blow to absorb a bloodline, joining a team as a back row mage wouldn't work for me. I needed to be in the fight directly. The Adventurers Guild was easy to find, a tall 3-story building with white stone walls. Inside it was loud and crowded, people shouting to recruit teammates, others huddled quietly over plans, most gathered around notice boards picking jobs. I got in line and registered. The fee was 1 silver coin plus 20 copper for the year. I gave my name as Reen Farrell and listed Chief Kale as my emergency contact. Then I asked the receptionist where I could learn combat skills. She pointed me to a corridor on the left, where a warrior trainer named Hembert Burntbeard taught for a fee. She mentioned that most small branches didn't even have a dedicated trainer, so Milltown was actually well equipped. I stood there thinking, a warrior trainer. That was a start. The receptionist handed me my badge, smooth and hard like porcelain, with my name engraved on the back. She told me to keep it safe and suggested I stick to basic quests and find companions for safety. I thanked her and headed toward the training yard. On the way, I studied the adventurers in the hall. Most carried shields, heavy weapons, or powerful bows. After thinking it through, I realized that spellcasters were rare and clearly respected in teams. Regular fighters seemed to struggle to find work. That meant being known as a spellcaster could get me into a team faster. But first I needed time to learn, practice, and understand how things worked here. I walked through the corridor into a large, open courtyard with scarecrows, wooden dummies, and practice targets. In the corner sat a heavy metal warhammer. Standing in the middle of it all was the trainer, and I was surprised to realize he was a dwarf. Shorter than me by half a head, but his arms were thicker than my thighs. He had a thick red mustache and 3 long braided chin hairs. His name was Hembert, and he wasn't gentle. He was already scolding a student for holding his shield wrong, comparing his stance to a woman carrying a pumpkin. A blonde girl with a ponytail approached me. Her name was Leia, Hembert's assistant. She asked what I wanted to learn and walked me through the options. She recommended a spear and shield combination for new adventurers. The shield blocks ranged attacks, and the spear has longer reach than a sword. A bow would take too long to learn properly. A crossbow was decent but hard to reload mid-fight. I asked about the warhammer hanging at Hembert's side. Leia said it was his specialty, but he had very high standards for it, and most new adventurers didn't meet them. Looking around the yard, I could see everyone was practicing spears and swords. Nobody was touching the hammer. I decided on spear and shield. I already had experience with a pitchfork, so the thrusting motion felt natural to me. It made the most sense as a starting point. I chose spear and shield. The shield made sense for safety. It could block swords, arrows, and even spells. And since Hembert was skilled with shields, it was a good chance to learn properly. The training cost 2 silver for spear thrusts and 3 silver for shield blocking, 1 month each. Not cheap, but worth it. Hembert tested me right away by asking me to thrust at a straw dummy. I hit it hard and sent straw flying. He seemed surprised and asked if I had trained before. I told him the closest thing was using a pitchfork. He said my power and speed were good, but my aim and control needed work. He also said I should start practicing one-handed thrusts right away if I planned to use a shield at the same time. Then he moved to shield demonstration. He picked up a heavy steel shield, knelt down low, arm bent across his chest, and explained the key idea. Blocking is about reducing force, not pushing back hard. He had a student attack him with a great sword to show the technique. Each time, Hembert barely moved, adjusting the shield angle slightly to redirect the force downward. Sparks flew, but his arm stayed completely still. It was impressive. I couldn't help wondering why someone that skilled was teaching in a small town like this. I let the thought go and focused on practicing. For the next 2 weeks, I kept a simple routine. Every morning, I went to the forest outside town, activated my cold-enhanced goblin bloodline, practiced Frost Ray twice until my head hurt, then went to the guild to train with the spear and shield until nightfall. I also tried hunting field mice, rabbits, and even a wolf to see if I could absorb their bloodlines. Nothing worked. It seemed like only monsters counted, or maybe only humanoid creatures like goblins. After half a month, my aim with Frost Ray had improved a lot. I could now hit a tree trunk 20 meters away reliably. But I noticed something strange. When I removed the cold-enhanced goblin icon from my active slots, my ability to cast the spell almost disappeared. The memory of how to do it became very faint. Then I looked more carefully at my Frost Affinity trait. It increased ice spell power by 10% and made learning ice spells 20% faster. That gave me an idea. What if I found more cold-type monsters and stacked that trait higher? That could be a much faster way to learn magic properly. I started thinking about how to level up my Frost Affinity faster. The monster guide mentioned winter wolves, powerful ice-type creatures with very high Frost Affinity and freezing breath. If I could absorb one's bloodline, my ice magic learning speed would jump dramatically. That became a goal for later. Training continued every day. I practiced shield blocking with a cheerful, round-faced boy named Robin, who became my regular sparring partner. One morning, a strong young man came from Dorn City specifically to learn Hembert's Warhammer techniques. The test was simple. Lift the hammer and ring a bell 2 meters high without hitting the wall. He failed. I had quietly tried it myself on my 3rd day here. Even with my Goblin Warrior strength boost, controlling that hammer precisely enough was nearly impossible. At night, I studied the monster guide I had bought for 2 silver coins. It covered 13 common monsters around Milltown. I spent a lot of time on the boarmen, stocky, powerful, challenge level 1. Getting their bloodline would give me a serious strength boost. But challenge level 1 was far above goblins, so I needed to be careful. Over the next 2 weeks, I joined Robin's temporary team for 2 small goblin hunts. No goblin warriors, no mutants. Safe, but unremarkable. Still, I learned something important about my ability. I couldn't just land the final blow on a weakened enemy. I had to actually dominate the fight myself. Taking advantage of a monster already beaten by someone else wouldn't work. My plan stayed the same. Hunt 4 ordinary boarmen, fuse their bloodlines into a boar warrior bloodline, and combine that with my goblin warrior bloodline and my new combat training. That would make me genuinely strong among lower-level adventurers. Then one morning, I saw a new quest on the board. 2 boarmen spotted near Berry Village. 30 silver coins reward. Recommended for a level 3 white porcelain team. Too difficult for me alone, and most teams avoided quests above their level. I turned to leave. Then, right around the corner, I overheard a small group talking. Their archer had gone to Dorn City. They needed a replacement for the boarmen quest. I stopped and turned around. There were 4 of them. The leader was a tall woman, around 1.75 meters, carrying a large bow and wearing leather armor. She looked mature and confident, clearly the one in charge. Beside her stood a warrior in scale armor with a kite shield, another fighter with a round shield and crossbow at his waist, and a young man in leather quietly spinning a dagger between his fingers. Their gear was impressive. These were serious adventurers. But they needed an archer, and I wasn't one. I hesitated for a moment, then decided to try anyway. I walked over and told the round shield fighter, whose name turned out to be Chris, that I couldn't use a bow, but I could attack from a distance. He looked at my spear and basic shield and was about to dismiss me. Then I mentioned I knew a spell. His entire attitude changed instantly. He grabbed my wrist and practically dragged me over to the captain. When he announced I was a mage apprentice, everyone went quiet. Even the dagger guy fumbled and nearly dropped it. The captain introduced herself as Leah Olson. She shook my hand. Her palm was covered in bow calluses and apologized for asking me to prove myself. She said finding a mage apprentice without a team in Milltown was rarer than finding a mutated goblin. I thought to myself that she had that comparison slightly backwards. We walked to a small forest nearby, one I already knew well from my daily practice. I pointed at a tree trunk about 18 meters away and asked if I could use it as a target. Leah nodded, clearly curious whether my aim was actually that good. I raised my hand and fired. The blue-white beam flew straight and hit exactly where I had pointed. The trunk cracked and frosted over instantly. Everyone recognized it at the same time and said it together, freezing ray. On the walk to the forest, the others had been quietly guessing what spell I knew. Chris thought I probably had something weak like Mage's Hand. The dagger user Fabian guessed Charm Person, which would explain why I wanted to demonstrate in the woods. Even Leah had been hoping for something useful like a fire spell. When the freezing ray hit the tree, all their guesses were wrong in the best possible way. Chris walked up to touch the frozen trunk, clearly impressed. He asked if I had any bad habits, which Leah quickly shut down. She told me she was glad to have me and that she already had a plan for how to use my spell in the fight. I decided to be honest about one limitation. I could only cast it twice in a row. I actually managed 3 times now after practice, but I kept that to myself. Leah didn't seem worried at all. She said that was normal for an apprentice mage, which reassured me. I was closer to that level than I had thought. When they asked where I learned the spell, I told a prepared story about a bard who had stayed in Oak Village and given it to me as a gift. Everyone nodded and accepted it easily. Apparently, bards secretly being powerful mages in disguise is a common enough story that nobody questioned it. Chris wanted to celebrate at the local bar that night, but Leah said no. We were leaving early in the morning and needed to be sharp. I agreed completely. Boar men were nothing like goblins. I used the rest of the day to learn more about my new teammates through casual conversation. Leah impressed me. Confident, strong, clearly the reason this team functioned so well. The next morning I arrived early, but everyone was already there. What surprised me was the carriage waiting on the road. 2 horses, a proper coachman, much better than the cramped ox carts I had taken on my previous 2 missions. As we rode southwest toward Berry Village, I watched the golden rice fields and green forests passing outside through the carriage cover. For the first time since leaving Oak Village, things felt like they were moving in the right direction. Inside the carriage, Leah laid out the plan. Fabian would scout ahead and find the best spot. Chris would pour water on the ground. I would freeze it with frost ray to create a slippery ice surface. Once the boarmen fell, Leah would draw one away with her mobility while the rest of us focused on killing the other quickly. Then we would all gang up on the second one together. I felt a little worried looking at Leah. Leather armor was not much protection against a boarman. Chris noticed my concern and told me not to worry. Leah was almost a fully ranked professional. That surprised me. From what I had learned in Milltown, a professional could realistically fight a boarman alone. Suddenly the plan made much more sense. Leah reminded everyone to avoid close combat with the boarmen. I had read about them in the monster guide. Stocky as a black bear, huge pig head, curved tusks that could kill or seriously injure anyone they hooked into, arms twice as thick as a normal man, skin covered in dried mud that made them hard to wound with small weapons. I agreed completely. Distance and poison-tipped crossbow bolts were the smart approach. We arrived near the sighting area about 3 hours before noon. Since nobody had gotten close enough for a clear look, we needed to search ourselves. Fabian jumped off the cart and disappeared into the forest to track them. Leah picked a spot near the tree-line to set the ambush. Chris carried the water buckets over. Then everything changed. A cuckoo call came from the trees. Fabian signaled that he had already made contact. The boarmen had smelled us first. The careful tracking plan was gone. We were face to face right now. Lee's expression barely changed. She gave orders calmly. Chris, pour the water. I freeze it on her signal. 2 seconds before the boarman reaches the spot. Chris and Grande stay ready to back me up if anything went wrong. We all moved behind the nearest trees. The sound of snapping branches was getting closer. Fabian burst out of the forest first, moving fast and light on his feet. Right behind him came the two boarmen, crashing through the trees. Seeing them in person for the first time was different from the monster guide. They were massive, nearly 1.8 meters tall, arms as thick as thighs, each carrying a large wooden hammer. Not something to take lightly. Leo whispered for me to get ready. I waited until both boarmen hit the wet ground Chris had prepared, then fired. The frost ray spread quickly across the mud and froze it solid. Both boarmen slipped and crashed down hard. Leah had already drawn her bow. She released immediately and drove a thick arrow deep into one boarman's chest. Even with her 150-pound draw weight and precise strike technique, she couldn't punch through completely. That told me everything about how tough these creatures were. But it hurt enough to send the boarman into a rage. Eyes turning red, it ripped out the arrow shaft and charged straight at her. The second boarman tried to stand but took 3 poison-tipped crossbow bolts from Chris and Grande, face and neck. It stayed focused on us while Leah drew the first one away. The plan was working. I wanted the bloodline badly, but I wasn't about to charge a raging boarman with just a spear. I helped surround it with the others. Fabian hit its neck with another bolt. Chris stabbed between its ribs. Then the boarman swung its hammer at Chris and sent him stumbling back 2 steps even through his shield. Grande jumped in to block the next swing while Fabian stabbed from behind. I dropped my shield, grabbed my spear with both hands, and drove it hard into the boarman's neck from the side. I felt the resistance through the shaft as the tip pushed through thick skin and muscle. Blood poured out. I pulled back and stabbed twice more quickly, just to be sure. When the boarman dropped, I immediately checked my panel. The bloodline icon was there, a strong tusked boarman with a tall mane. I exhaled slowly. I had it. Then from somewhere deeper in the forest came a completely different roar. Lower, angrier, much stronger than anything we had just heard. Everyone froze and looked toward the trees. Another boarman, and this one sounded like it was not the same as the 2 we had just fought. A third boarman. Fabian grumbled about the guild's unreliable information, but nobody looked truly panicked. Chris quickly asked if I could use Frost Ray one more time. I said yes. The plan was simple. Repeat what worked before. I asked about Leah. Chris started to answer calmly. Then his expression suddenly went very serious mid-sentence. I looked up. What came out of the forest was nothing like the 2 we had just fought. Over 2 meters tall, built like a bulldozer. Instead of a rough wooden club, it carried a heavy metal hammer covered in gleaming spikes. It wore simple armor and had a small flag stuck on its back. A boar warrior. Challenge level 2. Roughly equal to 3 normal boarmen combined. Everyone else went pale. I was scared too, but honestly, a big part of what I felt was excitement. A boar warrior bloodline. That was something completely different from anything I had absorbed so far. But I kept that thought to myself and focused on the others. Surprisingly, nobody ran. Chris immediately started shouting orders. Fabian disrupt with the crossbow. Grande go left. He goes right. I keep casting. He even taunted the boar warrior directly to draw its attention. I gained a lot of respect for this team in that moment. The boar warrior was furious, roaring about his dead subordinates. When it charged, I fired the frost ray at the muddy ground just ahead of it. The ice spread fast, but the boar warrior saw it coming. Instead of running straight through, it twisted its path and skirted around the edge of the ice sheet, then lowered its head and charged Chris like a bull. Chris dropped into his best shield stance and braced with both hands. The impact sent him flying anyway. He slid meters across the grass before stopping. His kite shield had 2 deep tusk holes punched through it, and his left arm was bent the wrong way. Broken. 1 hit. One experienced fighter was basically done. Fabian had been ready to shoot the crossbow the moment the warrior slipped on the ice. But it never slipped. His timing was completely off now. Things had just gotten much worse. Nobody could retreat. If we ran, Leo would be caught between the boar warrior and the remaining boarman from behind. That meant certain death. So we stayed. The boar warrior raised its spiked hammer to crush Chris while he was still getting up. I raised my hand to fire my last frost ray, but before I could, Grande stepped in front of Chris and blocked the blow. A silver crossbow bolt from someone had distracted the warrior just enough that the swing only pushed Grande back 2 steps instead of killing him. Grande shouted at us to grab Chris and run while he held it off. Something about that moment hit me hard. Grande was putting himself between us and a level 2 monster to buy us time. I fired. My third frost ray, the one I had been hiding, hit the boar warrior directly in the eye. It screamed and staggered, clutching its face as white frost spread from the eye socket up to its forehead. Blind in one eye now, but still standing and still furious. That shot changed everything. Fabian's panic turned to fierce determination. He curved wide around the warrior's side, leapt into the air, and drove his dagger down toward the neck, a wanderer's skill called backstab, aimed straight at the carotid artery. One hit there would end it. The warrior sensed it at the last second and turned. The dagger missed the artery and buried into the thick trapezius muscle at the shoulder instead. Serious, but not fatal. Then the warrior's arm muscles clamped down on the blade. Fabian couldn't pull it free fast enough. The warrior's arm swung like a hammer and sent him flying meters through the air. He hit the ground hard, blood at his mouth, face white. The warrior turned toward Fabian to finish him. That was its mistake. Grande came in from the blind side and drove his sword with full force into its ribs. Normally the warrior would have blocked it easily, but one eye was gone. Fabian's dagger and poison were already working through its body, and the distraction gave Grande the opening he needed. The blade punched through leather armor and into the abdomen. Chris and Fabian stared with wide eyes. For the first time since this thing appeared, it looked like we might actually win. It looked like we had him. Then the boar warrior grabbed Grande's sword blade with its bare hand, bleeding heavily but holding firm, and swung its hammer down on Grande anyway. Sparks flew off the shield, but the force sent Grande flying back meters, spitting blood. He lost his sword. Without a weapon, a warrior is nearly helpless. The hope on Chris and Fabian's faces disappeared again. I had one move left to make. Right after firing my third frost ray, I had quietly slotted in the normal Boarman bloodline I had just collected. The change hit me fast and hard. My shoulder muscles swelled, my upper body thickened, and raw strength flooded through me. My nose exploded with smells all at once: soil, pine, blood, the warrior's foul breath, everything layered on top of each other. It took me a few seconds just to steady myself. New traits appeared: brute force, thick skin, and keen sense of smell. No time to read them properly. The boar warrior was distracted, pulling Grande's sword from its own stomach. I ran in from behind and drove my spear into its lower back with everything I had. The warrior screamed. The spear tip buried deep. Chris stared at me like he was seeing me for the first time. He immediately snapped at Fabian and Grande to use their crossbows and aim for the warrior's remaining good eye. He had realized I was much stronger in close combat than any apprentice mage had any right to be. But that question could wait. Right now we had a real chance. Meanwhile, far behind us, Leah had finally finished off her boarman with an armor-piercing arrow to the chest after chasing it down for nearly 2 minutes. She had heard the strange screams from our direction and started running back fast, worried something had gone badly wrong. When she arrived at the ambush point, breathing hard, she stopped completely still. She was staring at me driving my spear into the neck of a flag-bearing boar warrior. The boar warrior was slowing down. Every step reopened the wound in its lower back, and Fabian's poison was spreading through its body. Its fighting strength was maybe 30 or 40% of what it had been. I stayed on its blind side, moving carefully while Chris and the others kept firing crossbow bolts at its one remaining eye to force it to flinch and cover up. I found my opening and drove the spear into its left side. Another deep wound. That was the last straw. Its legs gave out. I moved to its neck and finished it. When Leah arrived and saw what had happened, she stood completely still for a moment. Chris joked that they had been planning to help her, but she finished too quickly. She looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Grande said something that stayed with me. He said most mages run when things go wrong, but I had stayed and fought. He called me a true warrior. I felt embarrassed hearing that, partly because I knew the boar warrior bloodline had been part of my reason for staying. When he asked me to choose between heaven and the warrior's path, I told him I hoped we'd never have to choose at all. Leah looked at me and said she admired my close combat skills for a mage apprentice. I told her magic has limits, so having a backup made sense. The loot was disappointing, Boarmen spend everything on food and have little worth taking. But the mission reward was good. 2 ordinary boarmen and 1 warrior came to 100 silver total, meaning my share was around 20 silver coins. Then Fabian found something strange. The boar warrior was wearing a leather vest with tight, neat stitching, nothing like the rough work boarmen normally do. And the warrior's body had fresh, heavy hammer wounds from the past week or two, the kind made by their own tribe's weapons. Fabian and I both came to the same conclusion. Something was happening inside the Deadwater Valley tribe. A civil conflict maybe, but it wasn't our problem to solve. We loaded the body onto the cart and decided to report it to the guild and let the Black Iron adventurers handle it. On the ride back, I checked my new traits from the ordinary boarman bloodline. Brute strength gave me +2 to strength. Thick hide gave +2 to constitution and 20% resistance to poison and piercing attacks. That explained why the boarmen shrugged off poison bolts so well. And keen smell started at level 2. Probably because pigs naturally have better noses than most animals. Chris squeezed my shoulder with his good hand and said my weapon looked too simple for someone as strong as me. I just smiled. I couldn't exactly explain that my muscles had recently gotten bigger. The others fell asleep one by one. Only Leah and I stayed awake. She asked if I planned to become a magic knight, a special role combining fighting and magic. I had never heard of it. I told her I hadn't decided yet. She nodded and said becoming a professional came first anyway. Then I turned toward her slightly and asked if she was really unhurt, because I could smell blood on her. Her face went red, and she turned to look out the window without answering. A few seconds later I understood what that meant and felt embarrassed myself. The afternoon sun came through the gaps in the cart cover. With the fight behind me and the warmth on my face, I slowly closed my eyes. The carriage rolled into Mill Town as the sun went down. Back at the guild, Leah spoke with the receptionist, who quickly went to get someone. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man with a mustache came down from the second floor. It was Ramsay Wood, the branch leader of the Milltown Adventurers Guild. Fabian whispered that to me. I hadn't recognized him. Ramsay apologized to Leah for the bad information that had put us in danger. Leah accepted his apology calmly, but made clear the team deserved proper compensation. He offered a 50% increase on the full reward, including payment for the intelligence about the Deadwater Valley tribe. Leah accepted. Ramsay examined the leather vest on the boar warrior's body and confirmed what Fabian and I had guessed. The stitching was machine-made, something the boar tribe could never produce themselves. He said the guild would immediately issue a Black Iron level mission to investigate. The final reward came out to 2 gold coins and 25 silver, far more than anything I had seen posted in the lower hall. After deducting Chris's healing costs and the carriage fee, 210 silver remained. Leah suggested giving me an extra 10 silver for turning the tide of the battle. I told her to split it equally instead. Everyone had fought bravely. Nobody ran when the boar warrior appeared. Chris and Grande had both taken serious hits staying in the fight. Leah patted my shoulder and said no. Outstanding performance deserved a reward, otherwise nobody would push themselves next time. I understood then why she was the leader. It wasn't just her strength. Everyone else received 40 silver. I received 50. Chris said it was the most he had earned in 2 years as an adventurer. Fabian and Grande said the same. I held the heavy pouch and felt genuinely happy, but my mind was already somewhere else. With this money, I could upgrade my gear properly. But first, I needed to try activating the boar warrior bloodline. Chris asked about celebrating with a feast that night. Leah said no, 2 weeks after his arm healed. Everyone agreed. We said goodbye and went our separate ways. I walked back to the oak and feeling excited. Tonight, I was finally going to find out what a boar warrior bloodline felt like. I took off my shirt and stood in front of the mirror before activating the boar warrior bloodline. I wanted to see exactly what happened. The moment I pressed the icon, my muscles changed fast. Trapezius, shoulders, arms, chest, everything thickened and grew. By the time it stopped, I looked like a completely different person, built like a professional fighter from my old world. I checked my panel. All 4 bloodline slots were now active. Goblin Warrior, Cold Enhanced Goblin, Ordinary Boarman, and Boar Warrior. My strength and constitution had both jumped to +3. Agility and perception each went up by 1 as well. 2 new things caught my attention. The first was hammer specialization, a passive trait that gave 10% extra damage with any hammer weapon and made learning hammer techniques 20% faster. That came from the Boar Warrior, who carried a spiked warhammer. Immediately, I thought of Hembert's test in the training yard. If I could pass it now with my increased strength, I could learn proper hammer techniques from a dwarf master. That was too good to ignore. The second was a new active ability called Savage Charge. Within 15 meters, I could rush a target at speed. If my strength exceeded theirs, they would be knocked back. A big enough difference could break bones or stun them. The system had adapted it from the Goblin Warrior's Tusk Charge, since I had no tusks. Interesting that it appeared under spell-like abilities rather than combat skills. I also realized I no longer needed the ordinary goblin icon in my third slot. I moved it to the inventory and checked. Nothing changed on my panel. That confirmed it. Higher-level bloodlines of the same type completely replaced the lower ones. The only exception was the Cold-Enhanced Goblin, which was a mutation and couldn't be overwritten by the standard Goblin Warrior. Then something clicked. The reason I couldn't fuse the Cold-Enhanced Goblin with the Goblin Warrior might not be a permanent limitation. It might be because my Goblin Warrior bloodline was already formed through fusion once, and the system blocked a second fusion. If I found another Goblin Warrior bloodline from scratch, maybe it would work differently. I started thinking about finding a medium-sized goblin group where warriors appear naturally. But I caught myself. I had just gained new abilities and hadn't even practiced them yet. Savage Charge, hammer skills. I needed to test these properly before rushing into another fight. 2 successful bloodline gains in quick succession had made me overconfident. Plan for tomorrow, practice Savage Charge in the morning, then go find Hembert and ask about hammer training. I looked in the mirror again and shook my head. Before going anywhere public, I needed to buy new chainmail. My body had changed so dramatically that anyone who knew me before would do a double take. Showing up at the guild looking like a completely different person without any explanation would raise too many questions. Early the next morning, I went to the forest clearing to test Savage Charge for the first time. The moment I thought about using it, my body naturally shifted into the right stance, feet apart, knees bent, left shoulder forward. Then I pushed off and sprinted straight into a small tree. It snapped on impact. My shoulder hurt badly afterward. Force works both ways, and unlike a boar man, I had no thick fur or tough hide to absorb it. I would need a proper impact shoulder guard. I spent the next 10 minutes charging into a larger tree repeatedly, testing the limits. My left shoulder turned red, and I was breathing hard by the end. But I learned 3 useful things. First, I could manage about 12 charges total before running out of stamina and mental energy combined, meaning no more than 6 in an actual fight. Second, I should limit it to 3 charges in any fight where I also needed to use Frost Ray. Third, I could adjust my direction slightly mid-charge, maybe 20 to 30 degrees, which made the ability much more flexible than a straight-line rush. I also realized I needed better head protection. The Boar Warrior had tusks, a steel-hard skull crest, and thick bone, natural armor for charging. I had none of that. A basic nose guard left too much of the face exposed. I thought about a pig nose helmet, full iron coverage with a rounded cone at the mouth and honeycomb holes for breathing. Strong protection. Then I considered a cowhorn helmet for maximizing charge impact, but it covered less of the head. I hadn't decided yet. Half an hour later, I walked into Milltown's weapon and armor shop for the first time. Last time I had gone to the cheaper blacksmith because money was tight. This time was different. The Boarman quest had paid me 50 silver coins, more than 2 years of savings for a hard-working farmer. I was ready to spend it properly. I walked into the Iron Forge workshop and spent time carefully comparing my options. After weighing the costs and the shop's buyback policy, I settled on a half-body chainmail, a horned helmet, and a kite shield with a metal spike added to the center. Total came to 52 silver coins. The old shopkeeper quietly rounded down the price without me even asking, and threw in a free first maintenance for the chainmail. I walked out feeling the weight of real armor for the first time. It felt completely different from leather. The extra strength and constitution from my bloodlines meant carrying all this gear didn't slow me down at all. I was already thinking ahead, save enough money, buy proper plate armor, eventually get everything custom-made. Back at the inn, I changed into a loose linen shirt to hide my changed body shape, then headed to the guild training yard. Leia noticed immediately that I looked different. I told her it was just the age when muscles grow. She seemed to half believe it, but didn't push further. When I told her I wanted to ask Humbert about learning to use the war hammer, her eyes went wide. She wished me luck without trying to talk me out of it. I approached Humbert and told him directly I wanted to take his test. He studied me carefully, noticed the change in my posture, and nodded toward the hammer in the corner. The moment I gripped the handle, something felt right. The hammer specialization trait. I could actually feel it. My arm muscles flexed, and I lifted the 70 or 80-pound hammer with one hand without struggling. Then I looked up at the bell 2 meters high on the wall, swung the hammer overhead, and tapped it cleanly. The yard went quiet for a second, then everyone started cheering. Humbert told me to follow him. He led me to his private indoor training room and closed the door. Then he asked if I knew why he set such a high standard for teaching the warhammer. I guessed it was about protecting the dwarf reputation. He shook his head. It wasn't that. The reason, he said, was career paths. That caught me completely off guard. I had been planning to ask him about careers carefully once I knew him better. Now he was bringing it up himself. I leaned forward and asked him what he meant. Humbert explained why he set such a high bar for teaching the warhammer. It wasn't about money or reputation. It was about time. Humans have short lives compared to dwarves. Teaching someone with no talent for the hammer would waste years they could spend mastering something better suited to them. That opened up a bigger conversation about careers. He explained that mastering 3 combat skills related to a weapon type usually led to understanding a specific class. Dwarves using one-handed hammers and shields could become shield hammer warriors. Those preferring two-handed hammers. That opened up a bigger conversation about careers. He explained that mastering 3 combat skills related to a weapon type usually led to understanding a specific class. Dwarves using one-handed hammers and shields could become shield hammer warriors. Those preferring two-handed hammers became giant hammer warriors. I still had a third question burning in my mind. What happens if someone learns both combat skills and magic? But Humbert moved on before I could ask. I told myself there would be other chances. Then the lesson began. He showed me how to hold the hammer, fingers loose, not gripping tight, letting the hammer become an extension of the arm. Force comes from the waist and legs, not the arms alone. He compared it to blacksmithing, which is why so many great warriors come from that background. Thanks to my hammer specialization trait, I picked up the basics much faster than Humbert expected. He looked genuinely surprised and joked that if I didn't look so human, he might suspect dwarf blood somewhere in my family. Afterward, I went to Leia to pay for the lessons. She told me Humbert never charged for hammer training. When I asked why, she hesitated, then quietly told me that years ago Humbert had lost a companion, a human female priest, on an expedition to Lanket Snow Mountain. He had stayed in Milltown ever since, teaching for free. She asked me not to bring it up in front of him. I promised I wouldn't. Over the next few weeks, with the team resting while Chris healed, I focused entirely on hammer training. I spent down to my last 2 silver coins paying for combat skill lessons, but it was worth it. Humbert's tone toward me softened as he watched me improve. Then one day he told me I was ready for my first real combat skill. He hung a rough iron chest plate on a wooden dummy, picked up a pointed double-headed hammer, and told me to watch carefully. The skill was called armor break. My first real combat skill. I felt genuinely excited. Humbert's demonstration of armor break was something I had never seen before. He stomped the ground. His whole body coiled like a spring, then unleashed everything through his hammer arm in one motion. The pointed tip punched straight through the iron plate on the dummy like it was paper, sending iron shavings flying across the room like a shotgun blast. I wanted to learn it immediately. He explained that combat skills work like performance levels. The higher your mastery, the more powerful the technique, but also the more strain on your body. Non-professionals could still use combat skills at a lower mastery level and get real results. It was enough for now. Over the next 2 weeks, I focused entirely on these lessons. By the end, I had learned 2 skills: armor break at around 80% mastery, and shield bash, which I had just started and was only at 60%. Humbert told me multiple times I had real talent. Still, reaching the mastery level needed for a class change was a long way off. I kept practicing. I still hadn't gotten an answer to my third question. What class would I become if I mastered combat skills and magic both? Humbert didn't know. I decided I needed to find a knowledgeable mage at some point. Chris had healed, so the team gathered at the fireplace bar to celebrate. Leah and Chris arrived first. Fabian and Grande came in next. Everyone looked around for me. I walked through the entrance in my horned helmet and chainmail, broad-shouldered and built like a bear. The whole bar turned to look. People nearby whispered about a barbarian adventurer showing up in Milltown. My teammates had no idea who I was. When I greeted Chris by name, he jumped out of his chair. He stared at me in complete disbelief and asked if I had taken some kind of medicine to get this big in just half a month. Meanwhile, everyone else also widened their eyes in surprise. Ryan took off his horned helmet, revealing a face everyone recognized. "Oh my gosh, it's really you, Ryan." Fabian's dagger almost slipped from his hand. "Half a month apart. Ryan, you've almost changed into a different person," Gran said calmly, glancing at Ryan a few more times. Hee. Maybe I've been growing taller recently, and I've been doing a lot of strength training with Instructor Hembert, so that's why I look different," Ryan said with a smile. "Training with Instructor Hembert? Ryan, did you learn to use a warhammer from him?" Compared to Ryan's change in appearance, this news shocked everyone even more. After all, Hembert, the only professional trainer in Milltown, was quite famous. Many warriors and apprentices from nearby towns and even Dorn City came to Milltown hoping to learn from Hembert, especially for warhammer skills, which are very demanding. Few people are known to have learned warhammer techniques from Hembert. Ryan's words immediately shifted everyone's attention to this matter, rather than his appearance. "Well, I was lucky to pass Hembert's test." Ryan briefly explained some details. Actually, when Hembert knew that Rain would be going on a mission in the next 2 days, he gave Rain a metal warhammer. One end was pointed, the other flat. It looked dull and unremarkable, but in fact, this was the hammer Rain used in the training room. It was also the most comfortable warhammer for Rain to use. According to Hembert, he was responsible for guiding Rain into the training, but mastering combat skills still required personal effort and constant practice. And real combat was the best way to improve. "All right, stop crowding around Rain. Let's order first. Rain, since you were the hero last time, you go ahead and choose first." "It's my treat," Leia said with a smile, handing the menu to Rain. "Captain, you go ahead." "This is my first time here," Rain said politely, waving his hand to decline. "How about trying this restaurant's signature dish?" "Signature dish? Yes, roasted pork chop with barley beer. You'll definitely like it." "Of course, I agree," Rain nodded. "Oh wow, Captain, you're really splurging. Last time, you weren't so generous with us." "This is what Rain deserves," Leia said with a playful look at Chris. "Rain, let me tell you, the pork chop here is made from wild boar ribs from the wilderness, marinated for hours with Dorn City's malt beer, onions, garlic, and black pepper, then topped with honey and olive oil before roasting. It tastes absolutely amazing," Chris said, gesturing excitedly. "Is it really that delicious?" Rain looked at Chris with some doubt. Although he hadn't tried this dish before, Rain had a certain fixed impression of pork chops. "Yes, it's really delicious," Gran nodded. Chris tried making it himself once, but it didn't quite taste the same as at the bar. When he asked the bartender, they said these were the recipes. Hearing that Steady Grand also said so, Rain couldn't help but believe it a little more. Soon after, the waitress brought out a large dish covered with what looked like large leaves. The rich aroma began to fill the air. When the leaves were lifted, a fragrant smell immediately wafted out. It wasn't the usual rib pieces torn apart, but a large fan of ribs connected together, about 7 or 8 ribs in a row. The ribs were golden and slightly charred on the surface. At the same time, with his keen sense of smell, Ryan could clearly distinguish the various fragrant ingredients mixed in. Chris was not lying. Indeed, there was the scent of malt beer, onions, garlic, black pepper, honey, and olive oil. However, he also detected faint hints of cardamom, cumin, and chili powder. Could these be the secret spices used by the owner of the fireplace bar? No wonder Grande said Chris could never replicate this flavor. Without the cardamom, cumin, and chili powder, the taste would be quite different. As the signature dish was served, the atmosphere at the table quickly became lively. After everyone raised their glasses for the 3rd time, Leia paused, wiped her red lips with a napkin, and said, "By the way, do you remember the wild boar quest we completed last time?" "Of course, what's wrong, Captain?" Chris asked while stuffing food into his mouth and looking at Leia. "A few days ago, Lord Ramsay told me about what happened afterward," Leia said. Her words immediately piqued everyone's interest, including Ryan's. "Ramsay? Ryan immediately thought of the middle-aged man with a mustache, who looked quite gentlemanly. He was the head of the Milltown Adventurers Guild. The wild boar tribe in the Deadwater Valley was investigated by a Black Iron-level adventurer team, and they indeed found some trouble inside, Leia explained. Hearing this, everyone looked surprised. That team of Black Iron adventurers was seriously injured, with 2 members hurt. According to reliable intelligence they provided, 2 major events happened to the Deadwater wild boar tribe. Leia didn't hold back anymore and began to explain in detail. The first is that the weapons and equipment of the Deadwater wild boars have been greatly improved. So, it's certain that someone or some organization is supplying them with weapons. The people present looked at each other in shock. After all, their previous guesses were one thing, but having it confirmed was another. The second is that the high priest of the Deadwater wild boar tribe is said to have died in internal conflict. The current leader is Chief Ramsta, who is very aggressive. And recently, he has been consolidating internal forces. In other words, the appearance of the wild boar warrior last time was not an accident. It was from a faction supporting the high priest during the internal conflict, which is why they were cleansed and driven out by this chieftain. Ryan's eyes flickered slightly, as if he had thought of something, and he spoke. Exactly, Lord Ramsay and I believe the same. Later, other small towns also saw scattered wild boar warriors. Leah looked at Ryan with admiration and said, "What should we do next?" Gland, who usually stays quiet, asked. Lord Ramsay has already reported this matter to the Dorne City Council. The situation is beyond what Milltown can handle alone. Is it that serious? Reporting to Dorne City? Chris asked immediately. Yes, perhaps you don't know the scale of the Deadwater wild boars. Oh, Ryan looked curious. The details about the Deadwater clan are vague in the Beginner Monster Guide published by the Milltown Adventurers Guild. It only mentions them briefly. A normal Deadwater wild boar is already at challenge level 1. As for stronger warriors, the guide doesn't mention them. In fact, that exceeds the scope of the guide. Higher-level wild boars are even less documented. Although the Deadwater wild boars are the weakest among the major wild boar clans on the continent, they control the Deadwater River Valley area, with over 5,000 members, including mid-level professionals like geomancers and priests. I heard that Chieftain Ramsta is even more powerful than a high-level professional. Leah took a sip of dark wheat beer and said, "So strong?" Fabian exclaimed in surprise. Ryan was equally amazed, but he was more interested in who was supplying weapons to the Deadwater wild boars. Is there any confirmation on who is providing weapons to them? No, they are very secretive. Whether it's weapons or armor, the special forging marks are all removed. The only thing confirmed is that the weapons come from a human workshop, not from dwarves or other races. Hearing this, Leah still didn't know who the behind-the-scenes forces were. Ryan nodded and didn't ask further. After a good drink and lively chat, Ryan learned from Chris that Leia actually comes from a noble family in Dorne City. It seems she strongly opposes some family arrangements, which is why she became an adventurer. At this moment, Leia, blushing, suddenly remembered something. She clapped her hands happily to get everyone's attention and said, "By the way, I have some good news to share. Elise has written to us." Huh? Did she succeed? Chris immediately asked. Yes, Elise has been promoted to a full priest of the Earth Temple. Leia nodded confidently. Hearing this, Ryan was slightly surprised. He had always thought that the teammate named Elise from the Howling Huntress team was probably an archer, since they were discussing finding an archer at the time. But unexpectedly, this teammate he had never met was actually a priest. Now that Ryan thought about it carefully, he believed Leia probably thought it was impossible to find a trainee priest alone in Milltown, so she looked for a mature archer as a substitute. That's great. Now our team has a professional member too. Chris, what are you thinking? Bringing a full priest into our team might slow us down, Fabian said, not looking so happy. Yeah, if she joins us, she won't get much training. Chris's smile gradually faded after hearing Fabian. Indeed, although Ryan had never met Elise the priest, he knew that full professionals rarely join teams made up of non-professionals, even if they are elite among low-level adventurers. After all, full professionals have many options, and since she is a priest, in some ways, she is even rarer than mages or sorcerers. Most priests work in temples, churches, or large organizations, and rarely seek adventure. Elise doesn't think that way. It's just that she can't come now. Leia smiled and spoke. I will read you all her letter. By the way, Ryan might not know her yet. Iris is a very lovely girl. I believe that one day, when you meet her, you will get along very well. Hearing this, Ryan nodded happily. I'm looking forward to meeting her in the future. He was also curious about what Iris, the priestess, had written in her letter. Dear Leia, Chris, and Fabian. Leia cleared her throat and began reading. When you receive this letter, I am probably busy preparing for the Harvest Festival. Yes, as you guessed, I successfully became a full priestess last week. Now, you should call me Priestess Iris. Chris chuckled. Haha, still the same little girl at heart. Ryan also smiled at that. After becoming a full priestess, I've been very busy. I have morning prayers, learn advanced healing magic in the morning, see patients in the afternoon, and have evening prayers at night. I wanted to join you all, but the elders said this is my first celebration as a priestess, a test from the Earth Goddess. Clearly, I can't manage it all in such a short time, but it's a good chance for me to study divine magic. That way, Chris won't need to rest so long after breaking his ankle. Huh? When they heard this, everyone looked at Chris with a half-smile. Hey, I'm not a fragile warrior. That was just an accident. Chris quickly waved his hands, blushing. Leia, keep reading. Leia helped him out of the awkward moment. She opened her lips slightly and continued reading. But don't worry, my friends. I've never forgotten you. For example, the time I squeezed into a sleeping bag with Leia. By the way, Leia, you're so big that I could hardly breathe. Skip this part. Cough. Leia's face turned even redder, slightly tipsy. The others pretended not to hear, but Ryan glanced at Leia's curvy figure and agreed with the girl's complaints from afar. If she squeezed into a sleeping bag, she'd definitely be squeezed in. That I will never forget Fabian's joyful expression when he used thief skills to open the box. Oh, and that new teammate, Leia. Please say hello to Grande for me. Grande looks very reliable and calm. Hearing this, Grande also showed a smile on his face. Leia, I asked the post office to send you an enchanted arrow. Please take care of yourself when I am not around. Iris, a forever member of the Howling Hunter team, wrote this after morning prayers at the Earth Temple. When Leia finished reading the last word, there was a brief silence at the small table where everyone was sitting. Whether it was Leia and the others familiar with the young priestess or Ryan, everyone seemed to be reminiscing about something. Through this letter, Ryan's mind also formed an image of a lively young priestess wearing a robe. In the following casual chat, Ryan learned that Iris, Leia, and Chris all came from Dorn City. Leia and Iris have been childhood friends for a long time. As for Fabian, he joined a little later. Grande, on the other hand, joined about a month before Ryan. No wonder the young priestess didn't seem very familiar with Grande. However, the lively and sincere feelings revealed in the letter made Ryan curious and somewhat fond of this priestess he has never met. He thought that having such a lively female priest as a teammate would make the team atmosphere very good. Since Chris has recovered, tomorrow we will go to the Adventurers Guild to see if there are suitable quests. What does everyone think? Leia asked, looking around at everyone at the end of the gathering. Of course, but maybe this time we can choose something easier, Chris said, waving his just right left hand. Seeing this, the others all smiled. Ryan, what do you think? Leia finally looked at Ryan and asked. It seemed that her opinion was quite important to her. For Ryan, after upgrading his bird gun and mastering the armor break skill, he naturally started thinking about future quest goals during his free time. He definitely wouldn't consider a small goblin group. Because ordinary goblin bloodline is no longer valuable to Ryan, the chance of encountering a mutated goblin is very small. As for the kobold, a creature roughly equal in strength to a goblin, it also holds little value for Ryan, who has already gained the bloodline of a wild boar warrior. Unless there are large groups of goblins or kobolds, which might contain stronger individuals, they are more attractive targets. In fact, his best options are wild boar warriors or even stronger single enemies. But Ryan knows this might be difficult. First, whether his team can handle it is uncertain. In reality, there are no suitable targets around Mill Town, as shown by the local monster guide. The only options are the wild boar gathering area beyond a few days' travel, or the Lanket snowfield to the north. However, the snowfield's easiest enemy, the winter wolf, has a challenge level of 3. So, Ryan decided to think about this problem from a different angle. From the keen sense of smell of wild boars, it's easy to guess that bat-like monsters, which live long in winding caves, probably have good hearing bloodline talents. If he can gather creatures with sharp hearing, it will be easier for him to avoid being ambushed in future battles, and he might even get the first strike. Additionally, after reflecting on his last fight with a wild boar warrior, Ryan thinks that freezing rays are good but lack control. Especially against strong monsters, their effect is limited. It would be better to gain some abilities that enhance control over enemies. After carefully reviewing the beginner monster guide of Milltown, Ryan set his sights on the deep moss spider. This spider-type monster, with a challenge level of 1, could give him a chance to learn a web-spitting ability that paralyzes enemies if he manages to defeat it. So, when Leia asked him, Ryan initially wanted to say, it's best to look for bat or spider-type targets. But he quickly realized that quests don't always align perfectly, and there might not be any missions to eliminate such monsters at the moment. At least, he hasn't seen any such requests recently. In this situation, it is acceptable for Ryan to do other tasks. At least, he can practice his skills in shield bash and armor break during real battles. So, when Leah asked, Ryan replied, how about we go to the Adventurers Guild tomorrow to look again? All right, everyone, let's end our meeting here today. Cheers. Leah nodded and smiled as she raised her glass again. The next morning, Ryan, as usual, first went to a small forest outside Milltown. After practicing Ice Ray and Wild Charge, he headed to the Adventurers Guild. At this time, Leah and a few others had already arrived. When they saw Ryan, they waved and greeted him. Many new quests have been added today. Take a look and see if any suit our team. We can discuss it later, Leah said, pointing to the notice boards on both sides of the hall, which were crowded with adventurers. Oh, are there new quests? Ryan raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit excited. Everyone immediately gathered around the notice boards to look. Ryan's eyes quickly focused on a few new thin parchment notices. Quest ID, Milltown 0277 type, gathering reward, 1 silver coin per plant description. An alchemist needs nightshade to make medicine. Attached picture, nightshade, proof of completion, any quantity of nightshade. Time limit, long term. Quest ID, Milltown 0281 type, elimination reward, 40 silver coins description, northwest of Milltown, on the way to Brad Manor, near Windbell Village. Villagers have reported seeing medium-sized groups of goblins. Please eliminate these goblins. Proof of completion. Submit proof, such as goblin corpses or other verifiable items. Time limit, 5 days. Task number, Milltown 0282. Type, elimination, reward, for silver coins per giant blood-sucking bat. Task description, to the north of Milltown, on the east side of the road leading to the snowfield, there have been recent reports of livestock dying at night in the Fernsprout village. Investigations show it is caused by giant blood-sucking bats. Please find their cave and eliminate them. Proof of completion. Submit evidence such as the carcasses of giant blood-sucking bats or other proof items. Time limit, 5 days. Note, bat caves are quite narrow. Adventurers who are very tall should be careful. Reen's eyes widened slightly. He saw that the third task clearly mentioned giant blood-sucking bats. Finally, an encounter. Not easy. I just looked at it. Why not choose the task to kill goblins? There are about 30 to 40 goblins, which shouldn't be too hard for our team, Chris said. I'm fine with any, Fabian replied, still twirling a dagger between his fingers. He had no strong opinion about the task choice. I have an idea. I want to choose task 282, Reen coughed and spoke up. Hearing Reen's words, everyone focused their attention on task 282 on the notice board. Giant blood-sucking bats? Reen, why did you think of taking this task? You should know that bat caves are quite different from goblin caves, Chris said in surprise. Although the individual strength of giant blood-sucking bats is higher than that of goblins, for their small adventurer team, that's not the main point. The reason is that, as burrowing creatures, goblins don't fly. Their caves are relatively flat, and if there are some tall goblins inside, the space is still quite spacious. But bat caves are a different story. Bats can fly, and inside the caves, the terrain varies with high and low areas. Some tunnels suddenly become very narrow, making it hard to move freely once inside. Especially for their team. Rhea's bow is a great advantage, but once they enter a bat cave, she might find it difficult to use her full strength. Hearing Chris's question, the others also looked at Reen with curiosity. The goblin's words could come at any time, but the task of exterminating the giant vampire bat was rare. As an adventurer, I want to gain experience facing different monsters. Reen spoke the prepared words. Yes, the task of dealing with the giant vampire bat is indeed rare. Let's go with Reen's suggestion. Leia looked at Reen, thought for a moment, and agreed first. Hearing that, Leia, the archer and team leader most affected by space restrictions, also agreed. Chris and Fabian exchanged glances and could only shrug. All right, Reen, you decide. I haven't seen a giant vampire bat before, so this is a good chance to gain some experience. Grande nodded seriously. Thank you. Reen smiled and expressed his gratitude. He could tell that everyone probably appreciated his excellent performance in the wild boar man fight last time, which is why they were so accommodating this time. However, Reen, trust me, you won't like that cramped environment when the time comes, Fabian said with a smile. Last night at the fireplace bar, Reen heard Fabian mention that their team had previously completed a mission involving similar bat-like monsters. Maybe this time we can try a different tactic, Chris suggested. We could buy some reinforced nets and try using poison smoke. If the cave isn't too deep and has no other ventilation openings, it might work. Good idea. Reen's goal was to kill the giant vampire bat and see if he could obtain its bloodline to control its keen hearing. Since there was a better way to kill it without going deep into the narrow cave, he naturally agreed. All right, I'll go take the quest first, Leia said with bright eyes and nodded. As an elite team, they had experienced merchants for supplies, so the preparations went much faster than Reen expected. In just over an hour, the group was on a hired carriage. It was still the large wagon with good ventilation. However, as they headed north, the terrain gradually rose, and Reen clearly felt the temperature change. Look, Mount Longcott Snow Mountain. At this moment, Chris pointed toward the tall, snow-covered mountain in the distance and sighed. I wonder when we can go to the snowy plains to do a quest. Ryan looked up thoughtfully. Unlike when he saw the Longcott Snow Mountain in Mill Town, now that they were closer and the weather was clear with a blue sky, the white snow on the mountain was clearly visible. The Longcott Snow Plain is home to many strong monsters, and the weakest among them is the winter wolf, which has a challenge level of 3. It's important to note that a winter wolf's challenge level is 3, not a group. According to adventurers' stories, teams without all types of professions should not try to enter the Longcott Snow Plain easily. Chris, if your progress was as fast as Ryan's, I believe it would only take 2 years, Fabian teased, twirling a dagger in his hand. All right, Chris shrugged, glancing at Ryan, who looked sturdier than him, and felt a bit helpless. Since the area isn't far from the Longcott Snow Plain, the temperature drops quickly here. But we're about to arrive. The village of Fern Sprout is just ahead. Leia pointed ahead. Ryan looked in the direction Leia indicated and saw a village similar to Oakwood Village, situated below a steep cliff surrounded by dense woods. According to villagers' reports, it seems that these giant blood-sucking bats fly toward the cliff after feeding on livestock. If that's the case, there's no need to go to Fern Sprout Village first. Let's check out the cliff directly. What do you all think? Sounds good. Leia's suggestion was immediately agreed upon by everyone in the team. It's not even noon yet. If everything goes smoothly, they might finish the quest before nightfall. Traveling over mountains is exhausting. Although from afar it seemed close to the destination, it actually took at least 2 hours by a double-horse carriage to reach the cliff. This crack might be, that one could be, and that one too. Fabian walked around the meadow below the cliff and pointed to 3 different cracks in the rocks at various spots on the cliff. Ryan and the others looked up. Both spots are more than 1 meter above the ground, while another crack in the rock is at least 3 meters high. The habits of the giant blood-sucking bat are similar to regular bats. It usually comes out at dusk. Right now, just by looking at the cracks, I can't tell for sure, Fabian shrugged. Everyone understood Fabian's meaning. To be certain, they needed to explore each spot one by one. Let's start with this crack, Leia quickly decided. She didn't like wasting time. There was still half a day before dusk, and waiting around was too slow. Wait, let me try, Ryan said thoughtfully. Huh? Ryan, have you learned a new spell? Someone asked. Not exactly. I have a good sense of smell. If it's a bat cave, I should be able to tell, Ryan replied. He wasn't trying to make up a fake spell. He simply didn't know of any magic in this world that could greatly improve his sense of smell. So, it was better to be honest than to lie and risk being caught. Leia wanted to say something after hearing Ryan, but she hesitated and kept quiet. If it had been Fabian or Chris, they might tease him a little. The others looked confused but didn't say anything. They all watched Ryan to see how he would tell the difference. Ryan first went to the first crack, bent down, and squeezed into a rock crevice about 1.5 meters high. He slightly moved his nose and focused, sniffing carefully. "It's not here. There's a faint smell, but only 2 of them," Ryan said. "Can you really tell that?" Fabian's eyes widened in surprise. As a wandering apprentice, he had met someone better at exploring than himself this time. "Yes," Ryan nodded. Soon, he reached the second crack and stepped inside a few more meters. "It's not here either. This used to be a black bear's den," Ryan said. "Then it should be above," he added, pointing to a crack in the cliff wall about 3 meters high. Everyone looked up at where Ryan pointed, their faces showing different expressions. "That height. I'm afraid our smoke attack plan might not work here." Chris frowned and said, although he had previously killed a giant vampire bat, that time the bat cave was only 1/2 meter above the ground. So, setting up a fixed net or adding firewood was easy. This time, however, the bat cave was in a crack on a cliff wall in midair, which made things more difficult. "I'll go cut some trees and build a simple wooden ladder," Grande said after thinking for a moment. "Okay, let's prepare first. We need to see what's inside," Leia agreed. Whether it was Grande, Ryan, or Chris, they were all strong. In less than 15 minutes, 2 charred pine trees, reduced to just trunks, were brought over. They were placed side by side on the ground, 1/2 meter apart, with the tops aligned with the crack. Soon, a simple, nearly 45-degree inclined ladder was built. Ryan, as the initiator of the task, naturally took the lead and went first. He examined the crack from outside. It didn't look very big, but inside it was quite spacious. Then he sniffed again, his nostrils twitching. Sure enough, a faint, similar, and foul smell wafted into his nose. "It's fresh, with the smell of cow and sheep blood," he said. 15. No, it seems more like 18 or 19. "Some of them smell like young bats," Ryan said, using his keen sense of smell. He could distinguish individual scents mixed within the smell of the giant vampire bats, much like how humans have subtle differences in body odor, though normally humans' noses aren't sensitive enough to notice. But if someone had body odor like fox smell, it would be obvious. Thanks to his sharp nose, Ryan was effectively smelling each giant vampire bat, allowing him to estimate the number inside the cave. Soon, he turned to the others below the cliff and said, "It's here. I think there aren't many giant vampire bats inside, maybe only about 10. Perhaps we can just go in and fight." People were no longer surprised when Ryan identified the bat cave, but they were still curious when he said there were only about 10 bats inside. "Really? Not many. Ryan, how did you figure that out?" Fabian asked, puzzled. As an apprentice wanderer, he couldn't do that himself. "Just a hunch," Ryan replied without further explanation. After all, if he claimed he could smell the faint scent differences of the bats in the air and estimate the number of giant bats, everyone would think he was joking. Ryan's words made everyone a bit speechless. Chris and Fabian looked at each other, shrugged, and didn't know what to say. Since Ryan was a mage apprentice, his explanation was a bit far-fetched, but they could accept it. "We suggest the 4 of us go in and set up a net at the entrance. Captain, you stay below. If any giant bats escape, you shoot them down," one of them proposed. "All right. If there are only about 10, it shouldn't be dangerous for you to go in," the captain agreed. "But, Ryan, are you sure about the number of giant bats?" Leia asked again, responsible for the team, including Ryan. "About 90% sure," Ryan replied. "Okay, let's follow Ryan's plan," Leia nodded after a moment of thought. Yes. Soon, Ryan and the others began exploring inside the cave. "Ryan, are you sure you don't need a torch?" Grande asked quietly, looking at Ryan walking at the front. "No need. With your torches, the light is enough for me. Plus, not holding a torch frees my hands." Okay," Grande replied. In fact, the other team members at the front usually would light their own torches. If the torch was behind, the light would cast long shadows of the front runner ahead, moving with them and affecting visibility. But for Ryan, this was naturally not an issue. Under the faint light, the shadowy reflections and mottled darkness create a clear brightness range within Ryan's vision. After walking about several tens of meters, Ryan's sense of smell detected a stronger and stronger foul odor, and the others also noticed fresh bat droppings appearing under their feet from time to time. If earlier Chris and the others still doubted Ryan's judgment, now their last doubts had completely vanished. TSK, Ryan, your nose is amazing, even better than. Ugh. Chris stopped himself, feeling his comparison was inappropriate. Yeah, I've only heard that bears, goblins, or wolves have such sharp noses, Fabian whispered from behind. Oh, and wild boars also have a keen sense of smell. Ryan was slightly surprised to hear this. He wanted to say something, but he raised his eyebrows and looked ahead. The others also noticed Ryan stopping, and they immediately stopped too, looking in the direction Ryan was pointing. We're there, just ahead, Ryan said, pointing forward and taking 2 more steps. Really? Chris looked at the still dim area ahead, confused. Put your torches at the back of the team, then you'll see, Ryan replied. As the light ahead dimmed further, everyone saw a large, open cavern hall, at least 10 meters high. Some glowing microorganisms and mosses around the cave emitted a faint light, illuminating the surroundings. Wow, it's a cave. Too bad the captain didn't come in, Fabian whispered. Where are the giant vampire bats? Chris asked. Over there, Ryan pointed to the top right of the cavern, indicating the ceiling. In the faint light, Ryan had already spotted the giant vampire bats hanging upside down from the ceiling. What should we do next? Chris asked proactively. Actually, he was the one with experience in killing giant vampire bats, but after seeing Ryan's miraculous abilities, he couldn't help but ask Ryan for advice. I think we should stay here and lure the bats out by bleeding the rabbits, Ryan suggested, indicating the narrow tunnel entrance. In the narrow tunnel they just entered, 2 shield-bearing warriors could almost block the passage completely. Considering the wingspan of the giant vampire bats, they can probably only fly in 1 or 2 at a time. This means their numerical advantage is not very effective. Even if some bats slip past, Chris and Fabian, who are behind Ryan and Grande, can quickly kill them. The giant vampire bats are not very strong individually. They mainly rely on their poisonous fangs and sharp claws to cause damage. For Ryan, who wears chainmail, carries a cross-shaped shield, and wears a horned helmet, it is almost impossible for them to do any harm. The group exchanged glances and immediately understood Ryan's plan. Good idea. Okay, I have no objections. Chris, I'm worried about your hand. Let me go first, suddenly said Grande, who had been quiet. Without waiting for Chris to agree, Grande pushed him to the back. Now, the formation was Ryan and Grande at the front, with Chris and Fabian behind. Hey, Grande you, Chris said with a helpless smile. He understood that Grande was just worried about his left hand still healing. Let's start, Ryan said with a slight smile. Fabian nodded, took a live rabbit from his bag, and quickly slashed it with a dagger. The rabbit's neck sprayed blood instantly, and after a few strong kicks, it grew weak and exhausted. Fabian placed the bleeding rabbit at the back of the group. In less than 2 minutes, smelling the blood, several giant vampire bats that had been sleeping opened their eyes and hissed anxiously, spreading their large flesh wings. Soon, several bats followed the scent of blood, flying down from the direction of the trail. As they approached Ryan's passage, they dove down at high speed. Although they are nocturnal creatures, the tempting smell of fresh blood made them unable to resist. The lead bat let out a sharp scream, spreading its wings over 2 meters wide, and flew straight toward Ryan's group. Just as they were about to enter the narrow tunnel, it suddenly spun 90 degrees, shifting from level flight to vertical flight. This caused Ryan's pupils to shrink instantly, and he tightened his grip on his shield and warhammer. At the same time, he realized why the entrance of the passage was so narrow at the top and bottom, but not wide on the sides. The giant vampire bat could come and go freely. It turned out that the opponent had a flying skill that allowed quick changes in flight position. When faced with the giant vampire bat attracted by the smell of blood, Ryan took a half step forward with his right foot. Bang! Although it was just half a step, the ground beneath his foot clearly dented. A strong reaction force traveled up through Ryan's ankle, thigh, and waist. Ryan's left shoulder muscles, biceps, and triceps suddenly bulged. His forearm veins popped out. His newly bought cross-shaped shield shot forward nearly half a meter, creating a strong gust of wind and a roaring sound. Buzz smack. The shield heavily struck the head of the frontmost vampire bat, which was about the size of a mouse. The bat didn't even scream, but was directly hit into its chest by Ryan's shield. It immediately fell to the ground, lifeless. One hit, one kill. This sudden attack immediately threw the remaining 4 or 5 giant vampire bats into chaos. Squeak, the second and third bats, clearly wanted to change their flight direction and avoid entering the passage again, but they were too close. Bang! The second bat, panicking, scraped its wing against the cave wall and was hit by Ryan's warhammer, causing its head to cave in instantly. 2. Ryan silently thought. Meanwhile, Grande looked a bit speechless. It wasn't his turn yet. Squeak. The events inside the passage immediately alarmed the remaining 7 or 8 giant vampire bats hanging upside down in the cavern hall. Seeing their comrade die, the remaining bats became furious. They formed a dense charging formation in the air and rushed toward the passage all at once. Be careful. There are quite a few this time, and some might escape, Ryan warned. Hearing Ryan's words, Grande and Chris, standing behind, froze for a moment. Neither of them knew what to say. Especially Chris couldn't help but think, you're just an apprentice mage, wearing warrior armor at the front. If 2 more come over, what are we supposed to do? But he could only keep these words to himself. After all, adventurers always respect the strong, and Ryan's strength was well known. Bang! Squeak, squeak, splash. As the powerful gusts from the giant bat's wings swept through, the passage suddenly fell into brief chaos. For Chris and the others, the strong wind from the giant vampire bat's wings made the torch flicker like a candle in a storm, with the flames dancing wildly. The flickering shadows and the flickering light made it very hard to aim precisely at the bat's vital spots. But Ryan, who had night vision, was able to block each dive attack with his shield accurately. Several of the bat's sharp teeth and claws hit Ryan's shield, but only left tiny scratches, with no real damage. Instead, Ryan swung his shield fiercely, knocking one bat straight to the ground. His war hammer, howling with the wind, easily grazed or crushed the bats, causing them to fall or die. This was without using any special armor-breaking attacks. Because using powerful skills consumes a lot of stamina, Ryan thought that armor-breaking attacks, boosted by his hammer mastery level 1, would be faster to develop. So, in battle, he mostly practiced shield strikes. After a few minutes, the noise in the passage gradually quieted down. Thud! Fabian stabbed his dagger into a struggling giant bat lying on the ground. All right, I only managed to kill one, Fabian said a bit helplessly. In the narrow passage, as the last in the team, he hardly had any chance to loot during the fight. The only kill was the giant bat Ryan had interrupted while it was attacking with its wings, and it crawled behind the team in the chaos. I only got one too, Chris sighed. 3. Grand's steady voice came. What? Grand, you only got 3? Chris exclaimed in surprise. He also thought that Grande, who was standing beside Ryan at the front, had killed at least 5 or 6. If that's the case, Chris looked at the scattered, huge, bloodthirsty bat corpses on the ground a few meters away, then exchanged a glance with Fabian beside him. They both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Ryan, how many did you kill? Chris asked eagerly. About 8 or 9. Some of their wings were broken, but I don't know if they are dead. Ryan's calm voice came from inside his sturdy horned helmet. Wow, you killed more alone than the 3 of us combined. Chris's eyes widened as he shone his torch on the giant bat corpses on the ground. He was behind earlier and didn't see exactly how Ryan took down these bats. But it was so fast. He wanted to carefully see how these bats died. How could Ryan kill them so quickly? As he examined the bodies, Chris's expression grew stranger. He asked, the ones with dents were hit with a hammer, but this one with its whole head embedded in its chest. Ryan, did you use your shield to hit it? Yes, Ryan nodded without hiding anything. This is a shield technique taught by Master Hembert, called Shield Bash. It requires a lot of strength, quick short bursts of force, to create a shockwave with the shield to attack enemies. Did Hembert teach you this skill? I tried learning shield techniques from him before, but he never showed me this, Chris asked with doubt. It should be a secret technique taught by Hembert, Grande interrupted. As someone who had just fought alongside Ryan at the front, Grande saw clearly how Ryan used the shield bash to take down the giant bats, even in the dark and chaotic environment. As a warrior apprentice, Grande knew that although the shield bash looks simple, it is fundamentally different from normal shield blocking. Without enough strength, it's impossible for the shield to produce a powerful shockwave at the moment of impact, enough to crush a giant bat's head into its chest and kill it. Lacking strength would only turn the shield bash into a mere shove, with no real power. All right, Ryan, I want to ask, aren't you a mage apprentice? How? Chris asked with a deep question. Rain, are you really planning to follow the path of a magic knight in the future? Magic knight? Rain looked confused, wondering why everyone was saying that, especially since Leah had mentioned something similar before. Yes, simply put, it's a warrior who can cast spells. It's said to be an advanced profession beyond the ordinary, a second step in a career. That seems a bit far off for me. I just think this skill is very useful, so I plan to practice it well, Rain said, shaking his head. A second step in advancement? He hasn't even become a professional yet, so that's too far away. Huh? It seems there are a few blood-sucking bats in the cave hall, Fabian suddenly said, as if he heard something, looking up toward the top of the cave. Yes, a few young ones. Flying around above. With his night vision, Rain could clearly see several small blood-sucking bats flying chaotically at the top of the cave. Rain, leave these to me, otherwise I'll have done nothing on this mission. Fabian pulled out a crossbow from his waist and aimed at the panicked giant baby bats in the air. Leave me too, I want to try too. Chris also took out a crossbow and said. All right, Rain nodded. Recently, he had been busy learning hammer and shield skills from Mentor Hembert, so he hadn't had much time to practice with a bow or crossbow. But watching Fabian and Chris hit their targets almost every time, Rain secretly thought that maybe he should consider practicing with a crossbow sometime. After all, magic still consumes too much mental energy for him right now, and he can only cast a limited number of spells in a fight. Having a crossbow as a long-range attack option would be very helpful then. A few minutes later, as the remaining baby bats were cleared out, the entire cave returned to calm, though the lingering smell of blood still hung in the air for a while. This mission was really easy, Chris said with a smile, putting away his crossbow. Thanks to Rain. Otherwise, just finding the giant blood-sucking bat's cave would have been a hassle, Fabian said, putting away his dagger. Yes, Ryan single-handedly took down most of the giant vampire bats, so we naturally had an easy time, Grande nodded in agreement. Indeed, the success of this mission was largely thanks to Ryan quickly locating the bat nest using his passive talent, keen smell, inherited from the wild boar people. Otherwise, just exploring and confirming the location would have taken a lot of time. If they had encountered other monsters in the cracks, it would have been an entirely different level of trouble. Besides, Grande was right. If Ryan hadn't used the narrow passages to repeatedly strike with his shield and eliminate most of the giant vampire bats, the others fighting inside the cave might have been bitten or clawed. Facing giant vampire bats with venomous fangs and claws, injuries, while not necessarily serious, could be dangerous without a priest or a professional healer. They would need antidotes. I just did what I was supposed to do. It mainly depends on everyone's teamwork, Ryan said modestly. Too bad we didn't encounter a mutated giant vampire bat this time. Otherwise, we could have earned extra rewards, Chris said regretfully. Thinking about it, it's impossible to meet special individuals every time. That's just the normal difficulty of the task, Fabian replied dismissively. Yeah, Ryan nodded with a smile, agreeing. Under controlled danger levels, he naturally hoped to encounter special or mutated individuals, but the truth was, it couldn't happen every time. Still, today's harvest was already very satisfying. Ryan glanced at the icon in his bag showing 9 giant vampire bats, feeling quite pleased. And although there were no mutated ones, he could still fuse their parts. Perhaps, in the end, it wouldn't be much worse than encountering a mutated individual. Ryan, leave collecting the proof of task completion to me, Chris said, stepping ahead of Ryan and starting to gather the vampire bat's fangs and meat wings as proof of completion. Meanwhile, Leia, waiting at the cave entrance, was feeling a bit anxious. She had been watching the crack with her bow and arrow, reinforcing the fishing net at the opening, but after a while, there was no movement. No giant vampire bat flew out and hit the net. This was completely different from what they had expected. Strange. Could it be that the inside isn't a giant vampire bat's nest? Did Ryan make a mistake? Leah wondered to herself. After a while, her face showed more worry. No, if it's not a nest, then the others should have come out already. Surely they haven't run into trouble. Leah's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, she faintly heard sounds coming from inside the cave. Finally, they're here. This made her immediately draw her bow and aim. Wait, no, because she heard the faint sound of laughter from Chris and Fabian at the cave entrance. Soon, people came out through the opening where they had set up a net, to Leah's surprised gaze. Actually, Leah didn't need to ask. The large bundles of bat wings and meat in Chris and Fabian's hands already showed everything. How did you manage to wipe them all out? Not a single one escaped. Leah blinked her beautiful eyes and asked. Haha. Captain, this time was much easier than last time. Chris excitedly started telling about the fight just now. Honestly, Chris's storytelling skills were just as good as those of a bard. Even Ryan, who was the main character of the story, felt a little embarrassed listening nearby. Leah looked Ryan up and down with her beautiful eyes, as if seeing him for the first time. Ryan, I didn't expect your strength to be so high. Looking at it this way, next time we can choose slightly more difficult missions. Well, Ryan was about to refuse, but on second thought, it wasn't a bad idea. After all, higher difficulty missions usually mean stronger monsters. Since they had completed the task successfully, the group returned to Mere Town by carriage before it got dark. The round trip took most of the day, and the mission itself lasted less than an hour. When Ryan and his team returned to the Adventurers Guild branch, the female receptionist was quite surprised and looked at Leah several times. That was so fast. Total of 19 giant vampire bats, with a reward of 76 silver coins. Captain Leah, please take this. Yes, thank you. Soon, Leah happily carried a bag full of heavy coins back to the carriage. Total of 76 silver coins. I spent 2 coins on stronger fishing nets and 2 barrels of oil, and 1 coin on renting the carriage. So, there are 73 coins left. However, I suggest giving some to Rain. Wait, Captain, please don't split my share this time. Rain interrupted before Leah finished speaking. No, rules can't be broken. Leah firmly refused Rain's suggestion. Yes, Rain, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had such an easy time. Chris patted Rain on the shoulder and said with a smile. Rain, I think you should listen to the captain, Fabian teased. Rain, take 8 more silver coins, and the rest will be divided equally among everyone. 13 coins each, Leah decided. Agreed. Well, okay, Rain said a bit reluctantly. Both times, because of his good performance, he received the largest share, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Oh, Rain, when are you free? Let's practice battle skills together. Chris approached and held up his shield. Rain understood Chris's meaning. He was interested in the skill, Shield Bash, but it would be too bold to ask him directly how to master it. So Chris used the word practice instead. Sure, just after finishing the task, let's rest tomorrow. Are you free the day after tomorrow morning? Chris asked happily. Okay, then the day after tomorrow morning, Rain nodded. Add me too, Gran suddenly chimed in. All right, Rain smiled. Leah was a bit curious. Usually, Chris and Gran often talked with each other, so why did both want to practice with Rain this time? Leah's eyes widened slightly. She decided to watch the practice the day after tomorrow as well. Half an hour later, back in his hotel room, Rain finally had the chance to carefully examine the new giant bat icon he had obtained. This is an icon of a giant bat with stretched wings, gliding. As Ryan places it in the 4th and final bloodline slot and presses down, the originally black and white icon instantly becomes vivid and lifelike. Ryan immediately feels a strange change happening in his body. His throat, around the vocal cords, seems to have tendons that are quickly strengthening, making him want to clear his throat loudly. At the same time, a lot of noisy sounds start echoing in his ears, like being in a busy market with many different noises hitting his eardrums and flooding his mind. However, after a brief discomfort, Ryan finds that as long as he concentrates, he can hear faint and blurry sounds clearly, such as, next door, the adventurer seems to have found a songbird. The creaking of the bed and the songbird's soft breathing sound like a symphony. About 2 meters down the corridor outside the room, a small rodent appears to be carefully crawling. with faint scratching sounds from its claws on the floor. MS. Rona downstairs is listing dishes for a guest. Indeed, I can feel the enhancement. I must have gained a special hearing talent from the giant bat. This made Ryan immediately check his system panel. Name, Ryan. Occupation, farmer. Bloodline blessings. Goblin warrior bloodline ×1. Cold enhanced goblin bloodline ×1. Orc warrior bloodline ×1. Giant vampire bat bloodline ×1. Bloodline talents. Rapid reproduction LV3. Healthy LV1. Dim light vision LV1. Frost affinity LV1. Mighty strength LV2. Thick skin LV2. Sensitive smell LV2. Hammer specialization LV1. Sharp hearing LV2. Class-like magic abilities. Freezing ray LV1. Savage charge LV1. Soundwave localization LV1. Strength 5, 3. Agility 5, 1. Constitution 5, 3. Intelligence 7. Perception 5, 2. Charisma 5. Ryan immediately noticed that in the Bloodline Talents section, there was an addition, Sharp Hearing LV2. Sharp Hearing LV2 effect. Your hearing is greatly improved, allowing you to clearly distinguish tiny sounds within a 50-meter radius. Sure enough, even though I'm a monster, my biological traits still follow certain rules. Bats have very sharp hearing. But soon, he was drawn to the class-like magic abilities. Originally, there were 2 abilities, but now there are 3. Soundwave localization LV1. You can detect small creatures and obstacles within about 50 meters ahead by emitting high-frequency sound waves. Note, in narrow passages, the detection range increases. Soundwave localization? Ryan's eyes lit up. Even in his previous life, he had heard of bats' famous ability. Bats don't see very well, but by constantly emitting ultrasonic waves, they can move freely through narrow, winding caves. So that tingling feeling in my throat just now was the enhancement of my vocal cords, allowing me to emit ultra-high-frequency sound waves. Ryan first looked thoughtful, then suddenly closed his eyes, slightly opened his mouth, and deliberately made a sound toward the side of the room near the door. Instantly, a strange sensation surged from Ryan's mind. Although his eyes were closed at the moment, he could feel the slight movement of his ears. He was receiving echoes of sound waves bouncing back from obstacles, and in his mind, a 3-dimensional map of the room appeared, as if scanned by radar. The map was made up of various lines, but he could clearly see the shapes and outlines of objects. Impressive. When Ryan opened his eyes again, he couldn't help but smile. With this, even in thick fog or complete darkness, I can always find my way forward. Actually, I can also keep track of enemies hiding in the dark at any time. A sudden idea flashed through Ryan's mind, like lightning piercing through darkness. He remembered how bats hunt in his previous life, using rapid, near-continuous ultrasonic sounds to quickly locate moving prey. Thinking of this, Ryan's face lit up with joy. He quickly opened the window of the room and slightly parted his lips toward the street. As his throat trembled slightly, excitement sparkled in his eyes. It really works. Now, even in deep tunnels or caves with no light at all, he probably wouldn't be caught off guard by enemies. Like a child with a new toy, Ryan stood by the window, constantly testing his new ability. After repeated tests, he nodded repeatedly. Half an hour later, using very little mental energy, but my vocal cords are a bit strained. His vocal cords kept emitting ultrasonic waves that humans can't hear, making his throat feel a little hoarse. He returned to the center of the room, took a sip of water, then focused on the giant bat icon in his 16-slot backpack. It's time to fuse the bloodline. Ryan hadn't forgotten that 4 ordinary bloodlines could be combined into a higher-level bloodline. After all, the ordinary giant blood-sucking bat bloodline already gave him level 1 sound wave positioning. What about fusing it into a higher-level bloodline? He placed the 4 giant bat icons into the bloodline slot and concentrated. The system prompt appeared. Cannot support 4 bloodlines of the same level. Do you want to fuse? Yes. Without hesitation, feeling a bit excited, Ryan quickly chose yes in the next moment. 4 identical giant vampire bat icons suddenly twisted and blurred, then 3 of them disappeared instantly. At the same time, the giant vampire bat image in the first square became stronger, with a longer, wider wingspan and sharper fangs. When Ryan focused on the new icon, a new name appeared in his mind: Giant Vampire Bat Leader. Leader? Ryan looked pleased. Clearly, this is a creature one level above the ordinary giant vampire bat. When the Giant Vampire Bat Leader icon lit up, Ryan's smile grew even brighter. Ryan immediately noticed that a new ability appeared in his magic-like skills: Silent Scream LV1. Silent Scream LV1 emits a sonic scream that can interfere with or interrupt spells within a 10-meter radius. Interrupt spells, huh? Although this ability comes from a monster's magic, Ryan doesn't know what the standard spell for interrupting spells is in this world, but he understands the importance of this kind of magic-like skill. Nice, I now have my first counterspell ability. This also gives me a way to deal with monsters that cast spells, and even enemy spellcasters. Soon, Ryan thought of many uses for Silent Scream. It can be used not only against magic-using monsters, but also against hostile spellcasters. Huh? Does the Giant Vampire Bat Leader also have strong LV1? Ryan looked at a row of passive abilities in his Bloodline talents and suddenly realized this. In that case, wouldn't he be able to remove the Goblin Warrior's Bloodline? Ryan raised an eyebrow, feeling pleased, because the cold-enhanced Goblin Bloodline also has Night Vision LV1. As for the only Tier 3 Bloodline talent, Rapid Reproduction LV3, it's useless to him, a person who doesn't even have a girlfriend. And now, Strong LV1 has a replacement. After some thought, Ryan placed the mutated Goblin and Wild Boar Warrior Bloodlines into his Bloodline slot, but did not put the Goblin Warrior Bloodline back into the slot. Because the Bloodlines cannot fuse again, Ryan directly cleared out the remaining 5 giant vampire bats into a total of 16 slots. Now, his 16-slot bag contains only 1 ordinary Boarman bloodline and 1 Goblin Warrior bloodline. His current bloodline list is adjusted to Blessed Bloodlines, Cold-Enhanced Goblin Bloodline ×1, Boarman Warrior Bloodline ×1, Giant Vampire Bat Leader Bloodline ×1, Bloodline Talents, Rapid Reproduction LV2, Glimmer Vision LV1, Frost Affinity LV1, Strength LV2, Thick Skin LV2, Sensitive Smell LV2, Hammer Specialization LV1, Sharp Hearing LV2, Sturdy LV1, Semi-Magical Abilities, Freezing Ray LV1, Savage Charge LV1, Sound Wave Localization LV1, Silent Scream LV1. The 4 Bloodline slots, which were previously full, now have 1 empty space, leaving room for potential monster bloodlines in the future. The next morning, Ryan arrived early at the Ironforge workshop. The slightly chubby old man, who always wore a friendly smile, saw Ryan and greeted him warmly, saying, "Lord Ryan, welcome. Lord Theo, hello. I came this time to replace my shield." Ryan nodded and explained his purpose with a smile. Since purchasing 3 pieces of equipment last time, Ryan has gotten to know the old man, Theo, the manager of this branch of the Ironforge workshop in Milltown. Recently, Ryan has been practicing shield bash techniques repeatedly, and the reinforced kite-shaped shield with a cross edge is starting to show signs of wear from frequent use. Both the added spike and the handle behind the shield are becoming loose. It's not that the Ironforge workshop's equipment quality is poor. Rather, this shield, costing only about 10 silver coins, was never meant for high-frequency training of combat skills by semi-professionals. Because Ryan mastered shield bashing, he feels that, compared to the iron shoulder guard, he might need a sturdy, durable metal shield. Ryan clearly remembers the last price inquiry: riveted metal shield, 35 silver coins, reinforced kite-shaped shield with cross edge, 18 silver coins, and this time, he has earned 21 silver coins. If what the old man Theoda said last time is true, buying back old equipment from the Iron Furnace workshop at a higher price, then he should have enough money. By the way, Lord Theoda, you mentioned last time that your shop can buy back old shields. Of course, Lord Rain. Please show me your shield. If there are no problems, I should be able to buy it back at 80% of the original price. Suddenly, Theoda, who was examining Rain's shield, paused. His eyes widened slightly, his expression changed, and he looked at Rain with some disbelief, then smiled wryly. Lord Rain, have you fought a ogre before? I remember you bought this shield just over half a month ago. How did this kite-shaped shield get so worn out? I believe that with the quality of our Iron Furnace workshop, Unless it was repeatedly hit with great force, this shield shouldn't wear out so quickly. While speaking, Fiona pointed out several tiny cracks on the surface of the shield in front of Rain. His words left Rain speechless. After all, from the initial price he was offered, 80% buyback, that was a high price. And what Fiona said was reasonable. It's true that his frequent use of the shield for powerful strikes caused it to wear out quickly. So, what is the maximum buyback price for this shield now? Currently, at most 6. No, forget it. I'll buy it back at 70%, Fiona sighed and said. I hope Lord Rain will continue to visit our shop in the future. Rain hesitated for a moment. He didn't have enough money. Buying back the old shield at 70% would be 12 silver and 60 copper coins. Adding the 21 silver coins he currently has, totals 33 silver and 60 copper coins, which is 1 silver and 40 copper coins short of 35 silver. Although he still has 2 silver coins left at the inn, those are his last living expenses. He couldn't just leave without any money for daily needs. Let me come back in a few days. I didn't bring enough money this time, Rain said, preparing to leave. At that moment, a young man nearby suddenly gently patted his shoulder with a surprised tone. Rain, it's really you. If I hadn't heard your voice and thought it sounded familiar, I wouldn't have dared to recognize you. Wow, your body has changed a lot. Robin, long time no see. Rain also looked happy. The boy in the bright sunlight with a round face was Robin, his companion from the time they trained together with Mentor Hembert. Are you here to buy equipment too? Rain asked, noticing Robin holding a shiny new short spear. Yes, I plan to buy a new short spear and a shield, Robin said with a smile. By the way, I heard you don't have enough money. How much do you need? I can lend you some. Rain hesitated. Would 5 silver coins be enough? No, just 2 silver coins are fine. Rain waved his hand. Lord Rain, why don't you let this young gentleman help you buy it? If he buys 3 items at once, you can get a 10% discount, Fayed whispered to Rain. As the manager of the iron furnace workshop, doing this might seem to hurt the shop's profits, but Fayed had his reasons. He believed that Rain was very powerful and might become a professional soon. If he could build a good relationship with him, Rain might become a big customer for high-level gear in the future. That's also why he was willing to increase the buyback price by 10%. Haha. Yeah, Rain, let me handle the purchase. Rain was also happy to hear that. Not only would he save 3 silver and 50 copper coins, but Robin's 2 new items could also enjoy the 10% discount. That would be perfect. Soon, Rain and Robin walked out of the iron furnace workshop side by side. The new metal kite-shaped shield was left inside to have 3 triangular spikes added, which would take a day. Rain, I'm off to do a quest. We had good luck yesterday, and our team managed to get a task to clear out some goblins. Goblins? That's quite a popular quest, Rain nodded with a smile. He knew well how sought-after goblin and kobold clearing missions were among low-level adventurers. Yeah, after this quest, I'll have almost enough money. I plan to take my sister to Dorn City to see a priest and get her eyes treated. Robin smiled brightly, his eyes shining with hope for the future. With you as her brother, your sister must be very happy, Rain nodded seriously. Haha, not really. Robin seemed a bit shy after being praised by Ryan and scratched his head. At that moment, at the far end of the street, a group of young adventurers waved at Robin. They're waiting for me. See you later, Ryan. Okay. See you, Ryan waved happily. The next morning, Ryan arrived at a house in the southwest corner of Milltown, stopping in front of it as agreed with Chris. It was a common 2-story house in Milltown, also used as a practice area rented by the Howling Hunters team. It had a sloped roof, a square stone chimney, and the only thing different was a large front yard enclosed by a nearly 2-meter-high fence. Through the dense ivy and honeysuckle on the fence, Ryan could see the familiar figures practicing in the yard. A few minutes later, in the yard, Ryan, come on, let's practice fighting each other. Yesterday, when we cleared out the vampire bats, I felt like your shield was better than mine, Chris said, lifting his shield and smiling at Ryan. Although Chris often joked and laughed, he was proud inside. As an apprentice warrior, if he couldn't even use his shield better than a mage apprentice, he would doubt himself and question his role in the team. Sure, Ryan happily accepted Chris's challenge. Practicing was good for improving his combat skills. It was also a tradition in the adventurer team to deepen understanding among teammates through practice fights. There are training tools here, Chris pointed to the iron rack beside them, which held a ringed wooden shield, an unsharpened iron sword, a wooden mallet, and other equipment. Okay. Soon, the two stood in the center of the field. Compared to Chris's serious attitude, Ryan was much more relaxed. Seeing Chris challenge Ryan to a fight, besides Gland, who was already standing nearby, Fabian and Leia also watched with interest. Since Rhea had not seen Ryan fight monsters up close before, she couldn't help but ask Fabian about the scene she just witnessed. However, upon hearing Rhea's words, Fabian looked surprised for a moment. He glanced at Grande and then smiled, saying, "Captain, how about we make a bet? The loser treats everyone at the fireplace bar once. I bet Ryan will win." Rhea looked confused, glancing at Ryan and then at Fabian. "Are you so confident in Ryan? It's not just me. Grande feels the same," Fabian said with a smile. Rhea looked at Grande, who nodded seriously. All right, since you're betting on Ryan, I'll bet on Chris," Rhea said, still unsure. She didn't believe Chris would lose to Ryan in a shield contest. After all, one was an apprentice warrior, and the other was an apprentice mage. And they agreed not to use magic. If she lost, it would be embarrassing. Clang. The fight in the center of the arena had already begun. Chris moved faster at the start, swinging his iron sword at Ryan, but Ryan quickly raised his shield to block. Then Ryan counterattacked with a hammer. Bang! Chris also raised his shield to defend, but as soon as the hammer hit, Chris's face changed. He felt a huge force coming from his shield hand, passing through his arm and shoulder, forcing him to step back and ease the pressure. Outside the arena. Rhea saw this, and her lips parted in surprise. As someone about to become a full-fledged professional, she had good eyesight. She noticed that Chris, the apprentice warrior, and Ryan, the apprentice mage, were surprisingly close in strength. This really left her speechless. Although Ryan had shown good strength and melee skills before, Rhea thought he was just a slightly stronger mage apprentice. But she never expected that Ryan could easily push back Chris in close combat. Is he really a mage apprentice? During a brief moment of daydreaming, the competition on the field continued quickly. After a short exchange, suddenly, Chris and Ryan both seemed to find an opportunity at the same time. They both swung their shields toward each other. Bang! Both wooden shields collided at once, but in the next second, everyone watched in surprise. Chris stepped back 3 paces to stop his fall. Moreover, because they hit each other with too much force, his sturdy wooden shield cracked open. "Ryan, I lost." Chris looked at his broken shield and shook his head with a bitter smile. Although he had already suspected he might not be a match for Ryan, when the moment really came, as a trainee warrior, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. "Chris, I just have more strength," Ryan said sincerely. Actually, Ryan was telling the truth. Much of his ability came from his monster bloodline powers, including his passive talents, Brute Force LV2 and Thick Skin LV2, which helped him defeat the seasoned trainee warrior Chris. Without these bloodline boosts in strength and stamina, and with less than 2 months of shield training, it would have been impossible for him to beat Chris, even with Minter Humbert's guidance. At this moment, Leia approached, her beautiful eyes constantly studying Ryan. She said, "Ryan, I think I need to get to know you better. Are you really a mage trainee? Or have you always planned to become a special profession expert?" "Special profession? Are you talking about the arcane knight that the captain mentioned last time?" Ryan asked curiously. "No, the arcane knight is a later advanced profession. I'm talking about the first step, the profession." Leia shook her head and explained. To make it clearer, Leia continued, "For example, take me as a ranger trainee. Normally, the career path is to become a ranger. Of course, there are special paths, like focusing on enhancing shooting skills, which could lead to becoming a sharpshooter." "Sharpshooter?" Ryan nodded slightly as he listened. This was similar to the special profession the Minter Humbert mentioned before, like the giant hammer warrior. But if an apprentice ranger learns some magic skills, they might become a rare magic archer. Magic archer? Ryan was surprised and kept thinking about the term. This situation is quite similar to his own. The other person is an archer with some magic ability, while he is a warrior with some magic skills. "Captain, are you planning to change into a sharpshooter or a magic archer?" Changing jobs isn't that easy. For example, a magic archer needs to master at least one spell. "I definitely don't meet the requirements yet," Leia said, giving Ryan a quick look. Ryan, what about you? Leia asked again, changing the topic. I really don't know, Ryan said with a sad smile and shook his head. It's not that Ryan hasn't thought about it, but he truly doesn't know if he can change jobs using these special abilities granted by his bloodline, like freezing rays. Or does he need to learn spells and combat skills on his own, without relying on his bloodline? Maybe, when I get a chance to go to Dorn City, I can find someone suitable to ask, he thought. Although he hasn't yet improved his shield bash and armor-breaking strike to over 95%, he already has a plan. He intends to find time to go to Dorn City and ask a knowledgeable mage. Oh, I just remembered. Last time, you said your spells were taught by a bard. It seems, Ryan, you should find a time to visit Dorn City, Leia said with a look of realization. Ryan, I also want to talk with you, said Gland, who had been quiet all along, suddenly speaking up. Gland's words immediately drew everyone's attention. Of course, Ryan nodded with a smile. The sparring clearly helped him become more familiar with shield blocking and shield bashing. Although he doesn't have a proficiency panel, he can feel himself becoming more comfortable with using the shield. A good opportunity to improve himself was right in front of him, so Ryan naturally wouldn't refuse. A few minutes later, Ryan won again, as expected. Damn it, Ryan, you beat both me and Gland. Do I have to let you, this mage apprentice, handle all the monster fighting in the future? Chris joked with a smile. It's not impossible, Ryan. As an apprentice mage, you will become the main melee fighter of the team in the future, Leia said with a gentle smile. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, Leia stepped in front of Ryan, her beautiful eyes shining with a smile and a hint of seriousness, and said, Ryan, I officially invite you to join the Howling Pursuit team. I hope you will seriously consider it. Ryan was momentarily stunned but also smiled and said, no need to think about it. I'm joining. Although Ryan and Leia had only completed 2 missions together, their first mission was a tense encounter with a wild boar warrior attack. From how everyone responded at that time, it was clear that the members of the Howling Pursuit team had much better combat skills than the lower-level adventurers Ryan had known before. More importantly, during the crisis, the trust, help, and teamwork among the team members deeply moved him. Sometimes, just experiencing one mission together can reveal a lot. Additionally, the letter from the unknown priestess also confirmed the team's good atmosphere over time. Great, Ryan, welcome. Chris patted him lightly on the chest. Main melee fighter, welcome to the team, Fabian joked with a smile. Welcome aboard. Even the usually quiet Grande stepped forward to shake hands with Ryan. By the way, Captain, now that Ryan has officially joined the team, shouldn't we practice together? Chris suddenly remembered something and suggested. Since Ryan was only a temporary team member before, Chris hadn't made this suggestion. But now, as a full member, they would be working together on missions for a long time, so good coordination was very important. Especially in emergencies, good teamwork can quickly stabilize the situation or even turn the tide. Yeah, Captain, how about we practice together now? Fabian said, quickly moving his dagger. Sure, Leia agreed immediately, smiling warmly at Ryan. Ryan naturally agreed happily. Actually, I am quite curious about the official tactics of the Howling Pursuit squad. After all, during the last fight with the wild boars, Reyna, the team leader, was separated from everyone else. As a strong archer, her presence or absence makes a big difference in the team's combat state. Let's use those 2 wild boar figures from last time as mock enemies. Here are these 2 wooden dummy targets. Just pretend they are the wild boars. Reyna raised her hand and pointed at 2 dummies about 10 meters in front of the yard. Now that we have Ryan, who is excellent in close combat, there's no need to distract one alone. We can focus all our fire on just one. Chris and Ryan, you 2 handle the front. Grande, put away your shield and attack with your sword. Fabian, throw bright-colored throwing knives at the target as a signal to focus fire. With Reyna, the team leader, giving clear instructions, Ryan quickly noticed that Fabian had some special shiny throwing knives tied to one side of his leather armor. They looked like tiny short swords and seemed to be painted with a bright color. Ryan was also surprised to see that Grande was actually better at swordsmanship. It turns out he is a swordsman, but Reyna had previously arranged for him to hold a sword and shield, focusing on defense. Begin. As soon as Reyna finished speaking, Chris and Ryan immediately moved forward with their shields, blocking the two dummies. Within a few seconds, a flash of bright color streaked past Ryan's eyes, and a dart hit the dummy's neck in front of Chris. Immediately, Fabian and Grande, behind Ryan, rushed forward. Ping! With the sound of bowstrings humming, Ryan saw an arrow hit the dummy's chest a moment before the others. At the same time, Fabian, faster than the others, leapt high behind the dummy, drawing a silver arc with his dagger and stabbing downward. This was a combat skill called backstab. Grande was a bit slower, holding his sword with both hands, swinging a bright-colored fan-shaped blade toward the dummy's side ribs. Clang, clang, the dull sound of blades hitting the wooden targets echoed. "Stop! You're too slow." Reina's face turned serious as she said, "Grande, your movement is still a bit slow." The three of us didn't manage to coordinate a perfect strike at the same time. Perhaps ordinary wild boar men can be killed, but when facing a brave wild boar man, such combined attacks are not very threatening. "Captain, there's no other way. Unless you make Grande wear light armor and a sword fighter's outfit, he definitely can't keep up with our focused attacks." Fabian tossed a dagger into the air as he spoke. Ryan looked at Grande's gear and nodded slightly. He was carrying a steel-round shield, a nose-guard helmet, and a chainmail suit. This gear alone weighed over 30 pounds, not counting the crossbow, quiver, and other equipment. Hearing Fabian, Leia also looked hesitant. When Iris was here, Grande was a light armor swordsman. After Iris left, to improve the team's flexibility, she had Grande switch to wearing shield armor. Why not let Ryan and me switch? Don't forget, Ryan is actually an apprentice mage. At this moment, Grande, who usually doesn't speak much, suddenly said, "Huh." Leia's eyes lit up immediately. Yes, Ryan is an apprentice mage too. Like her, he's a ranged fighter. She realized that after watching Ryan, Chris, and Grande sparring earlier, she had completely overlooked Ryan's magical abilities. The same expression appeared on Chris and Fabian's faces as well. "Haha, Ryan, yes. You're an apprentice mage. A mage apprentice who can also use shield bash." Chris patted Ryan's chainmail and smiled. "All right, Ryan, switch with Grande." Leia touched her forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ryan nodded. Actually, he had been hesitating whether to tell the team something. From his observations, although Grande knew two sword techniques, he didn't have any skills related to high-speed movement. So, to focus fire quickly, the targets couldn't be too far apart. With the distance just now, Grande would definitely be slower than Fabian. And if they were farther apart, it would take Grande at least 2 seconds to catch up, which would make coordinated attacks impossible. But Ryan was different. Besides his freezing ray spell, through his practice, he found that the Wild Boar Man's Savage Charge could also be used as a high-speed movement skill. Of course, Wild Charge remains Wild Charge, not the warrior's skill, Charge. He still forcefully crashes into enemy targets at the end of high-speed maneuvers. Because he has the bloodline of a boar warrior, using Wild Charge feels like his brain has memorized hundreds of shoulder-bumping drills, and his body has developed muscle memory. Changing it to a charge might be possible, but forcing him to override this muscle memory strengthened by his boar warrior bloodline is like relearning a new skill. It wouldn't happen overnight. Just now, Ryan hesitated about whether to show his Wild Charge skill, but now he decided to demonstrate this skill to everyone early. Not for any other reason. He has officially joined the Howling Hunters team as a full member and possesses a key ability that could change the battle. Keeping it hidden is not appropriate. At this moment, Leah's voice interrupted Ryan's thoughts. "Chris, Grande, get ready. Begin." Hearing Leah's command, Chris and Grande quickly raised their shields and stepped forward, blocking the dummy targets. A few seconds later, a flash of light flickered in front of Ryan's eyes, and a flying dagger hit the chest of the wooden dummy in front of Chris. At the same moment, Ryan stomped hard with his left foot, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The huge recoil felt like he had rocket boosters on his feet, and his speed suddenly increased. Almost at the same time as Leah's arrow pinged into the dummy's chest, Chris felt a strong gust of wind rush past him. Then, a powerful dark shadow, bang, collided with the wooden dummy fixed to the ground, making it shake violently. "Wow, Ryan, what was that skill just now?" Chris exclaimed in shock. Grande also looked at Ryan with surprise. And Fabian, who had just run behind the dummy and hadn't yet performed a backstab, froze in place. How was Ryan faster than him? Was that a skill just now? Only Leah, at the back of the team, saw Ryan's every move clearly. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her lips twitched slightly. She was unsure how to evaluate Ryan's performance. As one of the 3 team members responsible for focusing fire, Ryan just nearly synchronized her attack with her arrow on the target. Her performance was naturally excellent. But the problem was, Ryan didn't choose to cast a spell, Frost Ray, but instead attacked in close combat. This, compared to her, Fabian was actually the slowest of the 3. A wandering apprentice was a bit behind. What a rare way to put it. Wait, if Ryan uses her combat skills multiple times. Ryan, that quick movement technique you just used, does it put a lot of strain on your body? While Chris and Fabian asked Ryan questions, Leia also stepped forward to ask. Not really. That's great. Maybe we can practice switching targets, Leia said with a smile. Switching targets? Isn't that a bit complicated, and is it practical? Chris asked, a little confused. Of course it's useful. For example, if we encounter a large group of goblins, and they have goblin priests, what do we do if they cast protective spells when we focus fire on them? At that moment, we can quickly switch fire to other threatening goblins. Once the goblin priest's protective spell wears off, we can focus fire again and quickly defeat them. Leia explained confidently, giving another example. Ryan's eyes flickered slightly as he listened. He understood Leia's point. At the same time, he thought of some other possible uses. 2 hours later, after practicing together, everyone was already sweating heavily. Some sat, some stood, taking a short break. By the way, should we rest for 2 more days or go ahead and take on a new task? Leia suddenly remembered and asked. Let's take on a task. Last time, with the giant vampire bat mission, I hardly fought at all. Ryan took care of everything. It was too boring. Chris wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. Yeah, Fabian nodded immediately. Last time, he didn't get much chance to show his skills either. In fact, both of them were working on improving their combat techniques, hoping to reach the stage of skill mastery as soon as possible. If every mission were as easy as the last one, although it would be safe, it would also lose its challenge and value. The 2 of them wouldn't improve their fighting skills for a long time. The best missions are those that match a person's strength. Of course, such missions are hard to find. Also, unreliable information can lead to a big difference between the expected and actual strength of the target. So, adventurers usually take on missions that are slightly weaker than their own level. When hearing this, Ryan felt a bit embarrassed, but he agreed with their opinion. First, because he had already spent the rewards from the last mission on a new shield, and he was back to being low on money. Second, even though he didn't have a skill level panel, he could still clearly feel his fighting skills improving. Practicing in real battles makes the fastest progress. Talking with teammates helps next. So, if he wanted to improve his skills quickly, he needed to take on suitable missions for practice. And he also had a special ability to gain monster bloodlines. Leia looked around and smiled, saying, All right, that's all for today. Tomorrow morning, let's meet at the guild hall to see if there are any good missions. The next morning, Ryan first went to the blacksmith's workshop. After attaching 3 pointed spikes to his metal shield, he headed to the busy guild hall. Coincidentally, Leia and others arrived at the same time. Hey, Ryan, is that your new shield? Looks good. And it has spikes now. Chris's eyes widened as he looked around Ryan. Your new shield suits you, Leia said, glancing at the spikes on the shield. Thanks, nice new shield. But now, people might not recognize you as a mage apprentice anymore, Fabian teased. Let's go check the notice board first. By the way, Ryan, you said last time you wanted a mission related to the deep moss spider. Leia suddenly remembered and asked Ryan. No way, Ryan. Last time it was bats, and this time it's spiders. Trust me, exploring a sticky, spiderweb-filled cave is definitely not a good experience, Fabian said with a shrug, feeling helpless. He knew that right now, Ryan was the team's main member, especially the close combat fighter, and probably the leader. Leia would tend to agree with Ryan's opinion. Challenging a level 1 deep moss spider? Damn it. Ryan, why do you like fighting these things? Chris rubbed his forehead and said, Because I haven't fought one before, and I want to gain some real combat experience, Ryan replied, seeing Chris's bored expression, and shrugged. He couldn't say that he was after the deep moss spider's bloodline ability. You definitely won't like it. I promise. Fighting a spider about the size of a basin in a narrow, almost straight-up tunnel makes my skin crawl. Huh? Chris, are you allergic to spiders? Ryan noticed that Chris's exposed hand was actually covered in goosebumps. Yeah, he had a scary experience when he was a kid. A fuzzy, fist-sized spider crawled onto his bed in the middle of the night. Since then, he's been afraid of spiders, Leia said with a smile, teasing Chris. Leia, you wouldn't want others to know about your childhood embarrassment, would you? Chris said with a red face. How dare you? Leia glared with her beautiful eyes, and Chris fell silent. At this moment, Leia turned to Ryan with a teasing smile and said, Ryan, do you know that it's very unpleasant for a tall lady to crawl into a hole? Ryan looked at Leia's tall figure of about 1.75 meters and forced a smile. All right, Captain, I think this will be the last time for now, hopefully. After all, you're now the core of our team, Leia said with a glance. If not, I can do other missions. You decide, Captain, Ryan said with a bitter smile. A few minutes later. Unfortunately, Ryan, there are no missions involving deep moss spiders. Such missions are rare, and once they appear, usually an adventurer takes them, someone explained. Oh, Ryan raised an eyebrow, a bit confused. Because deep moss spider silk is valuable. So, even though the spider caves are sticky and disgusting, many adventurers still choose to explore them. Leia smiled and said, Great. We don't have to go to the spider cave anymore. Chris raised an eyebrow at Ryan and said. At that moment, a serious-looking female receptionist approached the notice board and posted a new mission announcement. Seeing the new mission posted, many people excitedly moved forward to check it out. After all, if it was a task to kill a small group of goblins or dog-headed people, it would be very popular. If you were slow, it would be gone. An investigation mission. The reward is so high, 50 silver coins. It's near the blue mine. Is it about dog-headed people? Captain, Ryan, let's take this mission, Chris said excitedly after reading the new announcement. Dog-headed people? This made Ryan hesitate a little. Honestly, the bloodline of dog-headed people no longer attracted him. Even if they were brave warriors, they were roughly the same level as goblin warriors. And his bloodline slots were only 4 in total. At this moment, whispers from nearby adventurers could be heard. 50 silver coins for the reward. That's quite a lot. But it requires a team of level 3 or higher, and we're only level 2. Investigating the missing team, the Simmons team, has disappeared. The Simmons team? I know one of the young men named Robin. He was in that team. But that team doesn't seem weak. Initially, Ryan didn't pay much attention to the new notice. But when he heard that name, his body suddenly stiffened. In the next moment, he sharply looked up at the notice board. Rain's mind couldn't help but recall Robin's slightly round but honest face, his often cheerful smile, and his final words. Well, after this mission, I should have saved enough money. I plan to take my sister to Doran City to see a priest and get her eyes treated. Captain, let's take this mission, Rain said. Chris initially wanted to tease him, thinking Rain was giving him respect, but when he saw Rain's eyes, he immediately held back his words. An investigation? Goblin scouts, Leia asked with some doubt. Although Chris had just mentioned it, she hadn't paid much attention. But now that Rain suddenly said he wanted to go, she took it seriously. Also, she was a bit confused. Wasn't Rain not very interested in goblins and orcs? This missing team includes a friend of mine. I want to check on them, Rain said openly. I see. I have no objection, Leia nodded. I have no objection either. If I had to choose, I'd pick goblins. Digging tunnels is better than dealing with sticky spider caves, Fabian said with a smile. However, as the team leader, Leia carefully reviewed the mission again before officially going to the counter to accept it. As the leader, she naturally had to think more carefully. When her eyes briefly glanced over the last line of the notice, she relaxed. Just considering goblins, even in large groups or with some mutated ones, she believed their team could handle it without much danger. 1 hour later, Rain and his team, prepared and ready, boarded a rented wagon heading toward the blue mine. As the wheels rolled over the gravel road, Rain looked through the gaps and glanced at both sides of the road. He saw that the wheat fields at the lower part of the slope had already been harvested, revealing reddish-brown furrows. Stacks of wheat stalks were neatly piled along the ridges, shining golden in the sunlight. In the distance, the hills still had green grass, rolling like a green silk cloth stretching toward the horizon. Farther away, the hills had sparse trees, like a mottled velvet blanket, beech leaves turning amber, with a few maple trees splashed in bright red. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the unique scent of autumn's maturity. Inside the caravan, do you think this missing team is dead, or are they lost in the abandoned mine that looks like a maze? Fabian asked, flipping his dagger repeatedly while speaking in a thoughtful tone. Such cases, where an entire team disappears, are very rare. Most of the time, even when facing tough monsters, an adventuring team might suffer injuries or casualties, but usually at least one or two escape. Additionally, the Solaran Kingdom has been mining at the Blue Abyss for hundreds of years. Many smaller mines have been abandoned and gradually taken over by goblins. Occupying the mines isn't the main problem, but goblins are good at causing chaos and digging recklessly. Over time, many of these abandoned tunnels become very complicated. That's why Fabian asked his question. Getting lost isn't very likely. Even without a map, they should have found an exit within 2 days. I wonder if there was a collapse in the mine, Chris said. Gland, who usually doesn't speak much, suddenly said, I heard a rumor. The Blue Abyss has had several underground tremors before, which means there might be underground water or even underground rivers. Hearing this, Ryan and the others raised their eyebrows. Are you saying they fell into an underground river? Chris asked, surprised. That means we wouldn't even know if they are alive or dead. Plus, we can't find their bodies or belongings. If that's the case, how are we supposed to complete our mission? Ryan asked. Let's go see for ourselves, Leia said calmly. After half a day of travel, they were close to their destination. What appeared before Ryan was a large yellow-brown area suddenly emerging from a green hill landscape. This was because the vegetation here had been completely cleared. Tall trees, low shrubs, and even green grass had been cut down, leaving only bare, brown soil. From a distance, it looked like a small patch, about the size of a palm. But as the cart moved forward, Ryan realized this area was at least the size of 10 football fields. He could see 7 or 8 mine entrances, with miners wearing helmets pushing carts in and out. Indeed, this is the largest copper mine in the Solaran Kingdom. Reen looked at the scene before him and was quite impressed. Let's go and ask the foreman, old Johnny, about the situation. Does the captain know the foreman here? Reen asked Leia. Yes, we did a mission at the Blue Mine last year. Chris nodded and said. Old Johnny, a miner, who was stopped, looked at Leia with a strange expression and said, If you're friends with old Johnny, don't you know he passed away 3 months ago? Huh? He passed away? Leia was surprised. The others in the team, including Reen, looked over. He fell into an underground river and drowned, the miner recalled with a sigh. Old Johnny was a good man. We all liked him. It's a shame he's gone. Now, the person in charge of us, Bonds, is a real jerk, the miner said angrily. Mike, you old sly fox, you're slacking off again. Crack. A clear whip sound rang out. I have to go? That's the new foreman, Bonds. Clearly, the miner was afraid of the person who made that sound. A burly man with a slanted scar on his forehead came out of the mine. He wanted to say more, but when he saw Leia's graceful figure, he immediately approached and asked, Who are you? We're adventurers here to investigate. A few days ago, a team of adventurers went missing while clearing out goblin trouble, Leia said, glancing at Bonds. Yes, a young team came here a few days ago. I warned them that the task was dangerous, but they didn't listen, Bonds shrugged, his eyes secretly glinting greedily as he looked at Leia. Which mine did they go into? That one over there, on the far east side. Reen looked in the direction he was pointed and saw a semi-enclosed mine entrance at the far east of the mining area, still covered with unremoved wooden planks. From the outside, it seemed to have been sealed with thick wood, but now a makeshift opening had been created for entry. That's where they went in before. After the incident, did you go inside to investigate? Lydia continued to ask. No, it was too dangerous inside. All right, thank you. We will go take a look. With that, Lydia decided not to talk much more with the new foreman, who looked more like a troublemaker. Be careful, she warned. The foreman Bonds looked at Lydia's curvy figure and swallowed hard, but he quickly looked away, wary of her exaggerated bow. Chris walked toward the abandoned mine, muttering softly, I heard old Johnny can swim, so he shouldn't have drowned. Since Ryan had never met old Johnny, he didn't feel much about it. Soon, the group lit torches and followed the rusty minecart tracks into the deep part of the abandoned mine. After walking a while, Ryan twitched his nose and turned to Lydia, asking, "Captain, did that foreman Bond say they haven't been inside again?" "Yes, he did." "What's wrong?" Lydia nodded. "Nothing much, I was just asking." Ryan nodded back. Using his heightened sense of smell from the wild boar, Ryan could still faintly smell Bonds' subtle fox-like odor inside the relatively enclosed abandoned mine. That's right, inside this mine. This suggests that someone entered within the past day or two. As for Robin's scent, it was almost indistinguishable now because of the time that had passed. Scent traces do fade over time, after all, but at least it shows that the new foreman Bonds was lying. He had been inside, and it was after Robin's team had encountered trouble. This made Ryan very alert. This foreman was suspicious, but he had never heard of humans colluding with goblin-headed people. For a moment, Ryan couldn't figure out what to think. The footprints were from goblin-headed people and looked fairly fresh. Fabian suddenly squatted down and shone his torch on some small, damp footprints on the ground. There were also human footprints. "Wait, there's a trap ahead." Fabian raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. He carefully inserted a torch into the ground and gently moved aside a few broken stones stacked together. A thin string extended from the stones toward one side of the cave wall, where a small bell was placed in a crack. Along the string, there was a glass jar filled with black liquid, fixed at the top of the cave wall. It's a poison jar. If touched accidentally, the bell will ring, and the jar will tip over. Although it's not deadly for us, it can cause injuries, and the bell will alert the goblin dogs inside," Fabian said as he quickly disarmed the trap. Ryan watched this scene, his mind moving slightly. Under the torchlight, with his low-light vision, he and Fabian almost discovered the thin string at the same time. Although goblin dogs and goblins are similar in strength, goblin dogs are smarter. This is proven by the trap set up in front of them. Done. Fabian soon disarmed the trap and carried the large jar of poison with him. They carefully moved forward for a few more minutes. After Fabian disabled another trap, they reached a fork in the path. "It's a three-way junction. Which way should we go?" Chris asked, but his eyes already looked at Ryan. Leah found this scene quite strange. Why didn't Chris ask Fabian about this exploration task? When Leah looked at Fabian, she saw him also looking seriously at Ryan. This made Leah even more curious. Actually, she hadn't entered the giant bat cave and didn't see Ryan judging the fork in the cave. There's a stronger goblin dog scent on this side. It should be the main area of activity. The other two paths are less used. Ryan pointed to the rightmost passage. "Really?" Leah's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Ryan, unsure of what to say. Last time, after killing the wild boar and its cart, Ryan also smelled something on her. But Leah always thought it was just a coincidence. This time, unlike the exaggerated descriptions Chris gave at the cave entrance last time, the situation was different. At this moment, the scene unfolding before him felt completely different to Leah. How can humans have such a keen sense of smell? It's simply incredible. Also, Leah really wanted to ask Ryan what career path he planned to pursue in the future. As an apprentice mage, his exploration and navigation skills are better than Fabian's. His ability to fight monsters even surpasses Chris's. His mobility is also better than Grande's. "Captain," seeing Leah staring blankly, Ryan waved his hand in front of her and said, "Oh, it's nothing. Let's go," since they might soon face a large group of goblin-headed enemies. Fabian, wearing leather armor, was moved to the middle of the team by Leah. Ryan took the lead, with Chris behind him. Grande, who also carries a shield, walked at the end of the line. His defense is not weaker than Chris's, and staying at the back is to guard against sudden attacks from behind. At this moment, Ryan's nostrils twitched. The smell of goblin-headed enemies was becoming more mixed and intense. At the same time, he heard faint clinking sounds of digging coming from the deep, narrow corridor ahead. Thanks to the keen sense of smell of the pig-headed warriors and the sharp hearing of the giant vampire bat leader, Ryan was able to detect the enemies ahead a step earlier. He also slowed down slightly, with his mouth slightly open. A high-frequency detection wave, invisible to the human ear, spread rapidly into the corridor like an invisible wave. This was the vampire bat skill, sound wave localization level 1. In his mind, Ryan began to sketch the terrain of the deep tunnel about 10 meters ahead, based on the reflected high-frequency waves he kept receiving. Huh? Is there a large open underground hall ahead? Ryan thought silently. At this moment, with the feedback from the sound waves, he had roughly mapped out the three-dimensional terrain ahead. About 30 meters in front, the reflected waves suddenly became chaotic and overlapped, indicating a large open hall. Moreover, from the dark hole where the sound waves faded, it seemed there was a tunnel continuing deeper underground. As for the individual special sound wave reflections, there are 1, 2, 11. Why are these 3 on the top of the hall? Ryan couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. But judging by their size, they didn't seem much bigger than normal goblin-headed people. This is... After a moment of thought, Ryan quickly spoke to the people behind him. The goblin-headed people are ahead, about 30 meters away. There's an underground hall, which seems to be a place where miners use to rest and transfer or carts. Hearing Ryan's words, everyone looked at him with strange expressions. Because if you say they have a keen sense of smell, it makes sense that they could smell the foul odor on the goblin-headed people from afar. But to smell and then detect an underground hall ahead, this is... Yes, as expected of a magic apprentice, Leah said with a smile. Hearing Leah's words, Chris and Fabian finally looked a bit enlightened. Connecting Ryan's identity as a magic apprentice, some strange things could be explained. Ryan, this kid, is not very honest. He clearly used some magic to explore, but told them he just smelled it. However, since Ryan didn't want to openly reveal this magic, they naturally wouldn't ask about it. After all, everyone has their secrets. By the way, do you know of any flying monsters that like to hang out with goblin-headed people? Ryan threw out a question he couldn't quite figure out. Although monsters generally follow a rule that their strength is proportional to their size, it's not always the case. What if these monsters perched at the top of the hall have some special abilities? Flying monsters that like to hang out with goblin-headed people? Ryan's question immediately caught the attention of the others. I once heard that goblin-headed groups sometimes coexist with gnoll groups. But if you're asking about flying ones, I really don't know. Chris shook his head and said, judging by their size, they seem a bit larger than normal goblin-headed people. Could they be giant blood-sucking bats? Ryan asked. Giant blood-sucking bats? That's impossible. They wouldn't coexist with goblin-headed people. They'd just see them as food for blood-sucking. Fabian shook his head and replied. Reen, based on your description, I think I know what it is, Leia said with a serious face. It should be a winged dog-headed person. A winged dog-headed person? Everyone, including Reen, looked at Leia. Yes, although rare, as relatives of dog-headed people, they often live among normal dog-headed people. However, their status is higher, mainly responsible for guarding and fighting, compared to normal dog-headed people, who do chores like finding food and digging. Winged dog-headed people usually rest or guard from high places. But Leia's face showed a thoughtful expression. But what? Chris asked. But usually, winged dog-headed people only appear in medium to large groups of dog-headed people. Reen, are there many dog-headed people inside? Not many, maybe about 10, Reen said, not giving an exact number, but that was enough. That's a bit strange, Leia said with a puzzled look. No matter what, since Reen spotted them first, it makes things easier. Later, I will throw a flare first. Fabian and Grande, get ready with your crossbows. The 3 of us will handle the winged dog-headed people. As for the normal dog-headed people, Reen and Chris, I trust you 2 can handle them, right? Of course, no problem. After planning the tactics, the 5 of them extinguished most of the torches and moved quietly forward. Soon, they saw several faint lights ahead. When they looked carefully, they realized these were candles. Each flickering light was a dog-headed person holding a candle and walking. The open space ahead confirmed what Reen had just said. It was an underground hall. But at this moment, everyone was no longer paying attention to Reen. They tightened their weapons and prepared to fight. Whoosh! A red signal flare shot out from Leia's hand. Immediately, the underground hall was bathed in red light, and the distribution of dog-headed people inside was fully revealed to the keen-eyed pursuit team. Under the bright red light, about 10 ordinary kobolds holding miners' picks were in the hall. The group also found the 3 mixed creatures mentioned by Ryan at the top of the underground hall. The creatures looked very similar to normal kobolds, about 80% alike, except for the prominent fleshy wings on their backs. It was indeed winged kobolds. For a moment, everyone thought, wow, Ryan is amazing, but that thought quickly disappeared. The attack began. For the kobolds, both the winged ones at the top and the ordinary ones below instinctively turned their heads toward the sudden red light, showing surprised expressions on their faces. Whoosh! A sharp arrow shot from behind Ryan. A blurry arrow flashed like lightning, hitting the top of the hall, and a winged kobold fell. The enemy's scream made everyone realize immediately this was not just red light, but an attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fabian and Grand also shot their crossbow arrows. Ryan and Chris rushed toward the kobolds in front of them. Suddenly, the kobolds in the hall were thrown into chaos by the surprise attack from 5 people. Woof! Woof! Splurt! A pointed iron hammer, whistling through the air, struck a panicked kobold's head in the center. The normally tough skull was not much thicker than a thin wooden board against the pointed hammer, especially since Ryan used his special skill, Armor Breaker. Immediately, warm, foul-smelling blood mixed with a whitish semi-fluid splattered everywhere. The sudden addition of foreign matter in the brain made the kobold's eyes bulge almost out of their sockets. Ryan's hammer killed the kobold, who was still confused about what was happening. Through this strike, Ryan also learned the physical strength of normal kobolds. There's no need to use Armor Breaker. Just a pointed hammer can break through a kobold's skull. A thought quickly flashed in Ryan's mind. Bang! Ryan struck again, smashing the forehead of a kobold who was trying to resist with a miner's pick, causing its head to shatter. At this moment, Chris shook the blood off his long sword and charged at the next goblin. Huh! Reen saw something suddenly fly from the side at high speed. He immediately raised his shield to block. There were 2 loud bangs, and the objects fell to the ground, 2 stones. He looked up and saw 2 goblins standing side by side, each holding a curved, elastic-looking weapon, shaped like an oval, probably used to throw stones. Reen, familiar with basic monster guides, quickly recognized the weapons, slings, the goblins' most common tool for attack. Facing these 2 goblins using slings to attack from a distance, Reen stomped hard with his left foot. Ugh! Wearing a horned helmet, chainmail, and holding a metal shield with 3 triangular spikes, Reen suddenly sped up. Like a wild bull charging out of its pen, he roared with the wind and rushed quickly toward the goblins. Bang! The closer goblin's eyes widened in fear. It wanted to dodge, but in the next moment, a spiked metal shield, like a wall of thorns, slammed into its weak body. The goblin barely felt the 3 spikes piercing into it. Instead, it was overwhelmed by a greater pain. The goblin was knocked flying like a cannonball. In midair, the sound of bones cracking echoed loudly, and it crashed hard into the stone wall of the hall. Smash! Its body, like broken tofu, slid down the wall slowly. Buzz! Reen's left arm suddenly bulged with muscle. He struck his shield with a loud bang, and with the sound of rushing wind, the heavy metal shield slammed down on another goblin that had just taken a step back. Bang! Because this shield strike hit the goblin's face at an angle, the goblin didn't even grunt and immediately fell to the ground. Even Chris, who had long known Reen's strength, was amazed to see Reen cut through 4 goblins in just 3 or 5 seconds, like slicing vegetables. Huh! Deeply exhaling beneath his horned helmet, Chris felt the heat of his breath. Though strengthened by the bloodline of a wild boar warrior, Reen still needed to adjust his breathing after continuous combat, to control his energy and pace his attacks. Suddenly, Fabian's urgent shout came from behind him. Actually, without Fabian reminding him, Ryan already sensed a strong wind coming from above. A dark shadow suddenly lunged toward his face. Ryan quickly spun around, raised his shield to block, and then struck back with a powerful shield bash. Bang! A winged creature let out a cry of pain and was knocked away like a bouncing ball. Huh! It's a winged dog-headed creature. Ryan's eyes lit up. Just now, when Leo was setting up the battle plan, he wasn't assigned to kill the winged dog-headed creature, so he felt a little disappointed. Even though the bloodline of the winged dog-headed creature probably wouldn't give him any special power now, he still wished he had tried to use it. To his surprise, the creature actually came straight for him. Whoosh! Ryan took a quick step forward and swung his hammer at the creature that had just gotten up and was still unsteady. Clearly, the dog head of the creature wasn't much tougher than a normal dog-headed monster. It was hit on the forehead with a loud thud, creating a hole. The winged dog-headed creature's eyes bulged, twitched twice, and then died instantly. After Ryan defeated this winged dog-headed creature, the battle was over without any doubt. With 3 winged dog-headed creatures killed one after another, the morale of the dog-headed monsters collapsed. They hurriedly fled in all directions, which only sped up their defeat. Soon, all the dog-headed monsters, including the 3 winged ones that had been perched on the top of the cave wall, were lying motionless on the ground. At this moment, Ryan finally had a chance to carefully observe these monsters, which he had only seen in the beginner monster guide before. Dog-headed monsters, as the name suggests, are creatures with heads shaped like dogs. Their skin is mostly exposed, with only key areas covered by tattered leather armor or linen cloth. However, next to the bodies of the dog-headed monsters, there are often miners' pickaxes and scattered candles. Candles are naturally used for light by humans, but for the dog-headed monsters, they have a different meaning. For them, candles are part of their faith, candle worship. It's a rather niche belief, but it's their spiritual practice. As for the winged dog-headed creature, besides its face resembling a normal dog-headed person, its appearance shows significant differences. The most noticeable features are the large, scaled, bat-like wings and the long claws that are much longer than those of a regular dog-headed person. Additionally, in terms of fighting strength, Ryan estimates that one winged dog-headed creature can be as powerful as 3 normal dog-headed people. In fact, if it weren't for Leah's warning before the fight, Ryan might have thought that this winged dog-headed creature was a different monster from the regular dog-headed person, since their appearances are quite different. As for combat experience, neither the normal nor the winged dog-headed creatures left a deep impression on Ryan. Both types were easily defeated with a single strike during his attack. However, upon reflection, their use of a slingshot to throw stones is a pretty effective long-range attack. If they had enough of these, they could cause serious trouble for a typical adventuring team. Overall, Ryan believes that the winged dog-headed creature's combat ability exceeds that of the same number of goblins. Found it. There are a few pieces of human chainmail, leather armor, and some weapons here. They should belong to the missing team, Fabian said as he arrived at the campfire and started searching. Ryan looked in the direction Fabian pointed and saw a pile of clothing clearly sized for humans. He quickly stepped forward to examine the belongings. Although many items were quite worn, most could still be recognized. Soon, his eyes fell on a broken, kite-shaped shield in the center of the debris. Its size and shape looked familiar, reminding Ryan that this was the shield Robin had bought that day at the Ironforge workshop. This also brought back memories of Robin's young face, slightly excited and smiling that day. Feeling a bit heavy-hearted, Ryan slowly picked up the shield. He turned it over. On the back, he saw the faintly blurred words, Ironforge Workshop. Without a doubt, this was Robin's belonging. At the same time, as Fabian continued searching through the debris, Ryan noticed a broken spear with only the tip remaining. Both the spear and the shield were found. Ryan didn't say anything. Instead, he bent down again, carefully wiped the spear tip, and then strapped it to his waist. A few days ago, the reason for the adventurer team's disappearance was probably due to these special winged dog-headed creatures. Chris used a torch to look at the strange dog-headed individual on the ground, then poked at its bat-like leathery wings with the tip of his sword, and continued. These winged creatures are quite rare. Seeing 3 at once is very dangerous. If they suddenly attack from behind with stones, most ordinary adventurer teams would panic and rush inside, which only leads them deeper into the abandoned mine. Once inside, the dog-headed creatures can use the terrain and numbers to slowly pick off the scattered adventurers. Fabian nodded in agreement. Especially for regular teams, they wouldn't be able to spot these enemies early like we did. If Ryan hadn't been alert during the fight, they might have been ambushed by the winged dog-headed creatures. These winged creatures lying at the top of the mine hall are easy to overlook. Of course, for a team like theirs, even if these 3 winged dog-headed creatures had succeeded in ambushing them, it would only cause some trouble. Maybe a few people would get hurt, but the outcome of the battle wouldn't change. After all, they are not a beginner team, but an elite squad. Although Ryan thought Chris and Fabian's judgment made sense, he still had some doubts. For example, the damage to Robin's kite-shaped shield in his hand didn't look like it was caused by stones thrown by the winged dog-headed creatures. A specially treated, 1-inch thick high-quality oak shield with a fist-sized hole in the middle didn't seem like something the winged dog-headed creatures could do. But maybe it was possible. There is also a passage in the northwest corner of the underground hall that leads further down, which they haven't explored yet. Perhaps there are more dog-headed creatures below, or even some special mutated winged dog-headed individuals. So, Ryan didn't say anything right away. However, Leia saw that Ryan was silently staring at the shield, so she also looked over. When she saw the damaged shield in Ryan's hand, her beautiful eyes widened slightly, and she let out a soft, "Huh." Immediately, she took long strides forward and made the same judgment as Ryan. The falling rocks dropped by the winged goblin won't cause this kind of damage. Leia's words naturally drew the attention of others. "Looks more like it was hit by a war hammer," said Grand, who was usually quiet, suddenly speaking up. "A war hammer? Could it be a mutated goblin?" Fabian looked at Grand with a puzzled expression and asked this. For a moment, the scene fell silent, as it was indeed possible. So, there might be some mutated goblins among them that we haven't found. Chris rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Deeper inside, Fabian looked toward the entrance of the passage. Following Chris's words, everyone couldn't help but focus their gaze on the dark, mysterious northwest passage leading deeper underground. Should we go further in or turn back? This was the question everyone faced. After all, they had not only recovered the belongings of the missing team, but also killed 3 winged goblins. From the perspective of completing the guild's mission, their current gains were enough. At this moment, Ryan suddenly stood up and approached the entrance to the deeper underground passage, quietly staring into the dark abyss ahead. But soon, his brow furrowed gradually. Seeing Ryan's strange behavior, Leia also came over. Her beautiful eyes looked at the dark, deep entrance of the passage. After confirming she couldn't see anything clearly, she asked, "Is it down there, Ryan? If you want to avenge your friend, we..." Ryan waved his hand, then hesitated for a moment, as if organizing his words, and said, "I feel like the other goblins aren't in this passage, because just now, Ryan used his level 2 keen sense of smell and barely detected any goblin scent from this passage. Instead, it was filled with a musty smell that hadn't been disturbed for years. He had also used sonic positioning just moments ago, but found nothing. This was very strange. If their judgment was correct, and there were still mutated goblins out there, where could they be? Could there be a secret passage here? Actually, there is another reason why Ryan suspects this. He had just carefully examined the thickness of the damaged shield. Even he, holding a pointed hammer and not using a special attack, couldn't cause such damage. This makes Ryan very curious. Are the mutated dog-headed people so strong? That seems unlikely. Are there no dog-headed people below? Leah's eyes widened as she looked at Ryan. "Why do you think that?" she asked. "Intuition," Ryan replied simply. He couldn't really explain his sense of direction, so he just said it was intuition. After hearing this, the others looked at each other, unsure how to respond. But Leah nodded slightly. In fact, if anyone else in the team had said that, Leah would probably roll her eyes. But since Ryan said it, she believed him. At least, she believed him mostly. Because all along, Ryan's judgments had been correct, which was the best proof. And how exactly did Ryan figure this out? Everyone was curious, but they didn't have time to think about it now, nor did they ask. The more important issue was, if Ryan was right, then their previous guess was wrong. Where did the mutated dog-headed people go? "Everyone, look at the surrounding rock walls." Ryan said this and walked to the side of the mine tunnel's wall. He shone his torch on the uneven surface and examined it carefully. The others, experienced adventurers, immediately understood what Ryan meant. They quickly took their torches and gently tapped the walls of the underground hall to check. In less than half a minute, Fabian's low voice came from behind Ryan. "There's a gap here." "No, this stone can be moved." Fabian's eyes widened as he knocked on a section of the wall in front of him, looking surprised. "Is there really a secret passage?" Chris's eyes also widened as he hurried over. "Are the dog-headed people hiding or concealing something?" Leah looked thoughtful. Although everyone has heard rumors that goblin-like creatures like to hide things, the current situation doesn't seem to be just about hiding. "Stop guessing. We'll find out when we open it," Grand said in a deep voice. With Chris, Grand, and a few others working together, they slowly moved aside the large stone blocking the passage. A heavy, slightly damp air rushed toward them. "I'll go check the way first," Fabian said softly, twirling his dagger. Wait, something's not right, Ryan said, stopping Fabian gently. Hearing Ryan, everyone became tense and instinctively became more alert. I think I smell other creatures. Not goblins, and not winged goblins either, Ryan said quietly. There was also a faint damp smell from the water below, which he hadn't mentioned before. But compared to the instinctive fear the other smell caused, this was less important. Is that a sulfur smell? Someone asked. I'm not sure if it's because of mutation or hybridization, but I heard some special goblins can spit fire, Leia said thoughtfully. Sulfur smell? Ryan was a bit surprised. If it was a mutated goblin as Leia suggested, he would be very interested because, after defeating it, he might gain that ability. His spell, Frost Ray, was originally from a mutated goblin. But the problem was, this wasn't the smell of sulfur. It probably isn't. It's more like a subtle, cold feeling, like a cold-blooded killer, Ryan said, unsure how to describe the scent he detected. He had considered the possibility of mutations among goblins. But although he couldn't be sure what the creature was, based on the leftover smell, there were clearly more than one. This made the idea of a mutation less likely. After all, having more than one mutated creature in a group was rare, maybe 1 or 2 at most. 3. Should we go down or not? Chris asked nervously. Wait a moment, I want to take a look, Ryan said, moving to the center of the cave entrance. Actually, he wasn't just looking. Ryan was about to use sound wave positioning to scan the area. By the way, everyone, get ready in case of an emergency. Suddenly, Ryan seemed to remember something and turned to speak to everyone. Okay. Understood. Although Ryan's words were a bit abrupt, his serious expression made everyone, including Leia, look serious. Without hesitation, Ryan slightly opened his mouth, and an invisible high-frequency sound wave spread out in a fan shape from him, moving forward. He was using sound wave positioning to scan the deep, long corridor ahead. His earlier warning was because he was worried about a situation. While humans can't hear the high-frequency sounds of bats, it doesn't mean unknown creatures inside the cave can't hear them. So, using this method could lead to unexpected situations. Just a fraction of a second later, Ryan's face changed dramatically. Based on the sound wave feedback he received, 3 humanoid creatures were hiding about 30 meters ahead in the corridor. First, he was sure they weren't goblin-headed creatures because their shapes, reflected in the sound waves, were more than twice as sturdy as those goblin-headed beings. Additionally, he made a shocking discovery. Deeper inside, he detected an unknown number of goblin-headed creatures moving in and out, seemingly busy with something. Ryan's heart started pounding faster, and sweat appeared on his palms. In that moment, many thoughts rushed through his mind. He had a feeling as if the goblin-headed creatures they had just killed in the underground hall, whether with wings or not, had been deliberately placed there to be killed by them. In his view, such intelligence and ruthless tactics were definitely beyond what low-level monsters like goblin-headed creatures could possess. Even if a rare goblin-headed priest had been born among the large goblin tribes below, it was still unlikely. But where did this secret passage lead? What secrets did it hide? And was Robin's death related to this secret passage? Retreating now would be safe, but Ryan's eyes grew even deeper. Additionally, even if it is intelligence, to get the Adventurers Guild's recognition, we need to be a bit clearer. At least, without physical evidence, we should at least explain the situation briefly. What exactly are those 3 humanoid creatures? Humanoid creatures. Shorter and stockier than humans. Reen couldn't think of what they might be at first. It can't be dwarves, right? Thinking of dwarves, Reen immediately remembered Minter Hembert's face. After some thought, Reen asked, they are taller than goblin-headed people, but sturdier than humans. They might live together with goblin-headed people. Hearing Reen's question, the others exchanged glances, their eyes showing surprise. From Reen's words, it was clear they believed he had found some clues, even possibly identified the specific features of the unknown creatures. Bear goblins? But bear goblins usually don't live so deep underground, and they usually prefer to mix with goblins. Chris first mentioned bear goblins, but quickly thought otherwise. Not bear goblins. The other side is shorter than us. Reen carefully examined the shape outline fed back by the sound waves and said, isn't that just the physical traits of dwarves? Fabian casually said, while flicking his dagger. Dwarves? Reyes suddenly seemed to remember something. her face serious as she looked at Reen and asked, "Are you sure they are shorter than us and more muscular?" "Yes." Without hesitation, Reen nodded. Although Rhea still didn't know what spell Reen used to determine the other party's body features, she believed what Reen said without a doubt. "Oh no, it might be a gray dwarf," Rhea blurted out. "Gray dwarf?" The remaining four, including Reen, all widened their eyes in shock. After all, aren't gray dwarves creatures that live in dark regions? But they had never heard of any passages connecting the Blue Cave or Dorn City to dark regions. So, even though the physical traits matched perfectly, including Reen, they hadn't considered the gray dwarf angle. Additionally, the gray dwarves are challenging creatures with a difficulty level of 1, and they usually act in groups, making them very hard to fight. "Ryan, are you sure?" Chris couldn't help but turn around and ask Ryan. It's understandable that Chris questions this. Although the challenge level of gray dwarves seems similar to that of ordinary boarmen, in reality, once their numbers increase, gray dwarves are much stronger than boarmen. For example, a boarman warrior that Ryan and the others defeated can fight 3 normal boarmen alone, but it wouldn't stand a chance against 3 gray dwarves. Even 2 gray dwarves, fully armed, can fight evenly with a boarman warrior of challenge level 2. As the number of gray dwarves increases, the difficulty rises exponentially. This is without considering any special individuals among them. It's normal for them to have such fighting power because gray dwarves are among the top tribes in the dark regions, competing with the Zorals and the Heartless Demons. Seeing the expressions of the others, Ryan also started to feel uncertain. After all, he had never seen a gray dwarf before, only judging by sound wave reflections. Ryan thought it was necessary to confirm again. But as he opened his mouth to speak and reoriented the sound waves, his face suddenly changed drastically, and he said, "The enemy is charging toward us. 20 meters, 3 of them." The members of the Howling Hunters team, including Leia, after a brief moment of shock lasting less than 0.2 seconds, immediately moved. "Prepare for battle. Hurry." Ryan and the other 2 block the entrance so they can't rush out. "Fabian, use your crossbow to interfere with the gray dwarves' attacks on Grande." "I'll help Chris." "Ryan, you 3 must pay attention to the gray dwarves' attacks. They are very strong." Leia's rapid words almost made the scene tense up. Although everyone was initially panicked, thanks to their good combat skills and recent teamwork experience, they quickly adjusted their formation. Ryan, Chris, and Grande held shields in front, blocking the entrance tightly, while Leia and Fabian used bows and crossbows from behind. Their eyes, either tense or excited, watched the dark, deep passage. Let's rewind the clock to 1 minute earlier. The gray dwarf SOS Dark Furnace and 2 other members of his clan were calmly waiting for the human adventurer team to enter the passage. Unexpectedly, although the adventurers initially showed signs of entering, they suddenly stopped. A group of them was discussing something at the entrance of the passage. Just a moment ago, SOS felt a faint, almost imperceptible sound wave pass by his ear, making him sense that something was wrong. Could it be? Are the human adventurers at the entrance using magic to scan the passage? But SOS didn't need to guess anymore. The human team at the entrance spoke again, their voices sounding a bit hurried. The 3 gray dwarfs, with their dark gray eyes, exchanged glances. They knew the humans had probably used some method to find their trail. After a brief thought, SOS decided to lead his 2 clan members rushing toward the entrance. The detection magic array outside hadn't triggered an alarm, indicating that the human adventurers weren't high-level professionals. According to their cooperation agreement with Telingui, they needed to ensure the safety of underground mining and eliminate any intelligent creatures that discovered their secret, just like they did with the last human adventurer team. So, without sneaking anymore, 3 sturdy gray dwarfs, wearing leather armor, holding shields, and wielding large one-handed warhammers, suddenly charged out of the shadows. "Wow, they're really gray dwarfs," Chris exclaimed softly. Seeing the nearly identical gray dwarf warrior in front of him, especially the heavy metal warhammer in his hand, Rain tightened his grip on his shield and narrowed his eyes. In that moment, the hole in Robin's shield revealed an answer in his mind. Deep underground, resembling a natural cave, 7 or 8 flat-bottomed cargo ships covered with cloth were anchored in a wide underground river that looked like the Mere River. The river twisted into the distance, and judging by the sound of water, many tributaries fed into it. Meanwhile, many small figures were busy unloading crates of or from mining carts and transporting them to the ships. On a large stone by a slightly elevated dark river, a blond man dressed in a blue and white mage robe twitched his eyebrows. He seemed to have received some message, turned around, and looked toward the blue mine. He whispered, "Adventurers are here again." But the detection magic array didn't react, so there are probably no skilled fighters. It seems the last team of adventurers who died didn't attract the guild's attention. That makes them easier to deal with. However, out of concern for something, he turned his head to look at a short figure beside him and asked, "Old man, have the people I asked you to arrange already arrived at the surface hall?" "Don't worry, Lord Isle. I've already arranged everything. I also sealed off the underground passage yesterday," came a hoarse, slightly muddled voice. "Good." The blond man named Al smiled with satisfaction and nodded. But, seeming a bit worried about the goblin priest in front of him, he suddenly changed the subject and asked, "By the way, old man, how many winged goblin fighters did you arrange?" 3. The older goblin priest replied hesitantly, his face red under the candlelight, showing a hint of fear. "What?" 3. Al's eyes widened in surprise. In the next moment, regaining his composure, the blond man pointed at the goblin priest's nose and shouted, "Idiot! 3 is far from enough. Why didn't you follow my plan and send 8? In the surface hall, the 3 gray dwarves almost simultaneously raised their hammers and swung heavily at Chris, Grand, and Rain. Clang! Sparks flew as the weapons clashed. Even though Chris and Grand had recently practiced shield blocking with Rain, they were struck by the dwarves' heavy hammers, which were at least 30% stronger than theirs. Their steps faltered, and the left arm holding the shield throbbed painfully, muscles trembling. Only Rain, holding his newly bought steel shield, managed to steady himself against the middle dwarf's hammer. But judging by the tense, bulging muscles in Rain's arms and shoulders, it was clear that it wasn't easy for him either. Meanwhile, Rain also clearly noticed that because Chris and Gran were pushed back 2 steps, he suddenly became more noticeable. This made Rain think silently, not good, and he immediately stepped back 2 more steps. Chris and Gran saw this problem too, but before they could shout, Rain quickly retreated 1 step, returning to the line. The 3 of them stood shoulder to shoulder again, maintaining the same position. Whoosh! An arrow shot quickly from behind toward the gray dwarf, forcing the dwarf who was about to swing his hammer at Chris to stop his attack and raise his hammer to block. Compared to Leia, who could quickly counterattack with her bow, Fabian looked a bit frustrated. He had just shot 2 crossbow bolts and was now quickly reloading, but this caused a gap, making it impossible to harass the gray dwarf soldiers in front of Grand for a while. "Damn, I should have brought a short bow," Fabian thought angrily. As a wandering apprentice, Fabian was familiar with crossbow bolts and also knew about short bows. Usually, on a mission, he would carry only 1 type of ranged weapon. Since Captain Leia was a strong shooter, Fabian mostly carried a hand crossbow. Actually, this time, Fabian couldn't really be blamed. Who would have thought that near Mill Town, deep inside the human kingdom of Saladin, there would be gray dwarfs from the dark regions? As for flanking the enemy, Fabian couldn't do that now. Not to mention the gray dwarf's fierce melee attacks. At this moment, the 3 of them and the enemy were locked in a tense standstill. He simply couldn't rush through. Fight while retreating. Back into the passage, Leia's clear and urgent voice came from behind Reen. Reen naturally understood why Leia immediately changed tactics. They originally planned to defend the passage exit to limit the gray dwarf's movement. But now, after just 1 encounter, Chris and Grand had been pushed back. The strength of the gray dwarf soldiers before them was stronger than expected. So, the only way was to retreat from this hall and move back to the narrow passage leading to the surface, the same one they came through, to avoid being quickly overwhelmed by the gray dwarfs. Reen strongly agreed with this adjustment. Besides the reasons mentioned, he was more worried about the underground space below, which they had detected with sound wave positioning. He didn't know if there were other gray dwarf warriors below, besides the quite numerous goblin-headed men. If there were, the consequences would be terrible. "Stay steady, follow my lead," Ryan shouted softly. Thanks to their last small team practice, Chris and Grand, who were nearby, calmed down and started to move in rhythm after hearing Ryan's steady voice. From the side, it looked like the three human shield warriors, apart from being a little panicked at the start of the fight, were now steady and slowly retreating. The gray dwarfs were very surprised. They thought this time would be like last time, where they could easily defeat the enemies right away. But unexpectedly, these human adventurers, who were not professionals, showed strong resilience. They managed to hold off the first wave of attack. Soth remembered a few days ago when a small human team of 6 appeared. They quickly killed 2 enemies as soon as they showed up, and the other human adventurers scattered almost immediately. The whole fight was almost like a massacre targeting civilians. Oh, and there was the only human warrior who stayed behind to hold them off, which made things a bit more difficult for him. Now, even though this small human team was 1 person fewer, they fought very well against the gray dwarfs. Part of the reason was that the team had 3 shield bearers, which was rare, but the enemy's fighting spirit and tactics were also very different from the team 2 days ago. For a moment, the battle became quite intense. Ryan and the others had retreated more than 20 meters to the other end of the underground hall, near the exit passage. This meant that if they kept this position, they could retreat safely. But suddenly, Fabian, who was behind, hurriedly warned, "Damn, I ran out of crossbow bolts." Seeing this, the 3 gray dwarfs suddenly roared loudly. Their height, about 1.5 meters, suddenly expanded as their muscles bulged, and they grew taller. Now, the 3 gray dwarfs were as tall as Ryan and the others. Because Ryan and the others were crouching slightly and holding shields, from Leia's perspective, the gray dwarfs seemed to be even taller than Ryan and the others at that moment. "Damn, they're transforming into giants." Leia's urgent and anxious shouts came from behind. "Be careful, all 3 of you." But the problem is, sometimes, when the strength gap is too large, even if you know the attack's angle and direction, you can't block it. Just like now. Clang. After a loud series of 3 overlapping crashes, Chris was knocked back 3 or 4 steps. Then he sat heavily on the ground and was blown several meters away by the strong impact. A noticeable dent appeared on his shield, which was covered with iron plates on his left arm. This was the result of Leia aiming and shooting an arrow at the gray dwarf opposite Chris, disrupting his attack. It shows how terrifying the gray dwarf's strength is when in giant form. In fact, when facing a challenge level of 1 and in giant form, even a beginner warrior must give their all to withstand the opponent's burst of power. So, Chris doing as well as he did is already very good. Gland's situation is worse because the gray dwarf on the other side no longer has Fabian's crossbow interference. After transforming into giant form, the opponent can freely use their hammer. This caused Gland not only to fall to the ground, but also to suffer some cartilage injury in his shield-bearing left arm. At this moment, the only figure still standing on the scene was the one wearing a bullhorned helmet. 1 second ago, unlike Chris and Gland, who were blocking with shields, Ryan's left arm muscles bulged to their limit, veins popping out. His steel shield, accompanied by a whistling sound, suddenly swung forward with surprising force. It turned out Ryan was using the combat skill, Shield Bash, to counter the gray dwarf's giant form explosion. Because at the moment the gray dwarf entered giant form, Ryan, who was highly focused, quickly judged that the blow under the giant boost would be extremely powerful. Therefore, shortening the hammer's swing path and reducing its power was the best way to defend against this attack. This led to the current offensive and defensive exchange. But even so, as soon as they clashed, sparks flew, and Ryan felt an indescribable immense force in his left arm. This power, along with a strong shock, almost made him lose grip of his newly forged steel shield. The whole person had to step back to block the opponent's powerful attack. But the opponent was also feeling the pressure. Although uninjured, he was caught off guard by Ryan's counterattack. The dwarf Soth's warhammer slipped from his hand and bounced against the rock wall before falling to the ground. If Humbert were here, he would surely praise Ryan for his clever response. Holding a shield doesn't mean only defending passively. A shield bash can mean, sometimes, attacking is the best defense. However, even though Ryan managed to block the attack, and even gained a slight advantage, The defeat of Chris and Grand made the entire Whistling Pursuer team situation quickly worsen. Grand, Leia shouted urgently from behind. Her combat skill, aim strike, was powerful but required about 2 seconds to charge and aim. So, when Chris and the others were defending at the front, they couldn't aim at the dwarf who was shorter than them. By the time the dwarf grew big enough to be targeted, their line had already collapsed. Leia had to act as a rescue team member, pulling her bowstring repeatedly to give Chris, who was knocked into the air, a chance to stand up again. But she wasn't a professional, so she couldn't support both of them at once. As for Fabian, he had already jumped from the front to face the giant dwarf directly, trying to buy time for Grand to get up. But everyone knew that even a wandering fighter shouldn't face a giant dwarf in a direct fight, especially not an apprentice. Moreover, Grand's current state meant that even if he got up and held his shield, he couldn't withstand the fierce hammer strikes from the dwarf. In other words, without a way to break the deadlock, the entire team could collapse at any moment. Suddenly, in a flash of lightning and thunder, a strong figure suddenly charged in from the side, directly knocking the dwarf, aiming to crush Grand's head with a hammer back several steps, forcing him to stumble against the hall's rock wall. It was Ryan, who had just used a savage charge in battle for the first time. "Focus fire," Ryan shouted loudly. Accompanying his roar was him raising his warhammer high. Hearing Ryan's warning, both Leia and Fabian seemed to wake up from a dream. The sudden encounters with goblins, giants, and other surprises left Leia, the team leader, momentarily overwhelmed. But Ryan knew very well that, in this situation, if they couldn't quickly defeat or even kill a goblin, their entire team would soon fall apart. So, attacking was the best defense. Underground Dark River. "Master, those are the elites of my clan. To let them die so easily is really..." Gnarled and pale, he begged for mercy. "Damn fools. If the adventurers above suspect anything, they'll keep searching for clues. I ordered 8 winged goblin dogs to make the human teams think the previous group was ambushed by winged goblin dogs. If only 3, they might become suspicious. Master, even if they do find out, can they really beat you, the Great One? Idiot. Killing this second human team will only cause the Adventurers Guild to send stronger groups. Underground Common Language. Damn it. Thorn, how many of your clan members are guarding the underground tunnel above?" The person in the shadow switched languages and spoke to the shadow nearby. Underground Common Language. "Same as last time, a 3-person team. Don't worry, my brother Soth is with them too." A rough voice like rocks grinding. Meanwhile, a figure dressed in heavy silver-gray armor, muscular and stocky, stepped out of the darkness. That shouldn't be a problem. The middle-aged man with blonde hair relaxed and nodded. But soon he seemed worried and continued. Underground Common Language. "But to make sure the other side doesn't escape. Thorn, you'd better go there yourself." Underground Common Language. "Air, helping you kill people isn't part of our deal. You need to pay more." The gray dwarf named Thorn didn't agree directly. "Thorn, don't forget that your job is to ensure this place's safety." "Someone is." The gray dwarf named Thorn was bigger and stronger than a normal gray dwarf, but at this moment, a sly glint appeared in his eyes as he said, in Underground Common Language, "If they rush in, we will handle it. But the problem now is, they haven't come down yet." Surface Hall. Fabian, who had just charged forward, was now exactly 3 meters in front of the gray dwarf. When he heard Ryan mention focusing fire, Fabian suddenly looked enlightened. He leapt into the air, kicked off the rock wall forcefully, and jumped behind the gray dwarf. At the same time, he raised his dagger high, flashing a bright arc, and suddenly stabbed downward. Meanwhile, Rhea, a few meters away, kept her beautiful eyes fixed on the gray dwarf, pulling her bowstring tight. In the next moment, a gray arrow shot out like lightning toward him. As for Ryan, his pointed hammer was slightly faster than the others, whistling down. Clang! The giant gray dwarf blocked Ryan's armor-breaking strike with his shield, but in the next instant, he let out a painful roar because an arrow hit his right eye. But it wasn't over yet. Thud! A silver arc shot into his left side of the neck, and blood spurted out instantly. It seemed that because of the deadly attack, the gray dwarf's size quickly shrank back to his original form. In other words, he was no longer in his giant state. Everyone immediately realized that the giant form could be interrupted. In Underground Common Language, "Damn it. Bingus." The gray dwarf in the center, who had just picked up his war hammer, roared angrily. Although Ryan couldn't understand what he was saying, the anger in his voice was clear to everyone. In fact, from Soth's perspective, the current situation was that this human team was about to completely fall apart. But surprisingly, in just the brief moment he picked up his war hammer from the ground, the enemy team executed such a clever coordination. They instantly turned the tide of the battle again. Compared to the human adventurers they defeated 2 days ago, this team was worlds apart. Faced with the life and death of his people, the short gray dwarf Soth suddenly clenched the necklace hanging around his neck and raised it, aiming at the heavily targeted Bingus and swinging it. In an instant, just as everyone was about to deliver the final blow to the badly injured gray dwarf, they suddenly saw a faint red glow appear on his body, completely enveloping him. Chill. Fabian's dagger, aimed at the other's throat, was immediately blocked by this energy shield. Meanwhile, Ryan's war hammer, swung again, also met resistance from this energy and hovered in midair. Bang! At this moment, a muffled sound was heard. Chris was struck and thrown against the rock wall, rolling heavily to the ground. His kite-shaped shield fell nearby. From Chris's twisted left arm and the blood constantly pouring from his mouth, it was clear he had lost most of his fighting ability. It turned out that just as Ryan and the others attacked the gray dwarf, Chris quickly got up and briefly blocked the rescue attempt of the gray dwarf on his left. But the gray dwarf in giant form was too strong, especially with the skill, Armor Breaker. If Chris were a fully trained warrior, he might have held on longer, but as an apprentice, how long could he resist with all his strength? A few seconds, that was Chris's last stand. You will all die here. The gray dwarf Soth, standing in the middle, pointed his war hammer at everyone, his voice full of anger, speaking in a language not very fluent. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged toward Ryan's position. The gray dwarf on the left, who had planned to rush forward and kill Chris directly, seemed to have received some order and also turned to attack Ryan. Be careful, Ryan. Actually, no reminder was needed from Leia. Ryan felt the strong wind coming from his side. He had already expected this. When he decided to switch his focus to the gray dwarf on the left, the middle gray dwarf would definitely attack him. His plan was to, before the middle gray dwarf's attack arrived, severely weaken the gray dwarf attacking Grande on the right. Only then could they greatly reduce the threat to their team. There was even a chance to turn the tide. But unexpectedly, the gray dwarf in the middle had a magical item that protected him directly. Ryan knew very well that if he was attacked by 2 giant gray dwarfs at once, the outcome would be very bad. Change target. Whoosh. Just as the gray dwarf Soth was about to attack Ryan, Ryan quickly moved across the hall from the right side to the left side and forcefully collided with the gray dwarf coming from the left. Thanks to the previous training organized by Leia and Ryan's quick reminder, everyone on the scene immediately became alert and started to act. Because Ryan had already shown his fast movement skill called Charge before, this time, when he hit the giant gray dwarf's neck, the veins bulged, and he let out a low roar like gravel rubbing. Bang! It was like 2 wild bulls fighting head-on. The giant gray dwarf, with his feet embedded in the ground and deep trenches over a meter long, surprisingly blocked Ryan's wild charge. Same move. The gray dwarf in front of him grinned fiercely and spoke in a rough common language. But in the next second, a blue-white beam shot through the dark underground hall. The speech suddenly stopped, followed by a muffled cry of pain. The gray dwarf clutched his left eye painfully. His head and the hand covering his eye quickly started to form large patches of white ice. Ryan's sudden freezing beam immediately injured the gray dwarf quite badly. A sharp arrow shot swiftly and pierced into the left side of the gray dwarf's neck. Only Leia could keep up with Ryan's rapid attack. However, Fabian was only 3 meters away from this gray dwarf, and Grande, who had abandoned his shield due to a hand injury and rushed forward with his sword, was about the same distance away. This meant the hunting team could soon launch a second coordinated attack. Underground common language, damn. Omer, be careful. Soth, who had just turned and was rushing toward Ryan again, had to stop and quickly recite a 2-syllable spell from the pendant around his neck. Next second, Fabian leapt high, and as his dagger drew a silver arc in the air, he was struck in the left eye by Ryan's freezing ray, causing a sudden burst of red light. Immediately, his dagger could no longer pierce. The enemy was covered by a faint red shield, just like the first gray dwarf who was targeted. Damn, he can use it twice in a row. Chris, struggling to stand against the rock wall, was happy thinking his team could now seriously hurt another gray dwarf. But he didn't expect that the magic device on the middle dwarf's neck was so powerful that it could be used twice in a row. How can we fight like this? Leia, at the back of the team, looked at the two gray dwarfs wrapped in red shields and muttered, "How can I break this shield? Do I have to wait for it to disappear on its own?" Suddenly, she shivered. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her face showed a mix of surprise and slight frustration. Just now, a flash of insight crossed her mind, like lightning piercing through darkness. Because she had an idea. That arrow, the magic-breaking arrow sent by Iris. Leia quickly reached into a different arrow pouch on her waist and pulled out a jagged arrow glowing faint yellow. "Give me 2 seconds." She knocked the magic-breaking arrow on her bow and pulled the string to full draw. Because she pulled too hard, the bowstring made a tense, creaking sound, as if it couldn't bear the strain. Hearing Leia's urgent shout, Ryan narrowed his eyes. He knew Leia had a skill called aim shot, so he understood why she needed 2 seconds. Leia knelt slightly, shoulders down, using a charging stance, putting all her strength into forcing the red glowing gray dwarf against the rock wall. Underground common language, damn. It's a magic-breaking arrow. The gray dwarf Ross immediately looked over, sensing the magical energy from the arrow in Leia's hand, and his face changed drastically when he saw it. Underground common language. Omir, watch out. Before he finished speaking, Ross charged swiftly toward Leia, who was at the back of the team, aiming and shooting. It seemed too risky, so the gray dwarf Ross suddenly swelled his right arm muscles, and, in the next moment, forcefully threw his warhammer at Leia. Buzz! The silver-gray warhammer spun rapidly, tearing through the air like a disc, rushing straight toward Leia. But in the next second, a flash of silver sword light appeared, and with a clang, it collided. Grande was instantly knocked back, his half-sword and warhammer clashing fiercely and flying out of his hands. This strike, however, gave Leia a rare chance to act. Chirp! A sharp, high-pitched tearing sound filled the air. An arrow emitting a faint yellow glow seemed to jump through space, disappearing from Leia's hand, then suddenly appearing in front of the gray dwarf on the left. Chill! Red and yellow light burst forth. Immediately after, a sound like paper tearing was heard. The red shield was pierced by the yellow arrow, passing through the chest of the armored gray dwarf in front of Rain, piercing into the rock wall just inches away. Rain clearly saw the gray dwarf's eyes suddenly bulge, then the resistance force from the opposite side vanished instantly. The opponent slumped weakly against the rock wall, with no more spark in his eyes. "You killed Omir." Die. Seeing his fellow tribe member killed, the pale-faced gray dwarf Soth's face turned red. He picked up the warhammer that Grande had knocked away, stared at the culprit Leia, and stomped his iron boots as he charged forward. "Get out of the way." Leia, Fabian looked anxious, throwing a vial of poison towards Soth. But the opponent slapped it away with his shield, smashing it to pieces. The foul-smelling poison spilled all over the ground. Although it didn't cause any damage, it slowed Soth down for half a second. Leia naturally noticed the fast-approaching gray dwarf. She immediately turned around, tiptoed to the ground, but as soon as her foot touched the floor, she felt her ankle weaken. Because of her previous precise attack, she had almost used a full-strength combat technique to increase damage. This meant that, as someone not yet a full professional, she needed several seconds to adjust and recover her body. But Soth's pursuit left her no time. Chill! A blue-white beam of light illuminated the dark underground hall. The speedy gray dwarf was suddenly hit by a freezing ray, causing him to stumble. Thanks to Ryan's daily practice in aiming the freezing ray, he hit the dwarf's left leg. A large patch of white ice spread around the dwarf's knee. Everyone looked happy, thinking the dwarf's speed was greatly reduced and that Leia's danger was over. But suddenly, the dwarf quickly recited a spell, and a red glowing sphere appeared around him, melting the ice on his knee very fast. In just a second, the dwarf almost regained his previous speed and charged toward Leia, who had twisted her ankle. The distance between them was closing fast. In a flash, a figure rushed from the side and collided with the dwarf. Bang! Ryan felt like he hit a soft wall. His slightly red shield had a dent about the size of a basin, but the dwarf inside was not hurt much. You're asking for it. I'll start with you. The angry dwarf Soth, frustrated by the relentless pursuit team, raised his heavy war hammer high. His arm muscles bulged, and veins popped out. Then, a gray hammer-shaped shadow sped down with a loud whooshing sound. Ryan, who had been practicing armor-breaking strikes recently, immediately recognized that the dwarf was using the same attack. His pupils shrank, and he quickly raised his shield to block. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. It was like being hit by a meteorite. Ryan felt a strong shock pass through his steel shield. In that moment, his entire left arm went numb, and his feet sank into the ground by more than 3 inches. Ryan was sure that if he didn't have the strength of a wild boar warrior at level 2, and if he hadn't changed to a metal shield this time, he wouldn't have been able to block that attack. It could have shattered his shield like Robin's. If that had happened, his injuries would have been much worse than just a torn hand. Seeing that the armor-breaking strike didn't knock Ryan's shield away, Soth was surprised. But in the next moment, he raised his warhammer again. Backstab, Fabian, who had already arrived, leapt high into the air. His body stretched out as he suddenly swung his dagger, creating a silver arc that aimed sharply at the back of the glowing gray dwarf's neck. Stab! At almost the same time, Grande took a quick step forward, gripping the hilt of his half-sword with both hands. A straight silver-line shot toward the side of the gray dwarf Soth. Both silver streaks hit the faintly red energy shield almost simultaneously. For a moment, time seemed to freeze, and both fighters held their weapons mid-swing. Their fighting stance was so graceful that it could be called elegant. Their attack skills had probably reached their highest possible level. But the problem was, although they caused 2 clear dents, neither the dagger nor the sword was close enough to hit the gray dwarf. Trash that's not even a professional. Bang, bang, bang. While speaking, Soth suddenly swung his axe in a full 180-degree strike. Except for Rain, who held his shield and struggled to block, the others were knocked back several steps and slammed into the rock wall. Fabian and Grande were thrown into the air like torn cloth, blood spurting from their mouths. But in the next moment, Soth's face showed surprise. Whoosh! An arrow shot like lightning, hitting the faint red shield. It spun desperately, its tail feathers trembling wildly, as if carrying the will of its owner, determined to pierce through. The shooter was Leia, sitting on the ground. She raised her bow upright, the string still trembling. After 2 consecutive precise shots, her left arm muscles involuntarily twitched. Although she had used up a lot of energy fighting off everyone's attacks, causing the red shield to grow dimmer, her shot still held. This meant the arrow, filled with Leia's heavy hope, did not break through. Soth looked at the arrow still spinning in the air and showed a look of relief. He glanced around at the group of hunters, some barely standing, others fallen to the ground, and said in a not-so-fluent common language, "Too bad, just a little more. You made Soth very angry. I will slowly strike, just like I did the other day when I broke the bones of that human warrior, inch by inch." The human warrior was very eager to survive. I took a long time to kill him, and I hope you won't disappoint me either. Hearing this, Ryan, leaning against the rock wall, trembled slightly. He suddenly looked up at the gray dwarf Soth. After Soth finished speaking, his face became even more fierce. With a loud crack, he broke several arrows that were almost piercing through his faint red shield. Because Rhea, a nearly professional-level archer, posed the greatest threat to Soth, he naturally focused his gaze on Rhea, who was crawling up from the ground. "Then let's start with you. Female among humans." Soth stomped heavily on the ground with iron boots, kicking up dust. He swung his warhammer, drawing a faint red line, rushing quickly toward Rhea. But in the next moment, another silver arc flashed past. Just before the faint red line reached Rhea, the silver arc and the gray line collided with a loud bang, smashing into each other fiercely. The person was nearly exhausted Ryan. When he heard Soth, the gray dwarf, almost declaring victory, Ryan understood immediately that it was this gray dwarf with magical items who had killed Robin. The phrase, "strong desire to survive," struck a nerve in Ryan's heart. Whether out of anger or some other emotion, the surge of adrenaline seemed to make Ryan forget his fatigue for a moment. Ryan's wild charge seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. The faint red shield on Soth finally dimmed completely this time. Then it shattered into tiny red star-like sparks, dispersing into the surrounding air. It's broken. Good opportunity. Ryan's eyes widened slightly. Although his warhammer was knocked away by Soth's last slash, he still had another weapon. Armor-breaking strike. Ryan immediately drew the spear tip from Robin's relic at his waist. His arm muscles bulged, blue veins popping out. In midair, he suddenly slashed downward with a silver streak. The shiny short spear tip pierced into Soth's neck, who was still somewhat caught off guard. Poof! Although the spear tip was taken from a short spear, it was still sharp at this moment, piercing through the pale, thick skin of the gray dwarf and directly hitting the carotid artery. Blood immediately gushed out like a rushing stream. Due to the sudden severe injury, Thor's giant form began to rapidly shrink back to his original height, which was about a head shorter than a normal human. Just moments ago, when he wielded the short spear to perform the armor-breaker attack, Rain was actually acting on instinct. In that instant, Rain remembered a sentence his mentor Humbert had told him. Actually, Wanderers can also use daggers to perform armor-breaker, but they mostly rely on the inertia of their sprinting bodies, so he did just that. And at this moment, he seemed to have a different feeling about the skill armor-breaker. No, to be precise, that strike made him feel a sort of, how should I say it, like a craving, high-speed movement, sudden burst. It was as if, because of his improved understanding of armor-breaker, he received a hint towards a certain profession. High-speed movement, sudden burst, wanderer? Could it be a special wanderer profession similar to the Shadow Hammer Walker? If I follow this hint, then, a few thoughts flashed through Rain's mind. Now, he faintly understood that sentence. When a skill or spell reaches a higher level, you will feel a mysterious guidance. On one side of the arena, the gray dwarf who had been severely injured at first, but had slightly recovered was shocked and angry upon seeing this. It wanted to go forward and help, but the problem was that it could only barely stand at this moment. After some hesitation, it leaned against the rock wall and quietly limped toward a hidden passage. Meanwhile, on the other side, under the intense pain, the gray dwarf Thors roared loudly and desperately swung his hammer at Rain. Watch out, Rain! Rain did not block, but instead forcefully dragged the spear tip, which was stabbed into the side of the opponent's neck, across with a horizontal slash. Chill. A large amount of blood splattered out. Thor's eyes widened, and his whole body trembled violently. Immediately after, the tall warhammer in his hand slipped away, and he clutched his neck, which had been cut open mostly. Ha! A breathing sound like a bellows came from the wound on his neck. He still wanted to breathe. Every breath he took clearly showed his strong desire to survive. Unfortunately, his neck was almost completely cut through, and thick, foul-smelling blood gushed out uncontrollably. Only a top expert capable of performing the 9-stage resurrection spell, or divine mercy, could save him now. Otherwise, no one could save him. The world in his eyes gradually swayed and blurred. The gray dwarf Soth reflected on past events, dark lands, the Ember City, the excitement of heading to the surface. But somehow, the last image in his mind froze on the day before, when the young human warrior looked at him with eyes full of defiance as he hammered his bones to pieces. Who next to him? Ryan was breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling sharply, feeling almost exhausted. But then, it seemed he remembered something. He held the broken spear's tip close to his eye. Since the spear tip had just pierced the gray dwarf's neck, faint traces of dark red still lingered on it. Ryan carefully wiped the spear tip with a small piece of cloth. Soon, it shone brightly again, just like when his owner held it that day. At this moment, Chris leaned against the rock wall, eyes wide with alarm. He pointed at the gray dwarf who had already reached the secret passage's entrance and hurriedly said, "Ryan, that gray dwarf wants to escape." Among everyone present, he was in the best condition. Ryan summoned his last strength and got up to chase after him. But in the next second, as he reached the cave entrance, he seemed to remember something. He paused and slightly opened his mouth toward the hidden passage inside. The next moment, after using sonic positioning, Ryan's face suddenly changed. "Run! Quick, run!" Hearing Ryan's urgent shout, Chris and the others, who were confused about why Ryan suddenly stopped chasing, looked surprised. But when they saw Ryan quickly helping Leia to her feet, they immediately understood what was happening and started running wildly. Since Fabian had already dismantled the traps set by the goblin, the group staggered and supported each other, rushing out of the abandoned mine entrance. Bang! Wood chips flew everywhere. In their haste, Ryan even smashed the broken board at the mine's entrance into pieces. Suddenly, bright sunlight shone down, and for a moment, everyone felt as if they had come from darkness into daylight, as if they had entered a different world. Don't stop, keep running. Chris, who was about to ask Ryan a question, heard these words and immediately kept running. At that moment, loud roars, like the sound of gravel grinding, came from the cave entrance. Looking back from several dozen meters away, everyone saw a few stout, muscular gray dwarfs, their arms thicker than a grown man's thigh, rushing toward the entrance with hammers and shields. When they reached the sunlight shining at an angle, it was as if they were burned. They quickly covered their eyes and retreated. Are there still gray dwarfs below? Chris asked Ryan, still surprised. Now everyone understood why Ryan had shouted for them to run so urgently. If they stayed even a little longer or moved too slowly, they might never get out. After all, defeating those 3 gray dwarfs had put the entire team in danger. Right now, with their strength barely enough, encountering another group of gray dwarfs would be hopeless. Yes, there might be more, Ryan said with a serious face. He had been wary of a larger underground space below. When chasing the badly injured dwarf, he immediately stopped at the cave entrance and used sound wave positioning again. Fortunately, he didn't go inside. If he had, it might have been even worse. Hearing Ryan, everyone looked at each other with fear and relief. Let's go quickly. Yes. They supported each other and headed toward the carriage. Although they were limping, as the sunset shone on their battle-worn figures, their silhouettes suddenly looked as majestic as mountains bathed in gold. A few minutes later, after everyone, including Ryan, got on the wagon, they collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and gasping for breath. Damn, that was too dangerous. This was the most dangerous mission I've ever had, even more than the one with the wild boar warriors. Ryan, if I had known it would turn out like this, I would have chosen to bother the deep moss spiders with you, Chris said, panting heavily. Huh? You're not afraid of spiders anymore, Fabian teased with a smile. Of course I am. But compared to the gray dwarf, I would rather choose the deep moss spider. Chris sighed. Yeah, it's surprising that gray dwarfs appeared in the abandoned mine, Leah said, frowning slightly and nodding. Compared to the others in the team, Leah, as the leader, knows more about gray dwarfs. Gray dwarfs are intelligent and have social structures similar to humans. Their individual strength varies greatly, and their high level of organization sometimes makes their equipment and teamwork better than that of adventurers at the same level. In fact, gray dwarfs are the enemies most adventurers want to avoid. I can already imagine how surprised the Adventurers Association in Mirtown will be when we tell them this news, Fabian said with emotion. This mission might be too difficult for a small team of beginners. At this point, everyone's eyes turned to Ryan. Not to mention, Ryan repeatedly saved Grand and Leah during the fight and led the attack on the gray dwarfs first. It's a pity, though. We probably won't get another chance to take the good equipment from those 2 gray dwarfs, Chris said regretfully, especially the one with magical gear. But Ryan didn't share Chris's regret. He glanced at the gray dwarf icon in his 16-slot bag, tucked away in the corner. The figure matched the one he killed with his spear, pale face, thick gray-white beard, and bushy eyebrows. According to what the dwarf said, his name might be Soth. That was his biggest gain from this trip. Even if he had to trade that pendant which could cast protective spells for it, he wouldn't do it. Chris, are you talking about the pendant hanging around his neck? Fabian asked, looking at Chris with a playful expression. Yeah, that's a magic item, Chris said longingly. Yes, and since he could cast shield 3 times in a row, it's not a beginner-level magic item, but a high-quality one, Leah said regretfully. Although the Whistling Pursuer Squad is an elite team, they are still mostly ordinary adventurers, not professionals. Magic equipment is not out of reach, but buying a basic magic item still requires years of effort and savings. It looks like you should thank me properly. At this moment, Fabian suddenly wore a mysterious smile. He quickly flicked his fingers, and a pendant with a red gemstone appeared before everyone's eyes. Wow, Fabian, you actually picked it up? Chris's eyes widened as he eagerly hugged Fabian's shoulder, excited. Reen also looked at Fabian with surprise. Yes, I was running last, so you didn't notice, Fabian said with a smile. Huh, is it broken? Leah, surprised, paused and asked. Everyone examined it carefully and indeed saw that the red gemstone had a visible crack. Was it broken when it was forcibly shattered? Maybe it was overused? But anyway, even if it can't be repaired, it could sell for a good price, Chris said confidently. Yes, that's right. The value of this equipment far exceeds the reward for the mission, Leah nodded in agreement. When we get back, I'll ask an appraiser from the guild to see how much it's worth. Oh, about the mission. Damn, it seems we didn't bring back any of the gray dwarf bodies. Chris suddenly clapped his thigh and exclaimed. If we say there were gray dwarfs in the mine, do you think the guild would believe us? After all, this situation is quite strange. It probably won't matter. Gray dwarfs are a big deal, and the guild will definitely send people to investigate. Leah thought for a moment and shook her head. Does this count as proof? At this moment, Grande took out a matte silver-gray war hammer from behind him. The war hammer's handle was somewhat short, but the head was unusually large, shaped like a slightly rectangular long cube. Reen immediately recognized it as a typical dwarf style. Simple lines, yet very neat, with a rustic appearance but exquisite craftsmanship. Because his mentor Humbert was a dwarf, he had seen many dwarf warhammers. Although their shapes varied, they looked about 80% similar overall. Only a few lines were missing, giving the weapons a simple, practical style. Gray Dwarf's warhammer. Oh my goodness, grand. When did you pick that up? Chris exclaimed. Fabian, being a wanderer apprentice, was quick and agile, so he could carry away some loot when retreating. But Grand was badly injured, yet he still managed to pick up the Gray Dwarf's warhammer. Was it the Gray Dwarf we defeated first? Fabian guessed something was off. Yes, that Gray Dwarf swung his axe and knocked all three of us back, and Ryan's warhammer fell too. I thought, since Ryan's hammer was gone, I'd throw this one to him. But Ryan used his spear tip to kill that Gray Dwarf instead. Ryan, this warhammer is yours. Grand handed the hammer to Ryan. Grand remembered clearly that if Ryan hadn't rescued him, he might have died in the mine early in the fight. Yeah, Ryan, none of us use warhammers. Only you and the team, Chris and Fabian said with a smile, exchanging glances. Leia also nodded with a smile. Thank you. This time, unlike before, Ryan didn't refuse. He took the warhammer quickly and firmly. His own warhammer was lost during the fight, so not having a suitable weapon now affected his fighting ability. Should we go back to Milltown tonight or rest here at the miners' camp? Let's head back to Milltown tonight. The Gray Dwarf incident at Blue Valley Mine needs to be reported immediately, Leia decided after a moment of thought. Should we also notify the foreman at Blue Valley Mine, Bonds? Chris asked. Wait, that foreman seems suspicious. Captain, I suggest reporting directly to the guild, Ryan suddenly interrupted. Leia looked at Ryan with her beautiful eyes. Though she didn't know how Ryan reached that conclusion, after the fight, her respect for him had definitely grown even more. Since Ryan said so, Leia immediately believed him mostly. Okay, let's go back directly to Milltown. Meanwhile, deeper inside the underground hall. Fool, look at the trouble you've caused. The Adventurers Guild will send a stronger team to check the situation soon. A blond man named Ayler shouted at the goblin priest. Because of his intense anger, Ayler's face turned a bit blue. Yes, blue. And in the next moment, it seemed his anger had exceeded a limit. White, scale-like blue spots appeared on Ayler's fair face, spreading from his neck downward, while a lot of white cold air started to swirl around him quickly. Even the puddle at his feet began to freeze over rapidly. At the same time, an invisible pressure spread around. Many goblins, including the goblin priest Kusu, were trembling in fear from this pressure, their faces turning pale, and some even urinated on themselves. Actually, this was because Ayler was a mage with the blood of a white dragon, commonly called a dragon blood mage. Right now, his anger was causing his body to lose control in a small, involuntary way. Ayler, my brother is dead. I want to find that human adventurer team and get revenge, said Thorn, the heavy armor, a gray silver-clad man holding a heavy hammer, in a deep voice. The only survivor among their tribe, Ben Gus, had just told him everything. Although Thorn was angry that his 3 well-trained tribe members had been defeated by a human adventurer team with no professional experience, he still considered the tribe members on the surface as family, especially since his brother, Soars, was among the dead. It seemed Thorn's words made Aylar think of something. His previously shattered-looking face gradually calmed down. Aylar took a deep breath and said, "Your identities are very sensitive. Showing yourselves openly outside will immediately attract the attention of the high officials of Saladin Kingdom. This will seriously affect the organization's future plans. Our clan's bloodline must not be wasted." Thorn shook his head and said, "This time, your reward will be increased by 20%. Thorn, this isn't about money. I told you, our people's blood must not be spilled in vain." Thorn almost didn't hesitate and shook his head again, saying, "Damn it, am I not clear enough? If you appear on the surface, it will affect the organization's future plans." Faced with the stubborn dwarf leader Thorn, Air felt he was about to lose his temper again. "Damn it, I just had this guy go check it out." He refused, saying he wanted more money. "Now that my brother Soth is dead, he's rushing in like a mad dog." Air forced himself to take a deep breath and said, "That small human team, right? Leave it to me. I will send someone to handle it. Your current task is to take this bunch of useless people and hide deep underground in the dark river." "Air, this is what you promised me." Thorn's brown eyes looked deeply at Air, and he nodded. Thorn also knew that if he went to find that human adventurer team himself, it would be very difficult. In fact, he didn't even know the name of that team. His real goal was to have Air and the tower they were in help them seek revenge. Thorn understood that this mysterious tower was deeply hidden in the human world, with a complex and secret network of connections. "This is the killer who murdered my brother, and a female archer who killed Omir. I'll give you their details later," Thorn said as he handed Air a sketch of a person drawn on sheepskin. If the Whistling Pursuer team members were present, they would immediately recognize that the simple line drawing, though rough, vividly depicted Ryan. Air glanced at Ryan, who was wearing a horned helmet, and was a bit surprised. He said, "A barbarian warrior? That's rare." Millertown, located in the heartland of the Saladin Kingdom, is thousands of miles away from the barbarian settlements. Barbarian warriors are quite rare in this area. "No," Bingwis said. The other person cast a spell, probably a freezing ray. Thorn shook his head and said, "Huh? You mean this person is an apprentice mage?" Air's blue eyes widened in surprise. "Probably." Bingus said that the other person's warhammer is very good. The warrior equipment on the other side is likely disguised. "My brother Soars was also caught off guard and killed by his surprise attack," Thorn thought. "Such a young mage apprentice is quite rare," Aylar said, unsure of what to say. He had seen many strange mages before, like those holding metal staffs or even shields, but this was the first time he saw someone wearing a bullhorn helmet. Since he's a mage apprentice, then let the assassin handle it, Aylar decided after a moment of thought. Sending a professional assassin to deal with a mage apprentice was the best choice. However, Aylar hesitated because the bullhorn helmet and chainmail armor still made him a bit uneasy. But then he thought, could it be that the other person, as a mage apprentice, chose sturdy warrior gear to improve defense? That would mean they probably haven't mastered defensive magic. The more Aylar thought about it, the more he believed his judgment made sense. So, he decided to stick with the assassin option. "All right, I will wait for a month. If I hear nothing by then, I will handle it myself," Thorn said in a deep voice. "Thorn, your main task is still to oversee the cold iron mine in this area. That's the most important thing." Meanwhile, on the road from the Blue Mine to Mir Town, the large caravan carrying Ryan and his group had been traveling for less than an hour when the sky gradually darkened. Soon after, including Leia, everyone was exhausted from continuous battles and leaned against the wagon, falling into deep sleep. Ryan finally had a chance to carefully examine the new bloodline he had acquired, the Grey Dwarf. He saw that the icon of the Grey Dwarf was almost identical to the one he fought before, with no noticeable black or white tones. This was because Grey Dwarves have white hair and beards, and their skin is a pale, sunless white. In other words, it's like taking a color photo with a film that turns out almost black and white. The reason is that these creatures live in dark areas for many years, rarely seeing sunlight. Ryan moved the Grey Dwarf icon into the 4th slot of his bloodline bar. Suddenly, Ryan noticed a clear change in his field of vision, especially outside the caravan. Because at this moment, outside the tent, it was already dark, and tonight the sky was covered with thick clouds. There were no stars or moon, making it almost completely black. But even so, Ryan could still see clearly objects several meters away. A groundhog is standing upright in the grass by the roadside, curiously watching the slowly passing carriage. A wild rabbit is hopping quickly through the grass, nibbling on fresh shoots. After a moment of thought, Ryan realized that this was not dim light vision, but dark vision, one that works best in faint light and the other in almost complete darkness. At the same time, it felt as if new information had been added to his mind, complex three-dimensional symbols representing certain spells and memories flashing like slides. Wow, so many! As Ryan looked at his attribute panel, he saw 3 new passive bloodline talents. Dark Vision, passive, LV1, significantly improves your vision in dark environments, allowing you to see within about 30 meters. Strong Will, passive, LV1. Your willpower is firm, giving you resistance against physical pain, dizziness, charm, and illusion spells. Hammer Mastery, passive, LV2. When using any hammer-type weapon, your damage increases by 20%. When learning any hammer combat skills, your learning speed increases by 40%. Dark Vision LV1 was expected, since from the environment of the Grey Dwarf's habitat, it was easy to infer they likely had this bloodline talent. Hammer Mastery LV2, Ryan's eyes widened slightly, a hint of happiness flashing through. LV2 Mastery makes sense, but slightly exceeds expectations. Ryan thought that even if Grey Dwarves had Hammer Mastery, it would be on par with Wild Boar Warriors, but he didn't expect it to reach LV2. Of course, what surprised Ryan even more was the next talent. That is the third bloodline talent, Strong Will LV1. Regarding the origin of the dwarf's innate talent, recalling Leia's recent introduction about the dwarfs, Ryan quickly understood. Long ago, during a very long period, the dwarves were enslaved by the Mind Stealer. Over thousands of years of struggle, the dwarf clans gradually developed a special ability to resist the Mind Stealer. This ability is called Strong Willpower. Holding the knowledge that the dwarves fought hard for thousands of years to gain this talent, Ryan naturally felt pleased. Especially when he realized that Strong Willpower can resist charm spells and similar magic. A smile spread across his face that he couldn't hide. Although he hasn't yet faced enemies or monsters that can charm or control minds, it doesn't mean he doesn't need this ability. On the contrary, as his strength grows, he will eventually encounter enemies or monsters with such powers. So, this Strong Willpower helps fill a gap in his defenses. From another perspective, the resistance to charm effects provided by this Strong Willpower is also an important part of Ryan's armor-building goal. Just this innate talent already brought him great surprise. With a heart full of joy, excitement, and anticipation, Ryan naturally shifted his gaze to the magical abilities. At this moment, his eyes slightly widened. If it weren't for the fact that his teammates inside the caravan were all sleeping deeply, he might have shouted loudly. Because what caught his eye were 2 very representative magical-like abilities of the dwarves. Step into Darkness LV1. Effect: conceals your form in darkness. If you move, your speed is halved. Duration: 1 hour. Note: 1. Casting spells or attacking breaks the invisibility. 2. Can only be used in darkness or dim light environments. Giant Form LV1. Effect: your size increases by 30%, and your strength is also enhanced. Duration depends on your physical condition, about 1 minute. So the sudden appearance from the darkness earlier wasn't just my imagination, but the effect of Step into Darkness. Ryan recalled the scene where the dwarves suddenly jumped out of the darkness and immediately understood. Giant Form. Seeing the effect of the transformation, Ryan's lips curled into a faint smile. For the scene where the Grey Dwarves used giantization to greatly increase their size and combat power, it left a deep impression on him. At that time, 3 Grey Dwarves simultaneously used giantization, catching their opponents off guard. Even recalling the scene where the Grey Dwarf Soth used the combat skill, Armor Breaker, while in giant form, Rain could still feel his left hand, holding a shield, faintly aching. With the giantization ability, I basically have a real trump card. The sudden burst of strength and the rapid increase in combat power can probably decide a close fight. I'm just not sure how much stamina and mental energy it consumes. Once I get to the town tomorrow, I'll try it out, Rain said eagerly. As for stepping into darkness, although it has some limitations in certain scenarios, like caves or dark places, it's still a very useful spell. Rain squinted slightly, thinking to himself. In fact, whether it's goblins, kobolds, boarmen, or even the giant vampire bat from last time, their nests seem to be in caves. Originally, Rain thought the Step into Darkness spell had many restrictions, but after thinking carefully, it didn't seem to be the case. Because, at least for the various creatures and monsters he's encountered so far, most of their nests are in caves. So, in fact, this Step into Darkness spell has a wide range of uses. Rain couldn't help but smile slightly. At this moment, Rain remembered that besides gaining the Grey Dwarf bloodline, he also acquired a considerable amount of ordinary kobold bloodline, including a winged kobold bloodline. Although he felt that the next level of bloodline formed after merging the ordinary kobold bloodline wouldn't bring much improvement for him now, he still decided to perform a 4-in-1 fusion on the ordinary kobold bloodline. Soon, with the fusion successful, a symbol of a sharp-looking kobold with wings appeared before his eyes. Huh? Does an ordinary kobold become a winged kobold after promotion? Rain's eyes widened slightly, showing some surprise, because he hadn't known this before. Looking at his bloodline talents and spell-like abilities, Rain couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Sure enough, low-level monsters like goblin and kobold heads don't improve themselves much. Even winged kobolds are the same. With level 1 keen smell, the effect is naturally less than the level 2 keen smell provided by wild boars. Wait, what's this? Ryan suddenly noticed in the dense list of bloodline talents that there seemed to be something extra. Fire resistance? Level 1 fire resistance effect increases your resistance to fire damage. Any fire spell's damage to you is reduced by 10%. Note, this comes from a faint trace of dragon bloodline within the winged kobold bloodline. Huh. So it seems that the legend about some kobolds having a faint dragon bloodline from many generations ago is true. Ryan's eyes brightened as he thought. Although the beginner monster guide mentions that kobolds greatly admire dragons or powerful dragon-blooded creatures, it only briefly touches on their mating habits. Now, thinking carefully, Ryan nodded slightly. After all, it's possible that a dragon or dragon-blooded creature with strong desires might at some point favor a female kobold, leading to a kobold offspring with a dragon vein. And the reverse. Ryan shook his head, no longer pondering this strange question. Maybe it will be useful in certain situations. Ryan thought about the application of level 1 fire resistance. His 16-slot bag was still quite empty, so keeping a winged kobold bloodline was no problem. Even if he decided to discard it later, he could wait until he found a better bloodline to replace it. The next morning, after traveling all night, the carriage arrived outside Mill Town. Half an hour later, they reached the Adventurers Guild Hall in Mill Town. What? You encountered Grey Dwarves? No wonder Robin and the whole team went missing. Damn, the guild's information is really outdated. Well, it's not entirely the guild's fault. In underground mines, kobolds holding candles are easy to spot, but finding Grey Dwarves that can hide in the dark is probably harder than climbing to the sky. When everyone heard that Ryan and his team were performing a task in the Blue Mine, they not only encountered goblin-headed creatures, but also faced Grey Dwarves. Their expressions changed, and they began to discuss eagerly. Grey Dwarves are well known in the Dark region, symbolizing many things. A single Grey Dwarf has a challenge level of 15, and their weapons and equipment are far superior to those of wild boars. They are well-trained and skilled in combat. When their numbers increase, their fighting power becomes terrifying. More importantly, the appearance of Grey Dwarves in the abandoned mine suggests there might be a secret passage connecting to the Dark region underground. Otherwise, why would Grey Dwarves appear here? Many experienced lower-level adventurers asked about this situation. Soon after, Ryan and his team were invited by a female receptionist to a special reception room. After they sat down, Ramsey, the leader of the Milltown Adventurers Guild whom Ryan had met before, appeared at the door. He looked serious and seemed quite anxious. Clearly, news of Grey Dwarves in Milltown was not good for Ramsey. Miss Leia, Ramsey said, surprised. He noticed that the adventurer team that found the gray dwarves was none other than Leia's team. "Mr. Ramsey, hello. We meet again," Leia replied politely. "Yes, but Miss Leia, although it's nice to see you, I'm afraid you've brought some bad news this time," Ramsey said with a bitter smile. Ryan looked at Ramsey and noticed that the leader of the Milltown branch of the guild looked much more tired than before. It seemed recent events had been overwhelming. Maybe it was because of the sudden incidents lately, or perhaps because the situation at Wild Boar Valley had changed again. Just as Leia was about to explain, there was a knock at the door. A familiar figure appeared, Humbert, the mentor. Ryan's eyes flickered with recognition. "Lord Humbert, how come you're also disturbed?" Ramsey asked, surprised, and stood up. "Humbert, sir." Humbert nodded to Ramsey. "Ah, Ryan, you're here too?" Humbert said, surprised to see Ryan in the reception room. It seemed he hadn't expected his disciple to be involved in the task of discovering the gray dwarfs. "Yes, mentor." Rain immediately stood up and saluted. "Good. I heard you encountered the gray dwarfs?" Humbert asked seriously. "Yes, mentor. It was in an abandoned branch of the Blue Mine." Because of Humbert's arrival, the person explaining the situation changed from Leia to Rain. "This is the weapon they used." At this moment, Rain handed the warhammer he had obtained from the gray dwarfs to his mentor Humbert. A cold steel warhammer. "It's definitely their traitor weapon. These underground worms that shame Moradin." Humbert looked at it without taking it and scolded with disdain. Rain was a bit surprised. It was the first time he saw Humbert act like this. But when he remembered some of Leia's previous explanations about gray dwarfs, he understood a little. It seemed that in the eyes of other dwarfs, gray dwarfs were considered traitors and rebels, and they were very hostile. "Lord Ramsey, when will the association send a team to investigate the Blue Mine?" "I'd like to go too," Humbert said in a deep voice. "You're going too? That's great. Shall we leave now?" Hearing Humbert was willing to go, Ramsey, the head of the association branch, looked very happy. Next to them, Rain hesitated for a moment but said nothing. Originally, he wanted to ask his mentor Humbert if he could go along, but after thinking carefully, he felt it wasn't appropriate. Because inside the abandoned mine, the gray dwarfs probably had stronger presence. If a big fight broke out, it would be too risky for someone like him who wasn't yet a professional. The following matters were not something the Whistling Pursuer team could handle, even though they were an elite among low-level adventurers. Moreover, everyone was somewhat injured, so it wasn't suitable for them to lead the way. Since this intelligence involved the gray dwarfs, the reward for the information could not be paid immediately. It would have to wait until the investigation team returned for the final settlement. After talking with the branch manager of the association, Leah was led by the female receptionist to meet with a resident appraiser of the association to examine the broken pendant, a magical item obtained from a gray dwarf. Meanwhile, Chris and the others went to see the doctor for a formal checkup. Although they had used emergency bandages earlier, their injuries were more serious than Leah's exhaustion and needed proper medical treatment. As for Ryan, being the only one in the team without injuries, he did not return to the inn to rest or go to the weapon shop to repair his gear. Instead, he went to a small forest where he often practiced freezing rays, enjoying the morning light. Like the bloodline of the wild boar warrior, the system makes adjustments so that Ryan does not grow tusks or bristles from the boar bloodline. Now that he has the gray dwarf bloodline, he is not afraid of bright light. Bathed in the morning sun, Ryan felt no discomfort, only a strange sense of relaxation. Since gaining the gray dwarf bloodline yesterday, Ryan couldn't help but feel excited inside. Especially when he thought about the dwarf's giant form in battle, he was eager to try it himself. In the small forest, few facing a large tree that a person could hug, Ryan took a deep breath. Then he silently thought, giant form. In an instant, Ryan felt his heart pounding wildly, blood rushing through his body as if a powerful engine suddenly started inside him, or like magma boiling in an underwater volcano ready to erupt. As his bloodline surged, his muscles swelled. His previous armor, which was fairly fitting and slightly loose, now looked like it shrank. The hem from his thighs moved up to his upper abdomen. From afar, it looked like a child's armor worn by an adult. But Ryan was too focused on the transformation to care about his appearance. He could feel every second that his stamina was slowly being drained. Standing over 2 meters tall, Ryan quickly raised his muscular right arm and swung his cold steel warhammer, creating a gust of wind that slammed into the tree trunk in front of him. Bam! The large tree shook violently, and its autumn leaves fell like a heavy rain. The cold steel warhammer in Rain's hand seemed to pierce into the wood like tofu, with more than half of it embedded deep into the trunk. Without using any combat skills, it was already so powerful. Rain's eyes flashed with joy. This giant transformation seems to be even more powerful than I imagined. Thinking of something, he looked again at his attribute panel, focusing on the change in strength. Strength, 5, 3, times 130%. 8 times 130%? So it really increases by a percentage. Seeing this, Rain's eyes lit up. This was the first time he encountered a magic-like ability that could boost his basic attributes by a percentage. Total strength is now 10.4 over 10, which is 2.4 more than before. No wonder that last hammer was as powerful as a strike I could only achieve with my armor-breaking attack. If I can keep increasing my basic strength, the power boost from this giant transformation will be even greater. Yes, there are other ways too, like finding a stronger bloodline than the wild boar. Warrior. Soon, Rain thought of how to make full use of this new magic ability by strengthening his basic attributes. By the way, I wonder how powerful my armor-breaking attack would be in giant form. Suddenly, this question came to mind. Once the thought arose, it was like a floodgate opening, unstoppable. He looked around. Since he was in a small forest outside Mill Town, there were no huge trees like those that could be embraced by several people. If it were a tree, it might be shattered with one strike. All right, then I'll use this stone. Quickly, Rain found a suitable target. About 10 meters away was a large, half-human-sized boulder covered in moss, looking extremely hard. Rain, over 2 meters tall with muscles bulging all over, strode forward, stopped, raised his warhammer high, and in the next second, a strong wind whistled past. The silver-gray warhammer traced an arc, then struck the surface of the boulder like a meteorite. Clang! Stone chips flew everywhere. The small and large fragments of stone like shotgun pellets swept around. They hit the leaves of nearby bushes, creating tiny holes. Even the tree trunks nearby were embedded with numerous small and large stones. Meanwhile, Ryan loosened his grip on the hammer handle. The recoil made his hand hurt. But when he looked through the dust and saw the condition of the giant stone, his eyes widened. He no longer cared about the pain in his hand. He saw that the originally oval-shaped giant stone was now almost 1/3 shattered by his hammer. A piece about the size of a millstone was missing, like a giant eggshell with a small part knocked off. For a moment, Ryan found it hard to believe what he was seeing. If this power hits a monster or a person, Ryan muttered softly. And also, Ryan suddenly used his shield to strike out forcefully. The increased strength made the wind from the shield's impact even more fierce and frightening. Clearly, in his giant form, the power of his shield strike was greatly improved. Plus, being giant also boosts other strength-based skills. At this moment, Ryan suddenly felt a wave of weakness coming from inside his body. Since he had carefully read about the effects of becoming giant, he quickly realized that his giant form was about to end. Is it already 1 minute? As he voluntarily canceled his giant form, a strong wave of exhaustion flooded his body. Too bad. The mental energy drain isn't much, just a bit more than a reckless charge. But my current stamina can only last a minute, Ryan sighed regretfully. But before he could continue feeling sorry, suddenly, flashes of hammering techniques and skills appeared in his mind. For example, when he used the armor-breaking strike just now, ideas for small adjustments flooded in. Even vague images of someone wielding a warhammer appeared faintly in his mind. Is this the effect of Hammer Mastery Level 2? Or some guidance from related professions? As he completed over 95% of the armor-breaking strike, Ryan could now clearly feel the response from the profession related to warhammers. How should I say it? A kind of feedback? The skill provided guidance, and the related profession responded. Indeed, specialized talents can greatly speed up the understanding of certain combat skills. Ryan remembers clearly. Whether practicing normally or during adventures, he has significantly increased the frequency of using Shield Bash. However, the first skill to reach over 95% mastery and guide his profession was Armor Break. This was undoubtedly the benefit from his previous hammer specialization level 1. Now that he has the hammer specialization level 2 from the Grey Dwarf, his progress in hammer-related combat skills will surely accelerate further. Feels like my shield bash is faster too. It's this freezing ray. Ryan frowned slightly when thinking about the earliest spell he learned. Is it because I haven't become a spellcaster talent? Probably not. Ryan glances at his intelligence stat and shakes his head slightly. It's because this spell itself is quite difficult to cast. Otherwise, spellcasters wouldn't be so rare. Wait, if specialized talents can greatly improve the understanding of certain combat skills, then obtaining a higher level of frost affinity could further speed up learning related spells. And to get a higher level of frost affinity. In an instant, Ryan recalls the towering Longcott Snow Mountain. Undoubtedly, the tall snow-capped mountains and vast snowfields are home to many monsters with frost affinity. Moreover, their frost affinity level far exceeds that of mutated goblins. It seems I need to improve my strength again. Even the lowest level winter wolves in the snowfield have a challenge level of 3. Ryan has considered finding 3 more cold-enhanced mutated goblins to combine their abilities, which could likely grant him a higher level of frost affinity. But the problem is finding 3 mutated goblins all heading in the same direction. Cold. How likely is that? It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. And there's another thing. He has learned a new monster skill. But what reason could he give for demonstrating it in front of others? For example, is there a spell that can achieve or approximate this giant transformation effect? Ryan can't help but ponder. Unlike the previous sound wave detection, the high-frequency sound waves released are almost undetectable by the human ear. Once the dwarf's giant transformation talent is activated, it becomes much more noticeable. Therefore, if most mages haven't mastered a spell like Giant Eyes, this action will stand out very clearly. Similarly, there is the ability related to entering darkness. It's not that they can't use it, but when asked by teammates, it's better to have a good reason to explain. It seems I need to find time to visit the Dorn City Adventurers Guild branch and ask the mage trainers there. As a city-level branch, the Dorn City Adventurers Guild has trainers for various professions besides druids and warlocks. Of course, Milltown isn't without mages. As a popular town among adventurers, Ryan has met several full-fledged mages and apprentices recently. But the problem is, they are strangers to him, and most of the time, they are busy with tasks, so they are not suitable for asking questions. Maybe I should go in the next couple of days? Just during the break while Chris and the others recover from their injuries. Yeah, let's wait until tonight when I meet with Leia and the others, Ryan thought to himself. Suddenly, he looked at his system panel and paused slightly. He noticed that in the attributes section, his agility stat was displayed as 6.0.8 instead of 5.1. The healthy LV1 talent from his goblin bloodline, which comes from cold enhancement, is still in his bloodline talents, but its bonus has decreased. Is this because his agility attribute has increased? Ryan thought for a moment and quickly understood the reason. Whether it's the initial dexterity LV1 or the healthy LV1 that boosts physical attributes, both have a note. Under current physical condition, this makes sense. He can't suddenly become a high-level professional and still get a bonus from the goblin bloodline's healthy LV1. It probably isn't a sudden increase, Ryan recalled. He didn't feel a sudden boost like when his Boar Warrior bloodline was enhanced. Is this the effect of training? This gradual improvement method naturally doesn't cause sudden changes. It feels more like a slow simmer that results in steady progress, like water reaching its boiling point naturally. But why did my agility improve first, not strength? Is it because my strength and stamina are already too high? Or maybe because I've been using brute force attacks recently? Then, Ryan shook his head, no longer thinking about the order of improvements. It seems that his strength and stamina only increased during this period. Besides, no matter what, this is a good thing. It's truly his own power now, and his agility has increased from 6 to 6.8. In the evening, inside the fireplace bar, unlike usual, perhaps because of the upcoming harvest festival, there's a half-elf man playing a lute at the front of the bar. Cheerful music fills the air, blending with conversations and clinking glasses. The members of the Whirlwind Pursuit team are sitting together. As the team leader, Leah is speaking. Reward for completing the mission is 50 silver coins. 2 gray dwarves were killed, which earns 2 gold according to the previous reward standards of the guild. Additionally, there's a report on relevant intelligence. including the foreman Ryan mentioned earlier. He indeed has issues and is now under control of the kingdom's intelligence department. At this point, Leah glances at Ryan with a smile. In the end, the reward for the intelligence part was decided by the branch head, Lord Ramsay, and his 3 gold. Hearing this, Ryan's eyes flicker slightly. After 2 missions, the guild's reward for intelligence was quite generous. No, it could even be called generous. That's a new high, Chris exclaimed in surprise. Then Leah smiles mysteriously and says, but that's not the total amount. Don't forget, the magic equipment. Although it was damaged, the guild's appraiser said it's still worth 4 gold and 78 silver. Everyone gasps. Is it really that valuable? If it were intact, it would be worth dozens of gold. Ryan, this time I won't give you an extra reward, Leah says with a smile. Of course, I already have a cold steel warhammer, after deducting the healing costs for our group, totaling 26 silver coins, plus the expenses for hiring a carriage and some miscellaneous items costing 2 silver coins. We still have exactly 10 gold coins left. Soon, a surprisingly large reward per person appeared, 2 gold coins. This is the first time I've received my reward in gold. Chris, don't forget how much risk our team took. Hearing the word risk, Leah seemed to think of something. She lowered her beautiful eyes, toyed with her wooden beer mug for a moment, then drank it all in one gulp and said, I have an important announcement today. I feel like I am close to a promotion. I plan to return to Dorn City in the next couple of days. Leah's words made the scene fall silent. Reen's eyes widened slightly, thinking, well, that's convenient, because everyone in the Howling Pursuers team already knew about Leah's upcoming promotion. What surprised Reen a little was that Leah decided to go back to Dorn City now. The timing just happened to match his own plans. Hee, I was wondering when you'd tell us, Chris and Fabian said with a smile. Really? You knew I was going to be promoted? Leah looked around with a slightly surprised expression. Captain, when you single-handedly killed the wild boar man, I already felt you were close to becoming a professional, Fabian said, not playing with his dagger this time because he was still injured. Yes, Grande nodded with a gentle smile. When Leah looked at Reen also smiled and nodded. Well, I thought you'd be upset after I told you. I was actually thinking about how to comfort you. Leia's eyes widened slightly, and her lips curved into a smile, her mood lifting again. Ha ha, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Parting is naturally sad, but Captain, you're going for a promotion. Of course, we congratulate you. Yes, Captain, you're going to be promoted. Cheers. Leia's eyes flickered slightly, her mood seemingly restless. In fact, after killing the wild boar man last time, Leah had already sensed the opportunity for a promotion. Over the past 2 days, she kept thinking that if she had chosen to go to Dorn City to advance her career earlier, perhaps her team wouldn't have been so clumsy and in danger during the encounter with the Grey Dwarfs. Captain Ryan, we have something to tell you. Chris, Fabian, and Grand exchanged glances after taking another drink. Now it was Rhea and Ryan's turn to be surprised. It seemed these 3 had already discussed something beforehand. Usually cheerful, Chris hesitated slightly this time, as if organizing his words. Captain, whether it's you or Ryan, in fact, our strength is no longer on the same level, especially after you become a professional. I plan to go to Bornberry with Fabian and Grand. Bornberry? Why would you think of going there? Rhea asked curiously. Rhea had heard of Bornberry too. It's located west of Mill Town, but it's quite far, about a week's carriage ride away. On the other side of the Deadwater River Valley is a prosperous city similar to Dorn City. Because I heard there's a famous weapons master named Benitus Mitchell. We want to learn some weapon skills from him and see if we can gain anything. Chris looked at Ryan's warhammer while speaking. They didn't make this decision suddenly. After seeing Ryan's progress in just 2 months, guided by dwarf instructor Humbert, his mastery of the warhammer had improved rapidly. It made them wonder, if I also had a famous teacher's guidance, would I improve just as quickly? Moreover, the 3 of them were already very skilled in their combat techniques, with their mastery reaching over 90%. They were just a little short of 95%. If they could gain some insight under the guidance of a weapons master, they might break through that last barrier in a short time. Ryan looked at the 3 of them and nodded slightly. Since they were either warrior apprentices or wanderer apprentices, mastering weapon skills was indeed very important for them. Rhea hesitated. For a moment, She didn't know how to feel about the fact that Chris and the others were leaving. Should she wish them well? Or should she hope that after her promotion, she would still be willing to team up with them? Although she personally didn't mind working with her former team members after her promotion, she also knew that what they said was true. If the tasks were too easy, they wouldn't help her gain much experience after her promotion. During battles, her skilled archery, which reached the professional level, made it hard for Chris and the others to learn from her. On the other hand, if the tasks were too difficult, the previous fight against the Grey Dwarf was a good example. One way to describe it is like walking a tightrope on a cliff. While Leia hesitated, Chris continued, "Reen, what about you? Do you want to come with us to Bornberry?" "Well, I plan to go to Dorn City with Leia," Reen replied after some thought. Although Reen was speaking about a decision he had already made earlier that morning, others might not see it that way. Clearly, his words caused some misunderstanding for Chris and Fabian. As soon as he finished speaking, Chris and Fabian looked back and forth between Reen and Leia, as if they suspected some secret relationship. This made the stunned Leia quickly react. Her face turned slightly red, and she scolded, "What are you two looking at?" "Ahem. This time, I felt some guidance in my combat skills," Reen explained, trying to hide his embarrassment. "But as you know, I am an apprentice mage, so I plan to visit the Adventurers Guild in Dorn City to find the best career path for me." Reen coughed lightly, also trying to cover his awkwardness. "Hee, no need to explain, Reen. We understand." Chris and Fabian exchanged glances and grinned mischievously. Just as Leia's face grew redder and she was about to say something, Grande sighed and said, "I wonder when our team will be able to meet again." His words brought a moment of silence among everyone. At that moment, the half-elf bard who was invited to the bar by the fireplace put down his lute and picked up a Baroque flute. The gentle, pure sound of the flute filled the bar, creating a rare moment of peace in the usually noisy place. Reen looked up at the bard. He wasn't sure if the musician had heard something or was deliberately playing this piece at this moment. Faced with somewhat complicated feelings of parting, the pure sound of a recorder played softly in the background. Reen's mind involuntarily recalled a phrase from his past life. He smiled and said, "I've heard a saying." His words immediately drew everyone's attention. "Parting is for a better reunion." "Yes, parting is for a better reunion," Leia softly repeated, her beautiful eyes lighting up. She raised her glass and said, "To a better reunion, cheers." "Well said." "Cheers. To a better reunion, cheers." Southwest of Dorn City. Inside a large 3-story house with a front and backyard. In the study on the second floor, a woman dressed in a dark red robe stood by the window, her fair and slender right hand gently swaying a transparent wine glass filled with red liquid. "Lady Lilith, Lord Eyre sent a message, hoping we can send someone to secretly eliminate these two." A hooded man in leather armor slightly bowed, handing over 2 thin sheepskin scrolls. A porcelain-level adventurer, Lilith turned around, revealing a stunning face with long eyelashes and fiery red lips, exuding incredible charm. She glanced at the scrolls and showed a hint of disdain. "Lord Eyre is going downhill. Is it worth sending the assassination team for such a minor figure?" "Zoe, just cancel it," she said. As the leader of the assassination team in Dorn City under the Talon Guild, and a capable deputy to Siegfried, Lilith's status was on par with Eyre's, so she naturally didn't need to flatter him too much. "Well, Lord Eyre said this matter involves cooperation with the Fireforge clan, so..." Zoe looked hesitant, explaining. "Fireforge clan? I see. Do we still have available personnel?" Lilith naturally understood the importance of the Fireforge clan. After a moment of thought, she changed the subject. "There are some, but they are not core members. Recently, the organization planned a major operation in Dorn City, so most of the capable personnel had been dispatched. Otherwise, Zoe could handle this himself." "Then let's choose Lysa." Lilith sipped her red wine and named her. "The descendant of the Sand People, Lady Lilith. I heard that. She seems to be thinking about leaving the organization recently." Zoe hesitated and said, "Haha, naive. She has a mark and still wants to leave? Let her try." Lilith chuckled softly. "Yes, Lady Lilith." The hooded man named Zoe bowed slightly and quickly left the room. A few minutes later, on the busy Venice street in Dorn City, a woman in armor with a hood was walking quickly. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something and turned into a nearly empty alley. She slightly lifted her hood, revealing a small, rounded nose, a strand of brown hair, and honey-colored skin, completely different from the residents of Dorn City. Liesa raised her arm, unfastening her bracer, which emitted a faint black glow from a black flying snake mark. Is there a mission? Liesa frowned slightly, as if weighing something. Then, she put her bracer back on and quickly walked out of the alley. The next morning, in Mill Town, at the Adventurers Guild entrance, the meeting point where Ryan and Leia had agreed. Ryan, just as Ryan was about to board the caravan to Dorn City with Leia, someone called out to him. Leia, with her golden ponytail, hurried out from the guild door and waved at him. Leia, Ryan looked up. The person was Leia, the assistant to Instructor Hembert. Ryan, Instructor Hembert returned to Iron Hill yesterday. He asked me to give you this letter. Huh? Ryan's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the blonde girl with a ponytail. Did Instructor Hembert go back to his hometown? Wasn't he exploring the mine with Lord Ramsay? Both of them returned yesterday. The passage below the abandoned mine has completely collapsed. If you want to continue investigating, you'll have to wait for a special investigation team from Dorn City. But according to both of them, all signs indicate that the gray dwarfs definitely appeared. Leia, already on the caravan, interjected. Can they get back in half a day? Instructor Hembert has a tab sheep mount, which is at least twice as fast as a regular warhorse. I see. Ryan nodded. By the way, Ryan, are you going on a mission? After handing the letter to Ryan, Leia's eyes briefly glanced at the large caravan behind him. I'm going to Dorn City. I'll be back in a few days. All right, safe travels. Thank you. The carriage moved further away. Was that Lord Hembert's assistant just now? Through the gap in the carriage cover, Leia looked at the distant blonde girl and then turned to Ryan. Yes. Ryan didn't notice Leia's gaze. He simply nodded and quickly opened the letter Lord Hembert left him. The letter wasn't long. Ryan, the appearance of the gray dwarf isn't good news, no matter how they came here. In the coming days, Dorn City and even the northern regions of the Saladin Kingdom might not be so peaceful. Work on improving yourself. If you face difficulties, you can come to Iron Hills to find me. By the way, that cold steel warhammer. If you have time, you can go to Bourneberry to find an old friend of mine to help you reforge it. The underground worms there have terrible forging skills, but cold steel is good stuff. At first, Ryan frowned slightly while reading, but when he reached the last sentence, he couldn't help but smile. It seems Hembert still cares a lot about him using a gray dwarf's weapon. Bourneberry? Unfortunately, he had already decided to go to Dorn City first. The cold steel warhammer was working fine for now, so he'd wait for another chance to get it reforged. Ryan, what did Lord Hembert say? Seeing Ryan's sudden frown and then smile, Leia couldn't help but ask curiously. Since there was nothing sensitive in the letter, Ryan simply handed it to Leia. The same amused expression appeared on Leia's pretty face. Lord Hembert is quite humorous, Leia chuckled softly. But after her smile, her thoughts about Hembert's reminder grew more serious. This also strengthened a certain idea in her mind. 2 days passed quickly. As Ryan in the carriage slowly woke up in the morning light, Leia smiled, put down her bow, lifted a corner of the carriage cover, and pointed into the distance. Ryan looked in the direction of Leia's fair finger. The autumn morning sunlight turned the fields on both sides of the road into a honey color. The heavy wheat stalks bent under their weight, shining like full golden beans in the sunlight. From time to time, Ryan could see farmers in the fields, sometimes standing, sometimes bending over, busy harvesting. Under the sunlight, their sweaty backs glowed with a faint golden hue. It was hard work, but it also felt warm with the promise of a good harvest. But this wasn't the main thing Leia wanted Ryan to see. Farther away, the outline of a grand city appeared in Ryan's view. Gray-white, solid rocks built tall city walls and towers. Flags fluttered on the walls, and Ryan could see a symbol representing the Saladin Kingdom, a shield with a griffin and a cross-shaped sword. On the battlements, soldiers in chainmail holding spears appeared one after another. Crowds gathered at the city gate like a flowing river. The noise Ryan heard was the result of the increasing number of people. At this moment, Leia suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, Ryan, I want to introduce you to a friend first. Huh? Ryan was surprised and asked, could it be that Miss Elise the priestess? Ryan, being too clever isn't always a good thing, Leia said with a slight eye roll, sounding a bit annoyed. The carriage, following the usual process, quickly passed the guard's inspection. Just after crossing the city gate, Leia's face lit up with joy and said, "Hey, Elise is actually here to meet us at the city gate." Following Leia's excited gaze, Ryan saw a sweet girl dressed in a light yellow priestess robe with gold accents, waving enthusiastically at them. Yes, she looked sweet. Her bright smile, curved eyebrows like crescent moons, and two noticeable dimples made her face very charming. Her wavy blonde hair was tied into twin ponytails, bouncing as she waved happily. In just one glance, Ryan felt a warm sense of familiarity. It was as if they had met before. Rain couldn't help but imagine the sweet smile of the other person and the lively, adorable tone of the letter blending together, as if the person had jumped out of the letter. For a moment, Rain thought that perhaps, when he heard Leia mention the letter, the image of the person he pictured in his mind was probably just like this. Leia stepped down from the carriage with long strides. Miss Iris, the priestess, quickly approached and hugged her close. Two young, beautiful girls, one tall, one short, hugged each other, immediately drawing the attention of passers-by. "Leia, I really missed you so much." After saying several things, Miss Iris suddenly remembered Rain, who was smiling and watching them nearby. Her cheeks slightly flushed, she said, "Excuse me, you must be Lord Rain, as mentioned in Leia's letter, Miss Iris Morton." The priestess adjusted her priestly robe and gave Rain a polite bow. But then, she seemed to realize something was off. Slightly flustered, she pressed her right hand to her chest, holding a small, round stone seal, and slightly bowed. May the earth be with you. Priestess Iris from the Earth Temple sends her greetings. Rain Farrell. Miss Iris, I often hear the captain and others mention you, Rain replied with a smile. Haha. Leia couldn't help but laugh softly. Iris, is this the formal greeting standard for priests of the Earth Temple? And do you two really have to use formal titles with each other? Half an hour later, the three of them arrived at a restaurant located in the main city of Dorne. The restaurant had a somewhat luxurious style, with decorative swords and axes hanging on the high walls, along with specimens like reindeer heads with long antlers and hanging baskets filled with plants resembling pothoes. Following the waitress, they sat at a booth similar to those from their past lives. Lord Rain, Leia, what would you like to eat? When Iris leaned forward slightly and handed over the menu, Rain took it and glanced out of the corner of his eye, feeling a slight surprise. At that moment, he realized he had probably misunderstood something earlier. I initially thought that Iris was complaining in her letter about how sharing a sleeping bag with Leia was too crowded and that it was Leia's fault. But now it seems that's not the case. At least, it appears to be a mutual problem. Because when the loose priest's robe of the Earth Temple was squeezed, a pair of tall, rabbit-like features outlined a full curve and rested on the table. Bunny ears, a term I didn't quite understand in my previous life. Ryan suddenly understood its meaning in an instant. Of course, I don't know if that's the correct interpretation. And after this accidental glance, I quickly looked away, feeling a bit embarrassed. Iris, neither I nor Ryan are familiar with this shop. You should keep an eye out. All right. By the way, Leia, are you here to see Minter Gina this time? Milltown. Inside the busiest fireplace bar, in a corner seat against the wall, a woman wearing a hood was quietly sipping her mug of beer. But if you looked closely, you'd notice she didn't seem very interested in the taste. Her bright eyes, hidden under the hood, kept glancing at the shapes of the adventurers in front of her. Her pretty face also showed a thoughtful expression. The target should be very noticeable with those horns and chainmail. Why haven't I found her after wandering around the Milltown Adventurers Guild and the weapon shop a few times? Could she be on another mission again? The hooded woman was Leisha, who had received information from the internal network of the Talon Guild and hurried from Dorne City to Milltown. Looks like I need to find the female receptionist to ask. Leisha thought to herself. Of course, normally, the female receptionist at the Adventurers Guild wouldn't reveal details about the quests taken by adventurers. That would be a breach of privacy. But the problem is, there are many ways in this world for ordinary people to unknowingly reveal some information. At this moment, the conversation of a few adventurers nearby caught Leisha's attention. Hey, do you think the Howling Pursuit Squad has disbanded? The elite team that found the Grey Dwarf in the abandoned mine and retreated intact? I haven't heard about that. I heard everyone went their separate ways. Don't talk nonsense. You don't know the situation. I know Fabian from their team. He told me that he hit a bottleneck in his strength, so he left the team to improve himself. I also heard that their captain, Rhea, that beautiful long-legged girl, is about to become a professional. She went back to Dorn City. That's why their team hasn't had much news these days. Dorn City? Hearing this, Lysa's face changed, and a look of mixed feelings appeared. Could it be that Ryan also went back to Dorn City? After a moment of thought, Lysa stood up and walked over with her wine glass. Hello, you just mentioned that Rhea from the Howling Pursuit team left? Oh yes. I'm a friend of hers, Lysa said with a light smile. Seeing Lysa's beautiful face under her hood, the bearded adventurer quickly wiped some wine off his beard and replied, "Ah, hello. Hello, yes." She and her teammate Ryan, the one with the bullhorn helmet, took the carriage together, he added, trying to make a good impression in front of the beautiful woman, and also described the scene of Ryan leaving. Thank you. Before the bearded man could say more, the double-leaf door of the fireplace bar creaked. When the bearded adventurer and his companion looked closely, the woman in the hood was already gone. Wow, so fast. It seems she's a real professional. Old White, impressive. A professional-level beauty has already caught someone's eye. She must be a wanderer. But I've never heard of such a beautiful female wanderer before. Strange. Dorn City. On the wide Venetian avenue, a tall girl with long legs was walking side by side with a man wearing a steel shield and a bullhorn helmet. After having lunch together and agreeing to meet again tomorrow, Iris hurried back to the temple. Now, Rhea and Ryan were heading toward the Dorn City Adventurers Guild branch. Compared to the Adventurers Guild in Mill Town, Dorn City's guild was at least 10 times larger, almost the size of an opera house. The main building was made of a type of tough stone, all in a light gray color, giving it a solemn and majestic appearance. The busy flow of adventurers was even more crowded, with so many skilled professionals that Ryan felt overwhelmed. Within just a minute, Ryan saw 4 or 5 adventurers dressed as mages or apprentice mages come and go. Ryan, do you want me to go with you? Leia asked, considering this was Ryan's first time visiting the Dorn City Adventurers Guild branch. Thanks, I can go alone, Ryan replied. Captain, focus on your promotion. I wish you success, Ryan said with a smile and shook his head. There are signs here, so he could find the mage area easily by following them. Also, since he was just here to ask some questions, it was less important than Leia, who was facing a promotion. Yes, thank you. Maybe I can visit you in Mill Town after some time, Leia said. Usually, promotions happen quickly, but learning new skills takes longer. So, Ryan didn't think it was strange when Leia said, after some time. Wait, Ryan, come with me, Leia suddenly called out as Ryan was about to turn away. Huh. Although Ryan was a bit confused, he followed Leia. Leia took him to the guild's counter, handed a small team badge to a female receptionist, and said, "Upgrade the badge's permissions. Ryan, your badge." Leia didn't explain but turned to Ryan and held out her hand. Ryan took off his adventurer ID badge hanging around his neck and handed it over. He guessed Leia's intention. Upgrade Ryan to vice captain of the Howling Pursuit team, giving him the authority to accept team missions, Leia told the receptionist across the counter. Okay, Captain Leia. The receptionist respectfully took Ryan's badge and started processing the upgrade. Sir Ryan, your adventurer level already meets the requirements for promotion to White Porcelain level 2. Should I promote you directly? Otherwise, level 1 White Porcelain won't be enough for your temporary team captain role. Yes, thank you, Ryan said, initially surprised, then nodded quickly. His adventurer level indeed qualified him for the promotion. A white-grade adventurer needs to complete at least 5 tasks of the same level and have at least 3 combat-related missions assigned to level up. Of course, Ryan easily met these requirements. So far, most of his tasks have been combat missions, either extermination or bounty hunts. He has done very few gathering tasks. A few minutes later, Ryan and Leia left the counter. In that case, even if I can't meet with you for a while, you can start your tasks first. Captain, does it really take that long for your promotion? Ryan sensed something was a bit off. Better safe than sorry, Leia replied with a meaningful smile, without giving more details. After Leia left, Ryan quickly followed the signs to the Mage District. At the entrance of the Mage District, there was a counter. A young girl in a light red silk robe looked at Ryan's outfit with surprise and asked, "Hello, are you here to ask questions or learn magic?" I have some questions and want to consult with Mage Benjamin. Of course, but Mage Benjamin will charge a consultation fee ranging from 1 silver to 1 gold, depending on the difficulty of your questions. Is that acceptable? Ryan was momentarily surprised, but quickly understood. This is the residence of the mage trainers. I heard that mages are usually quite wealthy, so charging from 1 silver coin is normal. But the upper limit is 1 gold coin? That's quite expensive. However, Ryan thought to himself, since he's here, he might as well go ahead. It wouldn't make sense to come all this way to Dorn City just for nothing. Also, he didn't think his questions would be that costly. Okay, great, please wait a moment. After the previous person leaves, you can go in. Thank you. About 5 minutes later, a young man holding a staff that emitted a faint red glow came out of the room with a happy expression. Ryan stood up and entered the room. Inside, a middle-aged man in a red mage robe sat calmly behind a desk, smiling as he looked at Ryan. His eyes were deep and sharp, and his blue-brown eyes seemed to have the power to see through people. Hello, Mage Benjamin. Hello, young man. Please, have a seat. Did you encounter any problems while learning magic? Benjamin asked kindly, with a deep voice. Master Benjamin, I want to ask you a question about magic. Of course. Is there a spell that can make someone grow bigger and stronger, similar to the dwarf's innate ability to enlarge? 1 silver coin, Benjamin quoted, glancing curiously at Ryan. Because the young man in front of him looked like a warrior apprentice based on his outfit, and considering his question, could he be trying to learn enlargement magic on his own to improve his fighting ability? What an interesting young person. But learning magic might be a bit too simple to think about. Of course, Ryan nodded. After all, this is the lowest fee. 2-ring spell, Giant Growth, can achieve a similar effect, but there are some differences. First, the size increase from Giant Growth is larger than the dwarf's innate enlargement ability, making you about as tall as an ogre, almost double your size. But the strength increase isn't a full double. It's about a 20 to 30% boost, similar to the dwarf's enlargement effect. In terms of duration, Giant Growth usually lasts about 10 seconds, rarely more than half a minute. Dwarves with strong physiques can often sustain it for 10 minutes or longer. Finally, the spell can be cast on others, but the dwarf's innate enlargement ability only works on themselves. Ryan listened to Benjamin's explanation and nodded slightly. It's good to have it. Having it means he can use it and explain it convincingly. Second question, are there any mages researching ways to improve the Giant Growth spell, like reducing the casting requirements, increasing the duration, or making the size increase less extreme? 1 silver coin, Benjamin smiled and quoted. No problem, Ryan agreed. Of course, there are many modifications for any spell, especially lower-level spells. After all, the continent of Valzig almost every year produces amazing talented mages. Over time, the improvements and modifications to spells have accumulated to a significant level. Additionally, the last situation you mentioned should be quite rare because the purpose of Giant Growth is to increase size. Usually, improvements do not aim to reduce the amplification effect of the spell. Of course, I know that it's not impossible. A few mages have had to weaken the effect of Giant Growth to simplify it into a 1-tier spell. However, even with improved spells, they are not easy to obtain. Most improved spells are the result of a talented mage's hard work, and they are rarely available on the market. Thank you, Ryan said with a slight bow. I have to say, the Mage Benjamin in front of me answered very thoroughly. In Ryan's opinion, this was definitely worth paying 1 silver coin. At the same time, Ryan felt quite pleased. Although there are differences, at least I can explain them myself, and I won't need to hide or secretly cast these spells later. Next, Ryan asked a few more questions about other types of magic abilities he knew, such as Silent Scream, Stepping into Darkness, and Sonar. Most of these were similar to Giant Growth in nature. Although Ryan's abilities are essentially monster tricks, which are quite different from orthodox spells. But on the Valzig continent, many brilliant mages over thousands of years, or even longer, have created and accumulated many improved spells based on orthodox magic. Many of these are very similar to Ryan's monster tricks. For example, Ryan's Silent Scream. Initially, Benjamin mentioned a similar orthodox spell called Silence, a 2nd-tier spell. This spell silences sounds within a radius of about 6 meters. But Ryan's Silent Scream does not have the effect of silence. Instead, It releases high-frequency sound waves. More importantly, the second-tier silence spell can only interfere with or interrupt spells that require chanting. If the enemy's spell only needs gestures or does not require chanting, it cannot be blocked. Ryan's silence scream, however, can interfere with most spells unless they are cast instantly. So, when Ryan described the effect of the silent scream, Master Benjamin immediately pointed out that the spell Ryan imagined was actually a kind of improved combination of the third circle spell, counterspell, and the ninth circle spell, Mind Scream. To Ryan's surprise, some ancient mages had indeed made innovations in this area. This made Ryan feel grateful that, despite the tireless pursuit of knowledge and innovation among mages, these brilliant ancient mages had paved the way. Otherwise, when he tried to cast these monster-summoning spells in the future, he might have had no way to explain himself. Master Benjamin, I have another question about advancing to a higher profession, Ryan asked after inquiring about the spell. Besides regular professions like warrior or rogue, are the requirements for special professions, such as the dwarf's giant hammer master, clearly defined? This question costs a bit more. 2 silver coins, Benjamin replied kindly with a smile. Of course, Ryan nodded, relieved. He didn't expect this question to be so cheap. Professions and combat skills are not one-to-one. For example, mastering whirlwind slash, forward slash, and shield bash can make you a warrior. But a few who master these 3 skills become shield bearers, a special branch of warriors. So, the mainstream view now is that it depends on each person's insights when they advance. In other words, the requirements are not clear-cut. Benjamin paused and added, of course, there are some clues. For example, one necessary condition to become a shield bearer is to master at least one shield-related combat skill. This is based on experience, but so far, there are no counterexamples. Also, if you only master spells but no combat skills, you are unlikely to advance as a warrior. And if you only master combat skills, it's unlikely you'll become a mage. But if you master both advanced sword techniques and spells, you might advance to a special profession called a spellblade. However, this is just a possibility. From what I know, the chances of success are not very high. Hearing this, Ryan nodded thoughtfully. He began to understand what Master Benjamin was saying. When advancing to a higher profession, it is generally based on the skills and spells a person has mastered, but the exact requirements are not clearly defined. As for someone like him, who is skilled in both magic and combat techniques, it is quite unclear. Master Benjamin, my last question is, can you confirm if a person has the talent to become a caster? Ryan asked this question to see if he himself might have other talents. So far, he had only practiced frost magic, specifically the Frost Ray spell, and had not yet explored other elemental magic like fire or earth. As for other types of magic, he had no experience. Of course, but this test costs a bit more, 10 silver coins, Benjamin replied. No problem, Master Benjamin, Ryan nodded after a moment of thought. Hearing Ryan's answer, Master Benjamin was a little surprised. The young man in front of him, wearing a horned helmet and dressed like a warrior apprentice, was willing to spend 10 silver coins to test his potential as a mage. Could it be that this young person has a powerful bloodline, perhaps an unawakened sorcerer? Benjamin couldn't help but look at Ryan more carefully. All right, young man, follow me, Benjamin said. Ryan followed Benjamin into a nearby room. Inside, he saw a 6-pointed star array glowing faintly in the center of the room, surrounded by 4 crystal pillars about half a meter tall. Young man, we will conduct 4 tests here to check different aspects of your talent. As you know, mages need a certain amount of mental strength to connect with the magic network. Those with weak mental power can't sustain even a basic spell. Next, we test your perception of mysterious energies, such as water and fire for energy manipulators or starry energy for illusionists. Then, we assess stability and control, especially since combat environments are often harsh. 10 minutes later, Ryan and Benjamin exited the room. Young man, your mental strength is quite good. It's a pity you started formal mage training so late. If you begin now, it might take a year or 2 to master a 0-level spell, Benjamin said regretfully. But don't be discouraged. I can see you've worked hard in the warrior path, and you have a bright future ahead. Benjamin looked at Ryan's strong build and comforted him. Thank you, Master Benjamin, Ryan said with a smile. Just now, Before officially entering the room to start the test, he moved 3 of his bloodline entries, except for the Wild Boar Warrior bloodline, into a 16-slot bag. Ryan was unsure whether the bloodline enhancement would be detected by the test array in front of him. He kept only the Wild Boar Warrior bloodline because removing it would cause his body to change immediately, which would surely attract Benjamin's attention. As for why he temporarily moved the Mutant Goblin bloodline, Ryan considered that if it was detected, having only the Wild Boar Warrior bloodline would be easier to explain than a mix of the Wild Boar Warrior and Mutant Goblin bloodlines. But now, it seems that worry was unnecessary. The test array did not detect the Wild Boar Warrior bloodline on him. This deepened Ryan's understanding of his golden finger. It doesn't actually enhance a monster's bloodline directly, but boosts the talents and magical abilities associated with that bloodline. Suddenly, Ryan thought of something. He raised his hand, but in the next moment, he lowered it again. He wanted to take out the semicircular metal pendant hanging around his neck to ask Master Benjamin if he could find any clues. But after hesitating for a moment, he decided to give up for now. He still had some concerns. He didn't know if there were factions or conflicts among spellcasters, like between gray dwarves and regular dwarves. If the semicircular pendant represented something special, and if Master Benjamin. Thinking for a moment, Ryan decided to delay this matter. After so many years, there was no rush. Young man, do you have any more questions? Not for now. Thank you, Master Benjamin, Ryan said with a slight bow. After leaving Benjamin's room, Ryan's brow relaxed. Although it was costly, compared to the fact that it cleared most of his doubts about advancing as a professional, it was definitely worth it in his view. The path ahead was now clearer. If he didn't dislike the elements of warhammers, shields, and ice magic, since he has already advanced the hammer skill, armor break, to the guidance stage, the fastest way for him to become a professional is to quickly upgrade the skills, shield bash, and the spell, frost ray, to the guidance stage. In fact, Ryan is not only completely fine with these 3 skills, but also quite pleased because the fast progress with the hammer skill gives him positive feedback. The recent mage aptitude test also showed that his only strength is his high intelligence. So, if I want to learn Frost Ray quickly, Ryan couldn't help but focus on Frost Affinity Level 1. Higher levels of Frost Affinity will surely help me master the spell faster. Go to the snowy plains and hunt a winter wolf. If he had Frost Affinity Level 2, Ryan is confident he could learn Frost Ray within a month or 2 and become a full-fledged professional. But I still don't know enough about the Longcott Snowfield. If I had a monster guidebook related to that area, yes, Dorn City should have a monster guidebook about the Longcott Snowfield. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he immediately headed to the inquiry desk at the Adventurers Guild Hall. The next morning, at the agreed time, Ryan arrived punctually at the Dorn City Adventurers Guild Hall. However, after waiting 5 minutes and not seeing Rhea's figure, Ryan decided to ask the Ranger Mentor about the situation. Ryan, at this moment, a girl with twin tails, wearing a yellow and gold priest's robe, carrying a small bag, waved enthusiastically at him with a staff in one hand. Miss Eilis, why are you here too? Ryan looked surprised, but based on what Rhea said yesterday, he had a faint guess. After all, although they agreed to meet today, the priestess's appearance seemed more like she was about to leave together rather than just meet. To go on an adventure with you guys? Yesterday, I finally argued with Elder Shaley for a long time, and the temple finally agreed to let me go out for training, but I need to report back to the temple once a month. Eileen's youthful face showed a bit of pride and playfulness, as if she was taking credit. Why haven't you arrived yet? At this moment, Iris looked around with her beautiful eyes and suddenly realized that her close friend was not there. Hearing Iris's words, Ryan quickly understood the situation. I'm not sure. Maybe she's learning a new combat skill? I can ask in the Ranger District. Yes, that sounds good. Let's go together. I haven't visited Lady Gina, the Ranger instructor, in a long time. At this time, a female receptionist dressed in the standard Adventurers Guild uniform approached. She looked at Ryan's horn helmet and hesitated slightly. Hello, are you Vice Captain Ryan of the Howling Pursuit team? Yes, I am. May I ask who you are? Hello, Lord Ryan. I have been entrusted to deliver a letter to you. A letter? Ryan was slightly surprised and exchanged a glance with Iris. When Ryan opened the note handed by the receptionist, he immediately recognized it as Lady Leia's handwriting. Ryan, I have decided to follow Instructor Gina to the Moonshadow Forest to attempt to advance as a phantom archer. I expect this will take 1 to 2 months. I know you are about to become a professional, but unfortunately, I can't adventure with you during this time. However, you will have a new companion. You can give my handwritten letter to Iris. With your abilities, I believe that with the help of a proper priest, you can easily complete many tasks. Indeed, that was the case. Ryan sighed silently. Leia chose this difficult path for promotion, perhaps because she was inspired by her encounter with the Grey Dwarf. After all, she always believed that as the team leader, her response at that time was inadequate, almost causing the entire team to be lost in the abandoned mine. Lord Ryan, is this Leia's letter? Yes, Miss Iris. Ryan handed the letter to the priestess. Within seconds, Iris covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, Mother Earth! Such a strong woman. She actually decided to try becoming a phantom archer. Is it difficult? Ryan raised an eyebrow. Yes, it's a special profession with less than a 10% success rate, and she still wants to try. I really admire her. Iris gently touched her forehead, feeling helpless. Because Leia was absent, the atmosphere in the room fell into a moment of silence. After all, Leia was not only familiar with Rain, but also Iris's close friend and longtime teammate. Without such a teammate acting as a bridge, the two of them suddenly felt unsure of what to say. After a moment of hesitation, Rain spoke first. Miss Iris, I plan to return to Milltown today. What do you think? Well, if Lord Rain needs me. Iris blushed slightly and looked down. Of course, Miss Iris, as a formal priest of the Earth Temple and a professional, it would be my honor to have you join us. Really? Iris was visibly excited upon hearing Rain's words, her eyes brightening. But I'm not as strong as you might think. I only know a little bit of divine magic. She made a small gesture as she spoke. Miss Iris, you are too modest. So, shall we set out now? Since they had originally planned to leave at this time, the reserved carriage had already arrived at the guild entrance. Yes, Iris nodded. She was already prepared to travel with Leia, and her luggage was ready. Soon, Rain and Iris boarded the carriage together. Because Leia was not there, and the carriage was a relatively enclosed space, with one man and one woman inside, both seemed a bit reserved. Rain was nervous because, in his past life and this one, he had never dated a girl before. His palms were slightly sweaty, his heartbeat quickened, and he didn't know how to break the slightly awkward atmosphere. Meanwhile, Iris, with a slightly red face and beads of sweat on her nose, suddenly took out a small silver jar embedded with tiny gemstones from her bag. Rain looked up slightly, unsure of what the priestess was about to do. Seeing how valuable the silver jar looked, he couldn't think of anything that needed to be stored inside. However, when the priestess opened the silver jar, Rain was stunned. Pickled plums. But is it necessary to keep such a thing in a gemstone-encrusted silver jar? Rain's eyes widened slightly, and with a slight sniff, his keen pig-human sense, level 2, confirmed that this was indeed plums. The kind you can eat. Ryan, I brought some plums from home. They're really tasty. Want to try one? Iris blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled sweetly as she opened a silver can and offered it to Ryan. Thank you. Although Ryan was inexperienced, he wasn't foolish. He quickly realized that the young priestess was using this interaction to break the awkward silence between them. He immediately took a plum and put it in his mouth. The sour and sweet flavor filled his mouth. It's delicious, Miss Iris. Did your mother make these? Aunt Mary made them. Aunt Mary? Yes, she's our head cook and very good at cooking. Her dishes are wonderful. Head cook? Ryan's eyes flickered slightly. All right, for him. That was a somewhat uncommon word. It seemed that the young priestess in front of him was not only a professional, but also a wealthy young lady. But then Ryan thought it over and started to understand more. He remembered Chris casually mentioning that Leia was probably a noble girl. So, how could her close friend be an ordinary commoner? Most likely, she didn't come from a simple background. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have even met, let alone become close friends. As they ate plums and chatted, the atmosphere between them became relaxed and comfortable. Iris, who started talking more freely, was even more lively than Ryan had expected. Lord Ryan, I heard Leia say you're actually an apprentice mage. Yes, she said you're very strong, almost as good as a professional. Well, Lord Ryan, looking at your outfit, are you aiming to become a special profession? Yes, Ryan, I think you're stronger than Chris and the others. Why don't you wear plate armor? The real reason was simply that he couldn't afford it. But it felt a bit embarrassing to say that directly in front of a beautiful lady. I plan to think about changing my gear after the next mission, Ryan said politely. Elise's eyes lit up when she heard this, as if she understood something. She said, I see. Lord Rain, since we are now a team, isn't it better if your strength is as high as possible? Of course, Rain replied, a bit confused by the young priestess's words, but he nodded in agreement. Then, it's a good idea to buy some good equipment to improve our strength, right? Lord Rain, if you don't have enough money, I can lend you some. I know a weapon shop with very good quality items. Well, hearing this, Rain understood her meaning. But borrowing money, and from such a beautiful lady. Rain's original plan was to return to Milltown and upgrade his gear at the Iron Forge workshop, which would buy back their used equipment at a high price. Although he still had over 1 gold coin, saving some was better. However, at this moment, Rain thought that since Leo wasn't here, it was indeed better to be stronger. Plus, Doran City, being a city, probably had more high-quality weapons in its shops. Also, even though he was borrowing from a beautiful priestess, first of all, Elise was his teammate. Ensuring her safety as the healer was important. Then, I'll trouble Miss Elise, Rain said gratefully. Coachman, to Vincent Street. Elise was clearly very happy about Rain taking her advice. She excitedly called out to the coachman. Soon, they arrived at the commercial street of Doran City. Even though it was still morning, the street was crowded with people, and the sounds of vendors shouting could be heard. Here, this is the place. Elise indicated for the carriage to stop. Huh. Rain looked up and saw a familiar sign. Iron Forge Workshop, with a smaller line of text underneath. Doran City Main Branch. He didn't expect that the familiar weapon shop Elise mentioned was also the Iron Forge Workshop. Mr. Genos, long time no see. As they entered the shop, Elise greeted a well-dressed half-elf man she knew well. Beautiful Miss Elise. No, I should now call you the beautiful priest Elise. Mr. Genos, you are too polite. Miss Iris, how can I serve you today? The middle-aged halfling said this, but his eyes kept glancing at Ryan. Clearly, as the shopkeeper welcoming guests, he had already figured out that the real, main guest wasn't the beautiful priestess in front of him, but the young man wearing the horned helmet beside her. However, he couldn't quite tell if this young man was a barbarian or perhaps had some barbarian blood. Otherwise, why would he wear a horned helmet? But if he was a barbarian, his demeanor didn't seem right, and it's rare to see them wearing chainmail. Mr. Genos, this is my companion, Lord Ryan. I'd like you to recommend some suitable equipment. Hearing Iris, Genos looked surprised and quickly became enthusiastic. Lord Ryan, please follow me. This row features our Iron Forge Workshop's carefully crafted full-plate armor. Ryan quickly looked around at the shiny, well-made full-plate armor displayed on mannequins. If he said he didn't like it, that would be a lie. But the price, that's so expensive. Looking at the price tag below, Ryan, who had only 1 gold and 78 silver coins in his pocket, suddenly felt like he was still a poor man. If Lord Ryan doesn't mind the weight too much, I actually recommend this set. Genos, the halfling, pointed to the armor on the rightmost mannequin and suggested. Wait, Mr. Genos, has Master Rogers been working on anything new lately? Miss Iris. Of course, he has. But this month, Master Rogers hasn't forged any armor. Instead, he crafted a shield. Genos' eyes lit up, and he pointed to a spiked shield displayed in the shop's left window. Ryan immediately looked up. Just one glance, and Ryan liked the shape of this shield. The shield's material was dark, like some rare stone. Its overall shape was not the common round, oval, or kite shape, but an unusual, irregular form. It looked like a fragment fallen from an unknown giant stone. Moreover, in the central area of the irregular-shaped shield, a fist-sized conical spike was cast and attached. Is this the shield crafted by Master Rogers? Elise asked with some doubt. Because in her memory, Master Rogers, the armor smith, rarely made shields. He mostly crafted armor. And even when he did make shields, they were usually finely decorated heraldic shields with symmetrical carved patterns, beautiful and detailed. But this shield, yes, Miss Elise, it's a bit different from Master Rogers' usual style. Actually, it's made from a single piece of obsidian. You've probably heard of obsidian, right? A very hard and heavy stone. Jones explained confidently. Obsidian? The kind that resists many types of energy elements. Elise's eyes lit up. Exactly, Jones nodded proudly. But I heard that a piece of obsidian of the same size weighs twice as much as steel. If it's so heavy, Elise seemed to think of something and frowned slightly. Miss Elise, actually, this is a magic item. Magic item? Elise's eyes brightened. Ryan also looked at Jones curiously. The inside of the shield is covered with high-level runes engraved by skilled rune masters. Because of the high resistance of the obsidian material, the 18 lightweight runes barely reach the effect of 3 standard runes, but it can continuously absorb and release free energy for 24 hours without interruption. So, it's about 1/3 lighter than a steel shield of the same size. Besides that, it has no other magical effects. But according to Master Rogers, the sturdy and highly resistant obsidian itself makes it the best shield. Does this magic shield have a name? Of course. As Master Rogers' masterpiece, it is called the Obsidian Defender, Jones said proudly. Obsidian Defender? Ryan mulled over the name. At the same time, he strongly agreed with Master Rogers' idea that the shield's material is already excellent, so it only needs the simplest processing. Elise wanted to ask Ryan for his opinion, but her beautiful eyes glanced over his face and she smiled slightly, deciding not to ask anymore. She turned to Ginas and asked, "How much?" "Only 32 gold. If you buy it, I can give you a 5% discount and round down the price." "Miss Ellis, how about 30 gold, Mr. Ginas? That's too expensive. It's at least 30% higher than similar magic equipment in the guild." He chuckled softly. "Hee hee. Miss Ellis, you know that magic gear is rare, so higher prices are normal. All right, but let's first have Ryan try it. If it fits, I'll buy it." "Wow, she's really going to buy it?" Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his new teammate, the priestess. "That's 32 gold, not 32 silver. Lord Ryan?" Illis smiled gently, turning to look at him. "What do you think?" "Wait, this." Before Ryan could finish, Illis blinked playfully and interrupted. "Lord Ryan, as an apprentice mage, surely you're confident in your future earning ability." Hearing her words, the first person to be stunned wasn't Ryan, but Ginas, the half-elf shopkeeper. Ginas looked at Ryan's outfit with surprise, thinking, are all apprentice mages starting to protect themselves like this now? Meanwhile, Ryan's mind was flooded with repayment plans, like a flood of thoughts. If a task earns 10 silver, he needs to complete 300 tasks to pay back the priestess. 300. And even if each task is lucky and yields 50 silver, he still needs to do 60 tasks to pay her back. While Ryan was quickly calculating in his mind, Ginas snapped out of his surprise and skillfully took out the black obsidian shield, Obsidian Defender, from the display case. Seeing the obsidian shield in his hand, Ryan couldn't help but smile wryly and immediately started trying it on. But he decided that after testing the fit, he would use the excuse of not suitable to decline the priestess's kind offer. Undoubtedly, the obsidian shield in front of him is a good item. However, to Ryan, a pure steel knight emblem shield costing around 1 gold is enough for his current needs. This shield is really too expensive. But when Ryan reached out with his left hand and grasped the 2 metal handles wrapped in dark leather on the inside of the shield, a perfect fit and comfortable feeling flooded his mind. He quickly swung the shield a few times, and a whooshing sound suddenly rang out. The feel is really good. And this obsidian doesn't seem as heavy as it looks. The weight is just right. For a moment, Ryan wanted to refuse, but when the words came to his mouth, he hesitated and couldn't speak. Half an hour later, Ryan, who had changed almost all his equipment except for his war hammer, and Elise, once again on the carriage, were ready to leave. His chainmail had been replaced with a solid plate armor worth 3 gold coins. However, it wasn't a full knight's suit, but just a single breastplate. It wasn't because of money, but because Ryan considered that when he used his giant form, his size would suddenly increase by 30%. A full knight's armor, even with soft lambskin lining, wouldn't withstand such a change, especially around the neck, elbows, and other joints. This breastplate was made with traditional craftsmanship, with 2 metal plates joined at the front and back. In the middle, there were overlapping layers of deer leather with folds, providing good flexibility, and it didn't cover the shoulders or elbows. So, even when Ryan used his giant form, he wouldn't feel uncomfortable wearing it. The horned helmet on his head was also replaced with a steel helmet, almost identical in shape to the previous one, but made of steel instead of horns. His boots were also replaced with thick combat boots covered with steel plates on the surface and lined with lamb wool inside. Of course, upgrading this equipment was a painful process. Ryan's original 1 gold and 78 silver coins were now reduced to only 8 silver coins. Meanwhile, he also owed a hefty loan of 35 gold coins to the wealthy priestess. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild Hall in Dorn City, a woman wearing a hood, with a graceful figure, seemed somewhat weary and stepped into the hall. As she looked around, a plain-looking man dressed as an adventurer quickly handed her a note. Lysa slightly lifted her hood and opened the note. The target appeared at the Adventurers Guild Hall half an hour ago. They got into a carriage and left through the southern gate, suspected to be heading back to Mill Town. Compared to a small, remote town like Mill Town, the intelligence network in Talon City is naturally more extensive. But when Lysa saw this message, her eyes widened, and she almost gasped with anger. What? They've left again. However, she quickly thought it over. If they left only half an hour ago, she could catch up easily, since they are in a carriage. After a moment of thought, Lysa decided to leave immediately. A few minutes later, clop, 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 a bright red horse was galloping quickly along the main road from Dorn City to Mill Town. Every time it passed a carriage, the horse's hooves slowed slightly. Strange. The carriage shouldn't be moving that fast. Lysa observed another carriage carefully, frowning with suspicion. Could they be taking the northern route? There are 3 roads from Dorn City to Mill Town. Usually, people choose this main road or the northwest route. The other small path isn't suitable for carriages, so Lysa quickly ruled it out. It must be that one. But if I rush to the northern route now, since they are in a carriage, with my speed, I can catch up within half a day. Lysa quickly made her decision. She tightened her stirrups and turned her horse toward the northern road. Meanwhile, Ryan and Iris's carriage was just leaving the southern gate of Dorn City. Suddenly, Ryan remembered something. Miss Iris, earlier at the Iron Furnace workshop, you mentioned that the guild seems to sell magic equipment. Iris blinked, looking a bit surprised, as if she hadn't expected Ryan to know that. Yes, after becoming a Black Iron level adventurer, you can access the second floor of the guild, where some magic equipment is available for purchase. Since most adventurers choose to sell rare materials from monsters to the guild, the magic equipment available there is far better in quality and variety than what is found on the market. Even large weapon workshops like the Iron Forge cannot compare to the guild in this regard. Therefore, for adventurers, if they want to buy suitable magic gear at a fair price, they probably need to go to the guild. Iris explained this in detail. I see, Ryan thought with a clear understanding. No wonder he had never seen a magic equipment stall when entering or leaving the Adventurers Guild before. It was because his level was not high enough. Only Black Iron level adventurers can buy magic gear inside the guild. Miss Iris, now that you've been promoted to a formal priest, should you also be able to advance to a Black Iron level adventurer? Although I am now a formal priest, according to the guild's rules, to move from the white porcelain level 3 to Black Iron, I need to pass a promotion test. Iris rubbed her fair forehead and continued, but the problem is, my combat divine magic is not very good. For solo missions, I'm afraid I might not manage. Since there are solo missions, are there also group missions? Ryan asked again. Yes, but I don't want to take the test with strangers. However, if you, Lord Ryan, become a professional, we could apply to do it together, Iris said with a sweet smile. Of course, that's no problem. I just need some more time to become a professional. I believe you, Lord Ryan. We'll have no trouble. Iris smiled sweetly, her big eyes forming a crescent shape again. 2 days later, on the carriage, Ryan was holding a book with a white cover, decorated with metal carvings on the corners, and was browsing with interest. This book, Lancourt Snowfield Common Monster Guide, cost him a full 8 silver coins. He was hesitant before buying it, but after thinking carefully, although he currently lacked the strength to go to the Lancourt Snowfield, if he wanted to improve his frost affinity, he would eventually need to hunt monsters in the snowfield. And that time might not be too far off. The team already has Iris, a formal priest. Once Leia successfully advances, with 2 professionals plus him, they can start planning things gradually. Therefore, it is very important to learn about the monsters in the Lancourt Snowfield early. The first page of the illustration shows the winter wolf, which is Ryan's top choice. Winter wolf, with all-white fur that helps it hide in the snow, is fierce and clever. It often hunts in groups of 4 to 6. Like the terror wolf, its large size makes it the deadliest hunter in the Longcott snowfield. 4 to 6? Ryan frowns when he sees this. This is very different from what he expected. He thought that a challenge level 3 monster like the winter wolf would hunt alone, like a tiger. But it turns out they still hunt in packs, like typical wolves. In that case, I can't target the winter wolf. I need to find monsters that prefer to live alone. Ryan quickly makes a decision. He knows that even if Leia advances smoothly, with Iris and maybe Chris and Grand, they might be able to take down a lone monster of level 3. But they definitely can't handle a pack of winter wolves. Thinking this, Ryan turns to the second page. It shows a strange creature with an owl's head and a bear's body. Frost owl bear, also called ice owl beast, is a type of owl bear. It is common in the Longcott snowfield. It is fierce and likes to go out at sunset and at night. Its challenge level is 3. Its attacks with claws and beak are very powerful. Usually, it hunts with its mate. Note, don't be fooled by its cute big eyes. Every year, some female adventurers are caught off guard and die from its beak and claws. Ryan looks at its big eyes and sighs for the women who are tricked. If they just paid a little more attention, they would see how dangerous its claws and sharp beak are. Also, this frost owl bear kind of looks like the Yeti from my past life. One has big, cute owl-like eyes, and the other stands upright and waves its paw. Hey, Ryan, what is this? It looks so cute. Next to them, Iris tilted her head and glanced at the book in Ryan's hand. She was immediately attracted by the cute, big-eyed illustration of the ice owl bear and showed an interested expression. Cute? All right. He admitted that for women, the ice owl bear's clear, large eyes are indeed quite charming. Don't be fooled by its cute appearance. The ice owl bear in the Longcott snowfield is actually very fierce. Many female adventurers have lost their lives to it, Ryan said as he handed the illustrated guide to Iris, warning her. He didn't want his teammate to make that kind of mistake. Oh. Iris's expression changed upon hearing Ryan's words. She took the guide and looked at it carefully. She patted her chest, which was covered by her priest's robe, and looked relieved. It looks very cute. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. By the way, Ryan, what do you think of the monster guide for the Longcott snowfield? Iris quickly realized something and asked curiously. Although Leia told her that Ryan was very strong, almost on par with professional fighters, the monsters in the snowfield are different. Most of them are challenge level 3 or higher. It's mainly to better understand frost magic, Ryan replied without hesitation, giving a pre-planned answer. In fact, this is partly true. For him, the main goal is to kill certain monsters in the snowfield to gain higher frost affinity talent, which helps him better understand frost magic. Ryan, are you about to become a full-fledged professional too? That's great. That means our team will soon have 3 professionals. I will do my best to help you. As he spoke, Iris was even more eager than Ryan to look through the Longcott snowfield monster guide. Hey Ryan, look. This Frostfang leopard is a solitary monster, Iris said happily after a while. Plus, its challenge level is 3, making it one of the weaker monsters in the Longcott snowfield. Ryan took the snowfield monster guide handed to him by Iris and carefully looked at it. Frostfang leopard usually inhabits the cold coniferous forests at the edge of the snowfield. Except during mating season, it mostly hunts alone. It is skilled in frost armor and ice blade techniques, which is why it is called the Frostfang. Note, although the individual combat power of the Frostfang leopard is slightly stronger than that of the winter wolf and ice owl bear, its prey is often stolen by packs of winter wolves or by ice owl bears traveling in groups. Seeing the last sentence, the words, working leopard, suddenly came to mind for Ryan. That is indeed a suitable target, Ryan nodded. The two continued flipping through the pages, reading several more. The difficulty level of the snowfield monsters listed kept increasing, clearly not suitable targets. In other words, the main target was set, Frostfang leopard. However, the plan to hunt the working leopard could be put on hold for now. Because, according to the plan, before officially heading to the Longcott snowfield, Ryan thought it was necessary to complete a quest involving a spider-type monster. If he could gain a spell-like ability to spit webbing, it would give him an extra control spell in battles, which was very beneficial. especially during the upcoming snowfield exploration. It would also add a layer of safety. But as for the deep moss spider, Ryan's eyes involuntarily looked at the beautiful priestess across from him. Most women seem naturally afraid of these creatures. She was not only his teammate, but also had just lent him a large sum of money to upgrade his equipment. Ryan needed to ask for her opinion. Of course, Ryan also considered that if Elise was particularly uncomfortable with such monsters, he might choose to do the quest alone. After all, he only needed to kill one deep moss spider. With his current strength and new gear, going all out, it wouldn't be difficult. If he encountered real trouble, he could always join a team temporarily. Miss Elise, after we arrive at Milltown this time, I plan to take on a quest. Do you have any particular objections to the target? What are your plans, Lord Ryan? I plan to accept the quest to kill the deep moss spider, but as for the spider, Miss Elise, Ryan looked at her and said, Deep moss spider? That's great. To Ryan's surprise, Elise cheered happily. Chris, that coward. I wanted Leia to take the task of clearing out the deep moss spider last time, but he refused no matter what, Elise said angrily. However, she seemed to realize that speaking so casually in front of her new teammate, Ryan, whom she had just met recently, was not very ladylike. She quickly straightened her expression and explained, Lord Ryan, Rhea, Chris, and I are the first to meet each other, so we tend to speak more casually. That's a good atmosphere. Ryan nodded with a smile. Yes. By the way, Lord Ryan, you chose to hunt deep moss spiders to get their silk, right? Deep moss silk? Ryan looked at the young priestess in front of him and immediately understood why she wanted to complete a task related to deep moss spiders. Because the beginner monster guidebook mentioned deep moss silk, a type of spider silk for monsters, very tough and excellent as a material. It's not that. I just want to gain experience dealing with different monsters. Ryan shook his head and gave a straightforward answer. Wow, I want to learn from Lord Ryan. I plan to collect some deep moss silk to make a silk robe. Silk robe? Is it a magic item? Ryan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, a beginner-level magic item. I plan to ask Elder Shaylee to enchant it with blade protection. Along the way, the clear, cheerful voice of the young priestess kept talking in his ear. Ryan, who usually disliked noise, surprisingly felt quite happy. After half a day, the carriage arrived smoothly at Milltown. Considering that quests related to deep moss spiders were quite rare, Ryan packed up his belongings a bit and then went with Iris to the Adventurers Guild in Milltown. However, when Iris appeared in the guild's main hall wearing a conspicuous priest's robe, it attracted quite a few adventurers' attention. Look, it's a priest apprentice. That's rare. And she's a beautiful woman too. Captain, why don't you go invite her? Because in the main hall, which was a gathering place for low-level adventurer teams, there were very few adventurers with healing abilities. Idiot, that's a formal priest's robe from the Temple of the Earth. Do you think she would join our team? Look at the other team members nearby. Even if they're not professionals, they look like semi-professionals with that gear. Faced with the eager words of several members, the experienced team leader simply glanced and immediately recognized the priest's robes and holy emblem on Iris. Wow, a real priest? Shouldn't she be upstairs? Why is she still in the hall? These comments naturally reached Ryan and Iris's ears. Miss Iris, it seems that having a professional-level priest like you still taking on tasks on the first floor makes many people jealous, Ryan teased. Lord Ryan, Leia told me that your strength is not much weaker than that of an ordinary professional. Iris blinked and smiled. Meanwhile, the words, real priest, also reached the ears of a great sword warrior who was about to go upstairs. His steps paused slightly, then in the next moment, he turned quickly, scanning the hall from the first floor. Soon, his gaze locked onto Iris, dressed in a light yellow priest's robe. A priest from the Earth Temple. I wonder if she knows how to use Dispel magic. If she does, she could replace Jessica, Schneider thought to himself. Seems like a new priest, still taking on tasks on the first floor. Schneider's rugged eyebrows furrowed. Because if she was a new priest, she probably wouldn't have learned the spell Dispel yet, but would focus on healing spells. After thinking for a moment, Schneider still walked toward Iris. Miss Priest, sorry to bother you. I am Schneider, the leader of the Great Blade Team. May I invite you to join us temporarily, the Great Blade Team? The few adventurer team leaders who had been hesitating about whether to invite her saw the heavily armored man carrying a large leather-wrapped sword approach and immediately looked surprised. because he was clearly a professional, an iron-level adventurer entering and leaving the second floor. And the reputation of the Great Blade team was well known, even to them. They didn't expect he also noticed this young priest. "Thank you, Lord Schneider, for the invitation, but I already have a team," Iris replied politely, smiling and declining. Better at handling one-on-one social situations than dealing with a crowd. "Oh, is that the young nobleman?" Schneider looked in the direction of Iris's gaze. First, he examined the heavy armor on Rain, then spoke. "Your companion is quite young and strong. I have a task, but since my druid partner left for some reason, I need a healer to join. Could I discuss this with your companion? Just for this one task. Thank you very much for the repeated invitation, Lord Schneider, but I'm sorry. Also, if I go, my partner must come too." Schneider hesitated. Although the young man with the horned helmet looked well-equipped, the problem was that he clearly wasn't a professional. Adding a rare priest to the team, even if he's new, I could probably persuade the others. But if I also include an unqualified warrior apprentice, that would be. At that moment, a leather-armored man carrying a longbow came down the stairs. When he saw Schneider, his eyes lit up, and he quickly approached, whispering, "Captain, I found a holy warrior. Going to the snowfield shouldn't be a problem." "The snowfield?" At the same time, Rain, who was checking the quest board after coming downstairs, overheard this. He looked at the two men, realizing they probably planned to go to the Longcott snowfield. However, there was no quest for the Longcott snowfield on the quest board upstairs, so he didn't know exactly what they intended to do. In fact, even if they invited him and Iris to join, he probably wouldn't agree. He really wanted to kill a Frostfang leopard, but he knew nothing about the other party. If it was a mission to clear out a goblin horde, he wouldn't mind joining a strange team, since he had good control over the situation. But the Longcott snowfield was a very dangerous place. Joining a strange team, there would be a disaster in his eyes. "Sorry to bother you." A middle-aged man with a large sword listened to his companion, thought for a moment, nodded to Iris and Rain, then turned and left. Iris also smiled politely in a gentle manner. After the others left, Iris immediately turned to Rain and asked, "Lord Rain, are there any missions involving deep moss spiders? I just checked the notice board, and there are no missions for deep moss spiders." Rain shook his head. "All right, missions for deep moss spiders are usually rare," the girl sighed. At this moment, Rain's ears twitched. Thanks to his keen hearing level 2, inherited from the giant vampire bat leader, he could clearly hear the conversation of the two people on the second-floor stage. It wasn't because of anything else, but Schneider sensed that Rain's somewhat unusual shield was not ordinary. If his perception was correct, it was likely a magic item. However, as an experienced Black Iron-level adventurer team leader, Schneider also admitted that what his teammate Zahn said was not without reason. Even though the girl priest learned the healing spell, their real enemy was the ice spirit, which still required dispel magic. As they spoke, it seemed they passed through a transparent barrier on the second floor, and Rain could no longer hear their voices. Ice spirit? They were going to fight the ice spirit. Rain immediately remembered a creature from the monster guidebook of the snowfield. An ice spirit is born from a mage who died in the Longcott snowfield. The exact cause is unknown, but it probably revives in the extreme cold as a form of elemental life. No matter what kind of mage it was originally, once transformed into an ice spirit, it becomes a natural frost mage. He also remembered a note about ice spirits. Be careful of their magic. Each ice spirit's spells are influenced by what they learned in life, so they vary. Regarding the challenge level of the ice spirit, it is difficult to determine because it uses different magic skills. Therefore, in the bestiary, it is classified as a rare monster, with a note that the challenge level is above 3. Lord Rain, look. Is that a new quest notice being posted? Do you think there might be a quest related to the deep moss spider? At this moment, Iris cheerfully shouted, interrupting Rain's thoughts. Rain immediately looked up and saw a female receptionist posting several new quest notices on the bulletin board. Yes, I'll go check it out. Without hesitation, Rain pushed through the crowd of adventurers and carefully examined the notices. Quest ID, Milltown 0321 Type. Elimination Reward. 80 silver coins. Description. Southeast of Milltown, near Pinecone Village, villagers have reported seeing large groups of goblins. Please eliminate this goblin horde completely. Proof of completion. Submit proof, such as goblin corpses or other verifiable items. Time limit, 7 days. Note: recommended for white porcelain level 3 or higher adventurer teams. Goblins, hurry. Watch out. Idiot. This is a big group. When the goblin-related quest notice was posted, the main hall immediately became lively. For most beginner adventurer teams, their favorite quests are those involving goblins. However, upon seeing it was a large goblin horde, many people shook their heads. Rain's attention was naturally not on the goblins. He quickly looked at the second new quest notice. Quest ID, Milltown 0323 type, gathering reward. 8 silver coins per plant description. An alchemist needs ice-cap grass to make medicine. Attached picture. Ice-cap grass, proof of completion. Any quantity of ice-cap grass. Time limit, long term. Note: ice-cap grass can be found at the edge of the Longcott snowfield. Do not venture too deep. Not really. Just as Rain felt a bit disappointed when the female receptionist posted the last notice, his eyes lit up. He immediately tore it down, because the quest was to eliminate the deep moss spider. Task number, Milltown 0327. Type, elimination. Reward, 35 silver coins. Task description, head north from Milltown along the road to the snowfield. After passing through Fern Sprout Village, travel west for 10 miles into the hills. Villagers have reported sightings of deep moss spiders near a nest. Please eliminate the deep moss spider nest. Proof of completion. Submit evidence such as spider carcasses or other verifiable items. Time limit, 5 days. Wow, your speed is so fast. I didn't even see what the task was. Don't say anything. That's a deep moss spider task. We can't complete it either. Idiot, be quiet. Look at the gear he's wearing. Lord Ryan, we're really lucky to have encountered this. That's great. Hearing Ryan say he accepted the task to eliminate the deep moss spider nest, Iris couldn't help but smile widely, her eyes turning into bright crescents. Miss Iris, this is thanks to your warning, Ryan said with a slight smile. You're quick to act, Lord Ryan. Shall we set out today? We can stay overnight in Fern Sprout Village and head straight to the spider cave early tomorrow, Iris said sweetly. Okay. But Ryan suddenly remembered something. The two people just now mentioned magic. He and Iris haven't yet shared details about their skills, spells, or divine arts. However, seeing Iris's sparkling eyes and excited expression, Ryan thought they could discuss it during the journey. For now, he needed to buy some supplies, fire oil bottles. Not to fight the level 1 deep moss spiders. Based on Ryan's previous experience talking with his team, while deep moss spiders are also afraid of fire oil bottles aren't very effective against high-level deep moss spiders. But they work well against small spiders and in clearing dense webs. Half an hour later, a large double horse-drawn wagon left Milltown heading north. By the way, Miss Iris, shouldn't we share what combat skills, spells, and divine arts we each know? Rain said at the right moment. Hearing Rain's words, Iris's face slightly reddened, and she looked a bit shy, replying, "Oh yes. I forgot to tell you, Lord Rain. I haven't mastered the healing incantation yet." Not having mastered the healing incantation? Rain's eyes flickered with surprise. It seems that person was right. During this trip to Dorn City, Rain gained a lot, especially in understanding other professions. Compared to the branch of the Adventurers Guild in Milltown, Dorn City has several major training areas for different professions. The day before yesterday, after consulting with Mage Benjamin, Rain wandered around. From what Rain knew, the first circle divine spell, healing incantation, is a healing profession spell. It is especially important for professional healers and is often the first divine spell they learn. Unlike other healing divine spells, such as minor wound healing or first aid, which require contact to work, the healing incantation can be cast from a distance. In harsh environments or during intense battles, being able to heal from afar is obviously more practical. The scene Rain initially imagined, him fighting at the front while Iris heals from behind, would mean that even facing a challenging level 1 deep moss spider, Rain would almost be confident to defeat it easily. But now, wait, I can't have mastered only one first circle divine spell, right? Miss Iris, what first circle divine spells do you know? Rain suddenly remembered something and asked. I know the stone skin protection and dispel magic, Iris replied softly, lowering her head. Hearing her answer, Rain was surprised. She has 2 divine spells, and she's just a newly promoted priest? Isn't she a genius priest? As for stone skin protection, Rain recalled what he had heard before. This one-ring divine spell is quite good. It is a signature spell of the Earth Temple priests. Its effect seems to be creating a thin protective layer of gravel on friendly targets, which can defend against physical attacks and magic spells. As for the one-ring dispel spell, although it is a common type of divine spell, it is very rare for a priest to prioritize learning it. Few priests at level 1 would use their only 2 or 3 spell slots to memorize such a spell. Seeing Ryan's thoughtful expression, Iris felt increasingly nervous and said, "Lord Ryan, don't worry. I am very skilled at healing minor injuries, so I can handle healing after battles. Also, I am already learning the Cure Wounds spell. I believe I will master it soon. By the way, I brought this with me this time." It seemed she remembered something. Iris nervously took out 2 small, square glass bottles emitting a faint red glow from her bag and handed them to Ryan. "These are healing potions. They help wounds heal quickly if the injury isn't serious. If you get hurt in battle, Lord Ryan, you can take one immediately." Healing potions? Ryan's eyes widened in surprise, clearly amazed. He had never heard of such potions being sold in the guild before. He realized he should have brought 2 bottles, just in case. Wait, no? Why hadn't Leia and Chris or others brought any? These are made by the temple. Actually, they are also sold on the 2nd floor of the Adventurers Guild, Iris said with a slight smile, noticing Ryan's confusion. "Why not on the 1st floor?" Ryan asked, still puzzled. It seemed that lower-level adventurers might not be allowed to have healing potions. Maybe because of the price. "I heard that on the 2nd floor, these healing potions sell for 2 gold coins each." Iris blinked. 2 gold coins. Ryan's voice rose involuntarily. Well, Ryan sighed with a wry smile. No wonder. 2 gold coins. Selling on the 1st floor, hardly anyone could afford it. Knowing that a beginner adventurer usually cannot save up more than 2 gold coins in a year if everything goes smoothly, and even then, they would not want to spend it on single-use healing potions. So, these 2 bottles in his hand are worth 4 gold coins? That's really. Reen held the 2 faintly glowing healing potions, thought for a moment, and decided not to refuse. Instead, he carefully placed them into his pouch. Just in case, he thought. "Miss Iris, thank you." However, with the priestess nearby, he still had to drink the potion himself, which felt a bit awkward. "You're welcome, Lord Reen. We are teammates, and normally, as a professional healer, I should be the one to cast healing spells," Iris said playfully, smiling with her eyes curved like crescent moons. Several hours later, the caravan was traveling along the road north of Milltown. The location of the deep moss spider was near the cliff where Reen had previously fought the giant vampire bat. Reen looked into the distance at the snow-covered, towering Longcot Snow Mountain and lost himself in thought. Life's journey is truly wonderful. The last time he headed in this direction was with all the other members of the Howling Pursuit team, except Iris. And this time, it was just him and Iris. About half a day after Reen and Iris set out, a graceful figure wearing a hood and cloak finally arrived in Milltown, dusty from the journey. It was Lysa, who had come from the North Road. She repeatedly confirmed the reliability of her information with her informant along the way. A few minutes later, Lysa, emerging from the Adventurers Guild Hall in Milltown, wore a slight smile. "Finally found them. Northwest of Milltown. Deep Moss Spider Cave." Just now, she had learned that the young man with the horned helmet and his companions had already headed toward the northwest Deep Moss Spider Cave, which eased her mind. She had been back and forth between Milltown and Dorn City twice in these past few days. After muttering to herself, she mounted her bright red horse again and quickly headed northwest. Lysa hurriedly arrived near the Deep Moss Spider Cave before it was completely dark. She carefully looked around first, then looked confused. Strange. Where is everyone? Could they have already gone inside? She checked the area around the cave entrance again, but found no signs of campfires, tents, or makeshift camps. But the small spider groups at the entrance are still here, so they probably haven't gone in. Since I'm here, I might as well go in and check. She quickened her pace, and suddenly, a faint shadow swiftly bypassed a group of small spiders crawling out of the cave and slipped inside. Shadow step. After going about 10 meters into the cave, faced with waves of dense small spiders, Lysa's body seemed to leap through the air, allowing her to bypass two groups of spiders blocking the narrow passage and reach a deeper part of the cave. They definitely haven't been here before. She looked around carefully to confirm. If Ryan and the others had entered, they wouldn't have been able to bypass such dense spider groups. All right, I'll explore the area first and find a good spot to set traps. 1 minute later, Lisa tiptoed to the deepest part of the cave and suddenly paused. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she stared at the scene before her. Then a smile appeared on her face. Well, it looks like I won't need to do anything tomorrow. The next morning, Ryan and Iris set out early from the Fernwall village, greeted by the dawn. Soon, they reached a lush hill forest, and a cave entrance covered with white sticky spider webs appeared in their view. Flocks of fist-sized spiders kept coming in and out of the cave. This must be the place. Instead of using freezing rays, Ryan took a bottle of fire oil from his belt pouch, lit it, and threw it at the cave entrance. With a loud boom, a large flame erupted, and the hot air swept outward. The spiders coming in and out instantly turned into fire spiders. Hiss! After just a few seconds, the smell of burnt protein filled the air, and these small, fist-sized spiders were completely dead. Did we disturb anything? Let's go inside. After waiting a moment, Ryan turned to Iris and said. Originally, Ryan's plan was to see if the deep moss spiders would come out of the cave. If they did, because many small spiders had died at the entrance, the upcoming fight would be easier. Of course, Ryan was also ready to fight inside the cave. On one hand, after gaining the bloodline of the Grey Dwarf, with abilities like dark vision and stealth in darkness, Ryan's combat power inside the cave actually increased. It's not an exaggeration to say that the dark, lightless cave is his home turf. On the other hand, Iris on the carriage had told him how their last team cleared the deep moss spiders, slowly enter the cave, and clear it step by step. Yes, Iris nodded eagerly. As soon as they entered the cave, Ryan smelled a mix of rotten odors. What caught his eye were scattered white spider webs on the cave walls and many white cocoon-like bulges wrapping some prey. Some bulges were motionless, while others seemed to have something struggling inside. Ryan hesitated, thinking about breaking one open to check. Just then, several small spiders rushed out of the cave. Smack! A steel boot stomped down hard, crushing these small spiders into pulp. Hey, Lord Ryan, look at the patterns on these little spiders. They seem a bit strange, Iris said, gathering her priestly robes, squatting down, shining her light on the recently killed small spider, and looking puzzled. Hearing Iris, Ryan also examined carefully. Last time we came here, these small spiders had black and green striped patterns, but now most of them are green, and the black stripes are hardly visible. Since Iris had experience killing deep moss spiders before, Ryan thought this was just because the spiders were still in their juvenile stage and their patterns hadn't fully developed. But now it seems that isn't the case. If that's true, Rain's face showed thought as he faintly guessed a possibility. At that moment, he stood up and looked into the depths of the cave. Wait a moment. Rain faced the deep part of the cave, standing still. Then, his mouth slightly opened, and invisible sound waves surged forward like waves. Meanwhile, feedback from the sound waves was quickly received by Rain. Soon, a three-dimensional map of the inside of the cave appeared in his mind. Suddenly, Rain's eyes widened in surprise, because at this moment, he saw two small, cow-sized spider-like creatures pressed together at the deepest part of the cave. Two. Are they mating? Rain remembered the spider mating positions from stories in the animal world in his previous life, and he suddenly understood. No wonder their alertness was lower than expected. And the other thing, two of them. Rain quickly calculated. At the same time, Iris saw the surprised look on Rain's face and asked curiously, Lord Rain, what's wrong? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the deep moss spider cave, a shadow quickly darted in. As it entered the dark interior, the shadow seemed to melt into the darkness like a water droplet into the sea and disappeared immediately. Just a few seconds later, a surprised gaze was cast on Rain. Is that a mage apprentice? Although the information had already identified the target as a mage apprentice who liked to wear warrior gear, the problem was, this was way too much like a warrior. Leisha's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Rain's gear. Plate armor on the chest, plate boots, a dwarf-style warhammer, and a thick, dark shield that looked incredibly sturdy. Is the information really correct? But while this question lingered in her mind, Her gaze also quickly flicked to Iris, who was maintaining a bright light spell. This caused her expression to change again. Huh? This outfit is a priest of the Earth Temple. The information given earlier describes a small adventurer team without professional members. The main targets are two people, a male mage apprentice wearing a horned helmet and a female archer. Additionally, the team has no healer. However, the person in front of them is clearly a professional, and a rare one at that. A priest from the Earth Temple. Professionals and amateurs are two different things. Having a proper priest as a companion makes the task much more difficult, whether the target is a warrior apprentice or a mage apprentice. This team's strength is far greater than just adding 1 and 1. Another important point is that the priest is not part of their original mission. Other assassins would naturally act without hesitation and eliminate her. But Lysa is different. She has her own principles. She joined a secret organization called the Farad Manor, partly to obtain a special magic mark called the Farad Seal, which allows her to use a high-level stealth technique called Shadow Step. She also joined to earn a good reward to give her young sister and brother a better life. But over the past year, Lysa has realized that the Farad Manor organization is more complicated than it seems. After several missions, she also discovered that her targets are not always the villains, hypocritical knights, or cruel nobles that the organization claims. Many of these targets are actually well regarded by ordinary people. This made Lysa understand that she and other assassins are essentially tools used by the organization to eliminate rivals. Although the pay is good, her actions conflict with her personal beliefs. She has started to think about leaving. But the organization is powerful and secretive, so she dares not act rashly and must complete the required number of missions first. At this moment, facing a young priestess who clearly does not seem like a bad person, Lysa feels she cannot bring herself to attack. The problem is, if she targets this girl, the young priestess will surely not stand by idly. If I don't complete this task, I won't be able to fulfill my promise with the organization, and I won't be able to escape. Just as Lysa hesitated, she sensed that Ryan was acting strangely. Could it be that the other side has noticed something inside the cave? But that can't be. Neither the apprentice mage nor the apprentice warrior, in their current positions, could detect what's deep inside the cave. At that moment, Ryan's voice came. Miss Iris, is this the mating season for the deep moss spiders? Mating season? Iris blinked, her face slightly red, but she quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly said, Lord Ryan, there's more than one deep moss spider inside, isn't there? Hearing this, Lysa understood that the young man with the horned helmet had indeed noticed what was deep inside the cave. Damn! Her face changed at once, because this also meant her plan to watch from the side was completely ruined. Then don't blame me, young man. Lysa hesitated for a moment, then made up her mind. I'll sacrifice you instead. Blame only the goddess of fate for not favoring you. As long as she completes this mission, she can leave the organization as promised and avoid having to carry out such innocent killings again. So, Lysa carefully moved along the dark cave wall, hiding her body. She held a dagger in both hands, with her right hand's ring finger and little finger gripping a smoke bomb. She planned to use the smoke bomb to block the priestess's view, then quickly kill Ryan before she could react and retreat. Without interference from a professional-level priest, whether the target was an apprentice mage or an apprentice warrior, she could take them out in 10 seconds. She was a skilled assassin specializing in stealth, a professional-level assassin of rank 3. Lysa was absolutely confident in her strength. But just as she was getting close, suddenly, as if sensing something, Ryan turned his head and looked in her direction. This made Lysa pause briefly. Then she tiptoed back, shrinking her body against the rock wall, as if she was part of the wall itself. Is his perception that sharp? At the same time, Lysa also felt confused. Rain was also a bit puzzled. Just now, with his level 2 keen sense of smell, he detected a faint, pleasant scent. It wasn't the sweet citrus aroma of Iris behind him, nor the smell of spiders inside the cave. Lord Rain? Iris blinked her beautiful eyes, curious why Rain suddenly looked toward the cave entrance. It's nothing. Just wait a moment, Rain said, shaking his head. After a brief thought, out of caution, Rain slightly parted his lips and used sound wave detection again. High-frequency sound waves, inaudible to normal people, emitted from Rain's mouth. Soon, A three-dimensional image of the cave behind him appeared in his mind. What is that? Rain's eyes widened slightly. He clearly saw a slender woman's figure, pressed against the cave wall about 7 or 8 meters behind him and Iris. She looked like a carved relief on the wall, completely still. This made Rain think quickly. Seems to be an apprentice wanderer? No, this level of stealth is much better than Fabian's. It must be a professional-level wanderer. Could she also be here to hunt the deep moss spiders? But the Adventurers Guild usually doesn't allow multiple teams to take the same quest. Wait, could she be after the spider silk? Iris also mentioned before that monster-grade silk is essential for making certain magic equipment. Rain didn't immediately think of her as an assassin. However, for a stranger, especially a professional wanderer suddenly appearing, he naturally remained cautious and alert. Rain quickly stepped back 2 paces, raised his shield in front, and protected Iris behind him, keeping a close eye on her movements. Meanwhile, Lysa also noticed Rain's actions. She was surprised, because Lysa wasn't sure if Rain had truly seen her or if it was just a coincidence that he looked in her direction. More importantly, if he really saw her, should she attack immediately or pretend to be an adventurer? While she was thinking, Rain's voice rang out. "Unknown wanderer, are you here to hunt the deep moss spiders too?" Ryan's words were like dropping a stone into a calm lake, causing ripples in Lysa's heart. Next to Ryan, Iris also looked surprised. She quickly clenched the holy emblem of the Earth Temple in her hand. Very sharp perception. "Hello, both of you. I originally came to gather some spider silk from the deep moss spiders. I didn't mean to disturb you, but I didn't expect to be noticed by you," a slightly magnetic female voice said. In Ryan and Iris's sight, a young woman wearing a cloak and leather armor, holding a dagger, stepped out of the darkness. She slightly lifted her hood, revealing brown eyes as she looked at the two. "Little sister, I mean no harm." Lysa swiftly turned her double daggers and sheathed them on her hips. Seeing the unfamiliar wandering woman put away her dagger, Iris relaxed a little. However, in this situation, usually Leia would handle things, so she instinctively looked at Ryan for guidance. Ryan had been watching her closely. Although her reasons seemed convincing, Ryan was cautious. He asked, "And what are your plans next, wanderer?" His words were clear. Even if he couldn't find flaws in her speech right now, being in a dark spider cave with a stranger who might be friend or foe was not a good experience. He hoped she would leave on her own. "Don't you find it strange? The patterns on the spiders here are not the usual colors of deep moss spiders," Lysa said, not answering Ryan directly. Instead, she kicked a dead spider on the ground and smiled. Her words made Iris and Ryan exchange glances. They had just been discussing this issue. Before Ryan and Iris could ask anything, Lysa continued, "I suspect that deep inside the cave, there are not only deep moss spiders, but also a death wolf spider." "Huh? A death wolf spider?" Ryan and Iris couldn't help but look surprised. Although Ryan used sound wave positioning to detect 2 large spider monsters deep inside the cave, sound waves cannot distinguish colors. So, some things remain guesses. "Did you come here to take on a task from the Adventurers Guild? Then, I will help you kill these 2 spiders, but the silk belongs to me." "How about that?" Lysa thought she was offering a very generous deal. To avoid seeming overly friendly and arousing suspicion, she added, "The silk belongs to me," to make her offer seem more credible. "No, thank you. Since there is a death wolf spider inside, it clearly exceeds the scope of the guild's usual tasks. For safety, let's give up." Ryan shook his head and said, "Huh, give up?" Lysa was surprised. Such a clear advantage, and they still refused? Was it caution, or was she being feared? This made her a little anxious. She said, "Haha. Even though it exceeds the guild's usual task scope, if we can succeed, the reward will be quite good. Why not give it a try? Or do you not know much about the death wolf spider?" The death wolf spider, besides spitting web like the deep moss spider, is also good at spitting venom. Its poison is very strong, so it's a bit more dangerous, so why not work together? I will lure and kill the death wolf spider, and you handle the deep moss spider. The loot each keeps for themselves. How does that sound? Ryan had already made up his mind. No matter what the wandering woman said, he would refuse now and come back in a few days to check the deep moss spider cave again. But when he heard her say she would lure and fight the death wolf spider, Ryan felt a bit tempted. First, they could split up and each fight their own spider. The risk would be much lower than fighting together. Plus, with his sound wave positioning, he wasn't afraid of a sneak attack. Also, he really needed the spider silk from the deep moss spider. If he missed this chance, who knew how long he'd have to wait for another? Finally, Iris also needed the deep moss spider silk. As for not being able to fight the deep moss spider, Ryan had originally planned to come alone, but with Iris helping, he thought they could even handle one more deep moss spider. Ryan and Iris exchanged glances again, both seeing a hint of curiosity in each other's eyes. Then, Ryan nodded and said, "All right, Miss Wanderer, let's form a temporary team. We'll split the loot as you suggested." "Of course," Leisha replied with a slight smile, showing a charming curve on her face. To show her attitude, Leisha took the lead. She drew her twin daggers from her waist again, spun them quickly on her slender fingers, then knelt down and stepped forward confidently. Seeing this, Ryan nodded slightly at Iris and kept her behind him for protection. As they moved closer to the cave's depths, the size of the small spiders grew larger. From just the size of a fist at the entrance, they now looked like a baby's head. Their aggression also increased. Poof! A streak of gray light cut through the air in a beautiful arc, and the sound of a sharp weapon piercing a chitin shell rang out. A larger deep moss spider was ambushed from behind by the wandering girl and struck right in the middle of its head. It didn't even hiss before it was killed instantly. A backstab? She executed it with almost perfect accuracy. Ryan's eyes narrowed slightly. This wandering girl's skill level was likely not just 1, but 2 or even 3. This made Ryan think deeply. Having such a female wanderer leading the way meant Ryan and Iris could follow behind with little effort. Soon, they turned a corner and reached the deepest part of the cave. What they saw next made Iris cover her mouth quickly, afraid to cry out in surprise, because it was a scene she had never seen before. Although Ryan had guessed roughly from the sound wave detection earlier, seeing it with his own eyes still surprised him. In front of them was a large, jet-black, calf-sized death wolf spider, and it was tightly bonded with a black-green striped deep moss spider, covered in fine, long hairs. The two spiders were pressed together closely, their limbs constantly brushing against each other. This was actually a mating scene. Unlike most mammals, which have upright or front-back body positions, and different from the many varied poses of some advanced primates, spider mating looks quite simple. Sure enough, it's a death wolf spider. After watching the actions of the two spiders for a moment, Ryan focused his gaze on the less familiar death wolf spider. From its shape, it seems all belong to the same large spider family. They are covered in fur, but their body colors or patterns differ. At this moment, Leisha looked at Ryan and Iris, made a hand gesture, and smiled slightly, looking proud. Ryan understood her meaning and nodded with a smile. After all, she was right. Then, she made a "get ready" gesture again, took out a dart, and suddenly threw it at the mating death wolf spider. The dart was very sharp and directly pierced into the spider's chitinous shell on its abdomen. The sudden interruption of pleasure and the stabbing pain made the death wolf spider hiss angrily. It quickly turned its head. Ryan protected Iris and stepped back, standing close to the rock wall. Leisha threw another dart at the spider and then quickly turned to leave. The provoked death wolf spider, naturally angry, chased after her, while the deep moss spider followed closely behind, like a couple. Seeing the female wanderer had led the death wolf spider away as planned, Ryan also kept his promise and immediately attacked the deep moss spider. He threw 2 bottles of burning oil in quick succession. Bang! Crack! Boom! Boom! As the bottles shattered on the deep moss spider, bright flames and loud explosions erupted. The deep moss spider, which was following the death wolf spider, was hurt and immediately stopped chasing. It let out a sharp scream and charged toward Ryan and Iris. Faced with the fast approach of the deep moss spider, Ryan quickly gripped his obsidian defender and raised his shield. Bang! Ryan's left arm muscles bulged, veins stood out, and he managed to block the impact of the large deep moss spider, which was about the size of a calf. Sizzle! The spider's short but sharp pincers repeatedly stabbed Ryan's black shield, making harsh screeching sounds. Although he has not activated his giant form, Rain, who has strength level 2, is not much weaker in power than the agile deep moss spider. During the struggle, Rain's muscular right arm suddenly raised high, and his warhammer aimed at the spider's front left leg, then struck down forcefully. This is the armor breaker attack. The war hammer, accompanied by a loud whistling sound, smashed into the spider's fuzzy front limb. Smack! With the chitin shell breaking apart, light green spider fluid splashed everywhere. Rain's cold steel war hammer struck deep into the third row of the spider's front leg used for climbing, creating a fist-sized hole. Hiss! Although it didn't break completely, this heavy blow made the spider's movements less agile. This attack also greatly angered the deep moss spider. It responded by stabbing its sharp claws repeatedly at Rain. Clang! 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 Seeing the spider's storm-like attack, Iris, standing behind Rain, couldn't help but feel worried. At this moment, Rain heard Iris softly chanting behind him. Wait! Rain quickly shouted. He had held back from using his giant form, dark step, or savage charge, to stay alert for any strange wandering woman. The deep moss spider in front of him wasn't a serious threat. He just needed to fight carefully and steadily to defeat it. But unexpectedly, this worried Iris and caused her to cast a divine spell. Stone Skin Shield. Rain's warning seemed a bit late. A dense, yellowish energy spiraled up from his feet, and instantly, Rain emitted a faint yellow glow. If looked at closely, one would see that countless tiny, dense grains of sand swirled around him. Faced with this scene, the spider's 6 single eyes flickered, as if pondering something. But in the next second, Rain immediately heard a series of chewing sounds coming from ahead. A blob of white, sticky substance was spat out from the spider's mouthparts at high speed, like a cannonball. Ryan's heart tightened. As he moved slightly, he saw the white, sticky substance, which seemed to grow larger with the wind. 2 large white webs, each several meters in diameter, suddenly covered his head. Snap! Although Ryan quickly raised his shield to block, the slippery, elastic net, woven like tough cow tendons, had already wrapped around his head. The web's surface was coated with a sticky, glue-like substance. At this moment, it stuck to Ryan's shield, the ground around him, and the rocky wall. Meanwhile, the deep moss spider swiftly charged toward Iris behind Ryan, about 20 to 30 meters away. On the other side of the cave, Lysa, who was watching the battle between Ryan and Iris, saw this scene and couldn't help but smile softly. Their teamwork seems a bit rough, like a newly formed team. Now, I can just let the deadly wolf spider go. But suddenly, her smile froze on her face. Immediately, a large area of white frost spread out. The once sticky and tough web instantly became brittle and hard. Bang! Ryan easily shattered the hardened web and quickly broke free from the web's cover. He then struck the back of the deep moss spider that had just tried to go around him with a powerful blow. Thud! The hammer struck the unguarded back of the deep moss spider, piercing into it. Yow! The deep moss spider let out a painful scream. What? Lysa's eyes widened slightly, her heart racing. At first, she noticed Ryan's skillful shield defense, which made her think that the information from her organization might be wrong. Perhaps he was just an apprentice warrior. After all, his equipment was quite good even compared to regular soldiers. But the spell Ryan cast now made Lysa realize she had jumped to conclusions. The young man in front of her, holding a dark shield, wearing heavy plate armor and a horned helmet, was definitely an apprentice mage. Such a sneaky guy. But before she could finish her thought, she suddenly felt a bad feeling in her heart. Because she was momentarily distracted during the fight, her foot caught on the corpse of a small spider. Although she quickly adjusted her stance and did not fall, a sharp, sickle-shaped black limb suddenly slashed past her side. She felt a light scrape on her shoulder, a tiny cut appeared on her smooth skin, and a thin line of bright red blood started to flow out. However, the blood, which was originally very bright red, began to darken quickly. Damn it! This made Lysa's pretty face turn grim. She had planned to slip away with the death wolf spider behind her and observe the situation with Ryan. When the enemy was busy fighting fiercely, she would quickly retreat, making the death wolf spider return, so they could surround the enemy with 2 spider monsters. But unexpectedly, something went wrong. Lysa tiptoed and started to show her real skill. She ran forward like a swift wind for a few steps, then quickly took out a bottle of green liquid and drank it with a gulp. This was a strong antidote, effective against the toxins of low-level monsters. Shadow step. Suddenly, Lysa's figure disappeared in front of the death wolf spider. The death wolf spider was momentarily confused stopped chasing, and looked around. Meanwhile, Lysa had already used Shadow Step to hide behind a corner near the cave entrance, quietly watching the reaction of the death wolf spider. Time to go back. Don't keep chasing me. Your mate is about to be killed. Hurry back. While Lysa was muttering and watching the death wolf spider, another round, chubby figure appeared outside the cave entrance. It was another deep moss spider with black and green markings, using its feelers to sense the air and moving quickly back and forth from outside the cave toward the entrance. As it appeared, the male deep moss spider immediately spotted Lysa hiding around the corner. Almost at the same time, Lysa also sensed the rustling sounds behind her. She turned around and saw the second deep moss spider suddenly appearing. Wow, how come another one is here? In an instant, Lysa's pretty face changed color. But it seemed she had an idea. She immediately looked surprised and understood something. The deep moss spider in front of her is noticeably smaller than the one inside the cave. This suggests that the spider deep inside the cave is likely female, while the one in front of her is male. Monster spiders often have a mating system where one female mates with multiple males. After releasing pheromones, the female attracts several males, who then quickly leave after mating to avoid being eaten. However, the male wolf spider she saw earlier was different. Its strength surpasses that of the female deep moss spider, so it was not afraid of being eaten and kept mating repeatedly. That's why she saw the wolf spider yesterday, and it's still here today. A new male deep moss spider also detected the pheromones and came looking for her. This is how the current situation happened. Damn it, but the problem is, she just used Shadow Step and can't do it again quickly. This means that the suddenly appeared male deep moss spider is blocking her escape route and could also trap her in an attack. The deep moss spider immediately attacked Lysa. Lysa didn't know what to say anymore. She kept thinking, damn it, several times today. She originally wanted the target, Rain, to be surrounded, but now, everything has turned around. Now, she is the one being attacked. Noticing movement behind her, the wolf spider, which had already turned around, also faced her again. The six eyes suddenly seemed to light up the moment it saw her. It rushed toward Lysa at high speed. Lysa, forced to fight with all her might, suddenly unleashed a powerful attack. Swift wind step. Lysa moved like a butterfly among the wolf spider and the male deep moss spider. For a moment, although the two monsters could lock onto her, their movements lagged behind. Because the wolf spider's venom is extremely potent, her attack was mainly focused on it. CHH. She repeatedly stabbed her dagger into the chitinous shell near the wolf spider's mouth parts, forcing it to retreat while it let out shrill screams. Suddenly, Lysa quickly moved to the side of the death wolf spider. She kicked off the rock wall with her left leg and appeared directly above the spider, her dagger slicing through the air in a black arc. She stabbed sharply into the spider's back shell. Puff! Hissed the death wolf spider, which was caught off guard by Lysa's backstab, was clearly badly hurt. Just as Lysa was about to press her attack and finish off the spider, a thick, sticky white spider web suddenly swept toward her. Even though Lysa tried to dodge, she was still caught by her legs. The feeling was slow and sticky, like walking through swamp mud, and the strong gusts from both sides made her feel uneasy. Suddenly, a yellow light enveloped her whole body, and tiny gravel-like particles surrounded her like armor. At the same time, a familiar yet unexpected voice sounded. Need help? Lysa quickly turned her head and saw a strong figure appear in front of her, like a wall blocking her and the male deep moss spider. Behind this strong figure, the female earth temple priest she called her little sister was smiling sweetly at her. Lysa looked further and saw the female deep moss spider at the back of the cave, lying on the ground like a calf, completely still. It was clear that Ryan had already defeated the female deep moss spider. Damn, how could he be faster than me? Lysa's eyes widened, her lips slightly parted, and she immediately thought this. At the same time, she felt a strange sense of amusement. She had been thinking about how to defeat her opponent, but just now, her opponent had saved her in her moment of danger. Should the sharp front limbs of the male deep moss spider and Ryan's black shield clashed fiercely. This made Lysa's gaze at Ryan mixed with complicated feelings. As a survivor of the desert tribe, she always followed her principles of keeping promises and being clear about her grudges. Otherwise, she wouldn't have continued to complete this last mission despite knowing there were problems in her organization. But the question was, could she really bring herself to attack the person who had helped her in this critical moment? Unlike her previous missions, where she could usually find some weakness in her targets, this time was different. Both the target and the young priestess seemed to have a shining human kindness, radiating a warm strength. This made her unsure of what to do. 2 seconds earlier, deep inside the cave, Iris whispered urgently, "Lord Ryan, look over there." Ryan, after swinging his last hammer blow, immediately turned to look. Following Iris's pointing finger, he saw a graceful figure at the bright entrance of the cave, surrounded by 2 small, cow-sized spider monsters attacking from behind. The situation was dangerous. "Why is there another one?" was Ryan's first thought. "Should I help or not?" was his second. "Lord Ryan, let's go help." Without Iris's reminder, Ryan had already decided to assist his temporary teammate. As a person with normal values, he couldn't just stand by and watch a fellow being suffer or die when he had the ability to help without risking himself. As for whether this temporary teammate might suddenly betray him or pretend to be injured, Ryan thought such possibilities were not worth panicking over. He had many backup plans and tricks ready. So, the rescue scene just now appeared in Lisa's eyes. However, at the same moment, what no one noticed was that the mark on Lisa's arm, covered by her armor, flickered several times due to her intense inner emotions. With a sharp strike, Ryan broke the armor of a slightly smaller male deep moss spider, hitting its head. Lisa finally snapped out of her trance. She quickly stabbed her dull black dagger into the forehead of the nearly dead wolf spider. As both spiders fell to the ground, Lisa didn't feel much excitement. She looked at Ryan and Iris with a complicated expression and softly said, "Be careful, you too." Then she immediately turned and left. Her sudden words surprised Ryan and Iris, who looked at each other in confusion. Didn't she want spider silk? Why didn't she take any spider silk and just left? Elise blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at the wandering lady who quickly disappeared from her sight, feeling a bit confused. However, Ryan had a vague guess. He glanced at the figure that vanished at the cave entrance and said, "Maybe she had urgent matters." Then, Ryan walked over to the male deep moss spider, swapped his warhammer for a dagger, and began to search its greenish belly. Soon, he took out a fist-sized ball of white spider silk. It's not that the deep moss spider only has this much silk inside. In fact, besides this formed silk, it also has a silk sac about the size of a hot water bottle, storing a lot of liquid silk paste. But the problem is, this liquid silk paste can't be used to make silk fabrics. As for the silk they spit out, once exposed to air, the proteins change and can't be used to make silk robes either. So a monster-level spider can only provide this one ball of formed silk. In a way, the reason why monster-level spiders are so rare and difficult to fight is that each one only produces one ball of silk. Great. Thank you, Lord Ryan. 3 monster-level silk balls are enough to make silk robes. Elise happily took the 2 silk balls Ryan handed her, then carefully wiped them and put them into her small bag. "Oh, Lord Ryan, was that freezing ray just now? And the shield counterattack? Was that some kind of shield combat skill?" Elise, in a very good mood, kept asking questions. Because Ryan's performance just now was truly impressive. "Lord Ryan, you're amazing. No wonder Leia said your strength isn't just that of an ordinary adventurer. Actually, I think you've surpassed many adventurers." Elise crossed her arms over her chest and looked at Ryan with admiration. This made Ryan's face turn slightly red. As someone who had never been in a relationship in 2 lifetimes, receiving such praise from a beautiful girl made him feel both a little shy and a surge of pride. In short, it felt great. Meanwhile, far away in a 3-story villa in Dorn City, located on the 2nd floor, the study room echoed with a light female laugh. It seems you've found your target, but you haven't made a move. Let me help you then." Lily, dressed in a soft red mage robe, smiled as she stood up. On the floor in the middle of the room, a 5-pointed star magic circle suddenly appeared, glowing with a faint green light. As Lily extended her fair hand toward the magic circle, a semi-transparent shadow appeared above it. If Ryan were here, he would notice that this transparent shadow looked exactly like the wandering lady who had just left. Whoosh! Lily released a ripple of black energy from her palm, and the transparent shadow was quickly surrounded by dark mist. At the same time, behind Lily, a large, blurry shadow began to form in the void. Suddenly, from the entrance of the deep moss spider cave, a sound of female pain and suffering came through. Immediately, both Ryan and Elise recognized that the voice belonged to the wandering lady. Is she fighting a monster? Both of them thought almost at the same time. The wandering lady staggered as she walked back. Damn it. There's a problem with the mark. I can't control myself anymore. Run. You guys. Ah. In the next moment, Lysa suddenly shouted loudly, then calmed down. Her hood, which she had been wearing, slipped off. Her long brown hair fell freely, and her body trembled strangely. When she looked up again, Elise's face turned pale instantly, and she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Oh my God. This is, Elise shouted inwardly. Ryan was also stunned. In the next second, his expression became very serious. Although he didn't know exactly what was happening inside the wandering lady, the situation clearly indicated that she was either losing control or infected. Ryan didn't know which word best described it. But this is not important. What matters is that the wandering lady at this moment no longer seems to be the same person as before. What caught Ryan's eye was her fierce face, with bloodshot eyes and black streaks. It looked like someone infected in a zombie movie. Her once-tanned skin was now covered with writhing black energy, like worms. At the same time, Ryan's mind started to work quickly. Should I retreat or fight? Fight. Use a wild charge to knock her back? Not good. I don't know her situation at all. Should I use the deep moss spider bloodline I just got to replace the cold goblin bloodline? No. Even though spider web spit is useful, I don't know how much mental energy it consumes. It might not be good for my tactical plans. After thinking and deciding, Ryan's first move was to gently tap the obsidian defender with his warhammer. Clang. If the opponent was really out of control, this sound might attract her attention and prevent her from attacking Elise first. If not, she should react. Whoosh. The response was a lightning-fast figure. Although her movements were no longer smooth and graceful like before, her speed was still very fast. In just a blink of an eye, she leapt from about 4 or 5 meters away to right in front of Ryan, and her dagger, carrying a rushing wind, suddenly struck down fiercely. Such speed, Ryan's pupils shrank, and he immediately raised his shield to block. Clang! As soon as they clashed, Ryan was forced to step back 3 steps. The power of her strike was comparable to a full-strength armor-breaking attack by a gray dwarf. Her strength has increased so much. Compared to the wandering lady's previous expression, the current one showed a huge increase in strength. Before Ryan could adjust his stance, another loud clang sounded as she swung her dagger like a short sword, and Ryan was instantly knocked flying. The controlled wandering lady didn't stop at all. She rushed toward Ryan, who was still in midair. Without a doubt, if Ryan was hit now, even with his newly purchased plate armor, he would suffer serious injuries. Rain, Iris exclaimed anxiously, shouting quickly while holding her holy emblem and chanting. But chanting takes time. There's no time left. In a flash, Rain's figure suddenly changed dramatically in midair. His height suddenly shot up, his muscles swelled, and veins bulged. Iris's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, and she instinctively stopped her chant. Perhaps it was her imagination, but the breastplate Rain wore, which was somewhat loose before, now looked tight because his chest muscles had expanded. It felt like he was wearing a small tank top. But at this moment, this obvious mismatch in size didn't make Iris laugh. Instead, it gave her a strange sense of safety. Is this really Lord Rain's true strength? This is too much. For a moment, Iris couldn't find the right words to describe what she saw. And at the moment he was knocked back, Rain made a quick decision to transform into a giant. Although his current stamina could only support about a minute of this form, he knew that if his strength and speed dropped too much, he wouldn't be able to fight effectively. Before this, in his battle with the deep moss spider, he could have finished the fight quickly with full power, but he chose not to. He kept most of his stamina, waiting for any unexpected changes from the wandering lady. Of course, this time, the unexpected change didn't seem to be her original intention, but for Rain, it didn't matter. He had to fight head-on. His rapidly growing body caused Rain, in midair, to land his feet on the cave floor ahead of time. Deep footprints from his steel boots were left on the ground, and Rain stood steadily. Facing the approaching dagger, Rain's left arm, which was as thick as a rough wooden post, suddenly swung his dark obsidian shield to attack. Shield bash, with a loud clang. In his giant form, Rain's strength finally surpassed his opponent. As sparks flew from the dagger hitting the obsidian shield, the shield first knocked away the opponent's left hand holding the dagger, then forcefully struck the wandering lady's chest. In her out-of-control state, Lysa was hit by Rainer's counterattack for the first time. She was sent flying backward like a cannonball toward the rock wall. Bang! Lysa's graceful body slammed heavily into the rock wall, causing large cracks to spread out like spider webs. Normally, even if she were a regular wanderer, even if her professional level was higher than 1, after being hit with Rainer's full-strength attack in his giant form, she should have been badly injured. But the problem was, in her out-of-control state, Lysa's physical strength seemed to have been strangely enhanced. She let out a muffled groan but immediately adjusted her stance again. Fortunately, Rainer's attack did not end there. Bang! A strong, over 2-meter-tall figure flashed by, and a black obsidian shield slammed forcefully into Lysa, who had just landed. Under Rainer's savage charge and the shield's powerful strike, Lysa was bounced back like a ball, crashing into the rock wall behind her again. The already cracked wall shattered further, large chunks falling down. At the same time, Lysa's cloak was torn to shreds by Rainer's powerful impact, revealing tight-fitting leather armor underneath. But even so, Rainer did not lower his shield. Instead, he pressed down on Lysa like pressing a pancake, holding her against the rock wall with the obsidian shield. The pointed, diamond-shaped spike at the center of the shield, about the thickness of a fist, had already pierced into her chest. If it went in just 1 more inch, Rainer estimated that, even if she had some extraordinary healing ability, the injury would definitely cause her to be overwhelmed. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, from the other end of the obsidian shield, a tremendous force was transmitted, accompanied by a sharp, thunderous scream. Even Iris, 10 meters away, couldn't help but cover her ears, grimacing in pain. From the perspective of the priestess girl, as the female wanderer suddenly looked up and howled, powerful sound waves, like tangible shock waves, rolled out in concentric circles, stirring the air around them. Even Rainer, with his strong build, was pushed back 1/2 meter, and the ground beneath his feet was gouged out with 2 deep furrows by his iron boots. Lord Rainer. Iris quickly regained her focus and began to chant. As Ryan endured the sharp pain in his eardrum and fought off a nearly fainting brain shock, he looked through one side of his shield. He saw the opponent surrounded by several streams of black, snake-like energy. The person was floating in the air, and the 2 spots where his shield spikes had pierced his arms and neck were healing quickly. This kind of super strong body and self-healing ability should not belong to a wandering person. Even if his skill level was at level 2 or 3, he wouldn't have such powers. Sure, what made Ryan more surprised was that the opponent's hands, which had been holding a dagger, now faced upward. They were floating 2 small black fireballs, about the size of fists. Black fireballs? Is he a magic caster now? Just as Ryan thought this, the opponent's attack began. Whoosh, whoosh, the opponent threw 2 black fireballs in quick succession. Because they were very close, the flames from the fireballs still flickered in the opponent's palms, but the fireballs hit Ryan's obsidian shield almost immediately. Boom, boom. Black flames splashed everywhere. Ryan felt 2 strong shocks coming from his left hand, almost making him drop his obsidian shield. Then, a very hot and foul-smelling wave of air hit him. Inside the deep moss spider cave, the white spider webs that were everywhere suddenly caught fire and burned quickly, filling the air with a burnt protein smell. But what was more troublesome was that the scattered black sparks from the fire didn't go out right away. A small amount of black fire on Ryan's steel boots hissed and corroded the surface. Oh no! At this moment, a dense, yellowish energy suddenly surged from Ryan's feet. Tiny gravel-like particles formed a protective shell around him, shielding him tightly. When these scattered black sparks touched the yellow energy, they immediately turned into thin black flames and vanished, like snow meeting the sun. This was the divine spell, Stone Skin, cast by Iris. But in the next moment, Ryan hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief when his face suddenly changed. He saw the female wandering person on the opposite side tilt her head to look behind him. Then, she lightly tiptoed and, as if she could fly, suddenly rushed toward Iris. The other person's palms were still facing upward, and two black flames were quickly forming again. Seeing this, Ryan understood that Iris had just cast a divine spell, drawing the opponent's attention. In a flash, wild charge, a strong figure with a shield suddenly grew larger in front of the young priestess and then forcefully collided with the floating female figure in midair. Die! Ryan used his first silent scream. A circular, transparent ripple suddenly spread out from him. As the ripple hit, the two black flames in the opponent's hands flickered violently like candles in a storm and then went out. Meanwhile, in a study far away in Dorn City, it seemed to be disturbed as well. Lily's fair hand trembled slightly, and the black beams of light from the magic circle's illusion flickered. She frowned slightly and let out a soft sound of surprise. At the scene in the cave, after releasing the silent scream, Ryan's gaze was cold. He raised his right arm, holding a cold steel war hammer, ready to strike the opponent's head with a powerful blow. Wait, don't kill her, Lord Ryan. Give me a moment. The other one bears the evil blood mark. I can remove it, Iris said confidently and urgently. Hearing Iris, Ryan's hammer paused for a moment. 0.01 seconds. Can it really be removed? He didn't understand what the evil blood mark was. But in the next moment, Ryan decided to trust his teammate. Trust Iris, the high priest of the Earth Temple, to judge correctly. 0.02 seconds, but even if he trusted her, Ryan thought it was safest to completely neutralize the opponent's fighting ability first. 0.03 seconds. His gaze flicked from the opponent's pretty face. Then he swung his hammer down again, this time aiming at her chest instead of her head. Bang! The black serpent-like energy swirling around her body was shattered by Ryan's strike. However, this pause also greatly weakened the power of his armor-breaking blow. Such strong defense. Reen's pupils narrow. If that's the case, then I have no choice. He immediately kneels, shoulders drooping, and stomps his right foot hard on the ground. With a loud bang, dirt flies up as Reen once again charges forward with his shield, crashing into the out-of-control female wanderer. Using his 2-meter-tall, muscular body after transforming, he firmly presses her against the rock wall. Sizzle, Mother Earth Goddess Emer, please listen to your faithful follower's prayer. Please remove the danger before me. Behind him, Iris, clutching her emblem tightly, hurriedly prays. Ah! It seems she senses some kind of danger. Lisha, out of control, roars loudly and wildly swings her arms, hitting the obsidian shield in Reen's hands with loud clangs. Even after transforming into a giant, Reen still feels like he's pressing on the edge of a volcano about to erupt. Damn it, Iris. Hurry. I can't hold on much longer. Reen's neck veins bulge, his face turning red. He's clearly using all his strength. Bang! The female wanderer pushes hard against Reen's shield with both hands, forcing out a small gap, and quickly escapes. Oh, I can't let her run away. In an instant, adrenaline surges through Reen. His right leg suddenly steps forward, his steel boots stomping into the ground with force. It feels as if a mighty power rises from the earth, flowing into his foot, calf, and thigh, until Reen's left arm muscles swell again, instinctively swinging his obsidian shield. Ugh! The obsidian shield, with a sharp tearing sound, suddenly crashes into her chest. Bang! Lisha, out of control, spits blood and is slammed into the rock wall, half her body embedded in it. Surrounding debris falls like rain. At this moment, a wave of unprecedented joy suddenly floods Reen's heart. At the same time, he seems to gain a completely new understanding of the combat technique, striking with his shield. His mind constantly images various shadowy figures holding shields, blocking, smashing, and swinging in battle. In an instant, as if his soul had left his body, he could see in the endless sky above 10 or more blurry shield-bearing figures looking down at him. But in that moment, these tall, strong figures vanished like bubbles into nothingness. His consciousness returned to his body. What was that just now? A profession guide. The thought flashed through Ryan's mind quickly. It seemed that because both combat skills had reached the guiding level, this profession guide was much clearer than the one he received after breaking through the armor. But clearly, now was not the time to think about that. Almost simultaneously, whoosh. A yellowish beam of light hit Lysa's struggling body inside the rock wall. Ah! Lysa then trembled like she was having a seizure, her eyes rolled back, and she cried out in pain, looking up to the sky. Ryan, exhausted, automatically returned to his normal size and carefully stepped back. Seeing this scene, Ryan felt a little nervous, because at this moment, he had used all his killing moves and was almost out of energy. If Iris's divine magic failed or didn't work as expected, things could get very bad. However, with a loud splash, the opponent collapsed to the ground and stopped moving. Looking at the fallen woman wanderer, who seemed to be completely unconscious, Ryan knew that the worst-case scenario hadn't happened. Iris, did you solve the evil blood mark? Ryan asked cautiously, turning to Iris, whose face was also a bit pale. Yeah, I did. The other person had the evil blood mark. Luckily, Elder Shaley gave me a high-level holy badge. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to remove the evil blood mark, especially as a new priest. A high-level holy badge? Ryan's gaze was drawn to the stone badge Iris was tightly holding. Because she had just released that thick yellow beam, Ryan could clearly see that the ordinary, dull-looking stone badge now still emitted a faint yellow glow. This is the holy emblem. It was worn by Elder Shaley when she was young. Inside, it contains her divine magic that lifts curses. The evil blood mark on the wandering girl also happens to be a kind of curse. Fortunately, her evil blood mark isn't very deep. Otherwise, we would have to send her to the temple to ask the elders for help to remove it. I see, Ryan nodded, looking again at the unconscious wandering girl with a thoughtful expression. Honestly, he couldn't figure out much about the whole situation, except that the girl was probably here to kill them. This was also one reason he didn't choose to kill her earlier. Because if someone really hired her to kill Ryan or Elise, what would be the reason? If he could find out from her directly, that would be a very valuable piece of information. At least next time, he and Elise wouldn't be caught off guard. Of course, the girl might not cooperate, but it was worth trying. If he killed her right away, the clues would be lost. Also, after she killed the deep moss spider and then turned to leave and warned him and Elise to be careful, it seemed she had a reason for not continuing to attack them. Could this mean she was open to some communication? Maybe her sudden decision to give up was influenced by the caster behind the evil blood mark, which led to the recent fight. But the main problem now was how to get her to speak. Ryan looked up at Elise. Miss Elise, I will ask her later why she came to attack us. Elise, who grew up in a wealthy merchant family, was kind-hearted but not foolish. Thanks to her good upbringing and family influence, she had already guessed something when the girl said her strange, unrelated words. So before Ryan asked, she spoke up. Yes, Miss Elise, if she refuses to tell us, what should we do? Well, she hasn't shown any intention to hurt us. Ryan, maybe we should just let her go? Is that okay? After a brief thought, Miss Pastor gave an answer that, from Rain's point of view, was both unexpected and reasonable. The unexpected part was that Rain hadn't thought Elise would actually let the other person leave freely. After all, if it were him, and the other person fully explained the reason for the assassination, he wouldn't mind letting them go. But if they stubbornly refused to cooperate, some measures would be necessary. The reasonable part was that this decision matched Elise's usual attitude from the beginning. She would forgive someone even if they had made a mistake. Meanwhile, in the luxurious mansion southwest of Dorn City, a large shadow appeared behind Lilith, seemingly angry and dissatisfied. Soon after, it started to fade until it completely disappeared. Is that the power of the Earth Temple? How can there be a high-level priest from the Earth Temple nearby? Lilith frowned slightly as she looked at the blackened tip of her white finger caused by backlash. She couldn't quite understand. After thinking for a moment, she turned to the door and called out, Zoil. Yes, Lady Lilith. Go to Milltown and bring Lysa back here. As she spoke, Lilith moved to the side wall of the study and pointed at a spot on the map. Understood, Lady Lilith. Zoil first looked at the map with a surprised expression, as if wondering how Lysa had escaped the mark, but then he relaxed a little. After all, Lysa, who was only a level 3 assassin, was easy for him to handle. Don't be too careless. There should be a high-ranking priest from the Earth Temple nearby, Lilith warned, noticing a hint of contempt in Zoil's eyes. A priest from the Earth Temple? Zoil's expression became serious upon hearing Lilith's words. He confirmed again. Although priests generally weren't good at fighting, their significance was extraordinary. Yes. And what about the task Lysa was carrying out? No rush. First, find Lysa and bring her here. If that high-ranking priest from the Earth Temple is also present, bring him too. Understood, Lady Lilith. Zoil agreed wholeheartedly with Lilith's decision. Compared to dealing with a low-level adventurer team that accidentally killed 2 gray dwarves and quickly handling internal traitors, this matter is much more important. Moreover, from Lady Lilith's words, it seems that this desert girl somehow contacted the Earth Temple. This makes the situation even more critical. Is it a coincidence or a deliberate plan? Could it affect the organization's important actions in Dorn City? We must bring that desert girl back to find out the truth. Inside the deep moss spider cave. At this moment, Ryan and Iris hear a faint cry of pain. The wandering girl slowly wakes up. She supports her still aching forehead and, upon opening her eyes, first thanks Iris. Thank you. Although Lisha was controlled by the evil blood mark, her memories of what she saw and heard at that time are still clear. She simply couldn't control herself then, as if a demon trapped inside her burst out. No problem, no problem. By the way, I don't even know your name. Hello, I'm Iris, Iris said with a sweet smile, waving her hand. I'm Lisha Windcrash. At this moment, Lisha remembers something. She turns her head and gives Ryan a deep look. Hey, even though you helped just now, and you were so ruthless, I won't thank you. While speaking, Lisha points to her chest injury. But in her heart, she is actually very grateful for Ryan's mercy at the end. Also, the young man in front of her, who doesn't look like a typical mage apprentice, just used some kind of spell. The power after casting was so strong, it was almost like an ogre. He managed to suppress her, who was controlled by the evil blood mark. That's incredibly powerful. Many warriors at level 3 or higher probably couldn't do that. Ryan's lips twitch slightly, but he doesn't say anything. He's just thinking, if I hadn't done that, I might have been the one to die, along with Iris. Seeing Ryan's awkward expression, Iris can't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly. But then, Iris seems to remember something and says, Miss Lisha, I'll help you treat your wound. Iris stepped forward and held out her fair hand toward Lysa's chest. With a quick chant, a faint yellow light appeared in Iris's palm, and the wound on Lysa's chest began to heal rapidly. Thank you, Miss Iris. I owe you a big favor. Reen watched this scene with interest. Although he had heard of minor injury healing magic before, this was his first time seeing it. Minor injury healing requires physical contact to work. If Iris ever learns the healing spell, she could heal from a distance, making their teamwork in battle more flexible. Hey, what kind of magic did you just use? Lysa asked. It looks similar to a second-tier spell called Giant Transformation, but not quite. It seems more like a dwarf's innate ability to grow bigger, Lysa continued. Reen's eyes flickered slightly when he heard this. He didn't expect that the assassin Lysa could accidentally guess the source of his power. But, since Lysa was currently unsure of friend or foe, and Reen had no interest in explaining, he simply pretended not to hear her question. Iris was also curious about the sudden change in Reen's size, but saw him ignoring her and chuckled softly. To avoid making things awkward, Iris looked at both and asked softly, By the way, Miss Lysa, can you tell us why you came to attack us? Lysa hesitated at Iris's question. She didn't want to answer, but when she saw Iris's pure, gem-like blue eyes, she hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. It's none of your business. My mission was to assassinate him, she said, pointing at Reen. Huh. Iris blinked in confusion and looked at Reen with a puzzled expression. Reen also frowned slightly. Not her business. She was here to attack him. Do you have a partner? A female archer? Lysa continued. Leah? How does this relate to Leah? Iris grew more confused. Hearing Lysa's words, Ryan's mind seemed to flash with lightning, instantly clearing the fog. He seemed to have guessed why Lysa came to hunt him. To be precise, did you have an adventure team before? At that time, the priestess wasn't with you, Lysa added. This statement immediately confirmed Ryan's suspicion. It was the abandoned mine. It must be related to that mission. It seems that some force was plotting something at the abandoned mine, and he or their team might have disrupted their plans. Are you acting on your organization's orders? Ryan asked seriously. Yes, my organization is called Farid Manor. You can think of it as an assassination group, mostly consisting of assassins like me, with a few sorcerers and warriors. This time, my mission was to assassinate you and that female archer. Of course, if it was convenient, they also wanted me to take out the others in your team. Ryan nodded. As expected, it was roughly what he had guessed. Facing Iris's curious gaze, Ryan thought for a moment and said, "It's probably because of the last mission. When we cleared out goblins in an abandoned mine at Blue Valley, we accidentally found some gray dwarves below. We managed to kill 2 and escaped. Later, the guild investigated and found that the deep part of the mine had completely collapsed. Gray dwarves? You actually encountered gray dwarves from the Shadow Realm?" Leia didn't tell me. Iris's eyes widened in surprise. Lysa also looked surprised, staring at Ryan with some astonishment. She didn't expect that her mission had such a backstory. "Yes, my Cold Steel Warhammer was a trophy from a gray dwarf," Ryan said, raising his warhammer to show. "At that time, Leia and I each killed a gray dwarf, so I think the force behind that dwarf hired you to kill me and Leia. Maybe that force is even your organization. Is it called Farid Manor?" "Yes," Lysa nodded. "Miss Assassin, based on your knowledge of your organization, do you think they will continue to trouble us even if you stop carrying out this task?" "Well, actually, I don't know much about the Farid Manor. At that time, I joined Farid Manor to learn Shadow Step, which is a high-level skill only available to wanderers or assassins of level 6 or above. That's why I joined Shadow Step." Ryan suddenly remembered the scene during the fight where Lysa's body disappeared and reappeared behind the Death Spider. "But I didn't expect that this mark not only helps me use Shadow Step, but also controls my body. It's really frustrating," Lysa said angrily. "Miss Lysa, the so-called evil blood mark you have is, in a way, a kind of curse. It requires demon blood and complex rituals to activate. By the way, the person who activates this mark should be a demon sorcerer," Elise suddenly interrupted. "Demon sorcerer?" Ryan asked curiously. "Yes, similar to dragon vein sorcerers. They have a small amount or part of demon blood inside them. Without that, they can't activate this mark, and from the effects of the evil blood mark on Lysa, it doesn't seem to be true demon blood. Otherwise, even with the mark's help, I wouldn't be able to remove it," Elise added. "I think I know who it is. It's that woman," Lysa said thoughtfully. "Huh, woman?" Ryan and Elise looked at each other in surprise. "I only met her once, when she left the mark. She was very beautiful, with an indescribable feeling, and she was accompanied by Zoil." Lysa nodded confidently. "Who is Zoil?" "An assassin of at least level 5. Level 5 or above." Ryan narrowed his eyes. "If she attacks, it will be hard for me to resist. But luckily, I already have 2 combat skills at the guidance stage. Just one more spell. I need to finish my class change quickly, then hunt stronger monsters to gain her bloodline talents and similar magical abilities." "Wait, if the enemy is an assassin, then what kind of monster's talent would be most suitable?" "Countering fast movement, spider web skills could work, and frost magic should also be effective. Besides that, there's also that female demon sorcerer." Hearing Lysa's words, Ryan felt a growing sense of urgency. Many thoughts quickly came to mind. He had already improved his combat skill of Shield Bash to over 95% and received guidance, which made him quite happy. He thought his progress was quite fast. But now, he realized that the organization behind that assassin girl was very powerful and seemed to have cooperation with the Grey Dwarfs. To have some ability to fight back, he needed to reach the professional level as soon as possible. After all, that demon sorcerer could match his current full-force attack from a distance through mental control over Lysa. It showed how strong she was. At this moment, seeing Ryan's serious face, Lysa chuckled softly and said, "Don't worry, you will be safe for a short time. Although the Farid Manor won't give up so easily." Lysa looked at Ryan again and added, "But you don't need to worry too much. Since I have broken free from the control of the evil blood mark, the organization will definitely focus on dealing with me first. Also, they are planning something in Dorn City. Most of the powerful assassins have already been sent out, so they won't have many forces left to target you." "Planning something?" Ryan looked at Lysa and asked. "Yes, I don't know the details, but I heard it's a big operation." Lysa shook her head and said, "Wait, I think I've heard that name before." "What?" "Farid Manor." Elise nodded confidently. "When I was at home, my father mentioned it. He said that recently, 2 guild leaders in Dorn City had been killed by assassins from that mysterious organization, Farid Manor." Ryan couldn't help but look at Elise. But then he remembered Elise's background and nodded slightly. So, this mysterious organization must already be on Dorn City's radar in some ways. However, whether the city's upper levels are aware or not, this matter is beyond his current ability to intervene. He needs to quickly complete his class change and then defeat stronger monsters to gain their abilities, which will greatly improve his strength. Just like now, even though he is not yet a professional, he can roughly match the strength of a second-level warrior. "Let's go," said Ryan, deciding to head back early. He plans to rest in Milltown for a day or two, and then quickly plan to hunt the Frostfang Panther. "Okay, you're just going to leave like that?" Lisa's eyes widened slightly as she pointed at the corpse of the deep moss spider, looking a bit surprised. "Huh? We already took the silk pouch and the pincers." Elise and Ryan exchanged glances, feeling a bit confused. "Such a waste." Lisa shook her head as she stood up. "It's almost noon, so why not treat you to a big meal?" "A big meal?" The two of them became even more curious. Ryan looked at the deep moss spider, which was about the size of a small calf. Its colorful appearance suggested it was poisonous. As for the death wolf spider, there was no need to say more. "Can this be eaten?" Lisa stepped forward, twirling her dagger twice, then drew several black arcs around the deep moss spider. Shoo! Shoo! With a slight tearing sound, the 8 hairy spider legs broke off. Ryan could see the smooth-cut edges, with the faint white glow of nearly transparent spider meat. Somehow, when Ryan saw that semi-transparent spider meat, a craving seemed to stir in his body. With his keen sense of smell at level 2, Ryan immediately guessed that this fresh, juicy spider meat was probably non-toxic. In other words, it was safe to eat. As adventurers, you really don't know anything about monster cuisine. Lisa said, shaking her head. "Why are you just standing there? Come on, let's go to the cave entrance and build a campfire," she said, carrying the 8 spider legs as she approached Ryan and the others, who were still standing there in surprise. A few minutes later, on the open ground at the entrance of the spider cave, a pile of campfires was flickering and burning. As the flames licked and roasted, the long, translucent strips of spider meat strung on redwood branches sizzled and released oil. Lisa kept adjusting the direction of the redwood branch with spider legs attached, trying to heat it evenly. "Miss Lisa, were you an adventurer before?" Iris asked curiously, watching Lisa skillfully roast the spider legs. "Of course. Actually, I've always been one." Soon, the two girls of similar age started chatting happily. Meanwhile, Ryan felt somewhat neglected and chuckled softly. He didn't mind this at all. It was a good chance to check his deep moss spider bloodline. He had just killed 1 female and 1 male deep moss spider. Now, in his 16-slot backpack, there were 2 nearly identical spider images quietly lying side by side. Since Ryan had gained monster bloodlines before, he had learned some patterns over time. For example, spiders like the deep moss spider, which are not strong in power, probably wouldn't cause his size to change again, even with the strength of a wild boar warrior bloodline. In the past, bloodlines like the giant vampire bat also didn't cause wings to grow. So, since his size and appearance wouldn't change much, Ryan decided to try adding the bloodline directly, without worrying about the 2 girls noticing. However, all 4 of his bloodline slots were full: Cold Enhancement Goblin Bloodline ×1, Wild Boar Warrior Bloodline ×1, Giant Vampire Bat Leader Bloodline ×1, and Grey Dwarf Bloodline ×1. After a moment of thought, Ryan replaced the Cold Enhancement Goblin Bloodline. As the deep moss spider pattern lit up, a strange feeling surged in Ryan's mind. He sensed the ground's tiny vibrations through his steel boots, but the boots seemed to weaken this perception. Hesitating briefly, Ryan pressed his palm to the ground. In an instant, Reen felt the subtle vibrations through the fine hairs on his palm. About 7 or 8 centimeters underground, there are earthworms wriggling. The vibrations from their movement and contact with the soil are very clear. Further away, about 2 meters to the left, a crustacean seems to be gnawing on plant roots. The shaking from its bites is also very distinct. Is this the world that spiders perceive? Reen was both surprised and happy, thinking to himself, while glancing at his system attribute panel. Sensitive touch LV2, touch. Yes, most spiders have poor eyesight and mainly detect movement through vibrations. Of course, what Reen cared about most was not this, but the complex, three-dimensional symbol suddenly appearing in his mind, representing the spiderweb technique. Spiderweb technique LV1. Effect. You can release a sticky, slippery, strong, and roughly 5-meter wide spiderweb targeting objects within a 30-meter radius. Seeing this spell-like ability, Reen felt quite excited. After all, his main goal in completing the task of clearing the deep moss spiders was to acquire the spiderweb technique. At this moment, Reen turned to the two beside him and said, "I'll go inside and cut off the legs of the other two spiders." "Yes, Lord Reen. Thank you for your hard work," Elise said with a sweet smile. "All right. These probably won't be enough for the three of us to eat," Rhesus said, examining Reen's size and nodding. As he stood up, Reen suddenly felt lighter. Reen looked again at his system panel. He realized he hadn't carefully checked the Bloodline talent section earlier. Now he noticed something different. Agile LV2. Agile LV2. Effect. 2 to agility. Reen's current agility attribute had increased from 6.0.8 to 6.2. No wonder he felt much lighter, and his reactions seemed sharper. Reen was even more pleased. The Deep Moss Spider Bloodline was really useful. Not only did it grant him the powerful spell, Spiderweb Technique, but it also further increased his agility. As soon as Ryan entered the Deep Moss Spider Cave, he couldn't wait to start using his newly learned web-spinning skill. Whoosh! With a flick of his hand, a sticky, white mass appeared out of thin air and quickly flew toward a designated area. In midair, the white, fist-sized blob grew larger as it caught the wind. After flying a few meters, it transformed into a large web, covering the entire cave wall. At the same time, a weak feeling spread from his mind. Is the mental energy consumption this high? It seems. I can only use it about 3 times. Since I need to save some mental energy for other spells, I can probably only use it twice. Ryan frowned slightly, thinking carefully. In fact, as Ryan learned more spells, he increasingly felt that his mental energy was not enough. This was why he wanted to become a professional quickly, and not just a simple warrior. When he was in Dorn City before, he learned that after a mage apprentice becomes a mage, their mental energy increases significantly. This allows new mages to handle the mental demands of higher-level spells. After thinking for a moment, Ryan looked up at the white web. He stepped forward and poked it with his finger to feel it. Immediately, a sticky, tough texture was felt at his fingertips. This is about the same strength as the web spat out by the Deep Moss Spider before. That's pretty good. Using it suddenly in battle should have a good effect. Even if the enemy is strong, it will take a second or two to break free. At his level, a second or two can often decide the outcome of a fight. 15 minutes later, by the campfire at the cave entrance. "Hey, hold this for me first." Lysa suddenly handed Ryan a small redwood branch. Then she took a small bottle from her bag, similar to a pepper shaker, and sprinkled some on the spider leg meat. Ryan twitched his nose, smelling scents of cardamom, cumin, and white pepper. After finishing this step, Lysa took the spider leg meat back from Ryan and started grilling it again. After repeating the process twice and brushing olive oil once more, she said, "Done." Iris chuckled softly and took the roasted spider leg meat, but she didn't eat it right away. Instead, she passed it to Rain. "You." Lysa's eyes widened, wanting to say something but unable to speak. "Thank you." Rain smiled and said. He first sniffed the meat, then took a bite. His tongue touched the fragrant, slightly warm spider leg meat. Just this one taste made Rain's eyes light up a little. The feeling on his tongue was new to him. As he gently bit down, the spider leg meat was smooth and separated easily like garlic cloves. If he had to compare it to a food, he thought it might be similar to the texture of codfish in a fast-food fish burger from his past life. But at this moment, the spider leg meat hardly had any fishy smell. When he first took the meat, he already noticed this. Thanks to Lysa's grilling and seasoning, the originally slightly fishy, semi-transparent spider leg meat had turned into fragrant, milky white strips. With the first bite, Rain felt a warm sensation in his stomach, very comfortable. The warmth was spreading through his body, as if the spider's leg meat was like a nourishing herb from his past life, good for health. "Why? Aren't you worried I might have poisoned you? You should know I was just about to attack you," Lysa said with a slight smile, her lips curling up in a teasing way. Rain ignored her and kept eating. He wasn't trusting this stranger he had just met, but confident because he had the keen sense of smell from his wild boar bloodline level 2. Seeing this, Iris also took a small bite. As the spider leg meat entered her cherry lips and she chewed, her beautiful blue eyes widened involuntarily, and a bright light appeared in them. "This is so delicious," Iris said, somewhat unladylike, while chewing the roasted spider leg meat. "Miss Lisa, your cooking skills are better than Aunt Mary's." "Aunt Mary?" Lisa asked in confusion. "Yes, she's my family's head chef." After listening to Iris's answer, Lisa immediately experienced what Ryan had felt at that moment. While the two women were talking, Ryan had already finished eating the 2 skewers in his hand. He realized that these ingredients, derived from monsters, were much more powerful than ordinary food. The difference was as big as the calories provided by compressed biscuits compared to fresh vegetables in his previous life. Just by eating 2 spider leg pieces, he felt warm all over his body. Maybe I should learn how to cook monster food. Suddenly, Ryan sensed a small change happening inside him. He quickly looked at his status panel. My strength and stamina both increased by 6. Ryan was surprised to see the changes in his attributes. Is it because I just ate the spider legs, so my physical qualities improved? No, that probably isn't the main reason. Perhaps monster cuisine has some special effect, but the main reason, like the previous agility boost, is probably due to my recent training and adventures, which pushed my body close to a breakthrough. Eating the spider legs just naturally helped me take that step. Soon, Ryan understood the general situation. But the problem is, why does the number in parentheses still show 3? Ryan looked again carefully at his strength and stamina attributes. Strength, 6, 3. Agility, 6, 2. Stamina, 6, 3. Intelligence, 7. Perception, 5, 2. Charisma, 5. Is it because both Brawling LV2 and Thick Skin LV2 are second-tier talents? After some thought, Ryan reached a possible conclusion. That must be it. Because Agility LV2 also provides a 2-point increase to the agility that just reached 6. Ryan glanced over his agility stat and nodded slightly. Although physical improvement mainly comes from training and adventures, monster food probably has some effect too. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental that I improved right after eating this roasted spider leg. At this moment, Ryan's peripheral vision caught sight of Lisa holding her skewer, still untouched. So, Ryan looked again at Lisa, who was still busy chatting, and quickly took the skewer from her hand. He said, "Cold food doesn't taste good. You can have these first. Thanks for cooking more. At least leave me one." Lisa, who had just managed to grab a skewer back, didn't bother teasing anymore. She quickly protected the last spider leg skewer behind her and took out a small jar of berry jam from her waist pouch. "Eat these spider legs with some starberry jam. It can balance the smoky flavor and slight spiciness." Iris looked at the small jar of jam in Lisa's hand and then at the skewers. Her big eyes blinked with curiosity and a desire to try. "Miss Iris, want some?" Lisa's gaze softened as she looked at the young priestess. "Yes, please," Iris nodded quickly. She was serious about her food. Ryan, on the other hand, didn't care much. He ate the 2 skewers of spider legs he had snatched eagerly. Soon, the 3 of them finished eating all 24 spider legs. Most of the spider legs went into Ryan's stomach. "All right, the feast is over. I have to go now. Miss Lisa, are you leaving now?" Iris asked. Although the Phalid Manor is huge, they lied to me about it being a shadow step magic mark. I must cause them some trouble. Lisa pointed to the original mark on her arm, looking angry. "If I were you, I wouldn't go back. If what you say is true, Phalid Manor is a big organization with many complex ties. You can't handle it alone," Ryan said, shaking his head. He thought for a moment and added, "I'm not trying to fight them completely, just to show them a little lesson." Ryan didn't say anything more. He felt that Lisa's last words sounded a bit brave, but actually timid. After all, such a mysterious and powerful organization wouldn't go looking for trouble if they weren't strong enough. Most likely, she was just talking bravely. "Miss Iris, I owe you a big favor. If you ever need anything, you can." "Wait, I think my original contact method might not work anymore." Hearing Lisa's words, Iris first waved her hands repeatedly, but suddenly, it seemed she remembered something. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Ryan and said, Actually, Miss Lisa, I wonder if I could ask you for a favor now." Lysa looked at Iris with some surprise and said, Miss Priestess, you don't seem to need any help right now. Well, I want to ask Miss Lysa if you could help us hunt a Frostfang leopard together, okay? Frostfang leopard? Hearing Iris's words, Ryan quickly turned to look at her. A Frostfang leopard? The challenge level is 3? Lysa's tone rose a bit. Yes. Miss Lysa, when you were roasting spider legs just now, didn't you mention that you had previously completed a bounty quest about a Frostfang leopard? Iris blinked her big eyes. So that's the case. Ryan remembered that he had just left for a while and returned to the spider cave to test his web skills. And the others? Lysa looked around. What others? Iris suddenly didn't react. Just the 3 of us? Lysa's eyes widened as she looked at the innocent-looking priestess in front of her. Are you joking? Just as she was about to say, are you kidding? Lysa caught sight of Ryan holding a dark shield beside her. The rest of her words suddenly caught in her throat. Even a Black Iron-level adventurer team needs to be careful when hunting a Frostfang leopard, and this small team of 2 people. But it's not entirely impossible. That guy is so strong. He doesn't seem like a non-professional. No, even a level 3 warrior professional might not be able to handle him one-on-one. Lysa looked at Ryan again, her mind naturally recalling how he had suddenly grown in size and beaten her fiercely. Even the wound Iris had healed on her chest seemed to throb faintly. Unpredictable. Those 3 words floated in her mind. Lysa is an assassin. Thanks to the complex and diverse targets she faces, she has a good understanding of other professions, especially mages and their spells. If she didn't see it wrong, it seems that Ryan just used a second-tier spell called Grow Magic. But the problem is, Ryan is not yet a professional, so how could he master a second-tier spell? Even a top-tier mage apprentice with excellent talent usually can only learn a first-tier spell during their apprenticeship. Mastering a second-tier spell? That would probably mean he's the illegitimate child of the goddess of magic. Normally, a mage needs to reach level 3 to have enough mental strength to remember and master a second-tier spell. So, it might be a modified version of the Grow spell, a lower-tier version. That seems likely. However, another natural question also came to Lysa's mind. She showed a playful smile and continued. All right, I have no problem on my side, but I can't guarantee success. Also, your companion might not agree with me, Lord Ryan. Iris immediately looked at Ryan. If Miss Lysa is willing to help, that would be perfect. Ryan nodded at Iris, then turned to Lysa and said. When Iris first asked Lysa for help, Ryan's initial thought was naturally to refuse. Inviting a stranger who was once an assassin to join the team, and then hunting a Frostfang leopard with a challenge level of 3? That seemed unrealistic in every way. It was almost like those unbelievable legendary stories sung by bards. But when Ryan heard that Lysa had experience hunting a Frostfang leopard before, he calmed down and started to seriously consider whether the plan was feasible. His original plan was, after gaining the bloodline of the deep moss spider, that Leia should also be close to advancing. Then, with careful planning, they would go to the edge of the Longcott snowfield to hunt a Frostfang leopard and gain its frost affinity talent. But after encountering the assassination incident and learning about their team's situation from Lysa, Ryan felt that he could no longer wait. He needed to quickly form an elite team to hunt the Frostfang leopard and complete his job change. Of course, this plan was rushed and rough. Although with his own strength, or Iris's influence as a full priest, it wouldn't be hard to quickly assemble an elite team, there were many uncertainties. Not to mention issues like fighting spirit and team coordination, which take time to develop. Even if those were not problems, the backgrounds and motives of new members could hide secrets. When facing a level 3 monster like the Frostfang leopard, these unstable factors could turn dangerous in the heat of battle. However, Iris's invitation opened up a new idea. Admittedly, if we ignore the fact that Lysa is a mysterious organization assassin, her strength and experience in hunting Frostfang leopards in the Lancet Snowfield are far beyond what an ordinary adventurer can match. Her experience in hunting Frostfang leopards is very valuable. Having an experienced assassin with high close combat power join the team would not guarantee success, but it would greatly increase the chances. In other words, if Lysa is reliable, the chance of success might be higher than Ryan forming a team himself. If she is not reliable, she might cause trouble during the fight with the Frostfang leopard. But Ryan had a countermeasure, spider web technique. Unless she conspired with the Frostfang leopard, Once caught in the web, she would be stuck in place and left with no choice but to fight the beast head-on. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Under Ryan's calm and serious gaze, Iris seemed somewhat afraid. She waved her hand and said impatiently, I've agreed to this. I will set the traps and lure the Frostfang leopard over, but I can't handle the direct confrontation. Of course, Lady Lysa, rest assured. I will be responsible for distracting the beast. Ryan nodded. Lysa took on setting the traps and drawing the monster away, which improved Ryan's impression of her slightly. Let's set out now. It's only about 2 hours to the edge of the ice field. Now, Ryan and Iris exchanged surprised looks. That's too rushed. I will do my best to help once. No matter the outcome, whether it works or not, I will return immediately. You know why? Lysa said, looking at both of them. Ryan thought for a moment and nodded. Lysa just said she needed to go back and deal with that mysterious organization. But actually, Ryan guessed from her nervous expression that she was worried about the Phalid Manor behind her, which might send people here soon. This means, if they want to hunt the Frostfang Panther with Lysa's help, they only have about half a day to a day. That's not enough time just to get back. They must leave now. Although the recent fight was very intense and drained a lot of energy, Ryan was not hurt. He thought that if they rested on the carriage for 2 hours, his energy would recover. After all, he was young. As for the oil bottles, he still had 2 with him. But honestly, facing a level 3 monster, Ryan didn't think the oil bottles would help much. So, even if they went back to Milltown to buy more, it wouldn't make much difference. So, the 3 of them talked as they quickly reached the big wagon. After handing Lysa's chestnut horse to the stable hand, they all got on the wagon. I need to warn you that, as a monster mainly attacking with frost magic, the Frostfang Panther is ranked lower in the Longcott Snowfield. But the frost spells it uses, like Ice Blade, are much stronger than the typical Ice Blade spell cast by ordinary mages. Also, the Frostfang Panther's close combat attacks carry very strong frost damage. The longer the fight, the more intense the cold, which can make your limbs numb. Lysa's words made Iris look a bit worried. As the one who initiated the hunt for the Frostfang Panther, Iris didn't think too much. She suddenly had a bright idea and decided to try it. But Ryan remained calm, which made Lysa quite curious. Hey, that shield of yours doesn't seem ordinary. Magic equipment? Lysa said, glancing curiously at the shield in Rain's hand. Actually, before the fight, she had already sensed that Rain's shield was unusual. During the battle, it became even clearer. Although the shield looked dull and black, it was not ordinary. Even when her assassin's dagger stabbed it, only sparks flew, and there were no scratches. That would make things easier. Lysa recalled her last team when she defeated the Frostfang leopard and explained. Dispel magic? Miss Lysa, I can do that, Iris said with a smile. Huh, Lysa's eyes widened. That's rare. Just now, you said you just became a full professional, right? Could it be that dispel magic is your first choice among divine spells? Actually, yes. Half an hour later, with the sound of wheels rolling over gravel, the caravan moved smoothly toward the edge of the Longcott Snowfield. Maybe because Iris helped remove the evil blood mark, or because of her active healing afterward, Lysa was very friendly to Iris, and they started chatting more comfortably. As for Rain, he looked through the gap in the wagon's cover at the tall snow-capped peaks getting closer and couldn't help but think. I didn't expect we would reach the Longcott Snowfield so quickly. Bringing his thoughts back, Rain began to consider which monster bloodlines to collect. Since there are 4 bloodlines in total, and the combat power ranks in the top tier, there are 5 bloodlines. Deep Moss Spider ×1, Wild Boar Warrior Bloodline ×1, Giant Vampire Bat Leader Bloodline ×1, Grey Dwarf Bloodline ×1, Cold Enhanced Goblin ×1. If I fight the Frost Blade Leopard. Soon, Ryan's gaze focused on the mutated Goblin bloodline. Most creatures in the snowfield have very high frost resistance, so freezing rays probably won't work. In other words, using the latest monster bloodline combinations should be the best choice. Especially the web technique. Against the agile Frost Blade Leopard, it might have an unexpected effect. However, recalling how he previously used freezing rays to crack the web, Ryan shook his head slightly. No, it wouldn't be very effective, just slightly slowing it down. Under the influence of extremely low temperatures and frost power, the web would become very fragile and couldn't fully trap the Frost Blade Leopard. It might be more useful against the assassin girl. Ryan couldn't help but glance up slightly, looking at Lysa, who was chatting happily with Iris. Hopefully, nothing unpleasant will happen. But this agility level 2 skill is quite useful. It increased agility by 2 points, more than before by 1.2. This makes it easier for him to keep up with the Frostblade Leopard's speed. Facing a Frostblade Leopard with a challenge level of 3, Ryan couldn't say he wasn't nervous. At this moment, he took out the Lankit Snowfield Monster Guide again and carefully turned to the page about the Frostblade Leopard. As he read through the information once more, his eyes narrowed slightly. He first visualized possible battle scenarios in his mind. Against a challenge level 3 Frostblade Leopard, his only advantage, or rather, the slight edge he might have, was the strength he had just increased by 1 point, reaching 9. With the giant form boost, it would be 11.7. In Ryan's view, this was the only attribute where he might surpass the Frostblade Leopard. As for agility, although it had improved again, without considering the shield and plate armor weight, even in zero gravity, he wouldn't be a match for a quick feline monster. Therefore, reducing the opponent's speed is the top priority. If I can drag the enemy into a trench warfare and with Iris's divine magic support, I believe my chances of winning will be much higher. Hey, I noticed the last person who interrupted the spell. Was that silence magic? Lysa suddenly asked. Is it a rare spell? I've never heard of it before. Lysa kept calling out, hey, whenever Ryan forcefully bumped her chest. Clearly, as a lady, being attacked there and injured badly, she was feeling quite upset. However, Ryan ignored her question as usual. This made Lysa very annoyed. Miss Lysa, tell me about your past. Your skin color is quite special, like the kind found in the southern part of the continent. Iris suddenly chuckled, then quickly shifted Lysa's attention elsewhere. Because the deep moss spider cave was not far from the edge of the Lancet snowfield. After about 2 hours of travel by carriage, Lysa suggested walking instead of continuing by horse. One reason was that the narrow path ahead was only suitable for single horses. The other was that the 2 horses pulling the carriage were ordinary horses, and the drivers were common people. If they encountered a sudden beast attack, they could easily be killed. So, after leaving some unnecessary items in the carriage, the 3 of them dismounted. As they stepped out, Ryan first noticed the change in the trees. From the broadleaf trees at the entrance of the moss spider cave in the hilly area, the surroundings had now turned into a mixed coniferous and broadleaf forest. The evergreen broadleaf trees like camphor trees gradually receded, replaced by sturdy conifers such as firs and pines. The pine needles were dense, and the undergrowth was mostly moss and small shrubs. Ryan took a deep breath, and soon a long white mist formed. The temperature here was at least 5 degrees lower than the previous hilly area. Looking around, Ryan saw that not far ahead in the coniferous forest, many low-level adventurers were crouching, searching for something. As for why they were low-level adventurers instead of a black iron team, that is because, from their equipment, spear, short sword, shield, and nose guard, as well as their demeanor and aura, it is clear. Are they looking for herbs? Ryan suddenly remembered the herb-gathering quest he saw earlier in the lobby of the guild hall and asked. Yes, that's right. This area isn't really a snowfield, so there are hardly any snow monsters. Instead, there's a higher chance of running into goblins, Lysa said as they walked. Not far away, in the woods. Boss, look over there. Those 2 women are so pretty. A young man wearing a nose guard quickly said to a burly man searching for herbs nearby. They're probably here for herbs too. Should we go say hi, huh? Pretty women? Where? The burly man immediately looked up with interest. For most less determined adventurers, every mission involves some risk. Over time, the mental pressure can be heavy. Without alcohol or music to relax, it becomes hard to bear. And pretty women are naturally their shared interest. Even if they are just gathering herbs, finding someone attractive would make working together easier. And if they could chat more afterward, that would be even better. But just glancing, the burly man gave the young man a light slap on the back of his head. Ouch! The young man covered his head, confused. Stop looking. Idiot! Concerned about their sharp senses, the burly man turned away, not daring to look further. The one in leather armor is a full-fledged wanderer, and the one in the long robe is probably a priest. How brave are you to go talk to them? The young man in plate armor is likely a warrior. Our entire team sold our gear, and we probably can't even afford a chest plate like theirs. The young man sniffed and looked down, grumbling. This isn't fair. Our team is all men, and we smell like feet and snore like thunder every day. That guy has 2 women with him, and one is a priestess. Damn, even in adventures, why does the other side seem so happy? Humph. Let's talk about that when you become a professional. All right, stop thinking about other things now. If we find a patch of ice grass, you can have a good time tonight. With his keen hearing level 2, Ryan naturally overheard this conversation. However, since they were just thinking to themselves, he didn't hold a grudge. Instead, the other person's envious tone gave him some emotional motivation. About an hour further north, we might reach the area where the Frostfang leopard could appear, but the chances are low, Lysa continued. Still, I suggest we try our luck there, because going deeper inside increases the risk of encountering the snow bear and winter wolf packs. Of course, safety first, Ryan nodded. He had already considered this while on the road. Better to avoid the edges where the chance of meeting a Frostfang leopard is small, rather than taking unnecessary risks. For their small team, if they encounter a pair of snow bears or a pack of 4 to 6 winter wolves, the outcome could be very dangerous. In fact, even if they didn't meet the Frostfang leopard this time, knowing the process helps them prepare better for organizing their own team next time. 1 hour later, the scenery in front of Ryan changed again. As they continued climbing higher, the dense coniferous forest gradually thinned out, replaced by large patches of mountain meadows. The temperature dropped further, and their breath turned into visible white clouds. By the way, there's one more thing we need to do. We have to find some bait in this area, Lysa said as she looked around. Bait? Elise blinked her big eyes. Yes, the 2 favorite prey of the Frostfang leopard. We can choose either one. One is the big mountain goat, and the other is the snow hare. Mountain goat and snow hare. Exactly. The Frostfang leopard is very sensitive to blood scent. Slightly bleeding these prey animals will attract the leopard. Which one works best? Ryan asked after thinking for a moment. Because choosing the edge of the snowfield is safer, but it also means the Frostfang leopard is less likely to be found in the same area. So, if using the right bait can slightly increase the chance of attracting a Frostfang leopard, then we should do our best to try. The best bait is definitely a snow hare. Although snow hares work better, they usually come out at night. Right now, they are probably hiding in underground caves. We don't have much time, so let's look around nearby for signs of the bighorn sheep, Lysa said as she looked around, searching for possible hiding spots for the bighorn sheep. Snow hare? In underground caves? Ryan's eyes flickered. After a moment of thought, Ryan gently brushed away the thin frost on the alpine grassland and placed his hand on the ground. Then, he focused all his senses on the tiny vibrations of the earth. With his deep moss spider level 2 tactile perception, Ryan immediately sensed nearby activity. Some kind of insect is gnawing on grass roots about 5 meters in front and to the left, just beneath the surface. About 15 meters ahead and roughly 1.5 meters underground. There seemed to be multiple animals with steady breathing vibrations. 20 meters behind, about 2 meters underground, there appears to be an animal digging in the soil. Soon, Ryan stood up, deep in thought. Any animal in the underground cave that is crawling on the cave floor will have a heartbeat rhythm that produces specific vibration patterns. That's why Ryan can sense these signals. The digging one probably isn't a snow hare. The steady breathing sound might be from that, but it's hard to say. It could also be a ground squirrel or a marmot or other small rodents. Still, it's worth a try. Ryan made his decision immediately. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? If you don't help find the bighorn sheep, don't blame me if we run out of time, Lysa said impatiently, annoyed at Ryan's dazed look. There's something over there. I don't know if it's a snow hare, Lysa. Get ready, Ryan said as he started walking toward the right front. Lysa was still a bit confused about what Ryan meant. Elise also turned her puzzled gaze toward Ryan. But by then, Ryan had already reached the grassland where the breathing vibrations came from. He took a deep breath, then hefted his cold steel warhammer. Next moment, the warhammer was raised high, and the bulging muscles of the right arm swung a heavy hammer, creating a whistling sound as it struck the ground forcefully. Bang! Like a shell falling at high speed onto a frost-covered meadow. Instantly, the grass, frost, and dirt exploded and splattered everywhere. Even from 7 or 8 meters away, When dirt sprayed onto Risa's thigh, she felt a sharp pain. Looking at the warhammer, almost half of its body buried in the dirt, and the large crater caused by Rain's strike, Risa and Iris looked at each other, both confused about what Rain's sudden action meant. Suddenly, a few meters ahead in the meadow, 2 big and 2 small white rabbits darted out. "Snow rabbits!" Iris quickly shouted. Risa shivered instantly, her face showing surprise as she looked at Rain. But in the next second, she quickly reacted, sped up as if using a swift wind step, like a gray shadow rushing forward. Soon, she returned holding 2 white rabbit ears in each hand. "Hey, how did you find the snow rabbits underground?" Risa still had her eyes slightly wide, looking at Rain with some disbelief. "Intuition." Rain smiled and said the 2 words he often used. "Humph. If you won't tell, then I won't ask." Risa turned away, but her heart was deeply shocked. She had never seen someone like Rain before. Close combat was even more fierce than that of a warrior. His sensing ability was stronger than that of her as an assassin. His magic ability seemed to surpass that of a beginner mage she knew. How can there be someone like this? Risa really couldn't understand. "Miss Risa, are 2 snow rabbits enough?" Iris asked with a smile, her eyes forming a crescent moon. "That's enough? Maybe we can consider leaving one behind. The meat of these snow rabbits is extremely delicious, really better than spider leg meat." Hearing this, Rain's eyes twitched slightly as he looked at Risa. Who would have thought she's a foodie assassin? Well, in that case, she seems more reliable. But her ideas are truly strange. "Miss Lisa, is the success rate higher with 2 of them? If the snow rabbit really tastes good, we can catch 2 more later," Ryan said softly. "Should we keep going up or set an ambush here?" he asked. "We need to walk a bit further, about half an hour more," she replied. Half an hour later. "This is about the right area. There are hot springs, the ground has some thin snow, and there are many large rocks. This is the favorite place of the Frostfang leopard." Lisa pointed to the steep slope ahead. What caught Ryan's eye were large, oval white stones, about 2 or 3 people wide, scattered irregularly every few meters. The thin frost flowers on the grassland around had now turned into about half an inch of snow. Several hot springs dotted the area, emitting mist, giving the scene a painting-like feel. Ryan estimated the altitude here to be over 3,500 meters, but it was not a true snowfield. "We'll set the trap here," Lisa said. She carefully placed a small device in the open space between 2 huge rocks, covered it with a small patch of grass, and pulled a few thin, semi-transparent strings from different directions. "I've set the explosive trap. Remember, wait until the Frostfang leopard steps on it before you appear," she warned Ryan. "If not, with its intelligence, the leopard might notice something's wrong and retreat on its own. Then, it would be impossible to lure it out again," she added. "Understood," Ryan nodded. But he kept one thought to himself. If something happened to Lisa while she was luring the leopard, should he appear or not? He quickly dismissed the idea. Asking that might seem like doubting her abilities, and she was already going to lure the leopard. It felt unlucky to question her now. Moreover, Ryan trusted Lisa, who had experience in killing such creatures before. The chance of something going wrong was probably very low. So, he didn't ask any further. "I can't guarantee I will definitely lure the Frostfang leopard." Lisa looked around with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. "After all, this is just the edge of the snowfield. Honestly, even if the Frostfang leopard lives here, sightings are very rare. You need a bit of luck to encounter one." "Miss Risa, was it the same way you attracted the Frostfang leopard during your last hunt?" "Yes, it was similar. Last time, a ranger in our team was responsible for luring the leopard. But don't worry, I will handle this." Risa gave Iris a reassuring look. "I'm just trying to figure out which direction the Frostfang leopard is more likely to appear." In fact, Risa remembered how her previous team attracted the leopard, and she could imitate it somewhat. However, she was still unsure about some details. "Miss Risa, maybe you could consider checking that direction," Ryan suggested, his nose twitching as he pointed northwest. He didn't smell the leopard directly. Instead, compared to other directions, the air in that area carried a faint, persistent smell of urine and musk, an obvious territorial marker. This suggests that the northwest is likely a high-activity area for the Frostfang leopard, marked with urine to define its territory. While this doesn't guarantee Risa will find the leopard, It increases the chances from a statistical point of view. Hearing Ryan's suggestion, Risa wanted to argue but remembered how impressively he caught a snow hare once. She stayed silent and looked carefully in that direction. Lord Ryan, have you found something? Iris blinked, looking at Ryan with some curiosity. Although she knew Ryan was an apprentice mage, she also knew that tracking skills like this are usually not the specialty of even experienced mages, and she hadn't seen him use any detection spells. Maybe. Just a hunch, Ryan replied with a smile. All right, let's try. I hope your intuition brings us good luck, Risa said, shrugging with a bit of annoyance. If not, it's your fault. Anyway, you're the one hunting the Frostfang leopard. After saying that, she picked up the snow hare, moved swiftly and lightly, and headed quickly in the direction Ryan indicated. Soon, she disappeared from sight. Iris, I hope you will wait as long as possible before using your divine magic during the fight. Ryan thought for a moment and reminded again. Don't worry, Lord Ryan. You already told me once when you were on the road. Elise naturally understood why Ryan emphasized this. Recalling the two previous encounters inside the deep moss spider cave, Elise understood that this was because the Frostfang leopard is very fast. If she is caught by the leopard too early, the whole fight becomes much more dangerous. The Frostfang leopard is not like the deep moss spider. According to the bestiary, it is much faster. Even if Lord Ryan has a similar charging combat skill, he cannot guarantee to block the attack every time. But, Lord Ryan, on your side, it shouldn't be a big problem, Ryan nodded comfortingly. If the situation becomes truly bad, Ryan would not hesitate to use his mental energy. He would immediately cast the web spell to trap the Frostfang leopard for a second or two, giving him a chance to intercept. This is also his backup plan. Of course, he would prefer not to use this new monster trick unless necessary. Apart from some reserved mental energy, he can only cast the web spell twice. One of these is reserved for Lisa, and although the chances of her turning against him have decreased over their journey, it's still a risk. So, he probably only has one chance to use the web spell against the Frostfang leopard. Meanwhile, on the other side, after setting two traps at the corners of the return route, Lisa arrived at an open space in front of a rock. She broke the limbs of two snow rabbits and cut a small slit in their hind legs with a dagger. Then, she quickly crouched in the shadow beneath the rock. Lisa's plan was, when the Frostfang leopard is attracted by the blood of the snow rabbits and comes to hunt, I will throw a flying dagger to distract it. The provoked leopard will then come after me, but in reality, her last hunt for the Frostfang leopard was led by a ranger, not herself. There were some details she missed. For example, although she had sprinkled some snowgrass powder on herself to hide her scent, she overlooked the bloodstains on her clothes from when Ryan had injured her earlier in the deep moss spider cave. If she had increased the amount of snowgrass powder, she could have better concealed her scent. But many things are just, if only. So, after waiting for a while, probably gone now. It was never a reliable guy anyway, Lisa muttered to herself. But in the next moment, Lisa suddenly felt like something was watching her, like a predator. Her neck hair stood on end. Having faced life and death many times, Lisa's heart pounded, and her palms sweat. She knew something was targeting her. However, experienced as she was, she didn't make any sudden moves. Instead, she carefully reached under her forearm armor and took out a small, half-hand-sized bronze mirror, holding it upright. In the next instant, her pupils shrank sharply. About 10 meters behind her, on a rocky outcrop, a huge snow-white feline creature with a few icy blue streaks along its back was staring at her with piercing blue vertical pupils. At this moment, the creature was slowly lowering its front shoulders, muscles tense like a drawn bow, as if ready to pounce. Frostblade leopard. Damn, how did it spot me first? Why isn't it hunting snow rabbits? A series of thoughts flashed through Lisa's mind, but in the next moment, shaped by her many life-and-death experiences, they all turned into one action: dodge. Lisa's powerful leg muscles suddenly surged. She lunged forward several meters, then made a nearly 90-degree turn, rushing toward the ambush spot she had pre-planned. Using the wind sprint technique, Lisa moved like a shadow across the rugged mountain meadow filled with scattered rocks, running in a zigzag pattern. Just as she was beginning to breathe a little easier, she suddenly rolled on the ground and looked back. She saw a white figure land lightly behind her, agile and swift. In its blue vertical pupils, a mischievous, almost human-like expression appeared. Is it playing with me? Before she could fully understand how the creature was so fast, a thought suddenly appeared in her mind about what that expression meant. Swish! Lysa crossed her twin daggers in front of her, adopting a defensive stance. She wasn't unwilling to run, but she knew that if she turned around, she would be instantly killed by this incredibly fast frost blade leopard. Its speed was too quick. Lysa stared carefully and saw that the creature was more streamlined and slender than the one she had previously hunted. Especially the calves and paws of the limbs, which are very slender, clearly showing strong explosive power. Damn it! His speed is so fast. You really should know favors like this. Now, I might risk my life. Fortunately, there's a trap device just a few meters away. Lane, lying quietly on the ground, suddenly looked up toward the direction where Lysa had just left. From a distance, a gray line was rapidly rushing over in a zigzag pattern, and behind it, a sleek, snow-white figure was closely following. Got him! Lane was initially happy, but then frowned slightly. Because he clearly saw that twice in a row, if the gray line hadn't sharply changed direction, the white figure behind would have caught up. Lane and Iris, hiding behind a rock, exchanged glances, both seeing worry in each other's eyes. Fortunately, in the next second, Lysa reached a trap she had previously set. Bang! A pungent cloud of smoke exploded, and the Frostfang leopard was clearly startled. It leapt high, dodging the yellow-green smoke at an angle, and stood atop an oval boulder. Lane keenly noticed that the Frostfang leopard had a faint white shield on its body, reflecting a frosty, semi-transparent color in the afternoon sunlight. Frost armor. The trap just triggered caused the Frostfang leopard to instinctively cast frost armor, allowing Lane to observe this spell in action. However, the sudden trap also slightly angered the Frostfang leopard. If before it was somewhat teasing Lysa, now it intended to show its true strength, pressing the human female challenger under its claws. It leapt gracefully, moving 3 times faster than before, quickly chasing after Lysa. Oh, Lysa won't have time to come back. Lane's pupils shrank, almost instantly making a judgment. Before Lysa reached the trap, she would come into close combat with the Frostfang leopard. Although only about 50 meters away, the leopard's speed was much faster than expected. This meant Lane faced a choice. Should he go ahead to support Lysa, or wait by the explosion trap, hoping Lysa would lure the leopard over? If he actively goes to support her, there is a high chance that the Frostfang leopard will run away because of the sudden appearance of the second human. In that case, his hunting plan would naturally fall apart. Of course, it's also possible that the Frostfang leopard doesn't leave but instead attacks him. However, facing a Frostfang leopard that has been caught in an explosion trap and is in a furious rage is much easier than confronting a perfectly healthy one directly. The pressure and danger he faces would be much greater. Choosing the latter would be safer for him, but putting a lone assassin against a fast and frost magic using Frostfang leopard in a one-on-one fight would likely end badly. But almost instantly, Ryan made his decision. On one hand, it was based on his moral code. Whether Lysa would betray them or not, at least she wasn't doing so now. As a teammate, Ryan felt he should try to save her. On the other hand, it was a practical decision. If the Frostfang leopard severely injures or kills Lysa, given its keen sense of smell, it would probably be able to find them nearby. With Ryan and Iris's strength, killing the Frostfang leopard was almost impossible. Just escaping safely would be a good outcome. But if he saved Lysa, the 3 of them working together could not only hold off the attack, but also have a good chance to fight back and defeat the Frostfang leopard. I'll go support her. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Ryan suddenly rushed quickly toward Lysa, while hitting the Frostfang leopard's shield with his warhammer. This sudden appearance of a human figure and the noise startled the Frostfang leopard, which was about to chase after Lysa. It quickly leapt back, its blue vertical pupils showing a surprised, almost human-like expression. But then, it seemed to realize that this human male, although tall, had an unsteady aura. Compared to it, and even more so compared to the nearby human female, he appeared weaker. Being challenged by a weaker opponent made the Frostfang leopard angrier. It bared its teeth and growled low, hesitating whether to continue attacking, worried there might be more humans hiding nearby. Lysa's feelings at this moment were complicated. because she had clearly told Ryan before setting out that only by making the Frostfang leopard fall into an explosion trap could she truly provoke it. Now, Ryan's sudden appearance was obviously for her safety. Although I don't know why Rain is hunting the Frostfang leopard, she understands that this matter must be very important to him. Damn it, I can't let this fail. At least, not while I am here. Filled with gratitude, regret for her carelessness, and a hint of frustration, Lysa quickly made a decision. She risked being chased by the Frostfang leopard, suddenly turned in midair, and threw two throwing knives at the beast. Whoosh! One knife was dodged by the Frostfang leopard, but the other pierced through its icy armor. Instantly, it was invaded by cold frost and turned icy, then dropped to the ground. Lysa's action seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Frostfang leopard, already wavering on whether to attack, immediately decided to tear apart the two weak humans in front of it. Roar! The leopard charged again like a white arrow shot from a bow, heading straight for Lysa. Meanwhile, Lysa had already reached a few meters in front of Rain, who was coming to support. This meant that, including the fast-approaching Frostfang leopard from behind, all three were almost in a straight line. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped ice blade over half a meter long suddenly formed almost instantly in front of the leopard's open mouth. Even from 10 meters away, Rain could feel its chilling cold aura. Ice blade! Rain's pupils shrank. His heart pounded wildly, and his whole body's blood circulation sped up. His palms even became sweaty as he gripped his shield tightly. He didn't expect that the Frostfang leopard, upon seeing him, would immediately release its signature spell, the Ice Blade. Note: the story will be published after midnight on Wednesday, October 22nd, Old Time. The backend might be a few minutes delayed. Also, first subscriptions are very important. If possible, please support us. Thank you all for your support along the way. Additionally, since we met at the beginning of this story, I sincerely hope we can continue together until the end. The story of the 17-pound catfish. Get out of the way. Rain immediately knelt and lowered his shoulders, holding his obsidian defender in front. At the same time, as this was his first time facing a one-ring spell, he hesitated to use his ultimate move, the giant transformation, to avoid accidents like losing his shield. Without hesitation, he cast it. In Ryan's view, if he had failed to block the first attack and been knocked back or injured, the next battle would have been devastating. At that moment, Lysa, Tianbao, how are you? Tang Zeng and Wu Gang shouted in surprise, dragging their heavy, painful bodies to move closer. For ordinary people, each pill that can extend life by thousands of years only adds a few days, 10 days, or 20 days to Wang Hao's system time. The sect leader is in danger? I think it's you who are in danger, Zhuge Nanfeng said, swinging his palm directly at Lianyan City. Lianyan City hurriedly dodged. He initially wanted to persuade Zhuge Nanfeng to stop, and then tell him about the mysterious people around Wuxian town. Another person was killed? But why? Could it be? Qin Ge suddenly seemed to realize something. Could it be that Li Tuxing found the key in this toilet? If you don't come out now, don't blame me for being rude to you, Han Shui shouted again. Suddenly, Han Shui felt as if both sides of her cheeks were slapped hard, on both sides. If we say that Song Sanmao, who had just regained consciousness, was barely occupied by an angel, then he would never know how much the devil inside him, who had gone completely mad and fallen into depravity last night, was cheering and jumping with joy. The middle-aged man leading the group was Wen Jing from Wudong, and the one holding a silver-hilt sword was his top disciple, Murong Feiyong, who had fought Amaze Chunhua for 3 days and nights. However, he was thinking that as long as he could get through today, once he returned to the master's mansion, he would report everything. Would the master's mansion then send experts to wipe out this place? He had never respected his second brother, not even a little, and rarely felt any emotion for him. The Ukrainian troops, organized and equipped with scarce strategic reserves from the Soviet camp, surrendered to the German army. Describing these Ukrainian troops as simply surrendering is even misleading. In fact, they were, in essence, troops that defected from the Soviet Union. Zeno was bringing milk to her mouth, looking somewhat suspicious. Why is it that this building has so many rooms, but they chose this one? At this moment, in the steel mill, two people were walking toward the cafeteria, one in his 50s and the other in his 30s, walking one after the other. The pink dolphin suddenly charged forward like a giant beast in the water, causing the mountains to collapse beneath its impact, with rocks shattering and scattering in the explosion. Imagine feeling the sea breeze on a cruise ship while sunbathing on the deck. That's incredibly enjoyable. Okay, said Yuan, as the others were less familiar with him. It seemed that standing next to Yuan Hongbin was the best choice, so she sat down. The mere beastman has successfully been dealt with. Moreover, the chaos imprint on the world's origin has been removed, and it is now fully released and healing itself, Lete said with a smile. That won't do. I will call Hongbin, he said, straightening up and grabbing his phone to make a call. Lu Yuehong chuckled softly and looked at Jiang Ku, who was looking a bit troubled. She said, "You always see them as children." The python didn't hesitate. It coiled up and suddenly struck out like a bullet, quickly biting toward Wang Yao, killing the consulate of a branch and openly admitting it was a clear provocation. How could they not be angry? Hongshang had been in Yun country for years, with almost no progress in martial arts. Yet he was still one of the top experts. Thinking this, Juanqi couldn't help but feel curious about that place. For Rain, it was more about increasing trust in Lesa. After all, if the other person truly had other intentions, the best moment to act would be right now. At this moment, the impressive Frostfang leopard pattern in the 16-grid bag seemed to be the reward for trusting the assassin girl and working together. However, when Lesa looked at Rain again, her lips trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but say, "Rain." Behind Li Qi, a void formation appeared, followed by 6 gem-like sword-shaped rings, which emerged magnificently, creating a spectacular sight. Devoted to developing and applying artificial intelligence, and also a genius in biomedical studies, there was no time for romance. Clenching his fist, Lin Long's fist suddenly erupted with fierce energy, golden light contrasting sharply with the white glow of his opponent. The sound of dragon roars and tiger howls collided intensely. Zhang Bo looked at Li Du with complex emotions. He had indeed thought about using the high peak of the artifact department and forcibly jumping into the main hall with his own cultivation, but Li Du had included these artifacts in the calculation. Thanks to the handkerchief that Mulan gave Cherry to carry with her, they both listened and followed obediently. Yin Lanqi thought for a long time. Since she made the marriage promise with Hai Sumio, she has been behaving well and often giving her gifts. 3 years ago, when you were supposed to go to Golan Temple and were targeted by Jing Mo, how did you escape? Shang Liyuan asked. Same background music played, and the same spinning wheel appeared. On the screen, a picture of a yawning cat showed up. We trained here for most of the day, mainly listening to Su Huanjun play music. Li Qi wanted to say something, but Su Huanjun waved him off. That day, we found an inn in this village to stay. The evil spirit probably only comes out at night. It doesn't harm people during the day. I wanted to say something then, but the pain came suddenly and was very intense. I couldn't bear it, not even speak. I felt like I was going to faint from the pain. Under everyone's complicated gazes, Mo Feng took out a 2-inch silver needle from his needle box and stabbed it into the Tian Qi point below Han Zhang's left breast, without even removing the poison. Only when Chun Xingyu broke others' perceptions, like a thunderbolt, and understood his own boxing intent. Jing Rong, hearing the last sentence, had a hint of surprise in his usually calm eyes. Then he showed confusion and disagreement. They are all modern geniuses. Since the plan is set, they will carry it out thoroughly without delay. Seeing Mo Feng holding a golden gourd wood, Han Crazy looked suddenly drained of strength, crouching on the ground with a pained expression, holding his head. Yes, she said she hadn't talked to me in a long time and asked me to eat at her house. And Lin answered calmly. Since receiving Feng Wanfeng's call, she had been thinking about how to get information from her. She really wanted to ask him clearly, but in a daze, she realized she didn't even have the standing to ask. These are words my grandma used to say. Plus, the anger she taught me. So I looked at her with wide eyes and spoke righteously. I didn't think about the consequences. Basically, if you asked me to destroy, I wouldn't. I just wanted to scare her and make her leave. He stretched out his arm, pulled Yizi Nian into his arms, and kissed her red lips. After chatting for a while, the gathering hadn't yet arrived. Everyone was a powerful spiritual being, so no one paid much attention to punctuality. Since he arrived early, the organizer of the meeting, a great expert with a 7-star divine form, hadn't shown up yet. Some people said that Jinjin had offended a person named Sister Ning at school, and that Sister Ning was doing this because of you, which is why she was targeting Jinjin. The largest water tribe near here is the Tongjiang water tribe. The bigger ones are the Dongting branch on the upper Yangtze River and the Jiujiang branch downstream. The Tongjiang water tribe is located between these two. When the two branches learn about this, they will send fleets over, which will take at least 10 days or half a month. During this time, they can finish clearing the nearby water tribes. Frost Shield Guard. It seemed that because of Lin's affinity with ice and his level 3 mastery, just using the Frost Blade Leopard bloodline to cast Ice Blade brought a flood of insights. Those faint words made Lin realize instantly, if he masters the Ice Blade technique and then advances, he will become a Frost Shield Guard. But he clearly remembered that when he used the Cold Ray before, it didn't seem to be this virtual. Nan Dongye's face turned pale, and he couldn't even defend himself. Several guards immediately rushed over and held him. Feeling upset, she lowered her head to eat her food without raising her eyes, completely ignoring Ao Yuxian. But the pain in her heart grew even more intense. At first, the giant bear didn't notice anything, but as more minerals accumulated on its body, it realized something was wrong. Nan Xiaoye's eyes sharpened as she looked over in shock, locking eyes with Ao Yuxian. In that moment, she felt her tense expression relax a little. Gu Chunyi lowered his stance, speaking gently with a friendly smile, which made Mona feel a bit less uneasy. Old Six chewed on his cigarette, squeezing out a greeting between his teeth, while his keyboard and mouse clattered nonstop. After flying on the sea for 3 days, Yang Mianmian wondered if Lan Yuer was simply lucky, because when they were blown far away, suddenly dark clouds gathered in the sky, and waves roared on the sea. It was clear that a storm was about to arrive. The blood-red figure vanished instantly, and in the blood hand above the void, Yi Yang's figure reappeared. The blood hand was swallowed up, scattering red light everywhere. If it were possible to use poison gas to keep the elf outside for 10 or 15 days, Chen Wei would be even happier. She quickly grabbed Kong Yinyan's other uninjured hand and tried to twist it out of place again. He knew that Zhao Jiyuan always had a plan, but during the days he was under house arrest, he hadn't found out anything. The sky, earth, trees, and rivers all turned black and white. Everything remained in its original color except for Morong Fu himself, and also Tang Chun and Poseidon, who looked equally shocked and confused. While talking, Yuchuan heard soft footsteps approaching him, and a familiar jasmine scent began to surround him. Next to him, Li Yuan listened carefully. He was an older man and less resistant to the cold. Since his body was weaker, he preferred to stay close to warm things. At this moment, the butler looked at the trembling old clan leader and spoke. When he said this, his face turned a little pale because he knew what it meant. Zhou owed a favor. When Ning knew she would have to contact him sooner or later. But she hadn't decided yet, so she decided to put it off for now. At this time, Shui Ringue also came over. Seeing the two of them leaning against the pillar and laughing foolishly, he turned to Chen Fei and asked. The outsider merchant saw Chen Fei standing still in front of his stall, seemingly lost in thought, and finally gritted his teeth and said no more. Yang Yu nodded, then picked up his phone and dialed a number to have Li Linling help him with the visa. Su Zuiyan heard this and felt that Su Shiyun's pronunciation of the word didn't seem to be ca, but rather cha, which made his face flush with embarrassment. Oding's aura dispersed at Yu Yu's nose. She thought Oding was about to do something, so she instinctively reached out to push his chest and even leaned back against the chair's backrest. It's getting late. Hurry up and draw lots. By the way, have you prepared well for the questions I told you? Yue asked. What? Is that possible? Lu Mingyao's tone was full of disbelief, but hearing Lu Yaoxi's tone, she didn't dare question too much. Rain and the others exchanged glances and immediately looked serious. In the next second, the three of them leapt onto a large rock and looked toward the direction of the sound. The scene before their eyes instantly made the three of them tense. It was a fierce and chaotic chase. Yes, a chase. A semi-transparent human-shaped shadow floated about a meter above the ground, surrounded by a faint white light shield. At this moment, it was heading toward a person who had left their family protection and their wealth. Only then could they truly be free to live their own life. Kuanping simply looked on coldly without speaking or leaving. He had already shown enough respect to the sixth prince. Moreover, Zhu Dingtao was originally Jiang Yan's person. Now that her supplies had been taken in by her, helping her was a matter of friendship, not obligation. Why should she boss others around? If he didn't trust her abilities, he wanted to learn more to avoid giving reckless orders that could lead his brothers to danger. This performance was surprisingly smooth. The girl in the script seemed innocent and cute on the outside, but inside she had become dark and frightening because of her stepmother's actions a year ago. She had worked with Qin Hao on several plays. Whether on stage or off, they had developed a good understanding. Some said she was too deep into her role, others said she liked Qin Hao. Either way, their closeness benefited both of them without causing harm. Zhao Zi saw Xia Yin go ahead to the tavern, then looked at Xia Qilong and Xia Baoliang. She asked, "You can only eat," pointing at the pancake in Xia Baoliang's hand, confused. "We know. It's normal to have some conflicts with family. My brother and I used to fight too," said another man. The rumors had spread widely. Even ordinary people knew about her family's issues. With her kind mother-in-law and her older sister often sending letters or even visiting in person, crying every time, her father was helpless. With all the gossip, how could it be kept secret? Her emotions wouldn't fluctuate with his mood. She even wanted to prove to herself that she could live well without him. "Baby, don't make trouble. Dad and Uncle are talking about serious things," Yi Shaoqing softly comforted her. When he spoke, he even made a delicate gesture with his fingers, which looked funny coming from someone so rough, almost making me laugh out loud. Moreover, Tang Yinian hadn't done anything harmful to him. Just because of some vague guess about the future, imprisoning someone like that was something Jiang Ye wouldn't do. After a long while, Deathwing's shadowy black dragon body roared into the sky. Before leaving, it fiercely struck the already ruined Akunda temple with its armored claws, turning the area into a large ruin. "Stop crying. When you go on stage, if the audience sees your eyes swollen like big walnuts, you'll be embarrassed nationwide," Chiyu said with a light laugh. His warm smile was like gentle autumn sunshine. Suin didn't mind. He continued repairing while listening to their conversation and looked outward in the direction they pointed. "Big brother, since the Qingxiao sword sect is being targeted by those people, other major sects might be too. Should we contact some old friends?" Yayu asked nearby. The source of the whisper also appeared in everyone's sight, a huge, writhing mass of flesh moving toward the Angela temple. "Ask her what she wants to drink." "I'll have a glass of lemon water," Aunt Chen pointed at Ningjing, signaling the waiter to ask her. Among these people, if someone from another world were here, they might feel familiar. This really looks like a photocopier. Xie Fan activated his spiritual power and took out the water-dispelling boat from his space ring, which Uncle Xie gave him during their last trip to the South Sea. "Old friend, I'll need you to accompany me as I wander the seas again." "Damn it. We're going in too. While the enemy can hold us for a few seconds, let's try to get closer to Bingling." The three of them ran only a few steps when suddenly, the shield warrior in the charge froze for a moment, then broke into a wild joy, shouting to their captain, Schneider. "Captain, look! That female priest can dispel magic." "What? Dispel magic?" Schneider exclaimed. The young master of the Yi family was slapped twice by Wu Zijian and was completely stunned by the incomprehensible poetry Wu Zijian recited. The earth suddenly trembled for tens of thousands of meters. Huge trees kept growing taller and wider, their diameters expanding endlessly, and the massive canopy covering a 10,000-meter radius kept growing and regenerating. As an experienced person, after sparring with Changsun Jianma, he had also experienced long periods of enlightenment in swordsmanship before finally breaking through. There is a barren land in the divine realm called Land of No Return. Due to its harsh environment, very few gods come here. Wu Zijian had a nonchalant expression, as if to say, "You just realized," and made a dismissive sound. He looked at Bai Qi, but didn't bother to reply. Dorgan, with messy hair, leaned on the silk bedding prepared by the eunuchs. His bare feet pointed diagonally under the bed table. He faced Emperor Xuanji, muttering to himself. Though his words were unclear, his voice sounded commanding and threatening. Although he didn't succeed in breaking through the illusion earlier, he gained some benefit. Hatred is deeply rooted, but over time it either drives someone mad or is buried deep in the heart. He was the latter. Though he kept thinking about revenge, The feelings from the initial hatred were hard to replicate. Chang Sun-chong picked up his tea and took a few sips. The river was not very cool, and after a few words, he felt dry and thirsty. Parker, escorted by Qin Yin, also crossed half the field. Then Qin Yin started to move, one-on-one against Lillard. Liu Yana, sleeping in his arms, had a face and body that looked very attractive and charming. Madame Zhao, do I have the skill to teach your son this set of swordsmanship? Liu Yu asked. His words implied that he wanted to take her son as a disciple, wondering if he was qualified enough. At the east end of the village, there was a household with the surname Yu. Old Yu had 3 sons and a daughter. His wife had died early. He relied on his craft as a bamboo weaver to raise his 4 children. Strangely, despite being 50 miles from Anding City, where it was dark and windy, the weather was clear, with no sign of rain. As a foresight hero, Ma Yin wouldn't feel relaxed just because Huainan temporarily stopped attacking. Instead, he immediately thought of recapturing Yuezhou. Only by holding Yuezhou, the gateway to Hunan, could Tan Prefecture be safe. Can it be made even stronger? Great. That's wonderful. Niu Kuei was very pleased, holding his giant sword and not wanting to put it down. The road at the valley entrance was quite narrow, flanked by cliffs on both sides. Reaching this point, Liu Yu had an idea. He found the narrowest spot, no longer retreating, but guarding there with a commanding presence, as if he could block 1,000 enemies alone. Lenny felt extremely excited. The 3 large spaces had expanded, clearly able to hold more people, pets, and items. Miss Feng, you're being too modest. I was just doing a small favor, Liu Yu replied humbly, unsure how to respond to her praise. Thinking of this, everyone's breathing became a little quicker. Even Qian Lu felt somewhat moved by this idea. If they couldn't answer or perform light skills like flying to the moon, the court's reputation would suffer. Morong Ju tightened his grip on her arm, feeling happy because he understood the reason. The wine god turned to the Taoist priest. He no longer had the energy to communicate secretly, but at this moment, words weren't necessary. This was a fierce god, stepping on skulls, wrapped in a giant snake, with a pig-like nose and eagle eyes, with wild hair and beard, exuding a powerful and threatening aura that seemed ready to attack. At the moment the car collided, Su Yinjin instinctively protected her, hitting the guardrail with one side of his body. Amid the loud crash, the driver's side was pressed between the car and the guardrail. Su Yinjin didn't have time to check himself or see if Qiao Song was okay, but he realized he was completely trapped on his side. He called the butler back, frowning tightly. What's happening over there now? Diana was excited, about to hug Li Chun and kiss him, but was interrupted by this sudden turn of events. She looked at him with confusion. Among them were genuine chefs eager to learn, and others who saw Zhao Zixian as a thorn in their side, a harmful chef. Perhaps after this, Zhao Zixian's life would no longer be peaceful and would become more colorful. Feeling Li Menyao's breath already in sync, Xia Haoran couldn't help but lift his head and start carefully observing the Methria Buddha statue in front of him. Wang Haoming examined the fine veins on those rough stones with a flashlight, then released his spiritual energy to look inside. Upon seeing this, he was impressed by Master Peng, who was usually quiet and somewhat dull. If you really love me, just let me go. I've found my happiness now, and I no longer think of you. Your persistent pursuit is pointless. Let me go and be with Hisusu. In the future, when we meet, we can still be friends, she said softly, softening her attitude. Based on the directional sketches drawn earlier by Li Wen and Li Hu, Xia Haoran saw many so-called cities. But after the Great Disaster, the once bustling human habitats had become the most dangerous areas. Li Yuan was surprised when he heard his answer. He hadn't expected that revealing his name would expose him so quickly. Hearing the quiet rain in the courtyard, inside a room in the inner courtyard, there was the sound of a long whip striking a person's body. The person clenched their teeth tightly, not speaking a word, not even crying out in pain. Jie Bing was eating quite happily. He had no mental pressure at all, simply a bystander passing by to watch the show. Naturally, he didn't need to worry too much. Of course, this matter was indeed very interesting. You, young lady, why do you say that? I am just a person with no strength. I can't even protect myself. How can I save you all? Peng Jinkai felt nervous when he heard Wu Qingxia say this. He sensed that what was happening here might be beyond his imagination. Is there any better way to defeat the opponent? Albert couldn't think of one at the moment. Before this, he could only attack wildly, constantly smashing the opponent's body, trying to find the weakness of the abyssal beast, Descartes. I pressed my ear close to Bing Kuei's mouth. Blood was flowing from his mouth, and he was breathing heavily. He leaned against the window, outside of which the sun was shining. Cold sunlight streamed through the window into the room. I listened carefully, and finally, I could no longer feel Bing Kuei's breath. Wang Lezhang was skilled in mental powers, so they interrogated these cat people who knew their identities not through physical torture, but through mental torment and probing. However, they still gained nothing. After I got out of the car, I walked straight toward the magnificent gate, casually knocking on it. Soon, a waiter wearing glasses gently opened the door. He couldn't act recklessly now. I needed to give him 2 months. During the Shun family's New Year shareholders meeting, he would fight with his shares to force Shun Hongxian to step down. Thinking of this, Xin Yuez's face improved significantly. While quietly and unknowingly lost in thought, Gu Qingqing looked behind Jingjing. I won't forget her face. Suddenly, her face turned pale. Didn't you say you were very capable? Why are you hiding today? A real man dares to take responsibility. You know very well what you said. With a mistake, she turned around, but Yin Chun was already flying into the air. 2 shouts came from the flower bed in front of the office. Then, Chu Zhao, covered in blood, crawled out. He looked truly miserable now. The team members behind also understood the situation. They all raised their guns and aimed at the corner. Because Zixiao Palace was giving sermons and choosing seats on the meditation cushions, the closer to the front, the easier it was to get a good spot. This left a very strong impression on all the spirits of the ancient world. After waking up Xiao Bufan and the others, they planned to come back and settle accounts with these two. Wouldn't that be more satisfying? Lin Song lowered her eyes and politely nodded, saying, "Thank you." Then she turned around and eagerly pushed the door open. She spoke softly to refuse, swayed unsteadily, and tried to pull away from Lu Xiao, who wanted to leave. But Lu Xiao forcefully pulled her back, causing her to bump into his chest. But Lin Song felt that, given her feelings for Lu Xiao at that moment, she might also be able to kiss him forcefully. "All right, stop talking," Xiaofeng said, waving his hand. He didn't want to hear the details. The situation here was making him feel more and more disgusted, and suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. The houses on the mountain slope and at the top mean very different things. Wealthy people buying houses on the slope usually have their companies reaching a bottleneck and use Hong Kong's financial resources to break through. The villas are their entry-level proof of status. The Taijing people teach only one person, Zandu. Opposing Buddhism is naturally a bit weak, but they can cooperate with the Chanjiao in opposing Buddhism. After all, in front of absolute strength, even the Tianlin dynasty has to show respect and is reluctant to offend those who are very powerful. Of course, that guy's eyes are definitely useful. Otherwise, if he introduced some troublemakers, would Lu Qinfeng be crying in the bathroom? Bang! The figure decisively threw a punch, and the powerful force scattered the yulong. The profits from the casino are very substantial. Conservatively, Ado 18 could earn over $20 million in a year from this casino alone. It shows that owning a casino is like owning several 5-star hotels. The profits are huge, and many people are eager to get involved and make big money. It's a bit tricky, Guisho said calmly. Although Jiangnan came to Jiangsheng alone, his old subordinates seem to be gradually gathering there. In this situation, it's hard for me to quietly eliminate them. This place is very strange. The chaotic energy inside the space is much stronger than outside. Fighting here, you can't fully use your strength, Zhou Dao said. That's true. When the younger generation compete, Changxi, a high-ranking saint-level expert, is present. Isn't it a matter of face for the Bryant family? All right, I will store these items first. When we go back, we can distribute them. What does everyone think? Zhou Dao said. The boy pushed off the ground and turned around. Shui Qing gave a big smile and nodded her thumb at him. The boy didn't expect Shui Qing to be so generous. Just as he was about to happily accept her compliment, his expression immediately stiffened because of her next move. Humph, a fly coming to cause trouble. How dare they? Di Tian snorted coldly. His spear pierced the air, easily destroying the incoming sword light. Meanwhile, Zhou Dao reached out his palm and crushed the huge sword energy, then swung his Feng Tian painted halberd to attack Di Tian. The other person was only a level 4 warrior and couldn't possibly see Xiao Yu and the others. But Xiao Yu and the others didn't bother hiding their presence. Long ago, Chen Yu had suspected Iron Bull's intelligence network. But back then, he was in the Dragon Domain Mall, which was their territory, so it was easy to find out some things just by asking. At this moment, Chen Yu was hesitating between meeting his family and how to protect Morong Shui. Suddenly, he heard Morong Feng's words and froze. After his mind caught up, he started moving his steps and looked again into Morong Feng's eyes. But this time, the captivating feeling was gone. All he saw was happiness. In the prison, the torch hanging on the wall was swinging wildly in the breeze, making the shadows around sway unpredictably. The swinging made Jiang Jili look a bit thin and worried, but he still lifted his head with a gentle smile, his lips slightly curved. He was smiling. Chen Yu was delighted to see this scene. Duan looked very cool, with a big sister vibe. In the short time they hadn't seen each other, Chen Yu didn't think Duan had changed at all. Really speechless. What exactly is His Royal Highness doing? This was Luo Yanter's first complaint about the royal family, at least in public. Listening to their conversation, she and I looked at each other, but said nothing. We always felt that life was unfair. So, whether or not Mo Ro is kidnapped, you all still want to fight Zhao San, right? After I finished speaking, Yang Song looked at me and asked quietly. Full-speed retreat from the battle zone. Jiang Wuming finally sat back in the captain's seat. You see, the cats attacking Wang Yuchao suddenly all died one after another, each struck with a single blow. The elders of the cat family were very surprised. They wondered what was happening, just hearing the wind, and saw their grandchildren dying one by one. Yang Jin was unaware of his conversation with Chu Yu in the garden. Qin Muyang, whether he knew or not, returned happily at noon. The doctor quickly approached, first checking his breath, then feeling his pulse at the neck, and finally shook his head with a sigh. According to Cao Cao's last wishes, his bones were to be buried in his hometown of Qiao County. Lu Zhe decided to go to Luoyang to hold a memorial for Cao Cao. He looked again at Qin Muyang, who stood up and went upstairs. Qin Muyang paused, threw away the rose in his hand, and followed. Although it was a counterattack, it was not as fierce as at the beginning, but when it hit the Great Power King, it pushed him back more than a meter. His chest was heaving with blood, feeling very uncomfortable. The young boy thought the Princess Chong seemed to confuse shopping and dating, but he didn't plan to explain. As long as everyone had fun, that was enough. Do you want to become my disciple? Zhang Yu was straightforward. After today's events, he understood his role as a martial master better. It was normal to take a few disciples. Nangong Rong seemed to understand the system's plan a bit, but doing so would face greater danger. Sending the activated Abyss Crystal to another world was like helping the Abyss invade this world. If not handled well, the consequences could be very serious. Unfortunately, Nangong Rong's plan failed because of a misjudgment. Now, running away was the obvious choice. But before the boy could jump into the water with his mount, a sea monster rushing toward the blue whale suddenly leapt high out of the water, looking very hungry and aggressive. Ding! System announcement. Player, Anger turns into a god. Completed the level 5 boss, Swift Scout Timo, first kill. Second brother is right. I was trapped inside because I didn't attack from one direction. Zhang Fei thought about his daytime experience and agreed. Xiang realized she had lost her composure, hurriedly sat up from the sofa, but her brow furrowed again. Regarding Yuan Shu and other unreliable allies, Cao Cao doesn't pay much attention to their words. He is more concerned about Yuan Shao's attitude because Yuan Shao is the decision-maker for the entire coalition of warlords. Fortunately, so far, there are no signs that the Abyss is using any powerful superweapons. They have only been conducting traditional artillery attacks, which are not very threatening. However, when the flagship is under heavy fire, it can negatively affect the entire fleet. At least, they are currently unable to change their formation easily. After half a month, in a forest about half a day's carriage ride from Milltown, a girl in a light yellow priest's robe looks nervously at the cave entrance in front of her. Soon, rhythmic footsteps come out of a cave about human height. When the sunlight shines on the young face of the person, the girl also smiles, her eyes curved happily, and she says, Is it over so soon? Not even 2 minutes. But he's not stupid. He just hasn't thought about some things deeply. Now that the glass marriage has been revealed by his mother, he's starting to think. Since it's an announcement on the internet, the core technicians of Tianmei Studio have been paying close attention to players' feedback after releasing the statement. Among them is Supervisor Chun from the technical department. Qin Jun's aggressive attack on the outer tower, destroying hundreds of years of its foundation, is undoubtedly a provocation. The dragon blood grass has not appeared anywhere. Outside the silver armor-winged dragon cave, a pile of materials that shimmer like fairy gold has not shown up either. With a loud bang, a flare rises into the sky and explodes, illuminating the entire port and also lighting up more than 10 Shadow Series flying infected creatures approaching from the northeast of the port. However, what makes Huang Xinji somewhat angry is that, in his view, Lu Ruotian, who must be heartbroken and self-destructive at this moment, can still neatly arrange things in his room, sweep the floor thoroughly, and tidy up the house without showing any pain. Watching him go inside, Ouyang Yu takes 2 steps, pulls out a chair in the dining room, and sits sideways. Because Ji Jichao's power has not fully recovered yet, he cannot kill him quickly at this moment. Grandpa Yu Shu, Chu Shuanger cheers and runs toward Elder Yu Chongqing, hugging him tightly without letting go. Grandpa Elm Tree, Shuanger thought she would never see you again. Boo-hoo. She hugged him tightly and suddenly started crying, as if she wanted to release all her built-up sadness. Usually, she could handle up to 4 people, but today she was facing at least 5 or more. When she fought like this, it looked very impressive. Xianyu spoke up because he didn't want his brother to die with regrets. He would do his best to help him understand. Few people knew more than he did, because the Earth Emperor came from the Void God realm. They didn't see it, but at that moment, the only remaining figure in the sky saw Lan Mingjun teleport away, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Li Hui nodded and said, Master Chun, Inspector Chun, what do you think? How should we deal with the person trying to assassinate the court officials and the situation in Shuzhou? Tianlan thought to himself that they probably really came through the whale's mouth. Sigh, they were too careless with the supplies. As a stronghold, couldn't they have better ways to move around? The monsters all showed bright smiles. They were more excited than ever, finally able to leave this place and return to their hometowns or forests. They might see their clansmen again, or even their charming wives, and look into the hopeful eyes of their children. Li Huaitang took the opportunity to announce publicly that the quarrying of the giant stones was paused. Besides the 3,000 slaves and hundreds of supply soldiers guarding the lime kiln, everyone else was to clear out and return to Ningyuan City to join the construction and building teams. Hu Lian is gone, so what are we still looking at? An old man selling cigarettes said coldly behind him. What? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Hu Sisi asked anxiously, then tried to call a few times. The call ended. Devil, this is definitely the legendary devil, he said. Last time, all those items were kept in the underground bunker, but this time, they were placed directly in the room, surrounded by a large bed. Clearly, the room's owner was very twisted. Even though I had warned them, after I forcefully cleared the way and brought these dozen monsters back to the Tiger Monster Cave, they were still stunned by the strong demonic energy emanating from the black egg. No one knew how deep the lake was. They only knew they had been flowing downstream for dozens or even hundreds of meters. The view ahead was still an endless, bottomless darkness. The eyes of the mortal world lit up, scanning the newcomer several times with excitement. May I ask you to bring the one you call you? I have something to ask him. A flicker of excitement crossed Mu Kuan's dark face. His tense muscles slowly relaxed, revealing a sly smile. That's wonderful. Wonderful. Bai Feifei's eyes filled with tears of joy. She seemed to see the Bai family again, to see hope of returning home. She didn't know what to say anymore. The Japanese team scored 2 more points, making the score 97-91. There were 3 minutes left in the game. The Japanese team was slowly pushing China into defeat. She would force herself to put the monk's task first, so her love could come second. To find General Cheng's descendants through Cheng Yanzhong, she should be kind to him first. In the garden, only Bai Yunwan was left alone facing King Yong. Suddenly, pressure from all sides pressed in, making her face blush and her heart race with confusion. People who attack cultivators often feel like they are facing a huge dragon or elephant, as if hitting a solid wall, making it very hard to find a way to strike back. Then Chu Hao Ran asked Ayako Kamiho to go back and get listening devices. They placed several bugs in Gu Ming Yao's room and also set up listening devices in Chu Hao Ran's room. "Shut up!" Huolian Nuo waved his sword, forcing the other two back. Then he turned and kicked the injured bandit on the ground. The kick was so strong that the bandit's legs broke, and he crashed into the railing nearby, seemingly beyond help. Seeing this, Huolian Nuo couldn't bear to watch anymore. He rushed over to Wenro and supported her arm. Wenro gratefully looked at Huolian Nuo, struggling to take the Nirvana ring off her hand and placing it into his palm. "It's over," Lu Zhengfeng said with relief, sitting weakly on the ground. He looked gratefully at Mian's back, while his family hurried over, wanting to hug each other in panic. Yi Yu fought off wave after wave of black-clad disciples. The Phoenix creation technique finally showed its power. His wounds healed significantly, and his spiritual sea surged with energy. Yi Yu secretly felt happy. He looked around, trying to escape from here. 40 towns require not only 400,000 elite soldiers, but also proper equipment, costing hundreds of millions. "Qinlai, how do you feel?" Sun Yi immediately stepped forward, looking at Qinlai with a strange expression. Playing the fool, Mian smiled softly, somewhat disdainful as he looked at Morong Fu. He found Morong Fu so useless and so weak at this moment. Mian was sure that if it were Qiao Feng instead, someone of his caliber would be more capable. Countless white and dark clouds were driven by the wind, blocking the sun. In almost an instant, the sunlight was completely obscured. I pretended to look like a fool watching the Japanese summer wood mercenary group, occasionally drooling. Just when I thought my acting was pretty good, a sudden killing intent flashed nearby. Zhoubai almost rolled his eyes. Was it so easy to be the first? If Zhoubai got carried away and made a speech, the reporters would have something to write about. In the King's Ruins, no matter your level, all players are suppressed to level 60 inside. Only those who master ultimate skills, like Sword Saints or Grand Magic Masters, can surpass this limit. Otherwise, ordinary high-level fighters in the ruins are not much different in strength from level 60 players. Hua Chao initially tried to block with the fiery light from his flying sword, but it became harder as time went on. Eventually, Hua Chao was stabbed in the stomach and legs by a flying sword, and his own sword was broken. Wu Fan pretended to be calm and said, "I don't know why this suddenly happened," but inside, his heart was pounding. He sensed that something big was about to happen. Just as the high priest returned to the arena, the scene before him made his mouth twitch involuntarily. This corpse was withered and decayed, eye sockets sunken, eyeballs shriveled, skin tightly wrapped around the bones, like a dried corpse exposed to the sun and dried out. The space suddenly froze, silent as death. The fiery palace with rolling clouds also stopped. In the deep blue space, the avatar sighed deeply, and its fading body shattered like broken cotton. Feng Tai Chi cut back the wind, and Man Sanjian already held Yin Rue by the neck, his eyes showing a hint of bloodthirsty madness. As for Wu Lizong, his Zhongshan suit was torn into pieces. He could only leave wearing a shirt covered in dog claw marks and shorts. ADF is widely used in materials chemistry, solid physics, catalysis, batteries, spectroscopy, and other fields. It can simulate chemical reactions, build microscopic structures, and calculate various data. Its functions are quite comprehensive. If that's the case, she is only at the middle stage of qi cultivation now, with a lifespan of just 100 years. He will live 500 years by the time he reaches 7 or 8 years old, and 5,000 years when he grows up. It might even be more than 5,000 years. She shook her head and pushed away that strange feeling in her heart. Yuning confidently knocked on the door. Lying quietly and peacefully on the bed, the scene was very calm, but also gave a feeling of oppression and pain. Do you know what it means to feel hatred, despair, and helplessness? Then, maybe you can tell me, Yuan said with a helpless look. She really didn't understand what this ring symbolized. Besides Long Fei, who could still control his form, the others like Zhao Fei were overwhelmed by the sudden fierce energy. They were pushed back several steps before they could stabilize and stand firm. Meyer Town. A large wagon was parked at the entrance of the Meyer Adventurers Guild. After getting the repaired plate armor and steel bullhorn helmet from the Iron Furnace workshop, Rain and Iris went to the guild hall. Like usual, the first-floor adventurers' hall was crowded with people. Rain even saw many well-dressed black iron-level adventurers upstairs and downstairs. There are quite a few black iron adventurers today. Could there be something happening? Before Xing Lian could continue speaking, Big Bai suddenly sat up straight, jumped out of the wagon, and ran away. Fang Zheng heard this and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He realized the old man knew it was a scammer. He only kept in contact to hear the other person's voice more, not wanting others to interrupt her beautiful dream. Shuangqi was lost in deep thought, but Xing Lian had already stopped what he was doing and turned to look at him with a sinister expression. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The ancestor of the Dark River fell into the Buddha and Bodhisattva formations like a fish. The guards on the street corner watched Zhu De and Zhou Qingyun walk out of the firelight calmly and disappear into the darkness. They finally became tense and started to watch their surroundings carefully. Seeing this scene, the common people knew they had encountered a big figure today. They immediately knelt down. Birds like eagles rarely flap their wings. They are better at using rising air currents to climb high and glide. After being released, the bird did not fly away immediately. It flapped its wings a few times, then found rising air currents and circled upward to climb higher. Jingyi nodded gently. The situation was still somewhat confusing. The person who knew the most about that night was Hua Chulan. He turned to go over, but saw Lan Qingqing had already come out. Suddenly, in everyone's shocked eyes, a loud bang sounded as a sword strike hit the southern pole immortal. Zhang Hong was a teacher from Class 8, but recently he was not in good shape. His fight with the demon and the horn caused Asma's death. The blow he received was very heavy, even affecting his confidence to continue being a ninja. Right now, everything was dark. I couldn't see anything. I panicked and instinctively jumped, losing my sense of direction. I tried to move in the dark, but didn't know which way to go. The rocks on the mountain peak fell one by one, blocking the stream. They hit the golden shield raised by the monks of Tiandu Temple. The shield shook slightly but did not break, remaining steady as a rock. The dragon guard chased after, tightly surrounding the carriage. Although the black horse desperately ran forward, the guard kept about 10 steps behind and was gradually closing the gap. Even if the horse kept running, the guard would eventually catch up. Fatty Ning, I'm leaving these 5 newcomers to you. And remember what I told you. Be careful, said the 5th master to the short, chubby middle-aged man. Wana really thought everything had a new start. All the past was over. She believed her beautiful life with Zhong Jin was beginning. But all of this was just her imagination. Everyone was nodding at the detailed analysis I gave. Then, the 4 of us continued along the only path inside the tunnel. The tunnel was shaped like a trumpet, gradually widening as we moved forward. The next morning, Xia Mingfeng got out of bed. He shook his head, looking a bit dazed, and was swaying as he walked. After 2 hours and dozens of lashes, Yishua's body was already covered in blood and flesh, with no good meat left. When he asked again and received no response, his internal energy was almost exhausted. Yin Weiqiu and Ji, who saw this, exchanged a fearful look, both showing a hint of terror and a murderous intent born from fear. Ha, a medium-large nest, just a little practice, Lei Yin said with a smile. Brothers, how about we go to the Deadwater River Valley? The association has named this big mission disaster in Deadwater River Valley, and the reward has increased by 30%, Russell said enthusiastically. Thanks, I've already gathered my team for this one. Let's work together next time, Ryan replied with a smile, politely declining. That's really too bad. All right, Russell, we won't bother you anymore. Very satisfied, leader. We'll follow your arrangements. Gung Yongzhu felt very pleased when he saw Wu Yin respond this way. It seems Wu Yin, though young, is quite sensible and obedient. That's best, so he won't have to worry too much later. It's a bit troublesome. Is it true or false? Those above haven't seen it, so how would they know? The person who spoke earlier sneered. Thinking of this, he reached for his cards again. With a slight movement, 3 playing cards quietly appeared in his hand, unnoticed. Wu Yin had already taken out his scissors and coin magic tools, watching Lu Feng carefully, ready to attack him. Just as Wu Yin was worried about this masked cultivator, he saw the cultivator constantly using magic tools to shoot down black butterfly ants in the air. These black ants fell like rain, killed by the masked cultivator and hitting the ground. Meanwhile, the lamp-burning Taoist still held Su Yuan's shoulder tightly with one hand. Suddenly, he raised his other hand, and a green light shot out from his sleeve, striking the tomb guardian. Near Mr. Jing, a few wealthy people who followed him closely were amazed. This was not something ordinary relationships could achieve. The first bug, Fight Wisdom and Strength bug, is a dual cultivation bug that enhances both intelligence and strength. It can drain the strength of the strength cultivator temporarily and greatly boost their intelligence to help with thinking. Seeing the dragon subduing Arhut, Fuhu Arhut, and others immediately understood that the dragon subduing Arhut was not missing any chance to flatter the leader. At this moment, the old ancestor Uncle Xian also calmed down. Seeing the powerful aura of the magic lotus sacred lock, he was secretly amazed. For a while, he couldn't find a way to break the magic lotus sacred lock. Niao Wanluo had weak single-handed strength. After Chen Yuling retreated a few steps, and before others could persuade her, she suddenly turned and pushed Niao Wanluo to the ground. After understanding that the official army had chosen a three-sided siege tactic, Zhang Xianzhong also had to face this new situation and come up with a strategy. Dragon Li ran with all his strength for most of the day until he could no longer see the red, shooting star on the horizon. On the night Helian Yu left in city, Baiji went to Xiang Palace and told me that my blindness and amnesia were caused by her using tiny gold needles under the Tianwei acupoint on my head while treating me. I was angry, but I also knew that even if I told Helian Yu, as long as Baiji denied it, I wouldn't be able to do anything about her. When she tried to say something, she suddenly realized we had started a cold war and gave up on continuing the conversation. After her promotion, a more obvious benefit was that the Shun family could officially expand their escort patrol forces. The stronger the hero, the more battle achievements they have, and they can invite more people from the Water Blue Star world into the hero world. An attack was thrown quickly at the corpse witch. He had just looked at the army. There were 1,015 corpse witches left and over 1,000 skeleton soldiers. Old Tai was watching nearby and felt itchy to help. Several times he wanted to step in, but old Lu drove him away. When Mike Farland heard the news, he felt they should stop cooperating. But Ferguson didn't care and confirmed the partnership in one go. 6 years had passed. She didn't come when her mother was buried, nor did she come for the Qingming festival every year. She often had nightmares, dreaming of her mother's corpse ignored and eventually dumped in a mass grave. The flight route was planned very clearly. The planes didn't need to carry auxiliary fuel tanks because their range was definitely enough. According to the plan, they didn't intend to return immediately. They needed to land in a rice field outside Batavia to unload illegal items. The fairy of the washing flower was also angry that her sword was blocked earlier and she couldn't kill Su Ting. But now, the great Bodhisattva by Shirji wanted to retreat, so she naturally wouldn't stop her, adding another formidable enemy. He was a qualified subordinate. His duty now required a lieutenant colonel's rank, and with Barrio dead, the 154 base also needed a lieutenant colonel. Unbeknownst to them, the gods had already saved them. The fact that not a single high explosive shell hit them directly was the best proof. Compared to falling freely from several meters high, which caused the tank to shake and become immobile after being hit, and then being buried under broken bricks and stones from the destroyed city wall, this was truly the best outcome. Everyone looked confused. The two teams appeared to be intermediate mercenaries, but their tone was very arrogant and seemed urgent. What exactly are they here for? It's understandable, since these anti-tank guns are quite old, and their ammunition has been stored for a long time. The logistics officer responsible for transporting the ammo specifically warned about this issue. These formations are very intricate, one layer fitting into the next, similar to the formation that the abandoned disciples of Yuanfeng Mountain fell into. Inside the mind, within the 9-story Jade Tower, the divine consciousness faces east, transforming magic into vitality to heal wounds. Chu was struck on the shoulder by a sailor. He reached out and grabbed the opponent's neck, then suddenly twisted. Then, in the woods, he collected 50 pounds of dry wood, 20 pounds of edible plants, 5 pounds of fresh roots and vines, 5 pounds of wild mushrooms, about 90 pounds in total, and carried it back to the grassland. Although this opening remark was somewhat irritating, Tian Qingyun seemed to hint at something, which made Su Qinghu feel a flicker of interest. Guanxing, as usual, took money from Su Yush's drawer. Now she no longer hid because Su Yush knew everything. Lu Yashuan only vaguely said that Madame Wu was injured and had been sent to the hospital for treatment. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. Zhang Yang heard the voice on the line. It was Song Minghua. However, unlike 100 years ago, the chaotic clouds that had been blasted through healed instantly. Billions of lightning gathered, and a 9-colored lightning bolt appeared, striking Yi Chun and causing him to fall. This was a Japanese soldier checking communication lines. Many had just arrived from Japan and had just learned to ride horses. Their swords on horseback probably couldn't be used. Where had they seen such a brave warrior like Tu Jinshan? Yang Fan didn't expect the price of this game pod to be so firm. There was no room for bargaining. Licking his lips, Xie Junfeng smiled mischievously, squinting as he looked over Tian Bei, especially lingering on her prominent chest. Ohashi Hainari couldn't help but feel a bit nauseous. Even the so-called Azura Ju Run, couldn't help but furrow his brows, showing how intense the bloodiness was. As blood entered, the compass began to shake constantly, indicating how powerful the energy contained in the blood was. I didn't burn it, brother. We both perished in the fire. What a romantic sibling bond. Jinx's cheeks glowed with a sickly red light as she happily touched Yi Feng's frightened face. Mutated abilities do exist in the world, but they are very rare. Every one of them is a top expert. If this Wei Zheng is willing to obey the country's orders, then his crimes will be forgiven, and he will be kept alive to serve the nation. Long Moshua was also watching Su Fan below, but her main focus was on Hua Bingyao. Ji Lingxian looked at the surrounding scene, her eyes showing a mix of familiarity and confusion. One day, someone close to Qin Donglai brought a message. That girl's real name is Gu Jieqi, a descendant of 100 years ago. She didn't intend to swallow the spiritual fruit or leave her mortal body. She was attracted by a divine stone and accidentally possessed the body of a dead baby planned by Qi Yueshi. At a critical moment, Yifeng secretly attacked Qingfeng Daoist, injuring him and causing his thunder to miss its mark, preventing the old ghost from being completely destroyed. After understanding this, Yifeng felt a little guilty. Zhou Yiming's expression stiffened when he heard this. His brows furrowed deeply. He didn't know about Qin Ying's theft before. If this gets out, the Zhou family will be finished. Ignorant, so be it. I need not say more. The way of heaven has no mistakes. Everything will be proven in time. King Pingdang, I know you are only following the will of heaven, not acting on your own. I will suppress you now, said the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, suddenly reaching out his large hand. While Lin Qingyu and Huang Xiaolong exchanged a few words, Junlin had already performed 5 hand seals in quick succession. Each seal floated in the air, radiating powerful and strange energy. Li Wanner chased after him, her ears filled with Xiao Ying's sorrowful shouts and cries for Zhu Yao, making her tear up with sadness. At this point, not only Ouyang Keming understood, but Peng Lianhu also realized the meaning behind Yang Kang's words. How long do you think it will take for you to come back? Hua Zheng asked Guijing, seeing his firm resolve. Lu Zifeng looked down at the prominent scar on the Thunder God battle armor and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. The power of the wind god, Tyr Heaven Palm, was truly terrifying. To prevent fellow martial artists from thinking he was a scheming traitor, he could only muster his courage to defend himself. Somewhere in the moonlit forest, the lush, tall trees stretch endlessly, allowing only scattered sunlight to filter through the gaps in the canopy. Whoosh! Behind a large tree that 2 people could hug, a graceful woman in leather armor aimed an arrow at a huge wild boar, taller than an adult man and with long, sharp tusks, about 9 feet long. Thud! The arrow hit the boar's face, missing its left eye by a small margin. Although Ji Qingfeng felt some doubt, he considered this a minor embarrassment in his life and didn't bother to investigate further. He figured that, when all was said and done, he hadn't lost much, so he simply let it go. Li Jiahong's body started trembling violently. He made heavy breathing sounds, his chest rising and falling rapidly. A strange smile appeared on his face, but tears kept flowing down. Soon, Xiao Yao was led into the office. Long Wu hid away, and Yuaning sat on the sofa. Anyone with eyes could see that this was a chaotic place with no rules or morals. This place belonged to the Red Blade Alliance, led by Yang Yu. But these people didn't see those things. They only focused on one thing. Gui Yuan had failed the test. The car door opened, and a figure stepped out from the driver's seat. Yes, he moved carefully, and surprisingly, the large vehicle seemed to sway slightly with his movements. There's no real need to investigate her. Whether it's kindness or malice, I can tell from her eyes. Su Songfeng shook his head and said softly. Sure enough, the pajamas on Fong Yuan were soaked in a large area, and her clothes were even more soaked. That strange boulder appeared very odd, and Lin Yueshi guessed it was because she pressed that switch. Now, all she could do was wait. Wait for the moment Nine Tails died. Then go up and loot the old man's belongings to see if there was anything useful. Liu Yusin could calmly face Wang Yufei's discipline, but for others, it was truly a blow. With such power, if they encountered a formation restriction, they wouldn't care about the 5 elements or the yin-yang changes. Just a single glance would reveal the formation instantly. How Tian divine technique activated, and the power of the heavenly court projection strengthened her. The asking immortal seal suddenly erupted. How can they do this? Brother Liu, what should we do? Sun Mohan asked tremblingly after calming down a bit. Do they even know who Ma Huaid really is? Still showing no sincerity? Don't they realize that Ma Huaid sitting in this private room today is already the greatest sign of sincerity? Yumu understands the underlying meaning and knows what the Qingyun Realm Master is thinking. Therefore, he is now determined to use his own trace of the Great Path to try to change the situation. After listening, Mu Qing asked her about the place she was in. Through her questioning, Mu Qing learned that the place she was in was indeed a brothel. Bai Qing continued speaking while flying with Shen Lang. The farther they went, the colder it became. Eventually, Shen Lang had to use his energy to resist the cold. Seeing that the prince of the heavenly dragon, Liao Zhongming, who had already killed, was still trying to summon defenses and persist, even though the Chuan and Kuan circles were shaken far away and his mental strength was weak. Realizing this, Yanantian gradually calmed down. To leave here, he must find the source of the summoning feeling. He faintly sensed that the source was very close to him. Qin Ryu looked at Yi Chun with regret. She had finally met an interesting man she didn't dislike, but unfortunately, she would be gone soon. Not long after, the door of Longquan building suddenly opened. Long Fei led about 10 security guards rushing out. Many others were inspired by Chu Xinyao's incident and decided to study hard.